what a tree is? Can you smell it?
make it easier
Yeah,
to
I don't
attack.
know. You know what?
Whereas a steel man is where you represent an opponent with the strongest form of their position, right? So obviously a steel man is seen as an honest endeavor when you're debating. If you can't steel man your opponent's position, then you have absolutely no hope of actually debating him. So if you can't steel man every Jedi, but I mean, because I could, because I listened to what he said, but you just cried a bunch. So if you can actually go ahead and steel man his position and then give us an accurate rebuttal to the position, that'd be fantastic. If you can't do that,
the
you might
light
as well
is,
run
and therefore
Wow.
word, and you can do. Oh, look at me go! I said a fancy word. Hey, I said a
still
fancy
crying?
word. And
Yeah, he's still crying. All right, fair enough. We can move on.
Yeah, he's mentally deranged. We need a better Glober than that.
Damn,
Glober's
what did you guys do to him? I came back, I turned this on, and you guys are making him absolutely crazy.
I just asked him to steel man a position, and he's like, "Oh, you're saying fancy words." It's like, just Google it if you don't know what it means, bro. Like, come on.
Or we can tell you. Either way, but
we can tell you. Yeah, I don't mind.
Cry, have an emotional breakdown instead.
Why be so deranged? I mean, even if the Earth is a globe after all, like, why be so deranged? You know, why be so affected by this? It doesn't make sense.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Let's say, for example, the Earth is flat. How do you know the shape is a circle? It could be a square or a hexagon.
You don't.
Be very careful, right? Flat earthers. Flat is a description of a surface, isn't it?
But in every model, everything is a circle.
Dude. I just want you to answer this question. Is flat a description of a surface?
Is flat a description?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all we're making a claim to. The description of the surface of the Earth. We're not making a claim to shape.
I see. But then why does every model say it's a circle?
Don't know. Ask the makers of the model.
Alright, I will.
I think it's important for any of the globe side folk to understand that the AE map is not a map or a model of what they would deem the flat Earth. It is just a projection of the globe splayed out with north and center. It's not a model. It's just a projection. Really important.
Should we see if Potato is still crying?
getting the conversation going here. It's really fun. Oh, hey.
Got ham and potato. Lovely.
He's just going on and on. He doesn't even.
How many voices in his head?
Hey, do you know what means?
See?
Wow.
No,
I just made it up. You don't know what it means? You're an idiot. You're an idiot,
Okay,
man.
you guys have
so stupid. I just defeated you with my argumentation.
What does still man
You didn't know what means?
What does still
You're
man
so
mean?
dumb, man.
What does still man
I
mean?
just made it up, and you don't know what it means? Go look it up, dude. You fucking
I didn't
idiot.
just make up still man.
You
do know what
fucking
Stillman
idiot.
Is? Yeah, do you know what still man is?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. What's the still man? I did actually.
Look at me go! I'm a flat earther. I can say. You know what it means? Oh, you don't know. Oh, you should.
Okay, so you're still losing your mind.
Someone clip this, please. This is brilliant.
And this is what I have never seen this before.
You don't know what it means, but I'm a flat earther. I know everything. I also know. And it's really good. You should read.
Glober's
so offended, man.
Do you think this guy?
For this guy.
Are there any Globers in the chat that can tell me whether they think this guy is representing their position well?
I was gonna say it. I feel ashamed for this guy. It's
I would
crazy,
say
man.
he's making a good representation.
Yeah, so Brandon is a Glober. He's here all the time, and he seems like he's embarrassed with you, Potato. You should do something.
I am. I don't get why he's doing what he's doing.
Thank fuck I'm not here to impress him, huh?
Oh yeah, he's doing.
Well,
he's doing
and I'm
what
not
he's
here
doing
to impress
because-
you either. Like, I don't. Why would I give a fuck
Oh yeah,
about
don't
this
worry about that. You definitely
Yeah, he's
didn't do
doing-
that.
Yeah, he's doing.
Why are you doing what you're doing, dude?
Yeah,
I don't get
Brandon,
it.
I'll tell you
Brandon-
what he's doing.
Brandon,
He's
step away from
embarrassed
Mike.
that he got absolutely ruined in a debate, and now he has no way of like dealing with it with his ego.
Brandon, buddy, good to see you. Do you think you could back off the mic just a skosh?
God damn it. Okay.
That's way better. Way
Well,
better.
it was close because I was kind of frustrated with what Potato Dude was doing.
I hear you.
Guess we could only figure out what the horizon was. That would really help answer these questions, wouldn't it?
So how do you explain the observation of the sun setting in the horizon?
I tried to do this with you earlier. Maybe you'll understand this time. It's just perspective. The sun is above your head, doesn't change its altitude above the surface, much like a streetlight. And as it goes towards the horizon, it appears to descend, go down, if you will. But that's just perspective. The sun then goes past the horizon, which is a limitation of your view, and then can't cast its light to where you are because it's quite simply gone away.
That's just not what you would observe on a flat.
No, that is what we observe.
Yeah, we observe that, but that's not what you would observe on a flat Earth, though.
No, don't tell me what we would or wouldn't observe on a flat Earth. We observe this in reality. The Earth is measured and practically used as a flat plane.
Which is why it's round. Which is why it's round.
No. Sorry. So if the Earth is measured to be flat, that's why it's round.
What are you talking about? You can't have the sun set on a flat Earth. It's not possible.
It's like literally halfway through.
It's an impossibility.
It's not an.
Yeah, but you're saying something that makes no sense.
Maybe if you'd listened to all of it.
I listened, and you make no sense. I listened, and you make no sense.
Okay.
What I say makes sense.
When I say this, dude, shush. When I say that the Earth is measured to be flat, that doesn't make any sense.
But it does make sense. I mean, how do you? So that's cool.
Yeah, the Earth is measured and practically used as a flat horizontal plane of reference. The Earth is flat, measured as such, and used as such. Now, what the sun does above the sky, we can observe it go away beyond the horizon, and it doesn't cast its light where I am anymore. We call this non-casting of light nighttime.
Okay, but if it doesn't cast light here and goes under the horizon, it starts to cast light. It casts light in other places, though.
Dude, it doesn't go under the horizon. The horizon isn't a physical Earth curve obstruction. The horizon is not at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So the sun definitely can't be hidden behind this non-physical aspect.
Okay. So this doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, though.
Because you're not really.
No, I have a logical. No, it just doesn't make logical sense. That's the problem.
Yeah, because you're illogical, so you're not able to do anything with the logic.
I have an IQ of 160. I don't know what you have, but
you do not. You are a liar.
Yeah, maybe closer to 40.
Yeah, because 40, I wouldn't be able to open a door, right?
I doubt that you can.
Let alone have a coherent conversation, right? And that makes sense to you, right?
You're not having a coherent conversation.
I'm challenging you on something, and you can't even explain it. You cannot explain it, and all you do is belittle but that doesn't win you the argument.
Potato, check it out. Yeah, it's being recorded, so we have you being incoherent, and you're telling us you're having coherent conversations.
Tried to explain this to you 3 times. You just said, "Nah, that's not what you would see in your idea of what the flat Earth would or wouldn't do." It's not a response.
You're stupid. It's not my fault that you're stupid, right?
You don't have to go that far. Seriously, all I'm trying to point out to you is the reason why.
But it's not my fault that you're an imbecile, right? It's not my fault. It's not my fault. You were born that way, right? Or did you hit your head later in life?
Yeah, there you go. Just keep getting more upset. I'm just trying to point out something very, very simple.
I'm not upset. I want to. I'm just talking shit to you. I'm not upset. I'm just talking shit to your face.
5-year-olds get this. 5-year-olds get this. It's really simple.
Okay, well, you don't get it because you're trolling with your flat Earth bullshit, right? You have a stupid tactic about you say nonsense. You say nothing that makes sense, and then you belittle and berate, and that's the only thing you do. Really, you guys should be kicked out of here for trolling. I'm just calling you out, and you're full of shit.
Dude,
you're full of shit.
You're just coping.
I don't care. You're full of shit because everything you say is full of shit. If you were truthful, you would have made it simple, and it would have made sense a long time ago. But you're not. You're full of shit. No, I'm just calling it out. You're full of shit. There's no point arguing with you about these things because you're full of shit and you make no sense.
Okay, cool.
You're literally fucking retarded. You're literally a fucking imbecile. Right? Prove me wrong. Prove that you're not an imbecile.
Cry, potato, cry.
Oh, you're gonna dogpile on? Wasn't that what you didn't want?
I'll tell you what,
he can answer for himself, right?
That's fine.
No, but you can answer for yourself. You don't need your mom to protect you, do you? I mean, you can defend yourself against me, right? It's just a one-on-one, right?
As well.
You're an imbecile, right? Well, I don't need to get anything. You're an imbecile. You're a fucking idiot. You believe in flat Earth. You are retarded. You are retarded. You have a low IQ. Yeah. You have a double.
Yeah, showing that 160 IQ with those ad homs. Keep it going.
There.
Saying fancy words. Anybody can look up in a dictionary and find a fancy.
Yeah, you could have done that.
You're the one all this hyperventilating and spiraling out in the chat. Like you're literally the one hyperventilating and yelling and spiraling out in a chat right now.
Yeah, but in all this time, you can hold on, Jenna.
Any citation that large bodies of water seek to rest with convexity on their surface, because that's not what happens. Like you are in
Jenna. He's left. He's left.
Open spiral, buddy. This is
Jenna,
good.
Hello, are you hearing?
Cope and spiral.
Check. Is this mic even working?
Yeah, man, we hear you.
Oh, okay.
Bye 5.
I don't know what connection issues are going on, but
yeah. Actually, my internet's probably kind of slow.
No, I heard you.
A couple of people have been roboting. It's fine.
Well, that was fun. That was one of the more epic freakouts I've heard.
Yeah, I shouldn't have muted him. I should have let it just keep going. It's pretty entertaining. In all the time that he'd been spiraling about the words he didn't understand, he could have just taken the time to understand them, like probably 10 times. Like, what an argument. You used words I didn't understand.
They're always on the defensive. They think when they come in this room, everything's a gotcha.
Well, maybe I can go do something constructive with my day now that I'm not having to listen to a Glober spiral. I couldn't step away.
Yeah, I mean, that was hyper cringe. Like, surely even all the Globers were face palming at that.
Yeah, they were.
I would say that was a good representation.
And that's why this room keeps making flat earthers.
No, I'm not a flat earther.
Didn't say you were.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my IQ is quite low.
Well, yeah, that explains why you're a Glober then, I guess.
Why do you have to be so condescending? That's really.
Oh, it was just a joke.
They should have him as a science communicator. He'll just go out there on TV and just utterly melt down. Just have a complete mental breakdown on TV. And that's how we know the Earth is a globe, people.
Yeah, I think they're already oversubscribed with mentally deficient weirdo science communicators.
Well, we got Twonger back. You just missed an epic globe spiral, Twonger. Too bad. Or was that you on an alt?
Isn't Twonger one of the globe cheerleaders?
Yeah, he's a cheerleader. I would have been curious to see whether he would have cheerled this guy. He was deranged.
Well, it was hard to do, really.
I'm just wondering, like, how low of a bar would Twonger accept? Would have been interesting.
I don't think I've had the pleasure of speaking to Twonger before.
Well, it usually goes like this. He comes in and he says, "Why are the other planets spheres?" And then we tell him he's begging the question.
I don't say why.
And then after we tell him that, he just resets and asks the question again. And so far, he's been doing that for weeks.
Oh, sweet.
Jedi, you have talked to me. Your memory is not serving you too well.
Oh, I recognise the voice. Yeah, hello, mate. Usually go by voices.
So
not
why are the other planets spheres anyway?
Is that a serious question?
Yes.
The simple answer is gravity.
Oh dear.
Nice chuckle.
Yeah. It's just obviously looking into the heliocentric model as we do, we understand that even within the echelons of science, there's many competing theories as to what these things are up in the sky. Maybe in 5-10 years' time, the model of the sky that you hold so dearly now, in 5-10 years' time, will actually change, and you'll have to revert to that new one.
Yeah, don't hold your breath.
Yeah, well, if they're scientists and they're telling you that science says, then you've not got a choice. Sandy's got some weird background noise. Sandy, you actually there? Blink twice if you need some help.
I don't think he's there.
No, I don't think he's there, mate. He's been doing that for the last half hour or so.
So, Twonger, you know that other planet's question is malformed, right? Because you've already assumed that the Earth is a planet? So if you just take other out of there and just ask, why are the planets whatever, you'll be closer to a proper question. The Earth being a planet is the thing in question here, so you can't just assume it within your question.
And who's the one talking about a low bar to set?
Me, because you seem to have one. You're just going to beg the question and then say that you don't have a low bar? Fallacies is pretty low bar stuff.
I don't think I can get much lower than you just got.
Really? Good one. So do you understand now that you're just assuming the thing in contention when you ask about other planets? Nah, I don't think he understands yet. Gonna be another few weeks of him asking about other planets and talking about other people setting a low bar.
It's like me going to the woods and saying, "Why are other squirrels squirrel-shaped?" Other squirrels. I'm a squirrel too. What do you mean?
I like the way you say squirrel.
Thank you, mate. I like the way that you respond to things that are not involving you, but when asked a direct question, you shut the fuck up. That's interesting.
Is there any evidence that the Earth is a planet, Twonger? Guess not. Oh well, that's too bad. Twonger, is the Earth a planet?
Yeah, I'm right. Tonga doesn't seem to ask direct questions. Weird. What other globers have we got in here, Heretic? Anyone else?
We got Crystal, but she's not really serious. Which is good, because the globe's a joke anyway. So I have a slight bit more respect for her than people like Potato.
Potato Earth's funny. Bring him back.
Hey, Potato.
Yeah, what a fucking moron.
Yeah.
I've got a 160 IQ. Oh.
Did he say that?
Yeah,
did.
he said that.
Oh my god.
You know, I noticed that he left the chat pretty much right after Radwin told him that this is being recorded.
Oh shit. Coincidence, eh?
He must have known that he was being stupid.
Well, I don't know, maybe.
Dazza's joined us. What's up, Dazza? Hope you are.
I think Daz is another globe chanter.
Mm-hmm.
Not too bad, guys. Thanks. How are you? Sorry, I haven't got my headset on at the minute. I just dropped in to listen after the. I was listening to the debacle a few minutes ago with Mr. Potato. So yeah, interesting.
Do you think that I invented the term steel man? Dazza.
Did you invent that?
That was you.
I know, right? Do you think I invented the term steel man as Potato accused me of?
Oh, I didn't hear that bit. No, I don't know.
You don't know if I invented the term steel man?
No, I don't. No.
Okay.
Did you invent the term steel man, Crypto?
I guess I'm more influential than I thought.
Oh, well, I have not heard the term steel man before. I'm guessing it's because I'm kind of inverse of straw man, right?
Yeah. It's a good. It's not an exact inverse, so it's obviously a straw man is misrepresenting an opponent's position to make it weaker, but a steel man is you could either misrepresent it or represent it, but to make it stronger, or the strongest form of the argument.
You're roboting, Crypto.
Oh, really?
What does that mean? My robot?
Sound fine to me. Sound fine to me.
Oh, Jedi's roboting then. Don't know if what's his face heard me, but Dazza.
Sounds like Dazza. Isn't Dazza Wazza?
Don't know, mate.
No. Wazza's
Hey,
another
Dazza, you Wazza? You were Wazza, not Dazza.
Yes. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. The kids' poems about.
Dazza, are you a little ripper?
What have you got for us today, Wazza?
So when I was listening to Potato and Jedi discuss the sunset thing, I was going to ask Jedi a question about, so if we're at the equator, we watch the sun rise, we watch it go overhead, and we watch it set. As it travels through that path, it's a very clockwork-like 15 degrees per hour, so you can get out and you can measure it quite easily, right? If the sun is not actually traveling from the perspective of someone standing on a surface, traveling in an arc like that, and it's actually traveling flat and disappearing due to perspective, wouldn't its speed need to change with time in order to maintain that constant angular speed?
That would be acceleration.
Yeah, that's right. But then sorry, my headset's just doing something weird. Right, that's better. Yeah, so it would be accelerating. But if somebody else, so say I'm in, I'm trying to think of places on the equator, somewhere in Indonesia on the equator, and somewhere across towards, in Africa, that neck of the woods, equatorial regions there. So as somebody in Africa is watching the sun pass overhead at 15 degrees an hour, and someone in Indonesia is watching it late in the afternoon at 15 degrees an hour, how can they both see 15 degrees an hour if the sun is accelerating across a flat plane?
Did someone here say that the sun was accelerating across the flat plane? What? I don't even know what the sun is.
Yeah, I didn't hear anyone say that.
Definitely weren't me.
Well, I heard someone say it was accelerating. They probably didn't mention a flat plane, but we're assuming that it's a flat plane based on.
I don't think anybody's ever said the sun's accelerating, man.
Well, Heretic may have been asking, perhaps you were giving the globe perspective, which would require the Earth to be in a constant acceleration, which so happens to violate the first law of thermodynamics. So
he just said angular motion, so I was just speaking to that in general.
Yeah, okay. So, hang on, just 2 seconds. So,
I don't know. On the equinox, it looks like the sun goes straight across. So, I have no idea what the sun's doing.
Yep. Yeah, and that's right. And generally, anywhere between the tropics, right, you'll see the sun rise more or less dead west, give or take a bit, depending on the time of the year, and set more or less dead east. Sorry, other way around, in the east, rise in the east, sets in the west. And as it travels overhead, that the angle of its travel through the sky is very consistent and predictable it doesn't align with what it would look like if it was traveling at a constant elevation straight overhead. And it certainly doesn't align what two people would see in different locations that could both see the sun.
What do you mean by personally it doesn't align? Is this people coming up with their ideas of what should and shouldn't happen on their idea of a flat Earth?
Well, if the sun is traveling in a straight line at constant elevation above the plane, right, not setting, just disappearing and appearing due to perspective, then if you were to plot, the angle with time, the angle of elevation with time of the sun, and try and align that with where it might be in the sky, it just doesn't kind of line up.
What do you mean? It doesn't
I kind of have to ask a question before you continue. In your flat Earth model, what is the sun?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't know what the flat Earth model is in the sun. That's one other thing.
No, I'm talking about your model. You're speaking of a model that you've conjured in your head. What is the sun in your model?
I can't conceive of any logical sun that travels at a constant distance above a flat Earth. There's no. Well then, I can't find anything that's logically consistent amongst all of the things that we observe. Yeah, I don't believe there is a.
You don't understand how things can be at a simple elevation above the Earth and travel at that elevation like a cloud.
Yeah,
or an airplane.
Okay. So I can see that it could travel at that elevation and travel and do a lap around the equator line once a day, which would mean it would have a constant linear velocity, right? It's going in a circle, but constant linear velocity. That if you were to work out the angle of something traveling like that, it doesn't tick away at 15 degrees an hour. The angular speed initially is very high. It slows down as it goes overhead, and the angular speed would have to be quite high at the end as well. So it just doesn't line up.
I hope you figure that out in your flat Earth model. No one here's making any claims about that.
No, are you saying that even as the sun starts to, in your world, go down, that it goes 15 degrees per hour? Because I don't see that.
Yeah, so the 15 degrees per hour, we're talking about the equator here. What's the people on the equator see? Because the angular, depending how you measure the angular speed of the sun in the globe model, right?
So does it slow down when it gets towards the horizon?
No.
It doesn't change angular speed.
Yeah, the sun ticks away consistently at 15 degrees an hour, right?
Can you show me that?
I can't post anything to show you yet. You need to wait till next week till the politics server grants me the superpower of posting. But
do you have something like that?
I can find something. I haven't got it at hand, but I can find something. So what kind of information are you after specifically there?
Well, I just asked you, didn't I?
So you want to see evidence of the sun ticking over at 15 degrees per hour from the perspective of somebody on the equator?
Or the whole time, yeah, even when it gets towards the horizon.
Yeah, because this is going to start running into your model with eclipses in a minute, but that's not actually the sun we see. That's the refracted position of the sun, but the change.
Oh yeah, we see the refracted position of the sun.
Yeah, so when so
how are you measuring it then?
God. So 15 degrees, and you're going to have some issues at the horizon if that's not actually the sun that we see, and you do actually see the fucking sun, but it's 15 degrees an hour all of the time.
Yeah, so directly overhead, right? So if say from this, so same deal. This is on the equator where we've got about a 12-hour day. Give or take a few minutes. 8 a.m. the refraction of the sun. So between 8 a.m. and 4:30 or 4 p.m. before the sun sets, that 15 degrees per hour is very steady and consistent, right? Very low refraction because the sun is traveling, more or less perpendicularly through the layers of the atmosphere.
Sorry,
so you're right. At sunrise, okay.
Sorry, did you say on the horizon?
No, so it's sunrise. So we quite high above the horizon by 9 a.m. say, and still quite high at 4 p.m. So during that period, the angular speed is very consistent and the refraction is very low because things are perpendicular. The sun's shining perpendicularly through the atmosphere, so refraction is low.
So it's not.
But you're right.
Across the sky, then.
Yep. That's certainly between those periods. It is, and that's as you get towards sunset
and sunset. Yes, so not 15 degrees an hour from sunrise for a few hours, and not 15 degrees an hour for a few hours before sunset. But it's constant 15 degrees an hour across the sky.
So I'm trying to address your comment about refraction, right? So yes, there is refraction, and the refraction is worse as the sun sets and rises. That there are impacts of refraction, but the period of time
per hour.
What's not 15 degrees per hour?
So not 15 degrees every hour.
It'd go pretty close. If you were to measure the angle of the sun with time, that the 15 degrees per hour would be just about
when you say
on.
When you say measure the angle of the sun, do you mean its elevation angle above the horizon?
Yeah.
Okay.
The elevation or declination, whatever angle you like, right? So measure the angle of the sun relative to vertical. That'll do.
We're only going to be doing this from now on a flat Earth, then.
Why?
Because you said angle of the sun above the horizon. Can only measure angles if those lines are straight, not curved. We're going to be doing this on a flat Earth, then. Okay.
We've had this conversation before.
Yeah, and you don't have a tangent line to a fucking horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay, then.
Multiple observations, and relative to those multiple observation points, that's going to be a horizontal, and those horizontal are going to be in reference to each other and the sun. So we're going to be doing this on a flat Earth, then.
Okay, well, let's do it with verticals then. If I measure the angle from vertical to the sun throughout the day, it will be 15 degrees per hour.
Still going to be a flat Earth. Yep.
If I measure from vertical to the sun through the day, it'll be 15 degrees per hour. There is no linear velocity through the sky that will give 15 degrees per hour throughout the entire day.
Dude, you're going to be measuring this on a flat Earth as soon as you mentioned angles.
No.
Yes.
No. Because we can measure to the tangent, right?
I just took your tangent. Right, dude, it's very interesting, right? You must fucking listen to what I say because I ruined this 2 minutes ago.
Jedi.
You don't have a tangent line to the horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You just have a tangent line to the horizon. All right, I ain't going to talk to you if you're going to keep fucking spitting shit that I say. I took your horizon.
I'm not going to talk to you today. Have a good one.
Yeah, fuck off. Going to be doing this on a flat Earth, and as soon as he doesn't like that, he starts getting upset.
You know what's crazy is that they basically are telling us that it's flat as soon as, I mean, you caught it because I was eating cookies, Jedi. Good on you for going, wait a minute, what angle? So good job on that. But then they come in and they start talking about flat Earth models, and it turns out that they're always asking for a flat Earth model, but they've already created one in their head. So I think we should just always ask them about their flat Earth model from now on. This wouldn't work on the flat Earth model that I've erected in my head.
sun moves 15 degrees per hour across the sky, but doesn't move 15 degrees per hour across the sky. How do you explain that?
I don't know. It always struck me when they started saying that with regards to like the Selenilian eclipse, that isn't the moon, that isn't the sun. Okay, so when does the not actual moon catch up with the not actual moon, and when does the not actual sun catch up with the actual sun? And then start moving across the sky at 15 degrees an hour, then deviate from being the actual sun to an apparent sun. Don't get it. 15 degrees an hour, they say the sun moves across the sky. Well, it can't do.
Also, the problem with that is 15 degrees per hour. So if you're on the equator, you see the sun rise and then the sun set. Are you seeing half of the Earth?
No.
How does that fucking work?
I don't know, man. And it bugs me as well how people don't understand this. Remember, they're always saying 15 degrees an hour. It's like the hand on my clock going round, and at different lengths along the hand of my clock, I've got a little yellow sticker, and I'll call that the sun. I'll put it down about 3 times, one on the end, one in the middle, and I don't know, one towards the middle. You'll notice that they're all moving across my clock at 15 degrees an hour, but because their circumferences are different, they're actually going faster, but they're going 15 degrees an hour. Crypto, what's a Mennonite? I'll ask you when you come back.
Well, here in the States, they're a little bit like Amish people. They're very conservative Christian groups, a Mennonite.
Okay, that makes sense. I might have heard of them before then. Are you almost Amish now, Crypto?
Sorry?
Are you almost Amish now? Change your name to Mennonite.
Yeah, I thought, well, Amish science communicator has already got taken, so I went for the Mennonites.
Fair. I like it.
Plus, we know the Mennonites are cooler than the Amish anyway.
Why are they cooler? What's the difference between Amish and Mennonite?
Fucked if I know.
Oh, okay. But they're just cooler. They're cooler because you're them. I get it.
Yeah, it's like that whole thing where Globers will chant that other Globers won the debate even though neither of them understood what was even said.
Yep, I get it. Zen Shapiro's joined us. What's up, Zen?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Yeah, good to see you, bro. What brings you into our little corner of the woods?
Oh, I dabble here and there in these circles, but I've been actually arguing with one of my friends over the past couple of days. He's a militant glober, where I'm like, I'm kind of, I mean, I think I just take the proper position, which is I don't really make a claim on the shape of the Earth, and but then a lot of the globers kind of take that as that means you believe that the Earth is an object that is a flat plane floating in the space dust realm or whatever. So I've just been arguing with him for the past couple of days. So I figured I'd pop in here and listen to other people argue. But it goes the same way as your guys' conversations do, where they assume a metric of proof that hasn't been agreed upon, and his is that that certain countries around the world have taken pictures of the Earth, and they hate each other. They all hate each other, so it must be true because they're all saying the same thing, and it just goes down this insane rabbit trail. So I don't know. What do you guys say to that? What's your response when they say, that we've got pictures of the Earth? What do you say to that? Anybody? Jedi?
Sorry. Yeah, dude, you roboted for me halfway through everything that you fucking said, so I didn't actually understand you clearly, dude. I'm sorry.
I'm far away from my router. Hang on. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, no worries, man. Seriously, I only caught like the end portion of what you said. So what do you guys say to that? Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, man.
Okay. I was arguing with my friend who is a militant glober, and his initial argument is that we have pictures of the Earth that, America's taken and Russia's taken, and America and Russia hate each other, but they both have the same picture. So it must be real. Like, what is your response to that?
Whether you've got one picture or multiple pictures from the vacuum of space can't exist. See above, laws of nature, second law. Blah, blah.
What can you go into detail on that?
All right. So if they claim that the pictures are coming from the vacuum of space, we understand that the vacuum of space can't exist. The example is this. We're breathing gas pressure, the atmosphere. It's atmospheric pressure. You cannot have gas pressure without a physical boundary for gas to press upon to cause pressure. They say the Earth is an open system, so no physical divides between our gas pressure and the vacuum of space, which gives us two problems. One, there's nothing physical for the gas to press upon to achieve pressure. And two, because there's no physical boundary separating the atmosphere from the vacuum, entropy will take effect. It will increase and it will disperse into the vacuum of space, as in we wouldn't be breathing right now. In actual fact, we wouldn't have been breathing at all because the system couldn't have made itself. The gas would have fucked off.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, you're saying that the globe model, the heliocentric model, says that we're floating in the vacuum of space and there's an atmosphere around our object that we call Earth. But given the laws of nature, given the laws of thermodynamics, that couldn't be the case because the atmosphere would continue to disperse away from the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much in a nutshell, my friend, yes.
Interesting. I've never actually heard that, but I think that makes sense. Yeah. Well, what if they say, the Earth is a large object and mass attracts mass, so the Earth's gravitational pull is keeping the atmosphere intact. What about that?
If they say that mass attracts mass, then they must understand that gas is also mass. We have no observation of gas attracting gas, and we have no observation of a body of mass attracting gas to it. The only thing that changes the path of gas molecules is physical collisions with other gas molecules and physical objects like containers and mountains and shit. Gravity doesn't affect the pathway of gases. Gravity does not affect the entropy of a system. Gases will disperse in all directions and not affected by gravity. So you can have gravity if you want, but it's not affecting gas, observably not affecting gas. When they say that we have a pressure gradient, the reason why we have a pressure gradient within their own model is because of heat, and we understand this because of Brownian motion, laws of gas, how gases work and move with each other in fixed volumes dependent on the energy, we'll call this temperature, that is in the system.
Yeah, checkmate. I don't know what I would say to that if I were even playing devil's advocate. So, like, okay, what about these more simple-minded people that, like, let's say what you just said is all true. What is going on with the so-called pictures of Earth and pictures of outer space? Like, what are those? And what's like? I mean, like, I know this doesn't. You guys don't like to talk about this with Globers, but I'm not like one of your combatants. I just want to know, like, what is the motive here behind all the CGI imagery and shit? Like, what are they doing? You know
the motive is to make you think that you live on a ball. For example, missions to the moon back in the 60s and the 70s, all to make their moon a tangible thing, the Earth a ball that they can look at from the moon, and it is a ball. That is basically to make everything within that model tangible. They've got credence, and they've been there. They can't have been there, but this is a story that they tell us to make us think that we're on a ball.
Yeah, but like, why do they want us to think we're on a ball? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, sorry, buddy, I misunderstood your question. Dude, there's lots of reasons why people lie, right? And every single answer that everybody's going to give you is a speculative answer. Could be just for a simple thing of control for some reason. It could be more of a religious ideology saying they have their own creation story now, where the Earth, being a ball that orbits around the sun in the solar system universe, came from a big bang, and that big bang was devoid, well, you can argue the toss, but primarily devoid of intelligence to create. So it could be a religious idea, for example, but everything will be a speculation.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've always thought. It's like, it doesn't prove one way or the other, regardless of the motive, even if whether there is one or not. Like, you know, you could be an empirical claim proven to be true or false without knowing the motive behind, you know, somebody pushing the false. So yeah, I get that.
Any evidence for flat Earth yet?
That's all there's evidence for. You've never seen any curving water, have you? Like a curving lake, curving ocean, even a curving pool, anything like that? Yeah, so basically you might as well be asking, any evidence for reality yet? Yeah, just look around.
My question is, why would the government need to lie about the shape of the Earth?
Really?
Well, could I ask
a question? Why would NASA have to
can I ask
lie?
you a question, Dr. Penguin?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, have you calmed down from earlier? Because you seemed a bit agitated.
When?
Well, when you were shouting at me earlier.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. So, why would NASA need to lie about the shape of the Earth?
Well, I've asked you a question, and I was then going to ask you a follow-up question.
Well, no, I need to answer my question first because I asked it first.
Money, power, and control. Okay, here's my question. So,
wait, but what? What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Money, power, and control.
What does money have to do with the shape of the Earth?
I thought we were doing one question each. So, do you want to answer my question?
No, I never said that. I never said that.
Right. So you don't want to answer any questions. Cool. So I'm going to ask it anyway.
I started up the conversation.
Well,
so
no. If
that's
you
not
believe
how this
them,
works.
Well, yeah, it actually is. If you want to have a conversation, you have to both talk. So,
I wasn't even talking to you originally.
It's an open forum.
I also want that guy to answer my question.
Hello.
So anyway, I'm going to ask you the question. You can dodge it if you like.
That's not how this works.
I will call you out for dodging it. So, if you believe,
then I'll just mute you. I'm not going to listen.
What the fuck's wrong with these people?
I don't know, man. Penguin seems to be very upset. Was that Penguin you were talking to?
Yeah, he just goes, "Oh, I'll just mute you," and then just like went on mute himself. What an idiot!
Yeah. I'm just going to mute you then, and then mute himself.
Well, there is a way I can turn his volume down. There is a way I can turn his volume down so that I can't hear him.
Penguin, I can just mute you, bro. There we are. Well, that wasn't even me.
I've done that because I was talking to you and he decided to jump in. The fuck?
Yeah, of course.
Should we try that again?
Yeah, let's go.
Well, tell Penguin to unmute me first, because that's the second Glober that's muted me today because he didn't want to answer one of my questions.
Okay, so Penguin, just to make sure you've got what's your name again? You've got Mennonite unmuted, haven't you? Changed his name like 5 times. So Penguin, to carry on the conversation, you have unmuted and you have risen the volume of Mennonite, yes? You will stay serving muted until you do, dude. As a moderator, you can't mute moderators. That's it.
I think Penguin, you're the reason to lie about it. Break your worldview and your epistemology down to the point where you're so retarded that you have to defer to a TV or government or what have you to know anything about the world. That's what I would say. You're probably the reason. The condition, the state that you're in, where you just ignore reality as you experience it and need someone else to tell you what it is for you, yeah, that would probably be the reason. That's just my opinion. I can't prove it, but that's what I think.
Sure, yeah. Well, I mean, he's asked a speculative question, so you can only give him a speculative answer. Like, I don't know what they're expecting.
I mean, if I wanted to, lord over a population, I would probably try to break them down so that they're a bunch of mindless retards like you. Lemmings, basically. Yeah, that's what I would do.
Yeah, so they can't actually think for themselves. So, should we unmute Dr. Penguin, then?
Let's see what he has to say to that.
Okay, so Dr. Kindergarten, which you probably didn't pass.
Oh, he's just gonna move straight past me.
So my thing is, what did anything just say have to do with the shape of the Earth?
You asked why would they lie, bro? He answered
why would they lie about where you live? I just told you, so that you'll be so retarded that you can't know anything about it for yourself or really anything, and you'll always have to defer to an authority to give you the answers.
But why would that? What impact would that? That doesn't make sense. I'm still not getting it.
You're under control, dude.
Oh my god! Why would an authority want me to be subservient to that authority?
So do y'all believe in the firmament?
Okay, now you're going to answer my question. No, he's going to answer my question now because you're just spamming questions at this point. So, why would a government?
Also, Dr. Kindergarten, I have a.
Why would a government tell you the truth?
Is the moon flat? Is Mars?
You're just spamming questions.
I think he has you on mute still, Dr. Penguin. You have to unmute Mennonite Globe. Can't see the rest of his name. Enthusiast. Yeah, you're going to have to unmute him. He's a moderator. Plus, you can't mute anybody in this room because what's going to happen is what just did, where you talk through them while they're talking because you can't hear them. Stop being a retard, bro. Take him off mute. Did you do it?
Well, I would take him off mute when you stop calling me a retard. How about that?
Okay, well, you're going to have to take him off mute to stop being called a retard because it's retarded to have him on mute for the reason I just explained. Did you do it yet?
Okay, yeah, so you refuse to stop.
Did you take him off mute or not? We can't talk to you if you don't.
Okay, he's off mute.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so is the moon flat? Is Mars flat? Is Jupiter
No, not you. Mennonite's going to go ahead.
No. Answer that question.
The moon isn't flat. Okay, so...
Wait, why is only the Earth flat?
Because it's not the moon.
So is Jupiter flat? Is Mars flat?
No.
So why is only the Earth flat? This doesn't make sense. Do y'all even have a model?
Why would 4 things that are different from each other be the same as each other?
It's a planet, right?
The Earth.
Why is Earth the only planet that's flat in y'all?
It's not a planet. The Earth isn't a planet. The others are. Easy.
The Earth isn't a planet.
Yeah. You've asked about 5 questions now. You're going to answer them.
Yo, you fucking flat earthers are fucking retarded, man. This is insane.
Isn't it funny that you were crying about being called retarded not even 1 minute ago? Now you're calling me retarded. Like, isn't that
you
ironic?
believe in gravity, obviously, right?
So anyway, if you believe the government without question, then what incentive do they have to tell you the truth?
They don't have no incentive. Like, when do they lie? Okay, they lie. But why would they lie about a planet though? Like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but if you believe them without question, as you do, then what incentive do they have to tell you any truth?
They don't have any incentive. The only
Exactly. So then they're just going to tell you whatever's convenient to them for whatever purposes they want because they don't give a shit about you. That's simple, isn't it?
So are they lying about all the other planets also?
Well, if they're lying about what the Earth is, they're probably lying about the entire environment.
But you can look through a telescope and see that those are round.
But you don't understand what I've said, do you? They have no.
No, I do. You're just not. You refuse to understand what I'm saying.
I don't think he understands what incentive means either.
No,
you understand what incentive means?
Fine, they don't have a reason to tell you the truth because you believe them anyway.
So what is the proof for flat Earth?
Ignored. Right, fair enough.
Yeah, I never want to give that, huh? There you go.
It measures and is used as practically.
It's measured as a spherical planet, retard. Try again.
Guys, show me the measurements.
Fucking idiot.
Show me the measurements.
Okay.
A spherical plane? No, we don't measure a spherical plane, my friend. We measure a horizontal plane.
It's measured to be spherical Earth, retard. Multiple flat Earth experiments have failed.
Dude, I can give you several long-distance measurements that are not done by flat earthers that demonstrate that these authorities use the Earth as a horizontal plane of reference. Would you like NASA to do that for you? Aviation, for example, treating the Earth as a horizontal stationary plane. All aviation authorities do this, my friend.
Not true.
Actually, very true. Exceptionally true. All pilots get trained within a simulator on a horizontal stationary
where does the
plane.
evidence for it? Come on, give me a side. That's just a thing that you're saying, bud.
Not just a thing that I'm saying. I said that I could back it
that's
up.
the thing that you're saying. Back it up.
That's the thing.
I'm backing up everything that I'm saying right now.
Does flying an airplane require?
Look what I just put. Look what I just put in the side chat.
Would it affect how you fly?
Look what I just put in the side chat.
Okay, explain it to me. Explain it to me.
No, just look. It's a YouTube short. Just look.
Yeah, explain it to me. If you know it, explain it to me.
If this is your proof, it's a flat Earth experiment. It's a flat Earth experiment with a gyroscope that failed.
Explain it to me. What happened?
It's a flat Earth experiment with a gyroscope.
Explain it to me. I'm going to say that you don't even understand.
I'm not your flunky. I'm not your flunky. That's why I'm letting you do it yourself.
No, you don't understand.
I'm not your flunky. I'm not your flunky. That's why I'm letting you do it yourself. I'm not.
You can't explain this, can you? You can't explain this, can you?
It's literally on the channel. What the fuck?
Yes, I know. I've already watched it. You can't explain this, can you?
Okay then.
You can't explain this.
I posted it. So I'm not your flunky. Go look at it yourself.
I have. Do you want me to tell you again?
Okay then.
So explain it. So my question is,
so there you go. If you already watched it, why do I have to explain it?
Because I want to understand if you understand what the fuck's going on. Otherwise, we can't have a conversation about the minutiae of the point.
You already understand what the fuck is going on.
Do you?
Obviously, if I had to send it, if it's literally a flat Earth experiment, if it's a flat Earth experiment, if it's a flat Earth,
fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. If it's
not obviously.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Not obviously. Definitely not obviously.
If it's a flat, yes it is. Yes it is. If it's a flat Earth experiment that is failing with a gyroscope,
dude,
can you explain that though? If you watched it, why did it fail?
Have you watched it?
Why did it fail?
Have you watched it?
Why did it fail?
Have you watched it? Have you watched it?
Why did it fail?
Have you watched it?
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, have you watched
flat Earth tards can't answer questions.
I think you on
flat Earth tards can't answer questions. Y'all are fucking retarded. This is insane.
Yeah. So speaking of not being able to answer questions, yeah, you haven't been able to answer his question. So what failed?
Yeah, he hasn't answered any questions. The irony that he's like complaining and crying that other people can't answer questions. He's also
kindergarten, which you
he's
didn't
also the
ask,
same
right?
guy. He's also the same guy who was crying earlier about being called retarded and then hasn't stopped calling everyone retarded since.
So explain why.
So what failed exactly? What did he do? What was the failure? Explain. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you keep muting me, we're just not going to have a conversation.
So just answer the question. What failed?
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, so what did he do? What failed?
That's not how it worked.
Yeah, okay, so speaking of not answering questions, you just said, no, I'm not going to answer any questions, so I guess you're the retard according to your own logic. So what failed?
Yeah, we're not having a conversation. You keep muting me. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to mute you unless you answer the question. So what failed?
The reason why we ask is because you can't just throw things into the server. We want to understand that you understand it. So when we start taking apart, we at least understand that you know what is being demonstrated or not being demonstrated. Lots of people come into this server and it's called an elephant hurling fallacy. Just chuck it into the server. I don't fucking care. I got it on Google. Don't even know what it says, but ha flat earthers. If you don't understand it, how the fuck can it be proof of anything? You fucking idiot.
Yep, not too bright, Dr. Penguin. You're spiraling on cam now. Dr. Penguin, just tell us what failed. What did he do? What was the failure? Do you have any idea, or is this just mindless rhetoric?
I think it was his school that failed.
Yeah, a lot of things failed you, Dr. Penguin. Your education.
His IQ.
Yeah. You failed in this chat. You failed answering simple questions. And then you say that people are retarded if they don't answer questions. Well, what does that make you in your own worldview? You called yourself retarded, Dr. Penguin.
Why would we take apart something that somebody doesn't understand? When we take it apart, they wouldn't understand what had just happened. Makes no sense.
So he has no... Sorry, go ahead. You have absolutely no clue what flat earthers failed at and proved a globe by accident with. All right, well, anybody else who can do better than that? Just chanting flat earthers failed, I guess that in itself somehow proves the world's a ball. Why would you even have to talk about flat earthers? Didn't they prove this thousands of years ago? There are thousands of years worth of globers proving that it's a globe. Why wouldn't you bring up one of them? Took until now? Took until Bob came along with a gyroscope? A flat earther? He's the one who proved the globe? What the fuck is going on here?
Who are you talking to?
Yeah, he went mute. Dr. Penguin.
Got him.
A retard by his own logic.
Yeah, he needs to stop being a retard.
Do you understand what was posted in the live stream on the YouTube short?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
I didn't watch it.
Okay. So how do you know then?
No, I was just agreeing with him. That he called people who don't answer questions retard by his own logic, yeah.
Hmm.
Wonder if Dr. Penguin knows what a retard is.
I think he's too retarded.
I was going to ask that as a very philosophical question. Does a retard know they're retarded?
Good question. You have to ask Dr. Penguin.
Penguin is suffering from cognitive syphilis.
Oh my god, that's from his channel? He has a channel about the sphere, but doesn't know anything about it. I'm gonna watch it.
I think he mistitled his own video. Globetard accidentally proves round Earth. Wow.
Again, I was going to bring that up, but yeah, no, flat earther. Flurfer.
Didn't even get his own title right.
I know.
That's his own video on his own channel, which he mistitled, and he can't even tell you what's in it. Jesus Christ. People wonder why we in here think the Earth's not a ball. Because these are the people saying it is.
What was his proof seek?
It was like a 30-second clip from a Bob interview.
Oh, gosh.
It's when he starts explaining the 15 degree per hour drift, and then after that he starts explaining that they did some... he skipped, so he stopped the part where he started saying that, and then we didn't get 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah, just cut that bit out.
Yeah, because it should always be 15 degrees per hour. Always.
Oh, look. He took our feedback. He retitled his video. Fixed it.
That's really sweet.
That's funny.
See? You can correct yourself. It's almost normal behaviour.
Wow.
Hey, Penguin, do you want to come back in and chat?
Oh, dear me, that was funny.
That's
Do you use that voice with your wife?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to raise my voice or she starts crying. I find that hard though because I work in construction, so every time I talk, I raise my voice. She thinks I'm yelling at her, so I've got to change my voice. Hi, honey.
Hey, Penguin. Do you want to come and have a
Penguin. Come on, buddy.
It's
Penguin.
okay.
Penguin.
All right, guys. No sudden movements. Dr. Penguin, are you okay? It's all right now, buddy. Have you watched your own video yet? Do you know what a gyroscope does?
The other question is, did he watch the full Bob interview?
Oh,
Just take a clip off someone else.
We've got an interview with Bob Nodell. It took place on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server a few years ago. He's obviously died now. Rest in peace, Bob.
Didn't he?
It's an interesting conversation, isn't it?
Yeah, didn't he? Wasn't someone laughing at him? Came in saying Bob discovered 15 degrees per hour, and he was actually in the chat.
A little bit like this. Somebody comes in saying that a flat earther had done something with a gyroscope, and the guy was in the server at the time. So like this, same question. No, this isn't what took place. I mean, if you want to believe everything that you see on a Netflix video or a TV documentary, don't understand how television works and how cutting and all of this type of stuff takes place, then no hope for you. If you want the interview with Bob, though, all you got to do, Penguin, is come off your microphone and ask the question, can I have the interview? And one of us will go away and get it for you, then you can listen to it. Be like actually talking to the person who did this with the gyroscope, wouldn't it? If you want that, we'll give it to you. There.
I remember that conversation. I remember that conversation. That was a good one.
Can I ask you a personal question?
So Bob saying something, that's proof, okay?
Here we go.
So whatever Bob says, that's just proof in and of itself of whatever he's saying or whatever, right? Bob says 15 degrees.
Bob is their god.
To the globe. So we just take him at his word, 15 degree per hour drift. So do we take him at his word when he says he moved it up to other elevations and didn't get that 15 degree per hour drift that you should have on the globe? Do you take him at his word then, or does his word not count anymore at that point? What is it? Let me know.
If he says it's a 7.2 degree hour of drift, then what would you say then? 7.2 now, right? 2.6?
It's got to be. Bob said it, right? And
Yeah.
He said the 15 degree thing in another sentence. So whatever Bob says is the truth, right?
He's presented this information loads and loads of times. On his own YouTube channel, what is it? It's not Ballbusters, it's Globebusters, isn't it? Yeah, Globebusters.
Can you help us, Dr. Penguin? Do we take all of what Bob says as gospel, or just the parts that we like? Just the parts we can cherry pick to suit whatever narrative we like. Let me know.
Gotta watch these shorts, man. They're funny as fuck. Shit, they're bringing out the whole Globebusters crew today. First of all, we had Bob Nodell. Now we got Jaren. Fuck.
So thousands of years of globe proof, and all the people who did it are flat earthers in the 2010s. But we can't tell you what they did.
What we can tell you is with Jaren experiment, where you haven't got a laser but you got a torch shining through some holes. If we were to use the deviation of that light from that hole, do you know how big the Earth would be? If that's a claim of measurement, it would be smaller than the radius of the Moon. It's a bit of a problem, but hey ho, I guess Jaren proved curvature of the Earth is just smaller than the Moon now. Idiots.
Eventually, you're going to have to cut ties with the people in the flat Earth and realize that flat Earth is still a secular title, and that's why all they got to do is look at these.
They don't want you to know. They don't want you to know about the big slam. Okay? They want you to think. Okay? What they want you to think is you're a fit.
What the very fuck is going on?
Big slam. Have you heard that before? I'll let you hear his insanity.
Yeah, I've seen it up and down in the text chat, but
we know the Earth is flat. Okay, we know that it's accelerating upwards at 32 feet per second. And we know we're in a limited container. Okay, the universe is not infinitely expanding. We know these things. We know it. Okay?
No, we don't.
What we need to do...
And satellites don't exist.
And satellites don't exist, that's true.
Yes,
What we need to do, okay, is we need to make sure not to get crushed by the edge of the universe, okay? Eventually we're going to hit the wall. We're going to hit the wall, folks. And when that happens, it's going to come hard, and it's going to come fast. Okay? We need the steel columns to make sure we don't get squished. Okay.
He's preparing. I think he's preparing for the Flat Earth comedy special coming up. Doing a great job. Keep going with the comedy. It's awesome.
It sounded like the plot to a movie. It's really cool.
Yeah, and here's the thing. A lot of these globies, what they do, okay, is they come in here. They say, why would NASA lie about the Earth? Right? I got your answer. Okay, I'll post it in the text chat for you. Okay, what they've been doing. You hear about Atlantis. Okay, you hear about evolution. What they've been doing is they've been slowly trying to convince everybody that they're fish people. Okay, because there's two solutions. Either one.
Yeah, I listened to enough of that. Man's mental, isn't it?
Yeah. So he wrapped up what his deal is in a nutshell there. Holy crap.
What was your flat Earth coming out story? Like, there must have been a time where you weren't a flat Earther.
Yeah, and then it was fish people.
Now you are.
Fish people crawled up and talked to me. Fish people crawled up out of the ocean, and they spoke to me.
No, I'm being serious.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I was joking off that last guy anyway about fish people. So are you asking me personally?
Yeah.
Fish are good.
There must have been a time where you weren't flat Earth, and what made you think that it is?
Well, you have to preface this with I've sailed thousands of miles on small sailboats and was in the Navy for 4 years as well, but have sailed my entire life. So take that as a preface. Now, I was 58 years old before I discovered flat Earth. 7 years ago, almost 8 years ago. I was 58. So listen, I thought the Earth was a globe for 58 years. Not that I really thought about it, but I thought along those lines, even though I didn't know how it was true, and I didn't live my life according to that. I lived very just in the physicality of life. So, I don't know if that explains anything. So anyway, I live near the water, and when I got the information about how far of a drop there should be over distance, I just took that information with me. I went to the beach, and I looked 5-6 miles down the beach and see waves breaking. I know how big those waves are. They're no larger than 2 to 4 feet. Most occasions, at the very most, they would be 6 to 8 feet. But at 5 miles, they should be under 16 feet is how much drop there should be. That would be blocked by a hump of water between me and the opposite shore. So I can see the waves breaking. They should be completely obscured from my vision by 16 feet of vertical drop. I can do this every single day if I want to. So I consistently see much, much further than I would possibly see on an Earth of that size that they told us. So I went and checked again and again and again and again. I've done this dozens of times. I've done it in simple photography, but mostly just by line of sight, test, drop over distance. So if I know where a known object is in a known location, I can sight said object off in the distance like a landmark, and you can determine how much drop there should be. This is easy to do, especially near the water where I live. So now in some days in the summer, when it's nice and clear, you can see 26 miles off to the islands to the southwest of me, south, almost directly south actually, called the Los Coronados Islands off of Mexico. Those are 26 miles away. They should be obscured by like 500 or 600 feet of vertical drop in 26 miles. And you can see them all the way to the shoreline. And I've been at beaches where you could actually zoom into ships that are right near the shoreline of the island and still see the shoreline beyond. So there's that.
I see. All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Plus, you have navigational lights, lighthouses at known distances. Those are seen regularly up to like 75 to 100 miles, as far as 200 to 400 miles. Lighthouses. So you also have radio direction beacons that shoot out a beacon in a horizontal fashion above the water, and that requires a straight line of reference. You can pick up 2 or 3 of these beacons and you can find your way into shore right into the breakwater without even being able to see it. Let's say you were in the fog. That all requires straight lines.
I see. And how does that make you feel?
Yeah. Well, all of navigation is done. How does it make me feel? It makes me feel like what I always sensed about life, was true after all. I felt vindicated. That I felt like I became confident in my my stance on where I am, more closer to where I really truly am, other than something that's in my head that was given to me by a computer screen or a TV screen. So real life actuality, reality trumps over psychology or conceptualizations, things that can't be tested. I don't give much merit to.
I see. And so now what, I'm just asking, what strategies can you put in place so that you can keep feeling vindicated?
I don't really need to myself. I don't have any personal, I don't really have to. I don't care to. I know the earth is flat. That's what matters to me. That's not my job. I'm not here trying to convince anyone. I'm here to give information. If people are honest in their asking of questions, then we're honest back to them, as long as they're being honest. So I'm not like obliged to, like, I'm not trying to teach this. Like, I'm here. I mean, I will teach it, but I'm not here to try to convince anyone. I'm out of the convincing game. I'm divorced from that idea, so that doesn't apply to me. I could care less if someone wants to know it. That's great. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in their back. So we already know it is. This is by everybody's personal experience in their lives. We practically use, this is very important, this part gets downplayed a little bit, but we practically use the earth as flat and stationary, for one. Then it measures flat and stationary every time we measure it. And 2, we know it's contained. The nonsense about it moving up at 32 feet, like what? A nutcase. That is not a flat earther who's doing that. You got to realize where you're at, the Flat Earth server. So people don't want this conversation to even be had, but we tend to be the most popular channel on like this server, one of them. So you got to ask yourself, what's all the interest and why after so many years? Because some people have been doing this for 10 years or longer and still have no answers for the globe Earth. So what keeps me here? That right there, there's no proof for the globe Earth. We keep asking PhDs, astrophysicists, astronomers, PhDs.
There's no proof for flat Earth.
The Earth isn't
round.
No, there's
Here
no
we go
proof
again.
for globe. There's no proof for globe Earth.
The Earth isn't flat; it's round.
What about the satellite pictures?
Shut the hell up.
When was it measured to be round? You mean curved, like spherical?
What about the pictures that we have of Earth?
When was it
What about-
measured?
Shut up.
Okay, when was
Shut
it
up.
measured? When was
What
it
about
measured
the
before the
pictures that we
picture?
have?
At once.
I'm in a politic Discord.
What's the question?
When?
Yeah,
when
nah, shut up, guys, shut up. Y'all some bitches. The Earth isn't flat; it's round.
Dude, how do you
Okay,
know?
when was it measured to be round?
How do you
The
know
Earth
that?
isn't
When was
flat;
it
it's
measured?
round.
Dude, how
When
do
was
you
it
know
measured?
that? Fuck me.
We have
How do you know
pictures
that,
of
mate?
the Earth.
Okay, so pictures from
You
where?
want to hear what these say?
Pictures from where, dude?
The Earth isn't flat; it's round.
Okay.
Where's the pictures
You said
from?
pictures. I want to know where the pictures are
You
from.
got not
Just
so
keep
all the
yourself like an idiot.
are
then you
all
can
the
believe it.
are the pictures
Shut up.
CGI?
Wait,
The
where?
Earth isn't flat; it's round.
Where
Shut
are,
up.
he's
Are
trying
the
to ask
pictures
you where are the
CGI?
pictures from? Where are the pictures from?
I just said NASA, retard. Now answer
The
my
Earth
question.
isn't flat; it's round.
Are the
Shut up.
pictures
That's not
CGI?
an answer.
Shut up, you retard.
That's an agency. We need where were the
Are
pictures
the
taken
pictures
from?
CGI?
Where were they taken from?
Are the pictures CGI? Stop being dishonest.
I'm not answering. That's not an answer to the question. Are they CGI? Yes, we know
Stop
that
being
as soon as they
dishonest.
say
Join the
composites,
Discord. Join the Discord.
as soon as they say
Oh, you have it?
composites,
Yeah,
they're rejected.
all flat
You don't got
all
the
flat
Discord?
tards just say everything is CGI, huh? There you go.
Nah, join it. Just join.
Retards.
Probably retard.
There's no such thing as an honest conversation with flat earthers.
Right, so I'm
You're
trying
ridiculous.
to. One question at a time. Where are the pictures from?
The Earth isn't flat.
Dude, are you going to answer the question? If you keep repeating yourself like some kind of
The Earth is the
religious
Minecraft
zealot,
world.
are you a
The Earth
zealot?
is a square.
You're gonna keep repeating yourself over and over again like a preacher.
The Earth isn't
what's
flat;
going to
it's
happen?
round.
There
Shut
he
up.
goes. He's just going to keep
The
preaching.
Earth isn't flat; it's
Preaching,
round.
brother. Keep preaching.
You sound
Or
like
you
a
can
preacher,
answer the
religious,
question.
like
Yes.
you sound like a religious pastor.
The Earth isn't flat; it's round. Shut up.
Okay.
How long have
so
you been
how
in
do you
church?
know-
How long have you been in scripture, in church? How long have you been a preacher?
How do you know that?
Globe.
You keep making these claims of knowledge. How do you know?
Where you joining?
Oi, brother man, preacher on the pulpit, the one that keeps saying the earth ain't flat, it's round. All that shit. How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know? No, not going to answer.
Why do these kids think it's cool to look dumb?
I don't know, man. No idea.
If my son ever sounded as stupid as that, he'd be fucking copping it. It's so stupid. Where the earth round, the earth round. Ball.
Yeah, they call us the stupid ones, but that's true. All we hear from them is that. The Earth a ball. Earth is round. Earth is round. That's all we get from them.
Garbage. Wish. They sit there and they pray and they wish that the earth was round. Fuckers. You guys are right. You guys were right all along.
Did someone just do a dunk and run or what?
You flat earthers were right, and indeed you were. And so anyone that really goes out and checks for themselves, the globe has no chance upon that instance where someone does go check for themselves. It's all over.
He's back. He's back. Is the earth round? What are you doing?
Hey,
Stop debating about the earth is round.
The earth is round, man.
The earth is round.
Hey, the earth is round, man.
Yeah.
Earth is round like a
Sounds like
penny.
Rain Man.
Earth is round. Y'all
like
some
a
old
coin.
people. Shut up.
Earth is round like a pizza.
You got R. Kelly as your profile pic. Shut up.
Shit. How do you know the earth is round, man? How do you know that?
You got an old man as your profile pic.
That's right. How do you know the Earth is round? How do you know that?
Because it's round. That's why.
No, don't just say because it's round. It's like a 2-year-old
It
saying
feels round. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's like a 2-year-old saying, but because it's round, it's because. No, how do you know?
Profile pic, you dirty butt.
How do you know?
Who told you?
Because it's round. That's what it is.
How
it's not
do you
flat.
know?
Who told
No,
you?
the Earth is a cube.
The
How do
Earth
you
is a
know?
cube. Now it's a cube.
Oh, God. This guy needs to go bye-bye.
TV. The Earth is a cube. It's not a flat.
That's interesting, dude.
The Earth isn't flat. It's round.
How'd you know that?
If everyone else
Because
is
it's
done
round.
with this, I have a question for the room.
I
If you guys
got
wouldn't mind.
evidence.
If you want me to mute up, I can mute up.
I got evidence.
Yeah, I know. As long as you let him speak about the Earth is round, no one's going to have a chance to have a conversation.
I just thought we had heard enough about.
I have evidence.
Yeah, go for it, buddy.
My evidence is that it's round. It looks.
Shut up.
Oh, that
You're
was the whole
retarded and you need
evidence.
to be muted for your
Please
own good.
stand.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Heretic.
All right, you had a question.
All right then. Has anyone else in here seen Folding Ideas video on Flat Earth? Obviously.
I haven't.
Okay. Well, if that being the case, I'd highly implore you to check it out. He takes some very good footage at Lake Minnewaska, I think it's what it is, in Alberta. It's quite interesting, and I'd love to hear, especially you, to be honest, Flat Earth Jedi, what you have to say on the footage you took. If you see any problems with what the process was, I'd probably say you don't need to watch the entire video. He does take the video twice, and he's explaining his process along the way. And
so what's the TLDW? Is the horizon geometric again?
So I highly recommend anyone interested.
Yeah, so that was a quick dodge.
To check out that video because he definitely explains. I'm a drummer. I don't make video essays, right? So he can explain it a lot better than I can. So,
did you understand the video? Did you understand the video? Can you explain? Can you explain it a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, I'd love to.
Go ahead.
So what he does in the first portion of the video, right, is he has a gimbal where he has the camera.
You mean a gimbal?
I do. I have had some beers tonight. I'm not gonna lie. A gimbal, and he drops and raises the camera, right, while looking at this lake, and he controls for the weather, namely in order to try and weather. He controls for
storm or something.
The weather.
How does he do that?
Via doing his recording on a day where he knows the weather is not too hot, so as to cause refraction.
Okay. How does refraction work in those temperatures?
Because when the water is being evaporating off of the water, right? The water vapor is rising from the solid bottle or the liquid body of water, rather. It creates an effect. What temperature is the water? I don't know, man. He explains the method in the video, and it's within the first probably 20 to 30 minutes that he goes through the entire thing. And I understand that he's asking a lot of you guys.
You said you understood it.
Yeah.
You said you understood it.
Exactly. So when he raises and lowers the camera, he's able to see the curve of the Earth.
So the TLDW is that the horizon's geometric again.
Well,
okay,
I misspoke. No, I misspoke. That you can see the curve of the water itself.
Yeah, so the horizon's geometric again.
Can you post the video?
I don't know what you mean by
which
that.
video? Which video are you talking about? You talking about the video that I sent?
Sorry, I'm not sure which video you sent, buddy.
The prick Rick. What is his name? Rick
Brickman? No.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about the Folding Ideas video.
Oh, I never seen that.
It's well worth the watch, obviously, in my opinion.
It doesn't sound like it is. Just another preposterous claim that the horizon's geometric again, unless somehow that video proved that the Black Swan horizon seen beyond 9.4 is geometrically physically at 1.2. Did it do that?
Well, I agree to disagree.
Okay, you didn't really understand anything I said. That's okay.
I like
Everyone's
drunk Reverend better.
A good Tuesday. Tuesday. I mean, who doesn't?
Yeah.
Am I right? Says who?
He's a lot less. He's a lot less argumentative. When he's
Yeah.
drunk,
Well, fuck you, Timbo.
He's losing the faith. He's given up. Losing his.
Yeah. Actually, no. Yeah, you guys got me. Well,
no shit. We did.
Water does find its level.
Yeah.
So let's go out and prove the rest of the flat Earth. What do you say, guys? Let's pool our funds. Let's get over that fucking ice wall. Let's see the outer lands, and let's stake some of that extra land for ourselves.
What an imagination you got.
Yeah, man. That's why I should be our leader, because I dream. Because I can push the envelope for us, okay? I should be the one to take this to the next level. With all of you.
Go ahead, then.
In my coattails.
Go ahead.
Bringing me the strength I need. Who's with me?
Go on.
What the fuck is this, man? Like preacher hour or something?
Oh, Lord. If you want a preacher, you can get a preacher.
There we go.
Is that what you needed, my son? Do you need a preacher? I can pray for you.
Quite funny, this dude, isn't he?
Yeah, well.
Using the word funny in its broadest possible tense.
I mean, you used it, man.
I did. I definitely
yeah, so okay.
Now, Reverend, I don't want you drinking too much, but from now on, I only want you to come in here when you've been drinking, okay?
Yes, sir. You got it. I can do that for you, okay?
Bara.
Has there ever been anyone that traveled around? Oh, oops. It's traveled the entire Earth.
What do you mean by entire Earth?
Just been everywhere.
Like around the world holiday sort of thing.
You said around, so don't say that.
Yeah,
I sailed.
Around,
I
right?
sailed. I sailed 6,000. I sailed 6,000 miles on a 51-foot sailboat, 6,000 miles from Los Angeles to Martinique.
And go
When I
around
was
town.
21 years old, 6,000 miles on a 51-foot. Yeah.
Is there a diagram of that I can see?
Oh, sorry. How old
Try to
were you?
see it on the.
21 years old.
Whose boat was it?
It was a French company named Volet Voyage. They were a charter company down in Martinique that would rent out these sailboats. So they had 6 of them built. I delivered one of those boats to Martinique. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad it was a safe voyage, and you're here to tell the story today.
I am. Yep. I'm still here.
Hey, I'm not disputing that.
Aye, matey. And I wanna tell you from what I observed, no freaking curved water was ever seen during the whole entire trip. And for that, at this point now, I can guarantee that fact retroactively.
Right. I don't think.
No curved water was ever navigated over.
Good lens? Do you have a good lens with you?
A good pair of binoculars.
Yeah, but when something like that, as far as I know, sorry, wait, no, I'm a flat earther now. Yeah, you're right. Definitely look flat.
It all was navigated over as flat and stationary. So now I'm saying what I'm saying is I guarantee that fact to be true. That all of that water I sailed over, those thousands of miles, were all flat, over the flat plane of the ocean.
Yeah. How many UN checkpoints did you have to go through, eh?
Oh, you have to check in at every port and check out of every port.
Yeah.
You have to let them know what you're
doing. They always ask you at every port, "Are you going to Antarctica?" And you have to say no.
They'll come right on board. Like you pull into port, some of them will come right on board as you're pulling in.
Yeah, to see if you have any like really heavy coats.
To start checking your
climbing equipment. Yeah.
No, to start checking your IDs and stuff.
Yeah, to make sure they're not like Antarctica driver's licenses.
Or to make sure your name isn't. What is his name? I can't remember the dude's name. I won't say it. Who tried to sail there? That enough said.
See, we can all be people. We can all joke around. Can I not extend this olive branch in a time of beer?
Well, I'm drinking coffee still.
Says who?
Even though it's
honestly,
6:30.
I was blown. It's 9:30 for me. So cheers. Says who's saying that he doesn't mind me like this is actually pretty surprising. I don't know why I thought to message him out of the blue, but I did. So thanks for unmuting me because
I think you're still
Mr. Heretic here has had me banned for a day or so.
Good. Well, you might have deserved it. I don't know. I wasn't there, but it doesn't usually happen for no reason. I'm sure my friends could agree here.
I know to not give Dr. Kindergarten.
I posted Shrek porn in the chat and I got muted.
You did what?
Posted Shrek porn in the chat and I got muted.
That's honestly like the funniest thing I've ever heard because it's completely pointless.
You need to get out more than that.
Well, no, someone thought I was Mexican and was putting like softcore porn of like black ex-Mexican. So I responded with that.
Why would they mute you? That doesn't stop you from posting pictures.
Well, no, they muted like the my ability to post images.
Oh, okay.
Then they banned you?
No, I didn't get
they
banned. They're like, well,
suppressed
you kind of been doing a good job, so we'll go let you off with a slap on the wrist.
I know that's what Heretic really doesn't like is when I'm quippy in text because it stays there.
We should make a rule about no drunk people.
Hey,
I think you're misplacing the cause.
Earth's fucking flat, bro.
I think they actually have that rule in the server. Timbo.
You can't prove that I'm drunk.
You've said it several times. So
you have a photo of
you but I'm also a NASA shill, so you know I'm a liar.
You're just on borrowed time.
Why would we believe you're a liar then if you're a liar?
I'm not a liar.
So you are
drunk. Mean that you might be a liar. Because you're a liar.
It'd be a lot easier if I had my brother here, because he either only tells the truth or lies as well. So,
Are you insinuating that you could be a liar and you may be a liar based on the fact that you're claiming to not be a liar?
Hey, I thought this was 24/7 flat Earth.
I know that I'm not a stringed instrument. So
I thought it was 24/7 flat Earth.
Yeah, what we doing? What it is? And man, what about?
God forbid we have fun in the flat Earth room for fucking 5 minutes.
All right, Reverend, time to be quiet, mate. Okay, who was chiming in just then?
I think it was another flat earther.
Shush.
I'm a flat earther. But then again, we're all gonna die. We're all gonna die. So wait, I still don't understand why it's just so much controversy around it for real.
You sound like a weirdo, but anyway.
We're all gonna
what
die,
do you mean, weirdo?
Yeah,
racism doesn't matter. We're all gonna die.
Nothing matters. Nothing matters once you're dead. Once you're dead, everyone in this Discord call, their life goes on, and you fart fuck, you're just gonna be a dead fucking washed up corpse under 6 feet under the fucking ground.
Man,
that's how it's gonna go.
Man,
that's how it's gonna go. That's how it's gonna go. Unfortunately, I hate to tell you the hard truth, but that right there is the truth. No, I'm sorry to tell you that. I'm sorry. To tell
we just add us with Stardust and shit.
Sorry, you're going on mute.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Holy crap.
Okay.
Bye.
Mute me, pussy. Mute.
I had more fun talking to Reverend.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, Yeah, why is there so much controversy in it? That's what we're wondering too ourselves. We're wondering, like, why is there so much controversy about it? We've been over here saying that Earth measures flat, stationary, and contained, and this has been going on for quite a while. And why are they so bothered by that if it's stupid? Like, that would be that would be the most illogical thing to do ever, is to create something that actually attracts more attention to it by claiming it's something it's not. I don't know, just saying.
I mean, they come in on purpose acting weird and then get offended when we call them weird.
Weird, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, think about that. Then think of how much bandwidth goes towards the recognizing and cordoning off of the ridiculous or the weird part. In other words, say, yeah. We'll go in there and we'll attract more attention to the word weird. What is weird? How does weird look? And how does it fit? Is that the weird shoe size? Is it the weird shoe size that you ordered? Never mind. I digress. I think my flat earth comedy is much better than theirs. But just saying. I'll be here all week. I'll be here as long as my voice holds out.
Did everyone go?
Everyone acted like uncontained gas, mate, and fucked off.
Yeah. Remember that clip of the kid narrating his experience of the rocket launch? British kid. It's going down.
Where's this? What's this?
There's a clip that's like families, like, I don't know, at Florida or something, and there's this little British kid hearing talking, watching a launch. I think it's at Florida, one of the launch sites. He's like,
okay.
going down. Oh, it looks bad. And they go, no, you know, you hear somebody trying to correct him. No, it's not going down. It's going down, he says, you know. It's classic. Like that must have been a few years ago. Like it'd be interesting to talk to him once he gets a bit older. He could see like that thing's not enough. It's going sideways, and it's going down. He says it looks bad. It looks bad to me. And then he's like, it's in space. Is it? He says.
God. Yeah, I'll have to have a look at that then.
I think UAP, is it UAP?
Yeah.
He might have it. I think I think he's got the people.
Hey guys, I've got a new one for you. I want to talk about this.
50 quid says it isn't new, but okay.
No, I'm not new here. How about aliens? What if we are just like a petting zoo for aliens, or like a no petting zoo? Like we are just like, because we're so like, if aliens are real, they are much more high tech than us, and I feel like they've been observing us for like thousands of years, with like little accidents of showing themselves at times, but I feel like the aliens have been watching us for a really long time.
Yeah, and are these aliens? Are they in the room with you right now?
Yeah. My buddy Glorp Norp is in the room next to me. He's sleeping. Hmm. You guys like Dr. Pepper?
Never met him.
Me neither. But he really does have a good drink.
Don't mind it now and then. Was not ever that popular in Australia for some reason. later.
Wait, yeah. Hello.
Oh, shut Hey, I've heard some interesting perspectives about the shape of the Earth, and I'd like to discuss it with you.
Well, well, well. Nothing new under the sun.
That would be correct.
What's going on, Mr. Timbo Slice?
Working, mate.
Working? What time is it for you?
2:30.
Goodness me. Sort of waiting for some fireworks, waiting for some flat Earth versus globe Earth, but everywhere I go, it's not happening. I mean, I looked at Bev server, it's dead. To Earth
Yeah.
Awakenings, it's stupid people just talking to each other about, and they're too nice. They're being too nice to each other. It's not fun.
It must be a Globe Day Tuesday or something for a slow flat Earth. Low energy.
What'd you get out of Bev's server?
Horizontals are perpendicular to verticals.
That's about all you'll get, yeah?
It's like a one trick sort of thing. You do one thing in Bev server, and then it's that's it.
What
They
do you
still
mean?
say that they still say that they're not flat earthers. I find it very curious that they.
Yeah, because there's hills
They are
and
total
valleys.
flat earthers.
There's hills and valleys. So.
I bet you didn't realise that, Timbo. Guess you.
Nope. Never saw them.
You didn't know mountains existed or something.
No. I learn a lot. I learn a lot from him.
Cray, are you here? Nothing under the sun. What does that mean in your worldview? You do you.
Have you been drinking, or are you just really cold?
I've just woken up, so I'm still in bed. And I messaged Peter immediately. I was like, Peter, time to debate flat Earth.
Time to raid a VC together.
Good on you.
But then I looked around and there was nothing going on.
Pretty quiet over at 24/7 as well.
Well, I can see Creation Bears in there. He might be interested.
Yeah. I don't think he's there, though.
No, right. I see.
There, but not there.
Just need to bait them. He's got to cause havoc, and then everyone will come.
Just go into 24/7 and say it's not a flat Earth because perpendicular is a horizontal to a vertical.
See you in politics, and everyone will follow. Is there any flat earthers in this VC right now besides you, Timber?
I don't know. I just literally jumped in when you jumped in, I think.
No, right. I see.
Yeah, I've got to drive somewhere to go and pick a few things up, so I just thought I'd fucking check in.
Right. Peter, how is the globe proof going? Have you had any feedback on it yet, or would you say you're quite happy with? Because I heard from Bev that Nathan Oakley uses the angle for elevation angle to show that the Earth is flat, and you're using a different angle to show the Earth is a globe. That's what Bev told me.
Yes. Well, neither Bev nor Nathan Oakley know what an angle is. So, we should take what they say with a grain of salt. But maybe that's the thing, Yui. If you look up, the Earth is flat, but when you look down, the Earth is a globe. Maybe that's the mystery. Maybe it's like a dual nature of this world, you know? If you measure the angle up, flat Earth. If you measure it down, globe.
I see.
Yeah, I am perfecting the proof. I have some new, maybe better observations. I mean, a better example, a less confusing example. So I'm thinking about updating the presentation with that.
Okay. What kind of example is it?
It's not a measurement over water. It's a measurement between two locations, like really well locations on land. Actually, here in Washington State, where I am.
Okay.
And so there should be very little wiggle room for our friends to say, like, we don't know how far that is, right? That could be anywhere.
Yeah,
Could
yeah.
be 100 miles or half a mile. No, it's well understood. People have lived here for centuries, so you know. Well, I think I'll use that one.
Yeah. Bev was trying to get you to debate Nathan Oakley yesterday. I was on a break at work, and he said he was like DMing Nathan Oakley, trying to get you to debate him on your angles thing. Nathan bring his angles, you bring your angles, and see who wins. But I don't think you didn't. I mean, I don't know if you've debated Nathan Oakley yet, but I don't think it'd be very enjoyable of an experience because Nathan Oakley is kind of like schizophrenic.
That's my specialty.
Oh, right, I see.
That's why I practice. I don't want to be so mean to those guys, but I have to say it because it's funny. That's why I practice in the Bev server.
Yeah. See what they say, edit, and then, I mean, yeah, I mean, so would you call it a proof? I mean, I just call it very compelling evidence.
Yeah. No, I call it proof on purpose to trigger them.
Yeah.
Because what do people ask on this server? Hey, anybody has globe proof? So I don't want to say, I got globe evidence. I'm going to meet them, you know, where they're at. Yeah, I got proof.
Yeah. And apparently measurements always count as evidence. So, yeah, I suppose.
Right. And then they, of course, say, like, oh, but you people say there is no proof in science. I'm like, this one I'll call proof just for you. You know, you got, like, both people can play the game, you know, with semantics and all that. So you play the game, you got to be ready to defend as well.
Peter, what do you think about the Big Slam, Peter?
What is that?
Well, you're a Globie, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, the Big Slam is basically a combination of facts. Okay, we know we're in a.
It's going to be a long one, huh?
No, it's going to be really quick. Really quick. We know the Earth is flat. Okay, we know it's accelerating upwards at 32 feet per second squared, and we know, okay, that the universe is limited. Okay, it's not expanding. Okay, so eventually we're going to hit the edge of the universe. Okay, and we need to protect against that. That's the Big Slam. The Big Slam is going to result in mass death, and we need to protect against it. So my question to you, as a Globie, okay, why are you willing, okay, to let civilization die for a belief? Okay, if you believed in the flat Earth, you'd know the Big Slam was real. Okay, but instead, you're going to let us all die.
Well, we are screwed either way, right? Most models predict that the universe will end in one way or another. So a slam or no slam, it's going to end somehow. So, you know, what you going to do? Also, if the universe, in your example, if it were expanding at a speed of light, let's say, our Earth, no matter for how long it's going to accelerate, it will never reach the speed of light. So we won't slam. Maybe that's the optimistic view, actually. The optimistic outlook on the universe situation.
Sorry, for someone a little uneducated on this, can you just explain what the big flame is? Sorry, I know it's just coming a little bit late to that.
Well, he just said, someone muted him. He said it's some kind of concept where the Earth accelerates and the universe is fixed So one day the Earth is going to slam into a wall of the universe, I guess. I've never heard that, but I think he was just trolling. So let's just leave it there.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. There's no one in here actually, from the flat Earth perspective, discussing things. Then from the
Oh, not
local
yet.
things.
We're waiting. We're like setting up the trap, waiting for them to come into our little.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that fucking upwards rising Earth from, though.
So the situations with the people in here are the normal.
Well, Timbo's a flat
regular
earther.
believing round Earth people waiting for the flat Earthers.
Well,
Yeah, that's correct.
Timbo's a flat earther. I mean, so there are flat earthers in the room right now, but
we are the food. They are the lions. The flat earthers are the lions. We are the food, or we're the Christians being thrown into the circus.
You guys are the Christians. When did that happen?
Well, okay. Well, before Christianity became fashionable, so you and I are the food. We're the entertainment.
Yeah, it's 150 AD, and we like beating Christians to lions. So,
yeah,
that's how we do things here.
What do you think, Gray?
What do I think? And on the shape of the Earth, or just in general,
Yeah.
like
Why not? Shape of the Earth. Why not?
it seems very clear to me that it's round.
Round and
I
flat,
would love to see
or
some.
what? Round?
No,
You're
no,
gonna have to be a
most
bit more
certainly
specific
not
than
flat. I don't get how I can be more specific. It's
round?
a round, almost spherical shaped body.
Oh, that's
maybe
better.
very slightly oblong in some dimensions, but effectively
When
spherical.
when you say round, things can be round and flat. Now, when you say sphere, then there's no mixing those words up, is there?
Okay, well I'll stick with spherical then, just for the sake of things. Even though it's not a true sphere because of
Alright,
gravity
how do you know the Earth is a sphere?
I mean, I don't truly know anything in terms of you want to really get into the definition of knowing something in truth and, blah, 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 all that extremity. But the things that you would have to accept if we were going to accept that the Earth was flat seem astronomically ridiculous. The amount of bodies of government and other governments and private organizations that would have to be hiding this from us. The amount of systems on the planet that would have to not work if that was the case, like GPS.
Let's not talk about the philosophical things, and we can talk about actual evidence if you want.
Well, like what I've seen with my own eyes.
Yeah, have you seen a sphere?
Have I seen a sphere? No, I've not been up into like higher atmosphere and seen a sphere, but that's not really how things work. I've also not seen an atom been split apart, but I do believe that atoms can be split apart.
That's not the equivalent to it, though.
It is very much equivalent. It's called trust in science and scientific method.
What's scientific about the shape of the Earth?
What's scientific is like every single scientific theory that exists almost comes down fundamentally to something of the Earth being round. So spherical.
Like what?
Sorry, because gravity only exists in that theorem. So gravity is very fundamental to almost every single scientific theory that exists right now.
Gravity only exists if the Earth is a sphere, so therefore the Earth is a sphere.
Well, what's the alternative if the Earth is flat? How do you compensate for gravity existing then?
What do you mean compensate for gravity? You only need it.
So what pulls us down to the ground if the Earth is flat?
Well, what pulls you down to the Earth what pulls you down to the Earth if the Earth is a ball?
Gravity.
Yeah, but what is it?
Gravity is a force. The force of nature. It's quite a weak force, but when there's large amounts of masses there, very dense iron masses, it can have an overall large effect on a large planetary body. It pulls us down with about 9.81 meters per second squared, and that's what keeps us stuck to the ground. It's quite a good thing.
An average. That's an average in a vacuum, but anyway.
It is an average, but There's no need to be specific there.
Okay, well, so what you witness is things go down.
Things do go down.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they go to the center of a ball, does it?
Well, no, the thing is that scientists, going back to Newton, I mean, let's be honest, going way back from Newton,
You're not even a scientist.
say the reason that these science exists is because, hey, here's a whole theory of science, and it's one unifying theory, and it all kind of makes sense with each other.
You're saying science a lot, and you're not really using science. So you're saying the word science, but you're not actually telling me anything. So you see that you see things go down, and then you just say, okay, gravity pulls things to the center of a ball.
That's pretty much how gravity works. I don't know what else you want to say.
Yeah, but don't you need a ball for that in the first place?
I mean, the we're on one, so there you go.
And that's what goes back to my original question of how do you know you're living on a ball?
Because the things fall down. Here's the thing,
Things
right?
fall down.
When you have one theory that ticks every single box, and you have many, many questions that get answered by the same thing, it's called a unifying theory that works for everything. When you have to make up different answers that don't. Okay, so what doesn't work for
everything? All right.
Please.
Are you saying you're saying that there is a scientific model for the Earth that includes everything?
I mean, okay, if we're going to get a quantum theory, then maybe we can't quite unify it. But I'd like to see Flat Earth do that.
I'm not even asking about quantum theory, mate.
Well, other than quantum theory, then yes, it does effectively unify everything. Again, please enlighten me on what it doesn't. Especially if we get back to Newtonian physics, that's all quite simple and quite unifying.
Okay, so we still use that, or?
Yeah, for the most part. Like I said, until we get into quantum physics, then yeah, maybe we don't use Newtonian physics for the most part, but Newtonian physics can explain.
Okay, so let's keep it simple then. All right. So you see things go down, therefore you live on a sphere.
Effectively, I mean, yeah, you sound like you're Australia, so maybe it goes up for you. But anyway, go on.
Well, it doesn't, so that would be silly.
I know, it's humor. So anyway,
I get it, man. But can you follow that? Follow that. Things go down, therefore I live on a ball. Continue on.
No, it's not like things started going down one day and I had a genetic urge to think, hey, we live in a ball. It's a scientist.
You got told that you live on a ball,
but you understand,
go into the center of the ball,
works, right?
and
Society
therefore I
isn't
live on a
based off
ball.
genetic urges. So society isn't like, hey, here's everything that natural is a feeling to me when I'm born.
I'm just talking
society
about
is based
things
on the
that we
shoulders
can.
of previous people.
Oh, that's a nice quote from a book.
Well, thank you. No, it's not. But that is what society is.
I'd rather talk to you, not quote
It's
from
not even a
morons.
quote, but I really do appreciate it. But that is what society is, right? Like the people before you, they create theorems, they come up with things, they make advances, and then the next generation increases that, and so on and so on.
So how'd they measure the Earth?
How did they measure the Earth? Okay, so let's say you go to a northern hemisphere and you measure the angle that is caused by shadows, and then at the same time you have someone in the southern hemisphere measuring those same shadows. You can say like, hey, look, the angle of this shadow in the northern hemisphere is pretty much symmetrical to the angle of the shadow in the southern hemisphere. So the time of year, given that it's the summer and the summer is an equatorial orbit, we can tell that the Earth is round, and that's how that works.
Wow,
so
a lot of assumptions in there.
No, it's not assumptions. It's actually science that has been tested.
Okay, so what's the assumption in that you can point out? That the Earth's a ball?
I mean, like I said, it's tested, but of course, yes, the Earth is round. So that's what that goes back to.
Okay. So can that same thing be done on a flat surface?
I mean, if it was done, it wouldn't quite come up with the same results.
Why?
Like I said as well, going back to it, there is one unifying theory, one thing that answers all the scientific questions. I think they're around.
Stop, mate.
You understand what ad hoc means, right? Ad hoc is when you have to have a different answer for different questions, and that's where Flat Earth really
through
falls
one
apart.
question at a time, man. You're going off on a tangent, and you're not not seeing any of the questions through to the end. So
I'm still here.
can
Go
this
ahead.
observation and measurement? I don't have long. I've got to get back to work soon. But or can these measurements and observations be done on a flat surface?
Maybe done. Yes. Will they equal the same results? Probably not. No.
Why not?
Well, I mean, the thing is that the flat surface model doesn't actually exist. So whatever you come up with is flat Earth is
Hang on.
flat Earth thing.
Stop.
Well, you're gonna let
I'm
me
not
answer or not?
asking that. I'm
Well,
asking.
I'm answering your
I'm
question.
asking
What are you answering?
you.
Can it be done
I'm
on a flat
asking
Earth
you.
model? Can it be done on a fucking pink unicorn model? You're asking me whether something can be done on the model that doesn't exist. It's not a question.
I'm asking you.
If the Earth is
I didn't
flat,
call it a model. I said, can this be done on a flat surface?
you might
Yes
break it quite a bit.
or
Sorry.
no?
Yeah, if you was
Okay.
on a flat surface,
this be?
then
Can you
again,
measure
sorry.
angles if you're on a flat surface?
Yes, you can measure angles if you're on
Can
a
you
flat surface.
measure angles on a surface? Yes. So, what's
I cannot understand the word you're saying,
proof?
my friend. I don't know whether it's me or you, but I feel like it's you because my Discord's been working fine all night. Someone else, feel free to pipe in there.
Okay.
No.
Can you hear me now? No.
Like I said, it's on and off.
Well, what do you I'm moving again. Can you hear me now?
It's possibly a little bit better.
Can you hear me now?
Maybe.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? So if the observation of you proving the Earth is a sphere by measuring angles, shadows of angles can be done on both surfaces, then does that prove that the Earth's a sphere?
Well, let's say the Earth is flat. I'm confused as to how a lot of this works. Is the sun a spotlight in this situation, or is it an actual light on how a light normal
No
works?
idea,
Because
man. We're just
no.
talking about the surface of the Earth. That's all we're doing.
Well, if you're gonna suggest a possible way that the Earth is measured, I don't quite get how I can answer that without having an actual theory of how that would work. Because I
Well,
don't
have you
understand
got
how this is
an answer on? Have you got an answer? Have you got an answer on how the Earth was measured?
I mean, in an actual real world scenario, yes, absolutely. Like I gave it to you.
Okay, well, how?
How? They went into
Angles
the
of
North
shadows
Hemisphere.
done before
Well,
Jesus Christ. No, they didn't do that.
well, I don't think it was done before Jesus
Can you show
Christ.
me
I think it
this?
was a little bit after his time.
No, it wasn't.
I mean, you're asking me to explain whether something could be done on a theoretical scenario that doesn't exist. Like, explain, please. Give
Yeah,
me
I
details
know.
on this.
It's exactly the same. So you brought up an argument that we've proven the Earth is a sphere because you measured some angles of shadows on a surface, and then assumed the Earth was a sphere, and then did an equation to get a
This is
circumference.
one of things by many, by the way, that I'm bringing up. Like I said, all
Okay.
of the
What else
answers
then?
to the round Earth model have one solution. Whereas,
Because if that works on both a flat surface and a round surface, then we could pretty much throw that out, couldn't we?
I mean, how
Because it's
does
not
this work on a flat
proof
surface?
of
So, like I
either.
said, is the sun a
Is
spotlight
it?
on this? But no, but is because if the Earth is flat, and let's say it's showing an equal shadow, for example, between the northern and the
I'm
southern hemispherical
just
sticks.
asking.
I am answering your question. No, I am.
I'm
Let's say
asking
theoretical in your suggestion.
you
No,
how you know the Earth is a sphere.
And I'm trying to answer you,
I
but you
don't.
keep asking me the same
I
question,
don't
like it's going to result in
do
different
theoretical.
answers.
I'm just asking you how they measured. How they measured.
You might.
Yes, because you didn't listen to me.
No, I keep trying to give you my answer, but you keep interrupting like I'm not answering. It's very strange.
Crypto, are you there? My mic's cutting out, mate.
No, you sound good to me.
Oh, okay. Well, I got to get back to work anyway. I got to duck out.
See you later. I don't know if it was just me, but if anyone else wants to pick that up, I would happily discuss it with them.
Yeah, who's next
Yeah,
on the
sure.
menu? Crypto's
I guess
signing up.
depending on what the menu is.
I would like a Mennonite steak, please.
You have an option, Gray. You can speak to Effie Jedi or Mennonite Glober. Those are the
Globe
two
enthusiast. I'd rather Jedi takes it because I've talked a lot today.
Okay.
I'd rather you took it because I can't be asked.
Oh my god. So, should we rock, paper, scissors to not do it?
Yeah. Depends what the question is.
I tell you what, I will give you the question. I'm just here to have a discussion. So you can pick the question or topic.
Yeah, sure. Why would they tell you the truth about the shape of the Earth if you believe them regardless?
Okay, so let me get this right. So if I believe them, why would they tell me the truth?
Yeah, because you believe them regardless of any evidence they showed you, right? So where would the incentive be to tell you the actual truth?
Okay. So let's look at many other things that exist that I believe in, that they also tell me the truth on. Say electricity, atoms, stuff like that. So why would you not apply the same logic to that of I believe what science says on that? Are they lying on those as well? Is the the theory of electricity a complete lie because what they tell me is the truth and I believe it?
I mean, that's a black or white fallacy, right? So just because someone's told you the truth about one thing doesn't mean that they're telling you the truth about everything.
Nobody applies to the same logic of you're going to say, well, here, like this is what they've told you. Why are you believing it? There's so many other things that are, and it's not like there isn't proven science on this. Like I said at the beginning, the amount of institutions that would have to be lying on flat Earth is astronomical. Like you'd have to have every single space agency, every single pilot of each different, plane company, an airline. No.
No, it's just not true.
So satellites, every single satellite manufacturer would have to be also
are you
lying.
just filibustering and just gish galloping, or do you want to actually address one point at a time?
Well, it's not gish galloping if I'm listing things that would have to be lying. I'm not presenting arguments to you. I'm presenting points of a single argument.
That's actually a gish gallop. Is when you
No. Gish gallop is presenting different arguments. I'm listing things within a single thing that would have to be lying to you. So like I said.
Yeah, but
many organizations.
This is gish galloping. All right, let me look up the definition of gish galloping. The reason it's gish galloping is because they're going. But now you're not allowing me to rebut. This is also gish galloping, right? So, gish galloping is a rhetorical technique in which person in debate attempts to overwhelm their opponent by providing an excessive number of arguments, no regard to the accuracy or the strength of those arguments. Exactly what you've done. So
it's not though, is it? Because no regard to accuracy isn't listing things that would have to be lying.
Yeah, this is the textbook definition of a gish gallop, because you've said, but satellites, but space agencies, but this. All of these require a separate rebuttal. So you can't just say, all I'm doing is gish galloping. It's not gish galloping. Yes, it is.
Like I said,
so
let's
bring
go
up one thing and we'll talk about it.
Okay, let's go for them separately then. Satellites.
Okay, what about satellites?
Well, how does GPS systeming work? If I'll be honest, I don't actually know what answer you put in there for satellites existing on a flat Earth model. So please enlighten me on that and tell me how they do it.
Well, I'm just wondering how that applies to, because you said to me or to anyone in the room, you start the conversation and then we'll talk about it, right? So I did.
So the way
and
satellite,
now-
well, I'll happily explain to you how satellites work, and then
No, I'm just wondering how satellites applies to what I said to start the conversation, because that's why I thought we were going.
You've asked me to talk about subjects individually. I'm doing that. I don't know what you really want from me.
It seems pretty obvious, doesn't it? You said, I mean, okay, let's go back to the chronology, the very start of this conversation. Do you remember what you said?
Enlighten me on exactly what I said to begin with. It was a few sentences ago.
Yeah, you said, what would you like to talk about? Right? So I said, fine.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
And you passed
so
it off to someone else and fighted amongst who's going to take it up. Anyway, go on.
Me.
Right. So then I said, do you remember what I said?
Go ahead.
No, you don't remember. Okay, fine. I said, if you believe them anyway, then where is their incentive to tell you the truth about the Earth? And then you start talking about the theory of electricity and the theory of this and the theory of that, which are all kind of red herrings. When we're talking about the actual shape of the Earth, you believe them without evidence. So why would they have any incentive to tell you any truth about that?
I'll be honest, I'm just very confused by the premise of the whole argument.
Why?
It's like something that is a given and very obvious and something that's been known for thousands of years, and you expect them to prove this to me. No, you can
believe that.
Off,
That's
but
the
it
point
has
of my
been.
argument.
Well, okay, so considering the what I believe in is the consensus and something that is, let's be honest here, known and believed by like 99+% of people who have existed. I think the onus lies on yourselves to provide the counter argument rather than me to explain why people are telling me the truth.
It's just a burden of proof reversal fallacy, bro. So regardless,
no, the burden of proof isn't a fallacy. You can call it a fallacy, but no, it isn't.
A reversal is a fallacy. Absolutely is.
What do you mean? Like, no. It's just why is the burden of proof on me and not on yourself? Why is that a fallacy? That doesn't make sense.
Because you're making the claim that the Earth's a globe. But regardless,
no. You're making a claim that the Earth is flat. You're going against the consensus.
That's not how proof works. It's not just a lot of people think something, therefore anyone thinking something else has the burden of proof. That's not how that works.
Consensus. It's every single scientific method. I mean, this is where it goes back to, like I said before, where all the scientific methods that we know work on this as a baseline sort of understanding.
This isn't how
That's why
logic
the
works.
consensus is there.
This isn't
it's
how
exactly
logic
how
works.
logic works.
No, it isn't. You don't just get to say, I have a bunch of mates who agree with me, so it's your burden of proof.
Yeah, they're not mates, they're scientists, peer-reviewed journalists, and
But
people
that's
who have
just an appeal
studied and invented objects and sent things into space and all this. It's not
That's
just like
an
it's
appeal to
my mates who are
consensus.
saying this. This is
Like, do you notice how you're appealing to everything apart from the evidence?
Apart from the evidence is out there in plain. You just deny every single part of it.
You haven't presented anything, and you haven't answered my question.
I've answered your question many times over.
No, you haven't. I asked you very specifically, where would the incentive be to tell you the truth if you believe them unquestioningly? And then you started going on about a bunch of other
loaded
shit.
question. It's a bullshit question. It's loaded.
It's not a bullshit question.
It's like me asking you, when was the last time you raped someone? It's a loaded question.
It isn't.
It literally is a loaded question. Why is that incentive for them to lie to you?
No, it's not a loaded question, because a loaded question would imply some guilt on your part, and there isn't any.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Why?
That
sorry,
isn't
you
what
just
I'm
nailed
doing.
your own answer then.
You don't understand logic, my dude.
No, it's absolutely a loaded question. I don't understand you disagree with that. Why? What is their incentive to lie to you or to tell you this model? Like it is what it is.
Without question, like, why are you finding it so hard to answer this question? Think about that.
I've just told you it's a loaded question.
It's not a loaded question.
It's really not.
Well, I guess we disagree there. It absolutely is a loaded question.
You're just objectively wrong about that.
Well, we don't think it's a loaded question. Oh, you don't think it's a loaded question, and I do because we obviously disagree on the premise of what it's being loaded upon.
But you're just wrong. Like, you can just name random fallacies if you like, but when I name fallacies,
like
they
the
actually
theory of
apply to
gravity, something that has been known for 250 years, and you're going to call that a fallacy?
No, I'm going to call fallacies because they're fallacies. So
Okay,
when I ask you a question that's not loaded, and then you go, "Oh, loaded question," like that's objectively wrong, and it's also you just dodging the question.
Answered your question like 3 times over and said it's loaded. So I don't know if you can either move on from this or just explain to me why it isn't loaded.
A loaded question implies some sort of guilt.
Right, and please explain the question again and how it doesn't imply guilt, because it seems to be on a premise of they're lying to you when they're not.
I'm not imparting guilt on you, am I?
No, you're imparting guilt on the theory. That's where it's loaded. Like, I am part of that. So how is it not loaded?
No, I haven't said anything about them being liars. I've asked you what their incentive is. You know what's really funny? Right, is that I've just had one of the Globe cheerleaders in the chat accusing me of overtalking you, but every single time I talk, you overtalk me. Why don't you just wait till I'm finished?
Go ahead.
So, I'm not implying any guilt on anyone's behalf. What I'm asking you is about motivation and incentive. If you believe them without question, where is their incentive to tell you the truth?
If they are not lying, there is no incentive. Therefore, your question implies there is incentive. Therefore, it is a loaded question. I don't know how much more simple I can make that for you, but that is the answer.
It's still not loaded.
It absolutely is loaded.
No,
just because it isn't personal at me, it's loaded on the theory.
This is desperate.
What do you mean desperate?
This is very desperate.
You're trying to
Please
avoid
don't ask me a question I might have to answer. Oh no.
He needs to be right.
It's a bullshit question. It's a bullshit
Stop
question.
needing to be right. Getting annoying.
Do you want to go ahead, Effie?
First, no, he just needs to be right. Why would I talk to somebody who needs to be right?
Because obviously, I mean, like, if you actually had a good answer that wasn't damaging to your worldview, you would just answer it, right? You would just say, "Oh yeah, no worries."
I'm giving you
but of
answers.
course,
I've tried to explain.
here you are talking over me again. I'm wondering if Carnivore might
Also,
actually
I'm
ask
very
you
sorry.
to stop
I'll be
talking
back
over me in the chat. I don't know if Carnivore's
I'll be
going
back
to
in
do
2
that.
minutes. I've got some food here.
Carnivore's
I
a
don't mean to
globe
talk over you,
cheerleader,
but I'll be back in
right?
1 minute.
I'm wondering if Carnivore's going to ask you to stop talking over me. He won't, of course, because he's already shown his colours. But it is interesting how one-sided these people are. $100 on gaslighting, Effie Jedi. What do you reckon?
Oh, no, I'm with you, mate. I won't take that. It's obviously going to happen.
Yeah, what? Fair play to Carnival.
Not bad.
I just lost $100. Yeah, I mean, if that question wasn't damaging to his worldview, he would have just said, "Oh yeah, they don't really have an incentive, but I don't think they're doing it." That would be a reasonable answer, wouldn't it?
Yeah, quite a simple conversation to have had, and have had already, and probably moved on to another subject.
Let's go with that and just carry.
Shut up! Obviously, talking to Crypto, not you. My goodness, mate. People just can't hold their mouths today, can they? Obviously, talking to Crypto, you feel the need to start talking. The fuck?
What do you mean? I'll take my food as well, but I'm still around, so.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think I've already had all the conversation I can have with Gray. He's just going to nut out everything.
Okay, student collector. I'm him. Apologies. So, happy to say, yes, I don't think they have an incentive. Let's carry on from there.
Have you gone outside or something because your microphone is shut?
Sorry, I'll be back. I'm in the hotel. I'm currently abroad, but I'll be back up in my room shortly. I will mute the mic.
Oh, that's a shame. We could have had such a nice conversation.
Well, you were saying to me Earth's a ball because shit goes down.
What shit?
Any shit.
I don't know.
That checks out to me.
This shit, that shit over there.
But not that shit that goes up.
Not the other shit. Floating shit is a real health hazard.
Just have to ignore all the shit that goes up. You guys know the drill.
Dave Hinkle and the floating shit catastrophe. That's the unreleased Harry Potter book.
You know, if you really don't critically think about it, the Earth's obviously a ball.
Yeah, must be.
The last guy said it was obviously a ball. It's obvious. Okay. Why is it obviously a ball? Maybe Gray will answer us if he comes back.
I don't know. It's obviously a ball because people said so, and you know that'd be mean if they were telling
I think
you.
you got a good question there, Crypto. They never want to answer that one. You know, what's their incentive to lie if you're gonna believe them anyway? You know, it's a great question. It's not loaded.
I mean, what's the incentive? Because it's just a reversal of the globe question. Why would they lie? Right? It's just a reversal of that question.
Yeah, but that question actually works on them going against the consensus. You know, there's a difference there.
Bro, you know, going against the consensus is actually what advances science, right? Scientific consensus actually holds back progress. I mean, we've throughout our medical history, we've believed all sorts of complete nonsense. As a consensus, you know?
No, you can find examples where people have gone against generalization, against every time against the consensus. Like I said, that's not true. Like most of the time, the consensus is correct, but yeah, absolutely, sometimes the consensus isn't correct. However, when you talk about such a big thing, such the things of the earth, it's so many things that rest on that consensus. It's just crazy to assume. And that's why
Virtually no one can verify that it is, though. It's just an unverifiable thing.
No, but they absolutely can. It's just that you don't trust in that verification. Any organization like the European Space Agency or NASA or any of the satellite companies, any of the military organizations across the world, any of the flight companies across the world, there are so many organizations that would verify this that you're just going to say, well, we don't believe in the verification or it's false. So
That's an
how
interesting
can you say
rebuttal. You'd have to be very specific with what you said. If you're going to be speaking about aviation, for example, then they most definitely treat the Earth as a horizontal, stationary plane of reference. It's no ball that's moving that they fly around, and we can provide you with lots of information from aviation authorities across the Earth. It's treated flat and stationary. Sorry.
Sorry, how is the Earth treated flat and stationary? Like flight paths aren't treated flat and stationary.
Well, that was interesting. Carry on.
Sir Greg, I was telling you to find a pilot that was trained to fly over a ball that was spinning. Good luck with that.
Yeah, the issue with a lot of these people
I'll
who
show
can
you any single pilot ever.
Well, the thing is, the reason that, like, say, the theory of electricity is very, very different to, say, the theory of the globe Earth, is that with the theory of electricity, I can use electricity and I'm not a vested interest, and I can plug my laptop in, I can plug my phone in, and I know that there is at least practical use that applies to the average person that can be verified, right? And so it doesn't even matter if the theory of electricity is just describing a phenomena and the actual idea is wrong. Doesn't matter. But because I can still, there's practical use, right? Whereas with the globe Earth theory, the only people who can actually verify it are vested interests who are being funded in order to carry on that idea.
Again, there's so many organizations there. It really does expand into even more than I've said. We're talking about every single military organization. Like I said, aviation, satellite.
None of them would have an interest in space.
Yeah.
No, but you understand that it's going into anything. Like, okay, so like I said before, please explain how you unify gravity with your scientific worldview, because obviously if you don't class Earth as a globe, you have to redefine gravity, correct?
Bro, it's a red herring from what I said, though. Like, we can talk about something else, but I feel like every time I make a point, you just pretend I didn't make it and say something else.
You said that on one question, which I just denied. I think that's the only thing that's happened on eSIM every
time.
What
did I just say?
He doesn't know. 50 quid.
What did I just say, Gray? Come on. Because it was a direct response to what you said. I'm responding to what you say, and you're not responding to what I say. So can you repeat what I said, please?
I don't think he's listening.
Apologies. I'll aim to reply to exactly what you're saying.
So he didn't.
Do you need me to repeat what I said because you didn't listen the first time?
Yeah, go ahead.
Jesus Christ.
50 quid.
So, what I said is that the problem with the globe, and in how it differs from, say, the theory of electricity, is that the verification, the only people able to verify these things are funded to promote the idea. So they are all vested interests, and that's a problem.
Okay, so sorry, this is just funny. You think because these organizations make money off their model being around Earth that you just don't believe in them? Because if it was otherwise, then the organizations wouldn't be able to exist, for example, like satellites. No? Please say
They wouldn't
that's
be
not
funded,
true.
would they? How many space agencies would be funded if they'd been fibbing about the nature of space?
Okay, so space agencies, which have existed from the 50s onwards, have been lying about a model which has been known from how many thousands of years onwards. So they didn't come up with that lie. That's correct.
Not thousands of years. And it doesn't matter.
It's not thousands of years?
No.
I mean,
When do you think people started believing the globe en masse?
I think they've been known. They didn't know the space model. They didn't know that the globe, the Earth, didn't revolve around the sun. They thought the sun revolved around the Earth and all that. But knowing that the Earth was a globe has been known for a long time because they've observed other planetary bodies. They had also been spherical objects, and a safe assumption to be made was that, hey, look, if every other planetary body in the solar system is a spherical object, we probably are as well.
Yeah, that's not a safe assumption. That's just an assumption.
No, it's quite a safe assumption, really, especially when you look further into the universe and the galaxy. Let's just put the border there.
I swear, I've probably made this analogy half a dozen times today, and every single Glober has just started like screaming and screeching and freaking out. I really hope you're different. So, well, no, you seem a bit different to a couple of the mentally deranged idiots we've had in here earlier, but we'll see. So, I drive into a Porsche garage. What car am I driving?
Potentially a Porsche.
Sorry?
Potentially a Porsche. I mean, I don't know what kind of question that is.
But is it necessarily a Porsche because I've driven into a Porsche garage?
I mean, no, you could be looking at buying a Porsche and driving a Mercedes.
Exactly. So, like, why would I assume that because I look in the sky and I see a moon and a sun and a bunch of like Jupiter and all the rest that I'm on that thing that's in the sky? Why would that be natural assumption?
Why would you think that's analogous to our models?
For the same reason that if I drive into a Porsche garage, I don't assume I'm driving a Porsche.
Yeah. No, but these things are entirely different. You can come up with analogies every day of the week that's going to explain it that way around. But okay, so let's answer the question. Why when you look up into the sky, every single thing around us is spherical?
But they're all different to each other, aren't they?
Oh, sorry, let me finish. The methods of science and planetary orbits work for things being spherical on every single thing around us.
No, they don't.
But apparently not the Earth.
No, they don't.
The sun.
But regardless,
the sun.
The shit you see in the sky isn't even the same as each other, let alone to be assumed to be the same as what we're on. Like, you look at the sun and you look at the moon, and you would say those two do not share very many similar characteristics. One's white and one's kind of a yellow. I guess they're both white, but they're different kind of. One's like a warm white and one's a cold white. Although the moon is yellow in the Middle East, apparently. Regardless.
They're definitely different.
Well, obviously, the only thing you could even say that they possibly share is being spherical, and even then, I'm not sure about that. Right? So, and then we look at the planets, which don't share many of the same characteristics as the sun and the moon, and so we've got all of these things in the sky or above us, let's say, that don't even share characteristics with each other. Yet we're supposed to believe that we are sharing one characteristic with all of them, because why? Because someone said so.
You just disregarded that they are all spherical there. I'm not too sure how when you can look up at them being spherical. You can look at the
sides of the moon, do you say?
How many times? Well, okay. So, like I said, I'm in a hotel now. I happen to be in Chile, in South America.
How many sides
the moon
of the moon
right
have you
now?
ever seen?
Sorry, say that again.
How many sides of the moon have you ever seen?
I can only see one at a time. That's how I work.
You. One at a time?
Yeah, you're welcome. So,
one at a time.
You look at the moon at different places. If you're going to let me carry on and pull away from that, you have a win on answering one question, and that's how simple things are. No, you keep on saying no, like you can't talk into something more detailed, and you just take that as a win, and that's comical.
It sounds like to me that you've seen the other side of the moon.
No, I absolutely haven't. That's not how the moon orbit works. If you let me carry on and talk about how...
Okay.
Like I said.
So then, we've only seen one side of the moon?
Yes, but from many different angles.
And we only ever see that one side of the moon from many different angles, right?
Well, that's how orbital science works.
No, it's not how...
The moon is in that kind of orbit where we see one side of it.
Start talking about stuff you don't know.
Well, no, let's add an exception to that. We absolutely have seen it from the other side. It's just that photos are taken from an organisation that you deny the truth of.
Okay.
Correct?
Deny the truth.
Is that not correct?
Deny the truth.
Well, like I said, the photos are taken from an organisation that you say is false.
You can have him back. Sorry I interrupted. Do apologise, mate. Guy can't hold his tongue.
That's okay. It happens. Sorry.
I wasn't apologising to you.
No, it just means that whenever evidence exists there that's contrary to what you believe, you
All
just
right,
deny it
let's do
as
it then.
being falsified.
Let's do it. Let's do it. So you've got a story about people going to the other side of the moon, have you?
Well, they orbited around the moon, yeah.
So the moon being in the vacuum of space, that one, yeah?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, so how do you have gas pressure without a container?
What do you mean without a container? They were in a container. It's not a spaceship.
No, we're not. No, we're not. The Earth is an open system, so not a physical boundary between our gas pressure and the vacuum of space. So how do you
The
have gas
Earth
pressure without
has
a container?
gravity in it, which pulls the molecules towards the Earth, and there's an equilibrium there at the surface of it.
Again,
What do
sorry,
you mean?
which direction
You're
does
just
gas
denying
travel?
science.
Excuse me. Which direction does gas travel? I'm not going to be denying
Okay, do you
science.
understand what an equilibrium is?
Two
Do you understand what
seconds.
an equilibrium is?
Yes, I'm not going to be denying science. I'm going to be using it against you in a minute.
Do
you understand entropy? Do you understand entropy?
Yes.
Do you understand the second law of thermodynamics?
I do, yes.
Good. Are you aware of kinetic molecular theory?
Not necessarily really exactly to the same law of
Are you aware
thermodynamics, but kinetic theory.
Are you aware of 6 gas laws? PV
Explain.
equals
I'm not
nRT.
exactly related to the 6 gas laws that you're talking about, but go
Okay,
ahead, please.
no problem. No problem. Can you solve PV equals nRT without V?
Oh, what a fucking stupid question. Come on, let's be honest here.
Can you solve PV equals nRT without volume?
Are you going to be like actually good faith in this discussion and just not ask me to solve specific?
I'm asking you.
No, you're not. You're ridiculous here.
No, I'm asking you with relation to the gas that we're breathing and the vacuum of space out there, and how we've got gas pressure here, which requires a volume for the gas to press upon to achieve pressure. I'm asking you how you solve PV equals nRT without V, without a container.
Yeah, and like if you're just going to ask me to solve an equation, how do you solve the steady flow equation without gravity in it? You know,
Do you
like
understand? That's fine. So you
no,
understand?
because you're just asking me to solve an equation that's not a thing. You know.
And the ideal gas law then.
Oh,
Yes.
come on! Like honestly, how do you solve? How
the ideal gas law? You either do or you don't. Do you understand
What
the
a
ideal gas law?
stupid
Yes or no?
idea to say,
Do
hey,
you
can you
understand the
solve
ideal
this
gas law?
equation? Hey,
Do
can
you
you do me a favor? Can you solve E equals M bracket U plus C over 2 GZ minus E equals MU? Like, solve that equation. Solve it
Excuse
right
me.
now. Solve it. No, quickly.
Excuse
No,
me.
solve it. Solve it
Do you
now.
understand?
That's how
Okay.
fucking stupid you're being.
Do you understand what the ideal gas law is?
Have an actual discussion and
you
explain
understand what the
something
ideal
rather than
gas
just being
law is?
like, do you understand this? Do you
Understand what
understand
the
that?
ideal gas law is? I
Have a
wonder
good
if you
faith
understand what the
discussion and
ideal
just
gas law
actually
is.
discuss these things,
Yeah,
okay?
that's good. Do you understand what the ideal gas law is?
Please go into detail.
Okay, PV equals
I understand the
nRT.
laws of thermodynamics,
Pressure,
but the ideal gas.
excuse me, trying to explain it to you, and yet you keep talking through me. Interesting behaviour.
It's both ways, but carry on.
Shut up. PV, so pressure times volume, is equal to the amount of substance in a space that will be defined as a mole, that's N, R, the gas constant, by temperature. How could you
I see that
possibly...
equation now. I understand the equation you're referring to now. Okay.
Good. So the ideal gas law, correct?
Yeah.
To have gas pressure, you require what? Giving you the answer. It's right in the formula.
You're talking about volume. You have to have volume to have a positive value.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So you need a physical barrier for the gas to press upon to achieve pressure in that volume. Yes.
Okay. What do you think the pressure of high Earth orbit is?
Oh my goodness me. You understand what I'm talking about so far, yes?
How can I not ask you a question and you say goodness me when you ask me so much bullshit? What do you think the atmosphere of high Earth
It's not
orbit is?
fucking bullshit. At the moment, I'm trying to take away your claim that space is a vacuum, uncontained from
Space
our
is
atmosphere.
effectively a vacuum, but you can go out into deep space between galaxies and you
Oh
still
my
get molecules.
goodness, right. Talk to someone else, dude. Fuck off.
Ah, fine, fuck off. Like, seriously. Like, you ask me so much shit questions, and it's like, okay.
You
And then
think
I ask
that's
you
it?
what the
You
pressure
think
of
that's it
atmosphere...
because you're not listening.
What is
You
the
understand
pressure
this?
of high Earth atmosphere?
So, pressure then. How do you achieve pressure?
What is pressure?
Yeah, what's pressure?
Pressure is solved by two differentials between... Okay, let me get it correct here, because you're going to call me out. So pressure. I mean, as I understand it, pressure is going to be solved by a differential between two different densities of gases. That's correct.
I've already given you the formula. Explain the fucking formula.
No, I understand fucking TV. Blah blah. Yeah, yeah. What do you? Are you going to answer my question? Are you going to answer my question with a question? What is the pressure of high Earth atmosphere? Is it 0? Is that what you think it is, or is that what you think we think it is?
Zero. It's pressure. It's pressure, isn't it?
Look, you can go out into deep space, like I said, and there are still molecules there.
No, I can't.
Okay,
I cannot go. Excuse me. Let me lay down the argument for you, and then you can rebut the argument. You've got two problems with the sky being a vacuum, with the Earth being an open system. One being as there's no physical boundary for the gas to press upon, the gas will not achieve pressure. Problem number 2, if there's no physical boundary between the high pressure of the Earth and the vacuum of space, entropy will obviously take effect. It will increase and the gas will disperse into the next available volume. That next available volume is the vacuum of space. You've got two problems that violate laws of nature. Violate the second law of thermodynamics. Shush. I'm spoiling
Firstly,
this guy.
entropy happens over a very long period of time. You're assuming entropy is some quick process here that happens in a quick amount, a year or two.
Ever popped
Yes,
balloon?
over 10 to the Google years, and yet entropy will be at a number where everything is equal. But until then,
ever popped a tire?
I love how you kept criticizing me for interrupting you, and then all you've done since I started talking is interrupt me. It's actually comical. No, it's actually comical. Like,
ever popped a balloon?
You just haven't let me talk. You're still doing it. You're still fucking doing it.
Yes,
you can't give me a fucking mouth
it's
shut.
wrong.
Look at you. Look at you.
All I had to do was point out
What do
that
you mean because what I said is wrong? That's not how this works. Of course we disagree with each other. Like, how are you going to sit there and just cry about me interrupting you and then do the exact same and say, well, I think what you're saying is wrong?
Have you ever popped
get the hypocrisy? Do you even understand the hypocrisy there? Like,
have you ever popped a balloon though? Are you going to tell me that entropy increase is happening over millions of years? Or is that instantaneous entropy?
Yes, entropy in an entire system, by the way. Balloons are a little bit smaller than the Earth. I don't know if you're aware of that.
What a vacuum chamber is?
The Earth isn't a balloon. The Earth has an iron core. It has a gravity effect into it.
Stupidest man in the room. Do you know what a vacuum chamber is?
Yeah, it's funny because you're saying this, but like every single scientist that exists disagrees with you, but you're calling me stupid.
Yes. Do you know what a vacuum chamber is?
Yes.
Good. So you understand that there's no gas inside the chamber, which is separated by the physical boundary of the chamber. Atmospheric pressure outside, no gas inside, correct?
Incorrect. There is a very, very small amount of gas inside. It is much minimal compared to the outside atmosphere.
Okay, cool. So there's not a lot of gas inside the vacuum chamber. Fine, fair enough.
Yep.
What happens when you open the door? Does the gas creep into the vacuum chamber slowly over time, or does it instantly expand into the space?
There is no gravitational force pulling on it in the other direction like there is in the Earth.
Excuse me, which direction does gas go?
Well, we're talking about the Earth's atmosphere here because, between two...
No, we're talking about all gas.
It equalizes. It equalizes. Equilibrium. We go back to equilibrium. You understand what equilibrium is?
My goodness me. Which way does gas go? Inside a container, which way is it pressing?
Inside a container, the high pressure presses to the low pressure.
No, which way is the gas pressing? Is it pressing on the limitation of its volume? Is it doing that?
I mean, the high pressure is pressing on the low pressure, like it wants to move to a low pressure area.
Dude, is the gas pressing upon the limitation of the volume, the container? Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's pressing on the outside. It's an outward pressure.
I just need the yes. Which direction is the gas
outward
pressing?
Pressure, yes.
Which direction?
I love how you think you've won here, but you're just ignoring the massive fact.
Yeah, which direction?
Outward. So I've already said it. Outward. I know it's what you want to hear. Outward.
Yeah, good. So the gas is moving in all directions, correct?
The gas is moving in an outward direction. It's moving wherever the pressure is lower.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. Gas does disperse.
That's not all directions. That's not all directions.
Upward, omnidirectional in all directions. Have you ever put air into a football, dude? You'll understand that the gas is pressing in all directions on the inside of the container of the football, correct?
All directions. Anyway, we're not going to go into the
So
semantics of this, but yes, I get what you're saying.
Gravity? Which direction is
I've
gravity?
already said it's the outward. Just say your bullshit point so I can tell you why you're wrong.
I've asked you a question. Which direction's gravity?
Gravity is working inwards. It's exactly opposite of that force.
So the gravity. What's gravity, dude?
Gravity is a pulling force between two molecules.
Okay, so gases attract gases, do they?
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. Not
What do you mean, no, they don't? And there you go, denying basic science.
Okay, denying basic science. Would you like
Yes,
me
how
to
does stars form? If gases
would you like
don't
me to
pull in
post you
gases, how does
basic
stars form?
science? Would you like me to post you the basic science describing
Yes,
gas
please.
molecules and their motion? How gases aren't attracted to each other. The only thing that changes the path of a gas is physical collisions with other gas molecules and the walls of its container.
Look, over time, negating other forces,
No,
gases
not
will
over
attract
time.
other
No.
molecules, will attract other
No.
molecules,
No,
they
they
will join
don't.
together, and
No,
they
they
will
don't.
form solid systems.
No, they
What do you
don't.
mean they don't? This
They
is
don't.
basic
Observably.
science.
That's
This is
not
how the
basic
universe
science,
was
dude.
formed. This is how the Earth was formed. This is how the Sun was formed.
Jedi, could you explain?
Hilarious.
Could you explain to me what the Van der Waals force is, real quick?
No, I'm still
You know,
laughing at this fucking guy. He's telling me that.
I know. No, to be honest,
Shut up.
how dare I repeat basic
Shut up.
science that we
Shut
all
up.
learned in high school? You can
Shut up.
shut up. It's like I said, it's funny how much you cried about me interrupting you, and you just
Yeah. I want you to show me gases stopping increasing in entropy, turning round and pulling back on themselves and creating balls. I want you to show me that, basic science boy.
okay. Look at the atmosphere. It's happening. There you go. Showed you. Boom. Done.
That's begging the
Next question.
question, dude.
It's literally happening in front of our eyes.
No. To achieve gas pressure, you require what?
What do you mean to achieve gas pressure? Like
you require what? What do you need? I've given you the formula.
Yeah. The formula you mentioned. That's the one. Fucking
Yeah. So a container then.
Yeah.
A container. I'm not going to have a container in an open system.
PVMRT. Okay. No, you don't need a container for gas pressure. It could be an open
Yes,
system
you do.
like the Earth.
Yes, you
No,
do.
there is pressure
Yes, you
here.
do. Yes.
Okay, so sorry, let me get one thing straight. So you think that the surrounding space around us is actually like at the same one atmosphere pressure as what we're in now? Is that right?
No.
Okay.
That's definitely not something that I've said. I've also given you the formula that
No,
at the end.
I'm asking you. I'm not asking you. I'm not saying you said that. I'm asking you.
I gave you the formula. Can you remember at the end the last letter?
PV and RT.
What's the T stand for?
Temperature.
Thank you. Now ask me about gas pressure gradient again.
What saying like what do you think?
Do I think that we have
universe is filled with? Is the universe filled with pressure?
Yeah. No. Obviously we don't. We have a gradient. That's the T bit, the temperature in the ideal gas law I gave you. Don't
so
try
you
and
think
put
what? Because the temperature is very low in.
Try and put words into my mouth. You'll lose.
I'm asking you fucking questions, retard. Answer me.
Yeah,
Stop saying
you
I'm
don't
putting
even
words into your mouth.
understand the ideal gas law.
Just because I don't have the question, the equation memorized off the top of my head, it doesn't mean I don't understand it. It's something I studied years and years ago, and I don't remember exactly.
You think that gases don't disperse. You think if there's a lot of gas, then a lot of gas will start contracting upon itself. That's what you think.
In ideal conditions, it absolutely will, yes.
No, they don't, though. Observably, they don't, though. The only thing that limits the ability of gas to move in a direction is the walls of its container.
So in a nebulae, where you have a gas field, okay?
Do you think that the gases are contracting upon themselves? Would you like me to go and get a PhD doctor who tells you that this isn't happening?
Oh, please, give me a fucking break. If you want to pull scientists into this, they are not going to back you up. If you have a nebulae out there in space, which, by the way, are the pre-formulation of stars,
yes, they are.
What is happening there?
Yes, they are. So you probably think the
Yes,
sun's
yes.
as
No,
well,
sorry,
don't you?
I must have missed it. Where all actual successful scientists believe in the flat Earth theory. That must have been something I
No, it's
missed.
got
Oh my
fuck.
god.
We're not talking about the surface of the Earth, my friend. We're talking about how gas expands. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, filling the limitation of its volume. If you take that limitation of a volume away, the gas will keep increasing into the next volume. Just because there's a lot of gas doesn't mean that the gas is going to start turning round and contracting upon itself. That's stupid.
Okay, let's get to the roots of this.
Hold
You
on,
say
my
that's
friend.
stupid because what? You
My
don't
friend.
believe in gravity.
My friend. Just to finish, that violates the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy increases. You've just said that entropy decreases. You're an idiot.
Yeah, entropy
What
increases when
inference rule are
closest
you
to
using to? What inference rule are you using to come to that conclusion, Jedi?
What? Gas law?
No, what inference rule? Right, you just made an argument, right? You had a
Yes.
couple premises, you had a conclusion. What inference rule are you using? You want me to explain to you what an inference rule is?
If you want to, yeah, you can do that whilst I go and get a PhD scientist who's going to destroy this guy.
No. I agree with all your premises. I agree with your conclusion. Just curious, what inference rule you're using?
Just go for the inference rule, mate. Tell me exactly what you want whilst I go and get what I said I was going to go and get. You said you were happy to do
Okay, yeah. You go ahead and mute. I'll go ahead and mute. Sounds like a plan.
I'm not muting.
I thought you said you were going to go get a PhD.
Yeah, I'm going to for this guy. Were you not listening to what I said, or did you have to interrupt me?
Oh, I was just curious what inference rule you were using.
So you said you were going to describe it, so tell me what you want.
No, this guy comes in and trolls with this same line of questioning every single day, so fuck him.
Okay, fair enough.
Look, well, I appreciate the backup. I honestly, I have an engineering degree. I don't know what an inference rule is. It seems like a philosophical thing. I'm not for the whole throwing an equation or throwing a philosophical thing at someone and saying, "What is this? Do you know this?" Let's be good faith here. Let's actually have a discussion. Let's actually discuss what the argument is, rather than just trying to get a gotcha moment on someone and saying, "Do you know this thing?" Which is exactly, by the way, what Jedi was doing throughout that whole thing, which is just
I was
common
trying to talk to you about the ideal gas law.
Oh, come on, let's be honest here. You were going for a gotcha. At least
very prominent when we're talking about
No, it wasn't. I know. Look, man. I can talk on this because I hear Jedi debate all the time. He was trying to set a standard of what you knew, so that he could then fill in the gaps of your knowledge. Because he does this a lot.
The thing is, I've studied these things. Whether you believe it or not, I'm some person on the internet. I do have a degree in engineering. I didn't remember the gas theory from 5-6 years ago until I read it.
I don't doubt. Look, man. I don't doubt that you're a clever person, but I do think that you think we're stupid, right? And I think that's
no. I actually.
Yeah, but then
sorry, you carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that's informing a lot of your attitude towards us, right? And that's fine. But I've actually got 2 degrees. So you've got a degree, I've got 2 degrees. All of that's irrelevant because we're discussing ideas, aren't we? So I could have 50 degrees and I could still be a retard. Doesn't matter. But I don't think you're an unintelligent person, but I do think that you aren't taking us seriously or this seriously.
Okay, no, that's a fair point. I don't think you're stupid. I think you're misinformed. I think if you had a very smart person and you put them in a room over time and give them bad ideas, then they would have bad ideas despite how smart they are. That's what I think is going on here. So yeah, I don't think you guys are stupid. I think to comprehend the arguments that you have takes some modicum of intelligence. Sorry, that's actually understating how smart I think you are. I don't think you're stupid, honestly. But I just think you're wholly misinformed, and I think you also you pull in facts that aren't accurate. Like if Jedi now pulls in a PhD scientist, and if that guy believes the Earth is flat, then I'm going to be gobsmacked onto what his science is. Because, like I said, the basis of so much science relies on the theory of gravity. Like I said with the steady flow equation, right? When you go to basic thermodynamics with the steady flow equation, you need a gravitational input on that. Okay, so and there is many of equations where you need this. Now, I've asked you many times how you rectify the theory of gravity, and you've talked around it with the laws of thermodynamics and the theory of gas and all that. The ways I've heard from the flat Earth theory is that you do it through acceleration. I could be wrong on this. I don't want to insert your argument here, but I would just love to hear how you replace the very basic and incredibly important theory of gravity into your argument, because obviously it is acceleration. I hope you would understand that just doesn't work due to, limitations of acceleration, C, all that. So please, anyway, continue.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is I'm very much up on when I hear bad logic being employed in argumentation, right? So when you said, for instance, if Jedi goes and gets a PhD and he's talking about a specific thing, and then his personal opinion on the shape of the Earth is relevant, that's what you've heavily implied. It actually isn't relevant, because people can believe all sorts of different things. Some of those things can be true, some of those things can be false, some of them can be kind of not quite true but close enough. And so, this is Marie Pierre Robitaille, is that correct? The Sky Scholar. Yeah, this guy has been actually cited by many physicists and PhDs and all other kinds of people, and he doesn't actually go along with the sun model. And the problem with the sun model, as he says, is that the sun doesn't actually have a surface because it's gas, and that fucks with a lot of the equations that are then used to justify the solar system and all the rest, right? Yeah, I won't be able to explain it in the same way that he does. But again, this guy isn't a flat earther, but his information is damaging to the heliocentric model as it stands, and so therefore it should be considered in the context in which it's presented. Does that make sense?
Can I jump in quickly? What you're talking about is one single scientist who is going against the consensus of other scientists.
So he's been cited thousands of times. He's not just some random dickhead on the internet. He's been cited thousands of times.
Like I said, please, just let me continue. The whole thing of science consensus works on a understanding of a lot of sciences. So when you have one scientist who disagrees with it, that is absolutely fine, and that is part of the scientific method. I don't think it's damaging. It's part of science. That's where I'm disagreeing with you. There is absolutely always going to be disagreement within science. To call that damaging is ridiculous. That is just how science works.
100%.
Now, maybe this guy has a point in terms of boundary layers and gases within the sun, and that is good. If this guy disagrees with something, then it should be looked into further. It should be studied further. And as more studies come out, those studies are peer reviewed, and then they become more evidence to back the scientific going into facts, because that's how things work. When they become more and more science and more evidence backing them up, they become scientific fact.
Wonderful.
Like gravity, by the way. I'll add that in. And I'm sure we're going to disagree on that, but that is the consensus of the scientific community, right? Please at least recognize that fact.
Yeah, no, we
gravity
know
is consensus.
We know what consensus is.
So that's how consensus works in the community.
You just spent like 2 minutes talking, and then as soon as I talk, you talk.
It was like 30 seconds, but please carry on.
No, it was a good while. But again, there was 3 or 4 points in there, and I have to be given a lot of time to address them, and you're not going to give me that time.
It was less than a minute, but please, individually, count them out. I'm here.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat as well saying, oh, one guy questions a thing, right? That's also not how science works, because this guy has been cited by many, many other people in his field and in related fields. So this isn't just some random dickhead. It's not some idiot on the internet who doesn't know what he's talking about. He's been cited many, many times. And a lot of the problems that he presents are well-known problems that a lot of the people just kind of ignore, or they think, oh, we'll solve that in the future, these kinds of problems, right? But of course, a lot of this science is based on the fact that we're going to progress because we already believe in it. So we're just going to carry on, and we'll solve issues as we go. That's what a lot of these theoretical physicists do. And if you knew any theoretical physicists, you'd understand that's how they work. And that's not necessarily a problem.
Denying that solve problems as they go isn't a thing. That's entirely different to our argument. I'm also not denying
it's a problem. No, but I hadn't finished, man. Come on. It's not necessarily a problem, but it's understanding the nature of the beast. Like when you and other people present these things as factual, but when you actually talk to the theoretical physicists, they don't even think that they're facts. They think that they're good ideas rather than facts.
I'm very sorry, I have to interrupt you. I really, truly doubt that if you spoke to 100 out of the top 100 leading theoretical physicists, a single one of them would doubt that the Earth isn't round.
That doesn't matter.
Well, that's exactly contradictory to what you just said.
No, it isn't. You haven't understood what I've said then.
Oh, so please sound better.
I can't make the point that I made more simply. Like, you either understood it or you didn't, and we can move on. It's like, I don't know. Like, Jedi, did you understand what I said?
Yeah. So I was trying to find out, a whole plethora of scientists agree with this one guy, but I understood what you said.
Yeah.
But look, like, if you're going to name a scientist who has, ideas and disagreements on the surface of the sun, who classes boundary layers because it's a gas, I assume it's like similar situations in Jupiter when it's a gas giant, right? We can't exactly class the surface of that gas as the surface of the planet. It goes back further. We don't know exactly what that surface is. On the sun, like, how far back is that where it's a solid? Like, these are really interesting scientific questions. And
it's not science.
Yeah, that's just people agreeing. It's like,
it's not.
A lot of these scientists don't even agree with each other on many things, and you're acting like they do.
That's okay. Like I've said,
I know.
That's okay.
I know that's okay, but it's not what you're
Globe,
saying.
just to get on what you said, though. You said something about like the one scientist that you said the one scientist that objected to something about the sun. Wouldn't you say, though? I mean, when Gray mentioned like the top 100 physicists, why did you say that wasn't relevant? But you took the one scientist who objected to something that still thinks the Earth is round. That's relevant, but 100 top physicists talking to you is not. I don't understand.
No, I'll happily answer that question because
instead of
the Earth being round isn't a scientific estimate. It's a consensus. It's something that's understood as fact.
Talking to you,
Whereas
he was asking crypto.
He needs to talk this guy.
Please, just let me answer. Whereas the boundary
He wasn't talking to you. The question was to crypto.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was a gotcha question, so I do feel like I should be able to actually answer it. So the reason so what I actually said was, because Gray said, "Oh, they all believe the Earth's a sphere," and I said that that's not relevant because a lot of them disagree on a lot of different things. And then I went on to another point, but I can flesh that out if you want. A lot of them will have conclusions that, when arranged in a different way, will lead to a different macro conclusion. So, like, just because one individual person has a bunch of ideas that might be correct and incorrect, and they've formed them into, say, like a puzzle of the Earth's a globe and the heliocentric model's correct, you might be able to take legitimate information from this one, from this one, from this one, from this one, and actually form a different cosmology, which is how science should be done, actually. Any reply to that, Matt?
I was gonna let Gray continue speaking, but if you want me to reply to that, sure. I think a lot of scientists, regardless of like what they might not all agree on small subjects, like you said, macro things or whatever, I think most of them would agree to you that the Earth is indeed spherical. I don't think any of them would doubt it. If you talk to the top 100 physicists, like we said, then they definitely agree on that. I mean, I don't doubt it. With a population of 8 billion people, I don't doubt if one scientist objected to something about the heliocentric model. I honestly don't doubt it. I would hope that there are many other scientists that do, because that's how science works. We want people to question things. We want to get to the truth of things without bias. So that's all.
Okay, cool. So the last, sorry, Crypto, very quickly.
Yeah, go.
The last video that I posted is, quote unquote, the history of the sun. This will bring up the many, many, many physicists throughout time, including people like Max Bach, Neil Bohr, people like that, who don't agree with the current solar model of it being a gas stroke plasma. Now, these are reputable, some of them are even Nobel physicists, winners of the prize. Now, it's up to you what you do with the information that they provide. But the standard model has been challenged for over 150 years because of the second law of thermodynamics and gravity not affecting the entropy of a system. They understand this very well. Now, they suppose that the sun is actually another physical body, whether it's a liquid or a solid. But the point is, being the solar spectrum gives off dispersional being as a solar spectrum gives off a continuous spectrum, and gases give off discontinuous spectrums, then just by using spectroscopy, we can understand that the sun can't be a gas.
Just because you evoke these scientists, I've just got to check I know the answer. Do any of them believe in the flat earth theory?
No, some of them are even dead now, but that's not the point of the fucking conversation. The point with the point Gray, you need to shut up, dude. Let me finish.
It's a very simple question, and it's actually a valid question. You can tell me to shut the fuck up, but it is valid.
All right, just shut up then. Right, because it's not the thing in question. You brought up.
No, because here's what you're doing.
All right, do I need to mute you? Do I actually need to mute you so I can get my fucking sentences out? Do I need to do that?
Go ahead. I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
You said that we've been to the other side of the moon, invoking the vacuum of space. That being that you can have uncontained gases not dispersing into vacuums. I've just brought up some PhD doctors, scholars, if you will, that say that yes, you're absolutely right. Entropy increases, gas disperses into spaces if there isn't a physical boundary. Gravity does not affect gases, the entropy of a system. Now, you can do what you want with the information, but these are people on your side that think that the Earth is a ball, tell you that the sun can't be a gas, and those gaseous nebulas up there aren't going to start conforming to themselves and making sunshine.
Firstly, you misrepresented me. I didn't say space was an absolute vacuum. I said it does have molecules in it at a much lower pressure than
yes, I agree to you with that as well.
Yeah, so big difference there, because if you was to stand at, no, let me explain. Because if you was to stand at sea level, the pressure will be one thing. If you was to stand at Mount Everest, then the pressure will be lower. That increases as you go up and up and up and up, to the point where it becomes effectively a vacuum. Okay, can we agree on that?
You just don't like saying the word vacuum, where you think that I mean the absence of every single gas molecule ever. 10 to the negative 17 tour in deep space, 10 to negative 8 in local space. However you want to determine it, the gas isn't increasing in entropy into that space.
No, because like I said, I mean, talk about maximum entropy. We're talking like 10 to the Google years. Like entropy in an entire system increases. However, you definitely see within that system certain decreases in entropy over time, because we're talking about overall systems over overall time. Like, that is the answer to that. That's what every single scientist would say as well. It's not like every single. No, please. Like, you have so many things about me interrupting, but you just do it to me so often. So please, you can find so many instances where entropy decreases and entropy increases, and say, well, here's a rule where it goes against the laws of thermodynamics. You have to include the overall system. Like I said, you can't just say, well, that disregards the laws of entropy, I am right. It's over time. It's over the whole thing.
That's why I asked you if you'd ever popped in, but whatever.
Yes, because that's not a good example, though. That's my point. Popping a balloon is a single second thing.
That's entropy increasing, isn't it?
Over a very short amount of time, yes, you can find examples like that. Please understand what I'm saying.
Yes, I
and
do.
You can also find
you don't understand this problem. You can't have gas
pressure. How long do you think it will? Again, it just goes back to gravity. None of you have answered my question. How do you unify gravity with the flat earth theory? How?
Give me the experiment. Give me the hypothesis that I can test that proves gravity, please. Do that.
Okay. Stick your hand out, hold something in it, and drop it. Why does that fall to the floor? That's the experiment.
Dude, I asked you for a hypothesis. So far, you've just given me the dependent variable. You've dropped some.
Okay. Let me make a null hypothesis. I'm going to hold something out. I'm going to drop it. It's going to raise to the root. That's a null hypothesis. I'm not going to prove the hypothesis because I want to disprove this, so it's not going to be infalsifiable. So please explain to me why, if I hold my phone out, it does not float to the roof. I drop it.
Yeah, that's because you've dropped a solid object through the medium of the atmosphere. The atmosphere isn't able to support. Yeah, it will go down. What happens when I let go of, I don't know, gas? Or helium balloon?
You've not answered my question. You've answered with another question.
Or I change the medium. Let's say
You've
water.
not answered my question.
I have. You just weren't fucking.
No, you haven't. You asked another fucking question, you idiot. Why does it not float to the roof? You asked another question. You didn't answer it. Why does it not float to the roof?
I said that the atmosphere wasn't able to support it. Now what happens when I let go of gas? What happens when I let
What do
go
you
of
mean?
helium?
There is not an
What
atmosphere
happens
pressure
when
difference between the middle of the room and the floor of the room. No, that's a
Fuck off.
terrible answer.
Dude, scientifically, what have I done?
What do you mean? I asked a hypothesis. You couldn't
I asked
answer
you
that.
for a fucking hypothesis. You haven't given me one. I've
I
now
literally
conceded
did.
that
Okay,
point that
okay.
you
Let me
don't
give you
know
the
what a fucking
hypothesis again.
hypothesis is.
Let me do
What's
it
the dependent variable? What's the dependent variable?
Hypothesis. The dependent variable is gravity. Hypothesis is if I hold my phone out and I drop it, it
No,
floats to the
that's
roof.
not a hypothesis.
That is a null hypothesis. Explain why that is not correct.
Dude, that's not a hypothesis. That's not what I'm looking
It's a
for.
null hypothesis. Like I said, it's a null hypothesis. Please understand how science works. You're trying to disprove it.
Alternate and null come at the same time when you formalise your hypothesis. Your alternate will be A will cause B. Your null will be A will not cause B. The null and the alternate come at the same time when you formalise your hypothesis. A hypothesis has two constituent parts. When you make this very special type of prediction, the prediction will be what causes that to happen. That will be the dependent variable. The what causes will be the independent variable. So when I ask you for a hypothesis that I can test, I'm asking you very strictly within the scientific method for you to give me a fucking hypothesis that I can test for gravity, please. What's the dependent variable?
The hypothesis is when I hold my phone out and I drop it, does it travel to the roof or does it travel to the floor?
That's not a hypothesis. The hypothesis is observation of a phenomena. That will be the dependent variable. So can you give me the phenomena to observe, please?
Yes, whether the phone travels to the roof or the phone travels to the
Now,
floor.
what does the phone actually do?
It travels to the floor, but the null hypothesis is it travels to the roof.
Awesome. That's fine. So dependent variable, phone falls to floor. What's your independent variable? I'm going to forget that you picked it up and let it go.
Independent variable would just be, it would be gravity because that actually exists.
Awesome
You're
stuff. Thank you.
You're making it very
that's
hard
fine.
here.
That's fine. So independent variable gravity. If gravity, phone will fall. Awesome. Now I've got to test this hypothesis in an experiment where I vary and manipulate gravity to change the rate of fall of your fucking phone. See the problem? One problem is you don't know what you're talking about because you gave gravity as the independent variable, something that must be proven, must be physical, that I can vary and manipulate in an experiment. Do you
I
know
love
what
how
an experiment
hard
is?
you try
I don't
to
think
not
you do.
answer this question.
I've never
I've
ever
asked
been
you so many times,
engineer.
how do you explain gravity?
Don't ask me
simply.
to excuse me. Don't
What do you mean?
ask me
It's such a simple question.
Excuse me. Don't ask me to explain something that hasn't been scientifically verified.
What do you mean? It's like the most verified thing of all of science.
Give me the experiment that proves gravity, then, please. All of science. Good. Give me the experiment. Give me the hypothesis that I can test.
Apple falls from a tree here and there.
You haven't got a clue what you're talking about.
Something that's existed for 150 years. Like,
you haven't got. Then give me the independent variable and dependent variable so I can make a hypothesis.
We've already gone through this. No hypothesis. Phone falls. Phone raises. Which way does it go? Explain it.
Excuse me.
We've done this. We're going over things you've done.
You haven't given me a hypothesis yet. You're asking me to explain something that hasn't been scientifically validated yet. Give me the hypothesis.
To answer your question. This guy. He's not valid. Stick your phone out. Drop it. Which way does it go?
What's the cause? That's
the hypothesis.
Dumbest person in the room. What's the cause of your phone falling again? Second time. Second time. Let's do it. Second time. What's the cause of phone falling? Let's do it. What is it? Tell me what it is.
That seems reasonable.
Gravity. You've now got to vary and manipulate gravity when you test your hypothesis in an experiment. That's your prediction of cause, gravity. So you've got to vary and manipulate gravity to change the rate of fall of your phone. Do you not get?
You think you have a very good grasp on how this works.
I have a very good
understanding. You really don't.
Yes.
Okay. You've read into this and you think you have a trump, but you've You're trying so hard to avoid the
make
question
you understand that you
of
don't have a
how
clue what the fuck
you
you're talking about.
unify gravity. No, look.
Gravity?
You've cried.
Gravity?
You've cried again. You've cried. I don't know how many times I have to remind you of this.
Gravity?
You've cried on me
What's
interrupting you.
gravity?
You do nothing but that. Nothing. You cannot help interrupt people. You
What's
just can't
gravity?
help it. And then you're
What's
like,
gravity?
oh, am I going to have to ban you? Please,
What's
just
gravity?
do, because it's getting silly.
That's fine. What's
Fun
gravity?
about it.
I'm not going to change the question. What's gravity?
It's a force between molecules.
No, that's incorrect. Sorry, gravity hasn't been a force since over 108 years ago. 1915, Einstein.
Okay, so let's rest on the space time.
Well, so now gravity doesn't exist. Like you accept gravity back then, but now it's not a force.
Sorry. Do you think
This
that
is the
we
part
can
where you
use
like to pretend that you
everyone else
educate
shut
the
up. Excuse me. Shush. Do you actually think that we can use Newtonian physics on more than two bodies? Do you think that?
Use it for two. How do you explain
You
it?
can use it on an
And
infinite
Excuse
number
me.
of bodies.
You can't use it for any
more
more than
complicated than
two.
that, because yes, relativity comes into play. But
Can you use
like,
Newtonian
just
physics where
drop your
gravity is
phone.
a...
Drop your
Excuse
phone.
me.
Which way does it go?
Yeah,
Up or down?
yeah.
Up or down?
Yeah. You keep telling me that mass attracts mass. You keep doing that, but you won't have a scientific experiment that proves it. You just have the phenomena.
I mean, the universe is a scientific experiment. Like every single planetary
You're an
body that
idiot,
we see is a result in that. You
You're
can call
just
me
an
an
idiot.
idiot,
So
but it's
Jedi,
literally
you
fact.
mentioned that
Like,
you wanted an independent variable that you could change, right?
Yes, somebody, please.
Okay. So why can't height be that?
Height doesn't cause anything. 6 foot, 2 miles. How does that cause anything?
It
So
doesn't
2
change
miles cause
the
something to
acceleration due
happen.
to gravity?
2 miles cause
I
something
mean, we
to
can
happen.
test that, right?
2
Well, no,
miles?
but the height wouldn't be the cause, would it?
It'd be
Because
he
your
asked for an
independent variable is
independent
the
variable that you could vary, right?
yeah, but the
to
independent
notice.
variable is the perceived cause of the effect. That's the point of it. And then you're measuring a change in the dependent. Yeah, that's the point of the experiment.
Right.
but you could measure that if the gravity is 9.18 meters per second squared.
But
Then
you're
when you
not
take
saying
into
that height.
account atmospheric conditions working against that, then if you drop it from different altitudes, you could measure that acceleration.
But
Now,
you're not saying that
I'm
height
not
is
saying that you
causing
have to.
that effect, are you?
No,
You're
sorry.
saying that
Let me again. You're interrupting me because
you're saying
that's
that
all you do.
gravity is causing that effect, not height.
Well, no, like again,
So
I
height
would love
wouldn't
to be
be
able
the
to speak
independent
without being
variable, then, would it?
interrupted. It would just be
Well, you
amazing.
talked over me. You're complaining about interrupting when you talked over me. The irony. So the
Oh,
point
you
is
talk about the
that I
irony.
was
It's what
talking
you
to
guys are talking
Parsival
about.
when you started interrupting me and then started moaning about being interrupted. The fucking irony. So anyway, Parsival, your
carry
independent
on.
variable is supposed to be the cause of the effect that you're then noticing a change in the dependent variable of. Right?
Okay, tell you what. Let's replace the word gravity with acceleration.
Didn't ask you. Parsival.
Did you have a question?
Yeah. So your independent variable is supposed to be the cause of the effect that is having an effect on the dependent variable, correct? Causing a change in the dependent variable.
No, I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
What do you think an independent variable is for in an experiment?
So that way you can measure correlations, right?
No. In fact, experiments are trying to avoid correlation equals causation arguments. That's the reason for the physical manipulation.
So if I do an experiment where I measure the acceleration of falling objects in different conditions where the height is different, what's wrong with that experiment?
You're just measuring a phenomenon.
Yeah, because your
I mean, it
independent
sounds like you're
variable is
getting
supposed to be
philosophical here.
is the presumed cause of the effect that you're varying. If you don't think height is the cause, then it can't be the independent variable.
Well, I mean, to be more clear, I believe that the distance between different bodies will change the acceleration, right? So, I mean, you can get all philosophical about whether, that's a cause or...
Yeah, that doesn't... Your locality to the object isn't the cause, right? Height isn't cause of the phenomena. Even an increase of of height isn't the cause of the phenomena. We're just measuring the phenomena. What we want is the cause of the phenomena.
I think you're getting too philosophical.
I'm not.
Right?
I'm
Like,
trying to do fucking science, dude. Literally trying to go through the scientific methods
it
where I
sounds
can
like
have
your
a
worldview don't
hypothesis
apply.
that can be
And
tested
I'd
in
just
an
be curious.
experiment.
Is it your expectation that the acceleration due to gravity is like everywhere constant in the universe, or like how do you think it works?
Universe.
Constant with what? Gases that go up.
We notice things falling, right? At
And
a
we
speed
notice things going
of
up.
acceleration.
And we notice things going up. We notice things going up. Depending on the object
Right,
and the
and
medium, something will either go up or down. I can put a boiled egg into some water and watch it sink to the bottom. I can change the density of the water by adding salt to the water and watch the egg rise.
Yeah, and you think that the reason things move up or down is because of density.
What
right?
did I just do? Sorry, what did I just do in the experiment? What did I vary and manipulate? When I changed the water, when I made the water denser, what happened? When I physically manipulated something, something happened, didn't it? So in an experiment where you vary and manipulate something and something happens, what you varied and manipulated is the cause of that something happening. So when I change the density of the water and the egg rises, what do you fucking think the answer is?
Well, aren't you like
Very
jumping the gun and
manipulating the
assuming
water to make it denser?
that changing the density is the cause of the
What did I vary and manipulate?
the density of the water. Like I guess
So
you're throwing salt in
scientifically speaking, then, being as I varied and manipulated the density of the water, what's the cause of egg rises?
gravity.
No, I haven't varied and
Medium.
manipulated gravity.
The fucking medium.
The
I mean,
density of the
I'm
medium.
being tongue in cheek. Okay, so you have a variable and you have a quantity for the density of the medium of the water or whatever, right? And then you can change that, and then you get different values for like I guess the displacement of the egg or whatever, right?
Yeah, we get lots of different phenomena depending on the object and the medium it resides in. Yes, things will either go up or down.
So change in X does change in Y, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why can't maybe Y is better for the height, right? So why can't change in Y do change in A?
If you were to prove magnetism, would you say that distance causes magnetism?
I would say that if we have models it's
got to do with locally
that
when I
relate
swing
distance
closer to it, the magnetism
force,
starts pulling on the fucking object.
then
Can't be
observing
distant.
different forces at different
Can't be distant.
distances
Can't
would be
distant.
verifying, right?
Can't be distance.
And if you
That
could
would mean distance would be the cause of everything.
6 foot
I
causes
mean,
shit.
we could have multiple explanations for multiple things, right?
Any idiot can give me an explanation, mate.
Yeah, but can any idiot give you a
demonstration in an
a
experiment?
falsification
Well, can
to show that
anybody?
this is wrong because it contradicts this over here, right?
At the moment,
Go. Do that. Do that.
I mean, we have, right?
What?
Where's your contradiction? Where's your contradiction to the globe Earth?
There's no measured curvature.
I disagree. Do you?
Okay, so have you got measured curvature then?
Sure. Yeah, we have photographs.
So can you provide me with measured curvature, please?
I gave you trig equations a long time ago.
Trigonometry, so triangles. Brilliant.
Love triangles.
Yeah, but we're asking about measurements. We're not asking about trigonometry equations.
The trigonometry equations will predict what measurements you should make, right?
Yeah,
okay, and then it should work, shouldn't it?
Yeah,
he didn't ask for geometry theory. He asked for the actual measurement.
Right, and I said, like, okay, how are you going to interpret those measurements?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, no, you have to do
then
them.
you should be able
Have
to
you
show the
done
measurement.
them?
Right, and I'm saying that I'm confidently asserting that we can do that.
No,
go ahead.
But I don't want to get into it.
Do
right?
them. It's whether you have done
like
them.
we're off topic, right? Like Jedi was trying to.
No, we're on topic. This is perfectly the topic of the room.
Jedi was talking
Curvature
about
of the Earth.
dependent and independent variables, right? So I asked, why isn't changing the distance from the center of mass not changing the independent variable exactly the way Jedi wants? Yeah.
Because
And he explained it to you, and you didn't listen.
try to explain it to you in like 2-3 different ways as well. When you notice a magnet being attracted to, when you notice something that's metal being attracted to a magnet, do you say that closeness to magnet causes it? Do you say that? Is it is it the magnetism of the magnet?
I will
that
say
you
that the
can
distance will
literally
change
turn
the
on and
force.
off? Fuck me. It'll be the magnet.
It would affect the force of the magnet.
It'd be the magnet.
Yeah, but it's the magnetism, not the distance to the magnet, that's the cause. This is so basic and obvious.
It is. It would affect the force of the magnet. The same way that changing the distance would affect the acceleration of the object. So like I said,
Distance isn't cause.
Just relentless red herrings. I don't understand. Why can't we just talk about
this is how you write it off, right? I mean,
well, distance will be the cause of everything, then, yeah.
Well, distance is the cause of gravity, and then you can equalize that with atmospheric pressure.
What do you
and
mean by distance is the cause of everything?
So distance is the cause of gravity now.
No, distance is the cause of acceleration from the gravitational force. So if you have something from 1
No, it
meter,
isn't.
then it will accelerate a certain amount, as opposed to
No, it
something from 1,000
isn't.
meters.
Are you saying that the inverse square law causes gravity?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you drop something from 1 meter, it's going to accelerate less as opposed to something dropped from 1,000 meters.
That doesn't mean that it's the cause.
Sorry, if I say cause, I misspoke. That's not the cause.
Right?
Yeah, but that's what the independent variable is for.
No, the independent variable is to measure things on different aspects, so it's not about the cause.
No, wrong.
No, just say wrong.
Let's
but it's not correct. So what else do you expect me to say?
You know what? Look, the last thing I'll say here is that you guys acting like you know all this is science, and every single scientist disagrees.
No one's going to listen to you if this is
more
the last thing that
gaslighting.
you think that you can chuck a grenade into a room and fire.
Idiots.
Not happening.
I'd be interested if we speak to the other guy about his claims of measured curvature. That'd be interesting.
That's what I wanted.
I mean, this is so easy to Google. This is so fucking stupid. Google independent variable. A variable is considered dependent if it depends on an independent variable. Duh. That's the point. The clue's in the words dependent and independent.
Jedi, do you agree with what Mennonite just said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what's wrong with what I just said?
Nothing, right? That's what Jedi just said.
It's also what Google says. So if we're going to be appealing to, scientists and science, then is Google wrong?
Of course, right? The Earth's flat.
Fantastic. So we can appeal to consensus, but only when the flat earthers aren't doing it, right?
I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
Right. We're just trying to
Jedi, I want to hear more of your scientific
bullshit method. That's all we're trying to do. Is walk this guy who claims he had an engineering degree through the scientific method.
Can you give us your measurement of curvature, dude, or what?
Is it too late to put 50 quid down and say you won't give it?
Probably.
I'll give you 100.
Oh, mate.
But my 100's only worth the UK 50, so anyway, it's 50-50.
I really enjoy being called Mennonite. I think it's hilarious.
So can I get an answer to my question of whether gravity is the same everywhere in the universe?
Goodness me.
Is it?
What's gravity?
That's what I'm asking.
Is it?
I'm asking you, the flat earthers.
I don't know. You're the one telling us a story about gravity
and the universe.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I asked the flat earthers to explain the physics of the universe.
The universe.
They're like, what? Huh?
The universe.
What do you mean? What? Huh? You don't even know what gravity is.
There you go again with your philosophical sophistry.
What do you mean by
What is
universe?
it then?
You tell me. Where is it? What's the universe? Is
Oh,
the
why are you being
firmament?
philosophical, man? Why are you being
Is
philosophical?
because I'm making fun of you. Is the firmament considered part of the universe, or is it outside of the universe?
We thought the universe is everything that's. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
So
dude. Hey, let's take it back to basics, man.
no, hang on.
Is the
Like,
Earth?
he was
No,
on.
hang on. You hang on. You
No.
hang on.
You-
Is the?
real
No,
quick,
you
and then
hang
I'll
on,
let you
mate.
go. Okay, go
No,
ahead.
no, fuck you. Is the Earth a globe?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So
How do you know
so
the Earth is
it's
a
the.
globe?
You said real quick. I answered your question.
Yeah, no, we're gonna chat
Okay.
now.
So it seems to me
How
that
do you know the
the
Earth is a
Jedi
globe?
believes that
How do you know the Earth is a globe?
one falsification.
Shut up.
Okay, I'll tell you. Yeah, I'll bring them two together. The reason I know that the Earth is a globe is because we have observed gravity being different strengths at different places in the universe.
Well, like on the moon. Then.
I know, right?
On the moon, Mars, that type of shit.
I mean, how about just on the top of a really tall mountain?
Gravity's different up there, is it?
Yeah, it's
Are you sure?
scientific theory would predict that it's weaker. Right?
What's varied and changed when you go up to the top of a mountain? What's changed?
The distance from the center of the Earth.
Anything else changed?
Okay,
Anything else at
yeah,
all?
I guess
Gone to the top of
too.
Everest. Yeah, it's cold
So
up there.
I mean, but let me try to understand
Anything
your
else
worldview
changed?
first. Like,
come on, dude.
because like
You
it seems
guys
that you're
bring
like
this up all
sprinkling
the
doubt
sorry, my friend. You guys bring
ahead of
this up
time
all the
because you're
time.
afraid that you're going to be proven wrong.
No,
right?
I'm trying to talk about what you
No?
guys talk about all the time. So when you go to the top of Everest, what else has changed apart from the temperature? What else has
Okay,
changed?
so
What else
so
has changed?
is the pressure,
The
right? That's what you're getting at,
the
right?
pressure on objects has changed when you go up higher. So you're going to say things that are weighing at a different amount because of the amount of pressure that's on them. Okay, if you want. If you want to.
So to be clear,
I'd like to see some
what I'm
evidence for
saying
that,
is
though. That things weigh differently at top of mountains.
we'll take an object and scale, right?
Does that mean
Okay.
if I carry something up a mountain, when I get close to the top of the mountain, it will feel lighter?
Yes.
Wow, I'm going to start climbing mountains. It seems to get easier the more I
I'm
do
going
it.
to dig gold at the top of the mountain, and then I'm going to come down the mountain and sell it.
Yep.
So I mean, I think I nailed you down to a position. You believe that the gravitational acceleration is constant everywhere through the universe, right?
Who said that?
The universe. At the
Or
moment, we've just
everywhere
gone
on
to
the
the top
flat
of the
Earth,
mountain.
right?
We've just gone to the top of a mountain.
And at the top of the mountain, you're going to have the same exact gravity, right? As at sea
Taken a
level, right?
top of a mountain, have you?
Well, now it's the same. I thought it was
What?
different.
Yeah,
I'm
me
asking
too.
you guys. I'm
What?
saying it's different. What is your position?
What do we observe had to happen on the top of mountains?
How do you explain the observation?
What do we
right?
What's the observation?
That's the model, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if
What
we
model?
observe something that is in contradiction of what the models predict,
What model?
then we can assume that we're wrong about our models, right?
What model?
What's the observation, though? What are you talking about? What are you observing?
So, I'm asking you guys: is there any experiment that you could imagine that could possibly falsify the flat Earth hypothesis? Right? And you guys are just going to spurg out and give me some
Yeah, if you could measure,
right?
you could measure curvature at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Curvature,
You can
okay.
start with that one. You can start there.
Have you got measured Earth curvature?
Curvature. Okay, because you guys don't give a shit about physics about anything else except for curvature.
No, we do
Okay.
about physics, but when we're talking about the
Okay.
shape of
Tell me
the Earth,
what is your position on what we're going to observe
You just
in terms
you just
of
asked me a
gravitational
question. You just asked me a question saying, is there anything that we can do or anyone can do that would disprove the flat Earth theory? And I gave you an answer. Now, what are you going to say to that?
that we have measured curvature, right? Like,
Can we
let's
have
get
that?
back on track.
No, I want that.
Please provide the information.
That's all we need. You don't need
Okay,
anything else.
so gravity is the same everywhere, right?
We
what
don't need
that's what
anything
we
else
do.
until you
It's
give us
about
Earth curve.
curvature, is it?
Yeah, because you don't give a shit about physics. All you give
That's
a shit
actually
about.
not true, by the way. That's not even true. Am I roboting?
No.
A little bit, not anymore.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. I understand why, actually. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's not even true that gravity is this quote unquote same everywhere. It's actually an agreed upon average.
An agreed upon average. How does that imply that it's not different, right? There'd be nothing to average if it was the same all the time.
What do you even mean by that statement? Crypto, try
How
again.
can you average? Think about this logically. How could you average numbers that weren't different? Wouldn't you just have the one number?
That's what I just said.
Right. So then, when you said that the gravity is the same everywhere, do you now admit that that's not true?
I've been saying from the beginning that the distance from the center of the Earth will change the acceleration due to gravity, right?
But you just said that gravity is the same everywhere. That's why I
Because
mentioned.
that's what these bozos think.
No, they don't. And they're not bozos.
Well, which is it, you fucking bozos? Is it the same everywhere, or does it change?
It's an agreed upon average, numbnuts.
It's very strange how
Okay,
a
so
very
Mennonite,
simple set of
you
questions can make
say that
somebody
it
spiral
changes.
so quickly.
Okay, that's thank you for that.
I don't know who you are. Don't know what you want. Come on.
All right, well, it was fun discussing physics with you fucking ding dongs. I will see you guys later.
Ding dongs. All right, mate. You take-
Wow. What
See you
an
later, man.
amazing rebuttal. I just wanted to mention, because I know Squash Plum's listening, this is the standard of the globe defense, bruh. So if you think that the globe is like real, why do you think that people coming in defending it are doing it such a poor job and just like calling us names?
Batter up.
Squash, you able to microphone up?
Check the chat.
Oh no,
I did.
I never. That's not what I said. I said that they're doing a poor job, not us. If you don't answer, that's fine.
So what we've got today is the Earth is a ball because things fall down, but they don't fall down. Earth is a ball. Pretty much what we've got.
Oh,
Gravity is constant, but not constant.
You forgot the chanting, believe us, believe us, believe us.
You guys are idiots. That was another ball proof.
Yeah.
Retard. I think that was another one ball proof.
Yeah, I love being called names as a proof for a cosmology. That makes sense. I mean, why wouldn't you call someone names? Makes sense, right?
Yeah, it's a good part of an argument. I think that's great.
Yeah. Believe the Earth is curving, or you're a retard. Just wonderful.
But I still can't show you any curve. But you're still a retard.
Exactly.
The moon's a ball,
Gravity,
though.
man.
Look at the moon.
Yeah.
Earth must
and
be.
the sun. Sun's a ball of gas.
Yeah. Is it?
Because it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, gas balls. Yeah, gas forms into balls all the time in vacuums. It's the nature of gas, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then they light on fire too, and they burn for eternity. And that fire grows trees.
The world's first and only ever creative explosion. For one night only. Roll up, roll up. Ooh. Squash Plum's going to break it down for us. Can't wait. Sure, it's going to be some revolutionary idea that I've never heard before.
They're going to break it down like MC Hammer.
I hope so. That would actually, you know what? If someone can do that, then I would accept that the Earth is a globe straight away.
Like that walk thing he does.
Yep.
The crab walk thing.
Break it down.
Hammer time.
Fucking hammer time. Brilliant.
Remember how many people went out and tried to get pants like him too?
Yeah, man.
Maybe.
Several. Yep.
You're saying went out like this in the past.
I'm still gone.
You got those shiny silver ones, don't you?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Wear them to the disco. Disco.
Oh God, I haven't even heard the word disco in about 10 years.
It's, so I think that's 5 or 6 people today came in saying, yeah, we've measured curvature.
And then fucked off.
Yeah.
Fucking
And
Earth
then
curve.
it turns out
Jesus.
they hadn't. Which surprises no one. Yeah, Squash Plum, you do realise that that's my argument, right? So people come in not respecting the conversation, call us idiots, and then leave. That was my point. They get all butthurt because we don't just accept their straw men and stupid logical fallacies, and then just get annoyed and leave. Yeah, we weren't disagreeing necessarily.
Yo,
Yo.
are you a flat earther?
You are too.
I am not.
I am. Me. Well, that was an invigorating conversation. Is that it?
Did he leave?
Did who
Is it over
leave?
now? Oh, you.
Oh, there he is.
You guys Australian?
Yeah, mate.
He is.
One of us is.
One of us. One of us.
So it sounds like you want to talk to flat earthers, being as you came into the room and say, "Hey, you guys flat earthers."
Well, you came in, and I was just asking if you were or not.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that okay with you?
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you for
I don't
giving
really
me
care.
permission to be a flat earther.
I just kind of want to listen to what you guys say.
So
So
yes,
You can
I'm
ask
just
us
gonna
if you
sit
want.
here.
You can get it first-hand knowledge. Ask away.
Get that brain
How
knowledge.
why do things fall?
Fuck
oh my
me.
god, not again.
Oh, yes.
Well, that's a common misconception. That's a common misconception. Things don't fall. Okay, the Earth goes up at 32 feet per second squared.
Stop
And actually,
go away.
Good.
And you want to know another thing?
Yeah.
The universe.
You're a bad troll. That's another thing.
Anyway, let's not listen to Ham. Ham has mental issues.
Mm-hmm. So I believe that's not a commonly accepted belief, or
What? That the Earth
we
is
see
moving?
things. Yeah, we don't
The
think that.
Yeah, the Earth's not moving, dude.
So you asked why things go down.
yes.
You really mean why do they go to the center of a ball? Yeah.
What? Can you repeat that? Did you say center of a bowl?
Why is it when
Ball,
I take
sorry.
something from equilibrium,
Ball. Okay, sorry.
does it return to its equilibrium? That's what you want to be asking.
What would you say?
If I remove something from its equilibrium, let it go, and it returns to that equilibrium, why does that happen? If I pick up a rock, take it out of its equilibrium, lift it at an altitude and let it go, I watch it return to a state of equilibrium, don't I?
Same with things floating in water.
I've got a beach ball on the top of my swimming pool.
Well,
I'm going to get it and I'm going to take it down to the bottom of that swimming pool. I'm going to remove it from equilibrium and then I'm going to let it go and then watch it return to a state of equilibrium.
Well, but density is not a force, though.
Okay, so if I increase the density of water, will I be able to make an egg rise?
Well, if it's less dense than water, it will rise because.
So if I change the density of a substance where something resides, like an egg, and I drop the egg to the bottom of fresh water, change the density of the water by adding salt to it, and watch the egg rise, what's happening there?
No.
Well, the water becomes denser than the egg.
Which
So-
causes
So-
which causes an acceleration of the egg, doesn't it?
No.
No.
No, the egg that
things-
was perfect. Brilliant. Crypto. Put some money on that. So the egg that was
Here,
at rest.
give me a second to find the proper words to express this kind of thing, because
English, motherfucker. Do you speak it?
yes, I do, but I
Well, the problem is you came in with a question saying, why does shit go down? And now
Mhm.
we're talking about things shit not going down.
Going up now. And even though I've changed the density of the medium that the object was in, the object has accelerated.
yeah, but okay.
But
Shit still falls in a vacuum, though.
no, if I uncontained gas in a vacuum, it will fill the limitation of the contained environment. It won't be a vacuum anymore because there'll be gas in it, and the gas will be moving in all directions, pressing on the limitation of the environment, pressing outwards, upwards, and downwards. So not
Well,
gas.
yes, the gas will, but if you take an object, like let's take your TV
Water?
remote and put it in a vacuum, and
Right.
then, well, if it still falls.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
It still falls without
So-
the vacuum too.
Now you can't watch TV.
Yes, it still falls without the vacuum.
Yeah, do you know what else falls? Your TV watching hours, because you just put your TV in a fucking vacuum. Your TV on.
Yeah,
No,
right.
my TV
What
remote is-
happens? What happens when I put water into a vacuum?
How did it cause that either?
Well, it reaches its it doesn't reach its boiling point, but its boiling point drops really low, and it becomes
A gas.
it's a gas. Yes.
So not everything falls in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Just solid objects, apparently. Not water. That turns to gas, and then that gas will disperse in all directions, so going upwards and downwards. So not everything falls down in the vacuum, thanks.
That was funny,
another
bro. Can you
question?
say it again?
Well, no, gas. Okay. Gas
another question?
expands. Okay. Gas expands to reach its container because it's trying to fill its container.
Welcome to Flat Earth, yes, indeed. Yep.
Yeah, you're moving along there, young man.
Hold on.
Doing really well.
What happens if I keep increasing the volume that the gas is in? What happens to the gas?
Gets really loud.
Well, the gas won't. Okay, I see what you fuckers are doing, but do you know the reason why all of the
Hey,
gases
we're just
are
having
stuck
to
to the
fun,
Earth?
man. It's nothing personal, mate.
Oh, sorry. No, I didn't mean to say you
Yeah,
fuckers as an insult. I'm just.
That's all right, man. That's okay.
I know.
But okay,
Don't worry, man.
gas sticks to the Earth because Earth is big and it has a big gravity force.
That's a
And
religion because you have the vacuum of space that you think that there's a rock with
okay,
water.
a vacuum is not a sucking
Rock
force.
don't tell me what a
It's-
vacuum is because the vacuum of space is the only thing I mentioned. There's no contention that you have. Like I said, the vacuum of
I
space
had you on 100%.
is a religion. Vacuum is a space. Is the vacuum of space is the religion that you think that there's a rock resides in with water. And oh fuck, I got a call. Never mind. I don't give a fuck about you guys that much.
Oh, yeah, that's why you're quiet.
Hey, I take that personally. Come back here and say that. So, sorry, the gas is here because of the thing that we didn't observe acting on the gas in the vacuum chamber. Gotcha.
Well, no, gravity still acts upon.
No, it doesn't. The gas in the vacuum chamber went everywhere.
Goes wherever it wants.
So the gas
That's
is staying
why
here
giant
because of...
gas.
Sorry, Crypto.
There you go.
No, I'm only going to reiterate my point again. You're fine.
I was just going to say that's why giant balls of gas in a vacuum is ridiculous. Oh, but scientists
Got another question?
agree.
No, give me a moment.
Okay.
What about the actual? What about the shape of the Earth? 'Cause that's what we're here for as well.
You don't need the shape of the Earth. You just got to drop things. Drop things. Ball.
Yeah, well, that's what it seems like. Gravity causes shape.
Yeah, if you can drop stuff, then the floor's a ball.
And not only that, it's a moving ball as well. Must be a ball. The only reason things fall down is because of balls.
You like balls?
But they don't fall down.
Other balls. There's actually land in the sky.
Look up there. It's the Milky Way. That's what we're in.
Hello.
We're a
Hello.
tiny piece of nougat.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
What's up? To come here often?
Word.
Getting rid of
Huh.
soon. So I stopped by the flat Earth rim.
Pressure of the gas depends on its temperature and density. If the gas is cold, its pressure is low and the gravity can easily overcome it. Gases will expand in a vacuum to a point once they are not contained and under pressure, but the atoms will attract one another by gravity and will stay close to one another.
So by that, you think that gas attracts gas?
Well, because of gravity, yes.
No,
well,
does
not.
gas attract?
Not necessarily. Okay, it's not reliant on gas attracting gas. It's that matter pulls other matter in due to bends in space time. That's how gravity works. To a certain point.
Excuse me. You've now convoluted two fucking different models. You're saying that mass attracts mass and it bends and warps space-time. Which model are you using? Newton or Einstein? Pick your poison. Not the same thing. Mass attracts mass and bends the warping of space-time? Where mass no longer attracts mass, but mass bends and warps space-time. And if other masses are in that warped space-time, they are attracted to the centre of the warpage of that space-time. Two different ideas.
That is what
Einstein. That's Einstein. So not mass attract mass then. Einstein. Bending and warping of space-time. Oh, fuck it. I don't care. Have you got an experiment that proves it? Whichever one you're talking about. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you can't listen then.
No.
Just give me the experiment that proves whichever gravity that you're talking about. I don't care which it is now. Do you know what an experiment is?
Yes, give me a second.
Good. It will be a hypothesis that I can test. A prediction of a cause and effect relationship. I will predict this causes that and test it.
No. Sorry, I'm so used to hearing nuh-uh, I just said it.
But what about observational science?
What? Oh, God. It really is a clown world, isn't it? I didn't realise the independent variable was the cause of the effect. Oh, what about height? Jesus Christ.
Or what? No.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I'm saying, didn't y'all get the update already? That the Earth is like not round, it's flat.
Yeah, welcome.
All right, cool.
Round and flat can be the same thing.
No, it cannot.
My round penny can't be flat at the same time as being circular. What?
I ordered a pizza yesterday. That's pretty round and pretty flat.
No.
No?
No. Penny's not really flat though, is it?
Well, it is.
But you still haven't told me how you think things fall. Let me read. Like I'm reading this, but tell me what you think while I'm reading
You
this.
pick them up and you drop them, and they fall.
Yeah, but why does that happen?
And why do objects of two different weights fall at the same?
Because you picked it up and then you dropped it.
And if you say that objects fall at the same rate, I'm just going to refer you back to what Crypto said earlier. That's not true. That's why it's an average, because different elements do fall at different rates. We just average it out. Welcome to the 24/7 Discord server, where we will learn more about the Helios Ancient model.
What's your observation as say things fall? Like what are we talking about?
All right, grab your nearest object that you can drop.
Yeah.
Raise it about shoulder level, and then let go, and you will see it hit the floor.
Oh, my balloon just hit.
Oh wow! I had no idea that was the case.
Does that mean the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum? Because you
It must. It fell vertically. That means it fell into the center of a ball.
But guys, my helium balloon is attached to my ceiling and I can't reach it. What now?
Oh, that disproves down then.
Therefore, the floor is concave, I guess.
Mm.
But the Earth is the ground is curving and the sky is convex.
So if I let go of this balloon, eventually Timbo will get it. What?
It's going down. I'm yelling, Timbo.
What was I originally trying to find?
A scientific experiment to prove whichever fucking gravity you were talking about.
Yeah, because you said before we spoke about things going up and down, and then you just blurted out. You didn't give me the answer for things going down.
This mic is tripping.
I think it might be mine. I'm near the tram tracks.
No, it's mine. It does that every once in a while.
Crazy.
No, it's mine, and it's also my wife's.
No, I'm Spartacus. No.
So, are we going to agree that things just don't go down, or not yet?
We go down on you.
That's gay.
I hope not.
Might be the best offer you get today, though, Timbo. So
I don't know. I'm on my way home, and there's no kids home, so I'm in a hurry.
All right.
Here we go down.
Timbo's going down tonight, baby.
So things don't go down.
How the fuck do I say that? Cavendish experiment.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm still reading on it.
Oh wow!
Now gravity goes
I can
sideways.
tell you're so familiar with it.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Cavendish.
Why did it switch immediately to something else? Let me get back to that article.
No,
I still want to know how they worked out the Earth was a ball in the first place.
Well, because gravity affects mass
Does
in
gravity
all
turn things
directions equally. So
do you have a demonstration of gravity turning things into balls?
Well, just look at the planet. Oh, wait, you don't believe in planets. I'm sorry.
Wait, he doesn't believe in planets?
Don't believe that you can have uncontained giant spheres of gas in vacuums, because that would violate laws of nature.
No, vacuums are not sucking forces. They're just where nothing's at. Gas is matter, and gas is affected by gravity. And so
nobody here and nobody at all says that vacuums suck. The energy comes from the gas that disperses into that space being absence of gas. No one says vacuums.
Well,
Indeed.
the reason. Okay, let me pull this up.
Pull your butthole.
Oh, you're in trouble now. He's getting Wikipedia.
Crap.
Did he really leave because of that?
Nah.
Oh, well, I mean, if he did, he's weak as piss and not worth talking to anyway.
I'm still here.
Well, that's probably a good thing.
You're very new to this, aren't you? Like even starting to look into these arguments, like you're very new to it. You've never even looked before to see why you believe Earth is a sphere.
Well,
yes is good enough. I don't know. We can save the chitty chat.
no, I've. It's just because you guys do not believe in certain things that makes it very difficult. Because I could easily just point to Mars and be like,
Yeah, but
Mars
you can't
is
prove that
round.
Mars is a sphere either.
Yeah, yes, we can because we've
How do you do that?
watched it rotate.
Oh my god.
Oh, if only you already believed the things I believed, then you would believe the things I believed. What kind of argument is that?
Well,
yeah,
you can. Okay, you can buy a decent telescope, and you can look at the fucking planets.
And
Have you
what does
got
that
one?
tell us? What does that tell us about the Earth? When we look away from the Earth at something else, what does looking at Mars tell us about the Earth?
That it's in space.
Really?
Oh, God.
So looking at
And
something,
that
Look up there. The
it's
Earth is a
probably
ball.
affected by the same laws Mars is affected by.
okay.
Laws
So
with
if
that.
I observe
What,
some
tax
squirrel,
law?
if I observe some squirrels in the
Inheritance
forest
law?
eating nuts, that must mean that I'm a squirrel in a forest eating nuts.
Yeah.
Also, okay, gravity is this. Are you aware of air pressure?
Oh my god.
Sorry, I'm going back. All right, I'm a bit scatterbrained. I'm going to be honest with you.
Really?
I'm a
Shit,
bit
yeah.
scatterbrained, and right now I switched back to the conversation of why gas does not leave the planet.
Mm.
Gravity again?
Are you aware of air pressure?
Yes.
Do you know what causes air pressure?
Physical collisions with the walls of a container, then you can achieve pressure of an amount of gas within the fixed volume of a known temperature.
Okay.
No.
Air pressure in our planet, in our atmosphere, comes from gravity pulling on air, pressing down on us, causing it to pressurize. Same reason why if you go too deep in water, shit gets fucking crushed is because gravity is pulling down on all of that water.
No.
And the more water on top of you, the heavier it is.
This
but
is
thankfully,
prove that. He's talking to you like you're a child Jedi.
Oh, I know. It's kind of amusing.
Are we just replacing gravity with
like
weight? Like, it's
No,
you just
no.
calling gravity weight?
I am using examples. Wait, no. The whole reason why, okay, there's a difference between density and weight because gravity is what causes weight. Different gravitational forces will change your weight. Your density will remain the same, but like let's say on the moon.
Oh, we're off to the moon now.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
Fucking love the moon.
I don't exactly know what percentage it is.
This guy a lunatic?
No, he's
He's
just
more
got
like a lunatic.
It would be roughly, I think it's 5 to 6 times less than on Earth. But if you go to like Jupiter or something, it'd be something absurd like I don't know, like 100 times. Let me Google it real
Okay.
quick.
So why would
Because
it be so
of-
absurd?
Because
upset that I
more
appreciate
mass causes stronger gravity.
Excuse me.
Less
Excuse me.
body. Yes.
Excuse me. Are you talking about mass attracts mass, Newton's gravity, correct? Mass attracts mass?
Here, give me a second to see what you mean, but I want to see the exact differences because I want to.
Give you a second to understand what you mean by what you're saying.
No,
Sure.
I want to know what you mean by the differences between Newton and Einstein.
Look, Newton, mass attracts mass, magic at a distance. Einstein, the curvature of space-time, dependent on the displacement of mass within that space-time fabric. Because as soon as you start talking about space, you can't be talking about mass attracting mass. I'll just point you out to the free body problem. Mustang can only be Einstein when you go to space.
Mustang?
Yeah, when they start bringing up mass attracts mass, and you bring up more than two bodies, then you understand the free body problem. Of course you do. So, not Newton's gravity then.
So you're talking about Mustang Sally?
Mustang Sally!
Mustang Sally! Guess you better slow that Mustang down. At 9.8 meters per second squared. Oh, gonna drop the car keys on the floor, yeah.
Fucking hell, is that the time?
Therefore, the Earth's a ball. Sorry, it felt like a little musical interlude, you know?
No, it's perfect timing, mate. Obviously, why this guy goes and understands what he's talking about.
It's like, I know the Earth's a ball, but let me Google every reason why I think that.
Wait, they talk about Google still?
Yeah.
You haven't met the infamous Google Earthers?
They come into the chat.
Google
they make
Earthers. Okay.
Oh, he's back again.
Like, I know that the Earth is a ball, and Google will tell me all of the things that I didn't realize when I was asserting the Earth's a ball.
No, I was trying to figure out what my parents were. That's what they are.
Well, your parents are like, the Earth's a ball, Google says so.
Honey, look at this picture right here. I just looked it up. You just, what?
I think you just got called honey.
I don't mind being called honey. I've been called worse.
Yeah, fair enough.
And no, I was talking about perspective of my mom.
You said mom, very British then.
Mom.
My mom. I love my mom. Mom, get out of my room. God. Jeez Louise, Mom.
Mom,
You're spilling the lotion. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
You're so unfair, Mom.
God. You're such a loser.
I can totally imagine you with long floppy hair.
Yui, was that you?
Yeah.
Just in a mop.
Are you okay there, buddy?
No, I'm having a mental crisis. Because there's no globe proof.
You're becoming an American.
No, he's actually become a Google
Totally.
Earther.
Believer.
Right on, man.
We took your empire away from you. Now we're gonna take Yui away from you.
God, mate, you can have him.
Yeah, you can't think and you can't have, right?
Go on,
You
Yui.
get on
Go
with
with the nice man.
Okay.
He's actually a gay earther. Goob,
Yeah.
have you told Peter that you've got a crush on him yet?
Oh, I think he already knows. I mean, to him, I'm just his like adopted son, but for me to him that way around, he's my daddy. It's not quite the same thing.
Brilliant. I'm so glad I asked.
It works for both of us.
Yeah, it doesn't work for anyone else though.
That's the whole point.
What's the globe proof for today? Then what we got?
The more uncomfortable we make you guys feel, the higher the chance we might just slip in a globe proof. Like you.
Oh, that's good.
Wait, is that what you're saying now?
The globe proof of today is if other stuff is a sphere, then the Earth is a sphere. That's been said at least half a dozen times.
Because you're
It's
talking
gravity.
to lame globers.
Gravity proves the Earth.
See, really, you don't understand the gravity of the situation.
Oh, the jokes are coming out now.
Brilliant.
Yeah, the atmos in this room is very upbeat. The atmos.
It's not landing.
You've never heard them use the word atmos instead of atmosphere to describe a social situation?
Yeah, Atmos, luminaries.
You mad, bro?
So we don't have Hollywood stars. We have Hollywood luminaries, right?
No, we still use the word stars. We use the word luminaries to describe stuff like the moon.
I thought they were called idol. Because they worship.
Brad Pitt is a famous Hollywood luminary.
I do cringe a bit inside when I hear someone call it luminaries. It's like forced a little bit. The luminaries, just call them a star, right? Or the moon.
You know what's funny? I've just googled luminary. It says a person who inspires or influences others, especially one prominent in a particular sphere.
Perfect.
Which is interesting because you just used that
In a
word.
sphere. In a sphere.
Hold on. Yeah, but you just said Brad Pitt is a famous luminary and then chuckled, but it's actually an accurate use of that word.
Yeah, but you said in a sphere, right? So
that's why we should use it. We should promote it.
Yeah, but they're talking about a social sphere, not a physical sphere.
I don't know. I think it meant a physical one.
I don't think it did.
So when you say to your girlfriend, if you have one, I love you to the moon and back, and your moon is local, your love is not as strong as my love for my wife when I say that to her, huh?
Yeah, but I mean, I love your mum, so it's fine.
To the moon and back. He loves you back.
Yeah, she complained to me the other day that that's like, she doesn't like that because that's only like 3,000 miles or something. And also, she said like he's not even sure if it's a physical object. So that's lame.
I'm talking about her big fat bum though, and that's like that has no like physical dimensions because it's all encompassing.
Well, according to you, we cannot measure squat.
Well, no, my squat's quite good. It's 180 kilos.
The horizon could be 7 million miles away or 2 feet away. We're not sure as humans. We couldn't figure that out.
You just said
We
I can't
couldn't
measure
figure
my
that
squat.
out for
You
thousands
just said I
of
can't
years.
measure my squat, but I do it all the time at the gym.
Misconstrue.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
Your boyfriend tells you.
No, I told you. I mean, unless your mother is a man.
Wait, so how
I
did it
actually
go?
had a question. I had a personal question for you, Stalin man. Are you, feel free not to answer. The other day you said you were a DJ. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
That's
you
Earth, right?
probably run into a lot of girls, huh?
Right.
So when you want to make a girl interested in you, so you fancy her, the way you Brits say.
Right.
When do you tell her you're a flat earther? Like immediately, or you wait a little bit?
No, I never do that because it's not part of my personal life.
Social suicide.
That's smart. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's
Why would
kind
I
of the
bother
world,
doing
right? It is flat.
Well, why would I do that?
It
That's not
measures
my part.
curved.
Man, I really want to. Okay, so
I was born on this flat Earth.
That would be
Okay,
like if I was
so-
unironically a Mennonite. I also wouldn't mention that.
I have no
Yeah,
idea what a
I'd
Mennonite
hesitate
is.
less.
What is a Mennonite?
It's like an
they're
Amish,
basically
but
like
without the beard.
They're
Huh?
basically the Amish, but they don't reject technology. But they,
Amish, no beard.
That's what that weird lady at Walmart was. Oh,
If you ever go to,
I thought she said she was a men, like
if you
Mennonite, or I don't know. I don't know. I didn't hear her
Mennonites.
well.
If you ever go to Dakotas, most people in Dakotas are Mennonites. It's a German religion.
We got a local group of Mennonites or
So
around
they're about
us.
2,000 miles away.
Very
They're-
nice people. They believe in the globe, though. So
They're a bit wacky. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I don't know if they do.
oh, trust me, they do.
Well, we have.
I did ask them.
Well, all of them.
They're gonna
Okay,
stay on their
so-
globe.
Yeah, there were like
From-
3 of them.
From my
And then they
reading,
looked at me weird.
Okay, so from my reading of the Einstein's theory of general relativity,
Please don't explain it, please.
General relativity.
Please.
Please.
For the sake of me and Scott, do not explain it.
Well, I'm not going
General
to explain
relativity.
it, but my point is Einstein's
You don't get it, so don't
general
explain it.
relativity theory he builds upon Newton's work. It's not exclusive. It does not. It's building, it's refining
Do you
the
know
idea.
how to explain it? Do you know how to explain it, or are you gonna burn my explanation here in front of these guys? Do you know how to explain it?
Explain which one.
What you just said. How would you explain it?
I want him to.
Okay.
I want him to explain.
Bread is actually the best the globe has to offer. So let's go.
No, I'm a dumbass. Do not take me as a representation of this idea because I'm fucking
Well-
stupid and I could barely read.
I actually have DMs that say that Goob and Peter the Globe, whatever, actually look up to your vast intellect.
I have no idea who those people are. Anyways, what was I saying? You wanted me to explain the Einstein's theory, right? Or did you want me to explain Newton's theory? Because Newton originally,
Please, talk
Newton-
as long as you want.
Can you
I feel
explain
bad
why
because
any of
I
this
want
is
to.
canon?
I want to hurry this up so I can get out of here and talk to my friend.
Like,
Anyway,
why is this canon?
Newton's theory is that mass attracts mass. Einstein built upon that theory and just, I'm not entirely sure how, but he figured out that mass actually causes bends in space-time, and that's what causes mass to go towards other mass and stuff. I'm butchering it, and I'm giving a very small explanation, poorly done, so I can get the fuck out of here, so I'm not being a bitch. Are you guys satisfied? Because
That
I want
sounds
to
like
talk to one of my friends.
I mean, like, go talk to your friend, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's more or less what Peter
Yeah,
would have said.
all right.
Okay?
See you guys.
Yeah, Peter, you more or less agree with that, don't you?
With these types of Glovers, I think I'm gonna become a flat earther soon.
You already are. By the way, Peter, who pissed in your cornflakes the other day?
I don't eat cornflakes.
Oh, that's probably why you're so pissed off then.
I don't have breakfast either, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, maybe. Feel like you needed to change your tampon or something.
Maybe.
So are you KGB or CIA?
Both. Don't you know that they collaborate together to, Antarctic Treaty, space exploration? It's the same thing. KGB, CIA, MI5, MI6, Chinese, Indians, Japanese. It's all one big cabal.
Sweet. Did you know that the CIA actually stands for the Curvature Inventing Association?
No. Do you know what KGB stands for?
Wait, so who said that? I mean,
Kill
I want to know.
Goob in the balls.
Who?
KGB stands for Kick Goob in the balls.
Like, where? Who said that?
KGB?
Yeah, where'd it come from?
Yeah, it stands for Kick Goob in the balls.
And the original, like, that's the original.
No,
name?
of course not.
No, the original was Kick George in the balls.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
And if you don't like George, it was Gregory.
Who's George?
Fuck that.
Just that dickhead, you know, that you knew in school.
That bellend.
Yeah, it was
That's a Stalin larper.
Guys,
You
you look
should
like a
know
globe.
what KGB stands for.
You don't know what KGB stands for? I send you to Gulag.
That's more like it.
I want to ask you a question. Have you ever considered not being flat Earth?
What?
What?
Again?
Why would you want to be flat Earth?
Just because
why
the
would I
equation's that way. Just have to accept
It's so
reality.
wrong. What do you mean?
Oh, wait, what's wrong about it?
Everything.
Oh,
It's not the choice that we make.
Sorry.
My apologies. What's wrong with it? All right, we'll start with it's not flat, it's a sphere. And we have evidence of that from NASA.
Which stands for?
If you don't know what it stands for, why are you even in this conversation?
Well, NASA stands for not a space agency.
Stands for not a second law of thermodynamics violation association.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
See, this is what happens when you beat the British in cricket. Like, they just get saltier.
Don't talk about fucking cricket, how dare you?
Keep losing the Ashes, why don't you?
How you doing in those Rugby World Cups, though?
Yes, a globe.
What?
No, I'm kidding. No worries.
Honey, we lost to England. Oh, not England. We lost to India.
What, in the rugby? So, Crystal, why do you think you live on a giant space testicle?
Why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
NASA said so.
Like, who
Yeah,
told
'cause
you
NASA
that? I
said
want to
so.
know. Like, who's
No,
like? Do you have a name?
I'll be honest with you. I've been to space. I saw the Earth.
No,
Oh.
no. Don't start a sentence.
Who are
with, "I'll
you
be
to
honest with you,"
discredit what I'm saying?
Don't start a sentence.
I am
with, "I'll
another
be honest with
being.
you," and then say that you've been to space. No one's going to treat you
I have
seriously.
been to space.
No one's going to treat you seriously. Do you mean that you've been to space as in three-dimensional space, as in you've been over there?
I've been outside of the Earth's gravity.
Wait, so where is the Earth's gravity again?
Where is it? Wouldn't you like to know?
Probably why I asked, yeah.
Well, if you don't even know that much, why are you even here?
Yeah. Where's that gravity?
Crasher.
I'm sorry,
Of my
but if you
conversation.
don't even know the basics, why are you even here, honey?
What's gravity, darling?
Well? Oh, you're asking me?
Yes. If we're to understand the basics, basically, what's gravity?
Gravity is mass attracting mass.
That's incorrect and has been since 1915. Gravity is the
Oh.
bending and warpage of space-time, according to Einstein. Basically.
Einstein? We're not going off Einstein's definition, honey.
Oh, so there are two definitions then? If we try
Yeah,
to
there
basic
is.
understand. Okay, so it's pointed to bring up both of them then, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the second definition's my definition.
You said we should understand this basically. So basically, there's two ideas for basically gravity, basically.
Basically.
Yeah. So it's pointing to bring up both of them, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, it's probably a good idea to bring up both of them.
And how does that make you feel? When both of them are brought up?
To prove either one.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Other people started speaking.
Can you be coherent?
It's so that you've now got an
because it's
opportunity
an open
to.
forum. So
You've now got the opportunity to scientifically prove either of them, I guess.
No, I don't need to prove any of them. I didn't even make them up.
You said gravity.
You just
Yeah.
claimed something.
Mass attracting mass.
You
Okay,
claimed something.
have you got a
You know why things fall down when you drop them?
Okay, have you got a hypothesis that I can test?
Do I? I mean, I could give you one, but I don't feel like I need to enact the labor to do that.
Why not? You don't feel like you should back your claim just by pointing to a phenomenon saying things fall, and therefore mass attracts mass. What's mass?
Yeah.
What's mass?
Mass is an object in space.
So mass is everything then?
Yeah?
So gas is mass?
Yep.
Awesome. Does
Well,
gas attract gas?
particles.
Does gas attract gas?
Does
Or
gas
does it like
attract
float
gas?
away?
No,
Yeah.
it floats away.
Oh, so how does that work?
Well, I'm not a physicist.
No shit.
Isn't Jupiter a massive ball of gas?
Yeah. So if mass attracts mass and gas is mass, but gas doesn't attract gas, then mass doesn't attract mass then.
No,
Wh-
but it
why
does
not?
though. What about Jupiter?
Well, mass will. If there's enough gas, it has enough mass to attract other things, including gas.
That's incorrect. Would you like me to tell you why? An actual would
Yeah,
you
sure.
like would you like me to go and get some physicists to tell you why that gas isn't affected by gravity? You're not going to
Sure,
get
then
the-
what the fuck's holding Jupiter together? Because Jupiter's a giant ball of gas.
Well, maybe Jupiter.
Why do you
isn't
believe
a-
that?
Maybe Jupiter isn't an uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum. Maybe the sun isn't an uncontained ball of plasma gas in a vacuum. Maybe they're other things, but they can't be gases.
What would the physicist you got to come tell me they are? Wouldn't they say those things?
No, they would definitely tell you that the sun can't be a gas. The solar spectrum, for example.
Yeah, the sun is a heated plasma. It's superheated plasma.
No, it's not even a
yeah,
plasma.
but plasma is
The continuous
sure it's
spectral
plasma.
It's kind of a silly point anyway.
The continuous
Plasma is
spectral
charged.
lines.
So you're going to find me physicists who tell me that Jupiter isn't gas and the sun isn't plasma.
Yeah, man, I posted them earlier. I'll post them again.
Oh, okay. So I actually looked it up. So it's stuff that's gas in our atmosphere, but in Jupiter, it's compressed into a liquid.
Hmm.
But
So
it is
wait,
hydrogen
what you're
and
saying is
helium.
it's not a gas?
I think it's mostly liquid. I think partially it's gas, much like our own
Why
planet.
do you think any of that?
Well, I mean, our planet is gas, right? Like oxygen is a gas. Does it count as a
Is
gas?
that what it is? Is that all of it is?
Isn't oxygen a gas?
It's not the whole planet, though, as you say.
Well, air is a mix of oxygen and carbon dioxide, right? It's a chemical element. Is air a gas?
72% or something nitrogen. The rest fucking oxygen.
Air is a
1%
gas, yes.
Yeah, nitrogen and oxygen, and then everything else. So nitrogen and oxygen.
Pretty good combination.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I always thought it was a big ball of gas. It's not. It's liquid, but it's liquid that would be a gas on our planet.
So why are you thinking about big balls floating in space?
Why wouldn't I?
That's hella gay.
What's wrong with being gay?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, what's wrong with being
I
gay?
don't know.
Nothing.
Oh, you're thinking of
No, no.
balls.
Why? Why do
As
you?
though, so all
Why do you?
sports
Why
is
do you
gay,
think
like
that
soccer is
implies
gay.
what's
Kicking, well, in soccer you're kicking a ball, so is that not gay because you're being like violent?
Yeah, but why do you? Why
You're
are you
catching
taking
one
offense
too.
to
Jesus.
I
that?
want to lick them. I want to lick the big balls in
Why?
space
Jesus.
and put, you know,
Brilliant.
I want to get a
I
penis-shaped
played
rocket
Tell me
goalie
that
all
I
for
put
about
a
it.
boy
Tell me
hole.
all
a lot of
about it.
balls.
Hold on. This guy wants to be
Love
teabagged by the
balls.
solar system. What the fuck's going on?
I want to be teabagged by the solar
Jesus
system.
Christ.
I would love to be
Bro.
teabagged.
It was
Is this
I
why
think
they
if you were
call them
teabagged by the solar
heliosexuals?
system, you would be like compressed through the
What?
gravitational
yeah.
force would like kill you, and that's how I
Well,
want to go.
I go away for 5 and
Yeah,
it turns into
sexual love
this.
balls.
This is something else.
hmm Would you get literally teabagged by Pluto, knowing it's not a planet anymore?
What are
Brilliant.
you talking about?
I feel sorry for all South Africans listening to you.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. They keep making Pluto a planet and then saying it's not a planet.
Wait, so
Yeah,
it is
they're
or
teasing
wait,
with
what is it?
Pluto. They're toying with it.
Isn't it because it's like too small to be a planet or something like that?
Yeah, it's too small to be a planet.
Mm.
How big is it?
I
It's
think
right
it's
about
like
the size of
smaller
our
than our
moon.
moon or something
Yeah, it's smaller than
ridiculous,
our
isn't
moon.
it?
Yeah.
That's so small. I haven't actually scrolled out as far as Pluto. You know that website, If the Moon Were a Pixel? You know that website? I haven't scrolled out to Pluto, but ostensibly we can't see it because it's smaller than a pixel.
Oh my god.
Absolute troll. Fucking piece of shit. There's no way.
Why'd you choose the name Jedi?
Oh, I bet.
Are you a Jedi?
Is that
Because he might
serious?
fuck.
Am I actually a Jedi, which comes from fiction? Am I actually a Jedi? That's
Yeah,
what I
are
mean.
you?
No.
Well,
Wait,
Why not?
actually?
Oh my
Jedi,
god.
do you think Crystal is like a pound shop Brenda?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely cost cutters, mate. for sure.
100%.
What did you just call me?
Costco
Brenda.
loyalty discount Brenda.
I don't know who Brenda is.
Trust me, you're not as retarded. Actually, yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, well, I bet I have a higher IQ than Brenda.
That wouldn't be hard, but hey.
That doesn't surprise
Low bar.
Okay, I'll give you a question in comparison. Is a shoe science?
No.
Oh,
Are you
yeah,
sure?
you win.
I'll speak.
Are you sure a shoe's not a hypothesis?
I mean, it could be.
Oh, fuck.
Our dog bone
Depends on what the hypothesis is.
Never mind, Brenda equivalent.
Fuck me, your hypothesis is a
Is
special type.
a dog bone a clock?
Oh, that's a good one.
Is a what a clock?
Is a dog bone a clock?
If you got a really big one, you could make a small clock out of it.
No, but is it just a clock by itself if you don't do anything with it?
No, it's a bone.
Oh, yeah, you're not as retarded as Brenda. You're good.
A little bit better.
And second of all, I'll have you know I passed the IQ test.
Wait,
Passed
what?
it?
You don't
Yeah, I
pass an
passed
IQ.
it.
Bro, you don't. No,
Okay.
that's not the thing. You don't pass IQ tests. Oh my god.
What do you mean? I got an 85.
That's not.
Are you dead
85
ass?
out of what?
I don't know.
You did it?
Right.
Oh, shit.
Do you know what an IQ test even is?
Pray for you.
Why don't you explain, Professor?
Well, IQ tests are arbitrarily averaged at 100. So if you got 85, that means you're below average intelligence. You're one standard
No.
deviation below mean. Yeah, that's what that means.
Or maybe you're just a bunch of overachievers.
Yeah, but that's the point. Is that it's measuring a population and then putting you. Oh, meth head's back. Fuck's sake. So anyway,
Have you ever
it's
thought
putting
of
you.
maybe you're a
It's putting-
population?
Oh my god, what's wrong with
Now,
this room?
now I'm
man?
understanding why you got 85.
Why?
Yeah. Well, 85 is 1 SD below mean, right? So that means that you're actually slightly challenged.
That's rather rude. We're mere strangers.
Not rude. You gave him the
You just
score.
told me your IQ's 85. If
Fine,
that's true,
I got a 95.
yeah, but now I know you're lying.
No, you're lying.
I'm going to take 10 points off you because obviously you didn't get it right.
No, I worked hard for that.
No, back down to 85.
You win.
How could you do that to me?
So
I thought we were close.
Brenda's IQ is like -6.
I thought we were like Jedi Master and Padawan.
This is getting weird. What is it about R+6?
Can't take it anymore.
Getting weird.
Always gets to about 6 R+6 for us in the UK, and everyone starts acting fucking weird. What's wrong with you lot?
It's the Americans.
That's because it's like midnight in America, so that's why.
Oh, true.
Although that other girl,
I'm in Australia. I'm not in America.
I was going to say that, but you've got one of those weird, like teenage accents.
Teenage? I'm
Yeah.
27, I'll have you know.
Yeah, but
7, you keep on carrying all your letters. Why are you doing that?
Carrying?
Yes.
I'm not carrying anything. I'm sitting down.
Down. That one. Down.
I'll refer you to my last comment about this getting weird.
When did that accent come
It's
into
like
the
a
country?
bridge that will never be crossed, right?
I'd cross any bridge.
I don't know what's going on.
We're not.
I don't think they'll get the message. What I was
down to 75.
Oh,
It'll be 7.5 soon. That was genuinely funny though. When did you pass an IQ test?
At least I got a sense of humour.
Who has?
You has. Or do I need
Yeah,
to
I
say
know.
that?
I have a great sense of humor.
Fair play.
Good.
My
Keep
mom
it that
says I
way.
should be a comedian.
Well,
I'm not sure it's
but
that good.
not sure about that one.
Wait, why not? I make people laugh all the time.
I would keep your attitude because it's a good kind of positive attitude, but I would maybe try and fix your IQ score.
Yeah, well, that's the highest I've ever got.
But she passed the IQ test.
Yeah, I
By
passed.
positive,
She
by
passed.
positive, he means HIV.
Honey, nobody has HIV.
Crystal,
Maybe
you're
you
way
are.
funnier than these other guys.
Bro.
Thank you. That's so sweet.
You are funnier. And you passed
If you
your
serve
IQ
me a
test.
beer one day, don't say that.
You do realize what you're simping for, right?
Yeah, I could see the profile.
Sim's got a simp, baby.
That's simping?
Well, people being
Big
polite.
simping.
That's simping? Complimenting someone simping?
Can be.
Is it?
Yeah. Where you did it, it definitely is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Explain. Explain.
No, I'm just going to change my name. It's even funnier.
Just explain it.
No, I'm just going to change my name. It's easier and funnier.
Just explain it.
I mean, it's funny because I said no twice. I'm not going to suddenly go, okay then.
Yeah, but I don't understand what you meant by simping. I don't even know what it stands for.
I don't care.
You brought it up, boy.
Oh boy, oh, this is going to get fun.
still your problem. I'm probably old enough to be your dad.
You want to be my
weirdo.
dad? You want to
the
be
hell?
my daddy?
Probably am your dad.
You want to be my dad?
I probably am
My
your
dad
dad.
would tell me what simp means because he'd be a good dad.
No, your dad
Are you
just
a good
banged your
dad?
mum and
You're a
that's all.
bad dad. You're a bad daddy.
What the hell's going on?
Bad daddy. This
Oh,
guy's
some
pretending to be a
teenager
dad.
just some teenager just called me boy and doesn't realise I'm in my 30s.
Okay. Well, if you're so old and wise, tell me what simp means.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, so you're not wise?
And that's a straw man.
No. What's a straw man?
Yeah, it's, yeah, it's, yeah. I
What's
never
a straw
claimed I wasn't
man?
wise.
Can you explain anything to me?
Oh
Can you
my
explain anything
God.
ever? Anything ever? Can you explain
Do
anything
you
at all?
speak English?
I'm speaking it.
Well, go and fucking read then.
Read what? Tell me something to read.
The definition for simp.
Where
And
do
then
I
when you're
find
done with
that?
that, the
Where do I
definition for
find that?
straw man
Where do I find those?
on Google.
How do I get to that? Be my dad. Tell me how to do things.
I'm good, thanks.
Oi. Oi. Papa.
Should've worn
Oi,
should've worn a
Papa. Papa, tell me how to do it.
I should have worn a condom.
Papa. Me Papa.
Me papa, what the fuck?
Me Papa.
You think that's what we
Pap-
say in? You think that's how we call our dads in the
Me
UK? We go me
Papa.
papa,
That's how I call my dad.
right?
Yeah.
Remember, guys, pull out before it's too
Call
late.
my dad daddy.
That's right.
That's kind of
That's what everyone
weird.
calls their dad.
All right, guys,
Daddy.
this is
That
this
is what a dad
getting a
is.
little bit weird now. It's getting a bit
Oh,
weird.
okay.
We can
Well,
start getting
why
back
is it
onto the
weird?
subject.
Why is it weird?
Yeah,
It's
why
just-
is it weird?
Because, guys, let's just get back onto the subject of the room, right?
That's why
Let's
it's
just get
weird.
back
So
Because
anyway,
y'all want to talk about all these curves, and we're trying to talk about something flat.
oh yeah, because he was simping for Crystal. I remember now.
He's been called out. He said he wants to talk about flat Earth. Mr. Smoke Oregano.
Well, you can go ahead and do that, can't you? Go on then, smoke oregano.
What am I doing?
Talking about the
Yeah,
the
where's
nature
your
of our flat and level reality.
where's your disproof
Well,
of flat Earth?
just the fact that I've witnessed people being indoctrinated as soon as I was born, and I was just running around, never experiencing any changes the whole time, going wherever I wanted to, and not being moved by the earth because it wasn't moving.
Yeah, Goob. You just got wrecked. Bet you thought it was a glober, didn't you?
Got him.
Yeah, Goob's gonna come over to the flat side at some point. He's just he just likes balls too much.
Like, I love being able to climb on stuff the whole time, you know, measure my balance and all that, and not being moved 1 inch the whole time.
Did y'all just mute him?
No. You can check his microphone. But that was deep and profound, man. You should carry on with that.
It's crazy.
Crystal, does your name say that you're a Jason Blaha supporter?
Who?
Does your name say that you're a Jason Blaha supporter?
No, it says Chris. It says. What does it say?
Blaha J supporter.
Crystal Blahaj supporter. I support Blahages.
What's Blahaj?
A Blahaj is a stuffed shark from IKEA.
Oh, right. So what's that got to do with the flat Earth?
Well, the
Tell me
Earth
all
is
about it.
actually on flat. Blahaj's flat tummy.
How is it?
Oh dear, I'm
That
not going to
sounds
bother.
very bad.
Flat.
Back on mute you go. Does anyone want to talk about the flat Earth? I guess not.
I will. Okay, I will.
Oh God, not you.
Well, let me know when you get bored, and then I can be your glower.
Curva. Let me be your glober, baby.
So why is it a globe again?
It measures curved
Where?
everywhere.
I mean, where? Like you've seen?
Everywhere, yeah, everywhere you look.
Oh,
I'm working
everywhere
on
I
the.
look.
Everywhere
You can see
go.
through my eyes, so I'm asking you what you saw when you saw it.
In my state, in Washington State.
Yeah. Always take
Okay,
the
where did you see the
chance.
curve?
In the town of Sequim, Washington.
That was oddly specific.
Yeah, you should be worried.
I'm.
Did you like
In
go
fact, I bought.
on a hike
I
and take
invested
pictures?
in a pair of boots. I invested in a pair of boots just to shiver in them. This is true, Yukashvili.
Jukashvili.
Same thing.
Hey, let's talk about the
Cool.
gas pressure in the container, okay? I'm
Nah,
gonna
I
say
can't be
something scandalous.
Oh, is it?
Pressure requires no container.
Well, dear.
Oh, why is that?
You done. You done.
Can you describe how? Like why?
Yes, because pressure does not exist in nature. It's just a concept made up by humans to measure the
So
kinetic
things
energy.
aren't pressurized, like guns actually, like, CO2 airsoft guns aren't pressurized, and people just yell for no reason when they just get shot by them. Jesus Christ.
No, it's just the word pressure is a made up statistical quantity that humans introduced to
It's
describe
not
the
like a
behavior of
physical,
substances.
measurable attribute, right?
Doesn't mean that there's
Not in the same way that
there's not a
temperature.
physical consequence.
Does temperature require a container?
Your argument is that because it's socially understood that it doesn't exist.
No, it exists everywhere that particles exist. You have temperature and you have pressure everywhere you go, by definition. If you have kinetic energy, then you have pressure and you have temperature.
Yeah, so then you've just rebutted your own argument.
Yeah.
I didn't.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, you did.
This is
No, I
confusing
didn't.
now. What is he? Is he serious?
I am serious.
Unfortunately, yes, he is serious.
There's no way
You
he
guys
didn't see
just
what he
repeat.
said
You
when he
guys
said what he
just
said.
repeat something you read in a book out of context, thinking you know what pressure is. But in the same book, it tells you what pressure
I need
is.
to
You just didn't
read to
read
know
that
what
part.
pressure is what you're saying?
Yeah.
I need to be able to read.
Yeah, you need to read what pressure is, how it came
Why?
about, why it was invented,
Like,
what
why
it is
do I
useful
need
for.
that if I can just go swimming,
So you don't repeat stupid shit, like pressure needs a container.
What if the water is in a container and I get pressurized because I'm under the water?
Then you have a water in a container that's pressurized. Congratulations.
So then is that why I experience pressure in my body?
No, you experience pressure because there's water around you.
Okay, it's not based upon how much water is above me, right?
It is, but it needs no container.
So the water needs no container. Why?
Because it can. Does it have container when it's a cloud, when it flies around?
No, because it's a gas.
Yeah, same water,
Not a
H2O,
liquid.
same particles.
It's not a liquid, which a liquid has different properties. Like it has to have a container.
What's the
And then it'll
pressure
seep
of the
level.
Yeah, what's the pressure of the outer space per Neil deGrasse Tyson?
I don't know. I don't listen to that clown, man. Like, so funny to see how many times I've seen him before. Just talk and talk and talk, and they'll say these drastic numbers because these people's eyes light up. It's funny as hell, but
It's about
it's sad
0.
at a certain point.
What was that?
The pressure of outer space is about 0.
Yeah, but it's not 0, right?
It's
about
close enough.
Yeah, so no container, but there is a little bit of pressure because there's some amount of particles and they have kinetic energy. Therefore, there is pressure. Pressure
So the
is a
exact
derived
pressure doesn't
quantity.
matter.
It's derived. It's made up. You could redefine it, call it something else, call it Alice instead of pressure. It's useful, but it needs no container because particles don't need a container to exist, and they don't need a kinetic energy to exist. So therefore, you have pressure, you have temperature, with or without the container. So don't say that, but of course you should say, if there was no container, aka containment mechanism, then Earth's atmosphere would fuck off, like Jedi likes to say. And I agree with
what
that.
is
It would fuck
what is
off.
the
It
atmosphere?
would,
Like, how do you
it would
measure that?
still, wait, it would still have pressure in the process of fucking off. During that process, it would still have pressure, right? Just that pressure would spread out and drop as the gas spreads out, per the second law of thermodynamics. So say Earth couldn't keep an atmosphere without a container, I put it in quotes, but I'll meet you there.
I
But
can only
pressure
imagine.
does not need container. And then we're gonna be golden. We're gonna be happy.
So
we're
why?
gonna be friends.
Why?
Because that's the truth.
Nope. Why is it the truth?
Because God made it this way. It's just we
Okay. Made
describe
what?
reality. No, we don't say why. We describe the way it is. We don't know why. Open the
Claiming
Bible
God did something.
or
What are you
whatever book
claiming?
you believe in. It's going to tell you why. Science doesn't tell you why things work that way. It just describes that they do. Why are there electrons? I don't know. Why is there light? I don't know.
If I
Why
have the
is there
knowledge at a certain
hydrogen?
point to
Because there
know
is.
that I can read, but most of what is written down was written by another person to teach me to think in a certain way,
Well,
then I
no,
should
you
think
could.
twice
No,
about what I'm reading every
no, you
time I
have two
do read,
options.
right?
No, you have one more option. You have three options, actually. You can read
I
those
should say
things.
it out loud and think about what it means.
You can read those things that other people wrote. You could ignore all those things and try to describe nature from scratch. It's going to be a lot of
Why could
work.
I only do what you're saying?
Logically, you have these options. And the third option
Why
is
can't
you
I
can
do
do
what I
none
say?
of that and you can sit on Discord and shoot the shit with your friends.
Ain't gonna lie, he cooked you, bro. You got cooked.
Jesus, got me.
Three options. Well, there's a fourth one.
Why? So okay, there's more now. Adding
Yeah, the
more.
fourth one is you could just stay
Be
quiet
ignorant.
about things you have no idea about. That's what I do
Oh,
about
okay.
things that
So
I have no
you're
idea about. I
claiming
just
I
don't
am
talk
ignorant.
about them. We all are. I'm ignorant in many
Oh, okay.
things.
Cool. So
Yeah, there's a little
why
bit
am
of
I like
ignorance in
you?
everyone.
Because you think I am.
But I don't debate those things. I may have an opinion, but I don't debate them. Because I don't want to look like a fool. For no reason.
Then why do you?
Why do I what?
Look like a fool for no reason.
Well,
He doesn't look like a fool.
none
What
of
are you
us is
talking
perfect.
about? How does he look like a fool? I ain't gonna lie. He has something else.
Well, man, what shape is the Earth?
Round. Spherical.
Like a table. Oh,
Spherical.
like a ball, like a basketball.
Yeah, similar.
How do you figure?
Let's see. There are images of the Earth that have been taken from satellites.
So, how do satellites work again?
They orbit the Earth.
Exactly. And without gravity, the Earth would not be round. We have gravity because the Earth is round. So
All of your theories prove your other theories, is what you're saying.
what are you talking about? They're not theories. All of these things have been proven true. I don't know, bro. It just seems to me
Or
like,
should I say claims? All of your claims prove your other claims, is what you're saying?
Well, you
it
could
just
turn on a
seems to me.
GPS.
Yeah, exactly. Without a GPS, you wouldn't like the Earth. We know the Earth is round because of GPS.
So GPS has a flat map, right?
No. Yeah, the GPS transmitters are in orbit around
anything
Earth.
he just said.
Yeah, he didn't. These guys just don't listen.
Well, GPS is a flat map, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we use flat maps as well. The Earth itself isn't flat. That's the thing.
Matt, I have a question for you.
You look at a GPS and you try to find where you're going.
Yeah, no worries. My question for you is: we all know the big slam is coming, right? Everybody knows that. So why do you
What?
want civilization to
You
get
did this
destroyed?
already once today. The big slam when I was around. Don't do it again. It's
What do
stupid.
you like? What?
No,
What is his thing again?
You
I can
did this
explain it.
troll already. Don't do it. It's boring. Come up with a new one.
Oh, do it. No, I want to hear his
I'm not
question.
even trolling.
Yeah,
I
give me a
You were
question.
trolling the same way.
I'm
Jesus.
not even trolling.
I'm in the 24/7 Flat Earth channel, and I'm telling you flat Earth beliefs, and you're telling me I'm trolling.
But you did it like
It's
2
like if I
hours
went
ago.
to a vegan,
You did the
it's like if
same
I
thing
went to a
again.
vegan channel. It's like if I went to a vegan channel, and somebody's like, "Did you know that eating meat is wrong?"
But you did the
And you're
same
like, "Are you
thing
trolling?"
with
Like, yeah, this
me.
is what.
With me, you did it 2 hours ago. With me, I was here.
Obies, the same thing. Anyway, Matt Nuclear. Yeah. Why are you okay with civilization being destroyed for an inaccurate belief? You know about the Big Slam.
What
Yeah,
the hell
man.
is he
I
talking
showed
about?
you.
Like, what
I
is he
saw you
talking?
post a proof.
He's trolling you
I
guys.
saw you post it again. Post it again.
What
See,
is he
this is your post
talking
again.
about?
Beautiful. Look at that. The big slam's coming, guys. I think we should all avoid it and warn everyone.
Well, it's not that we should avoid it. We have to build the steel columns, okay, around the ice wall containing the water in the earth. We have to do it. And guess what? Guess what? Okay, you know Atlantis. You know evolution, right? Here's the thing. A lot of
The
people
evolution isn't real.
they come in this chat room and they ask the same thing. They every single day they say, "Why would you lie about being why would you lie about the globe, right? Like why would NASA lie about it, right? There's no benefit." I'll tell you the benefit. Okay, they know that the big slam is coming. Okay, and there's two solutions. We can live on the surface like God intended by building the steel columns, or we can do what they want, which is
What the
become
fuck is it
fish
for,
people.
man? What is it for?
We can become fish people and go underwater, right? Because if we slam into the wall but we're underwater, we won't die. That's their thinking.
What is he talking about?
The big slam.
He's
Everybody knows.
trolling. You guys don't get it. He's trolling.
I'm not trolling.
He won't explain it, will he? I gotta mute him.
Wait.
No,
What do you want me to
he's
explain?
trolling, but he's not a flat earth.
What do you want me to explain?
A waste of time, really.
Yeah, we want you to have a honest conversation.
I am being honest.
Goddamn
We don't believe
waste
you.
of time.
Build the steel columns now.
I hate when people waste my time.
Yeah, the steel columns thing is not something you believe or anyone believes, and we don't like to waste time with people who pretend to believe something they don't.
I don't understand why you think that.
Your tone of voice.
You like to
and
laugh about this at
ridiculousness.
night.
Yeah.
What?
Your tone of
When you
voice
sleep.
and the ridiculousness of the claims that you're putting forth.
It's okay.
Dude.
Wait, flat
In a
Earth?
flat Earth channel, honestly, you can't really call anything ridiculous claims.
Yeah, I don't
ain't gonna
understand.
lie, that is true.
I believe, right, that the Earth, because the globies, they come in here, oh, explain gravity, explain gravity. Yeah, I can explain gravity. The reason why you observe that things fall down is that the Earth is actually going up, right? The Earth, things
Wow.
don't fall up, things don't
Wait,
fall down.
no,
The
you
Earth
said
goes to the
Wow.
top.
Wait, I thought you were claiming to believe that, but that's not true. You don't believe that.
How is
Yeah,
the Earth going up?
I do believe that.
No, you
I don't
don't.
understand why
How?
you.
How
I'm
is
telling
the
you
Earth
what.
going up?
The Earth, because of the universal accelerator.
Yeah, you're saying that you're.
So what is that, and why do you think that?
Wait.
The
He's saying that he believes the Earth is going up, but that's not true. He doesn't believe that.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I'm a flat earther. A flat truther, really, not just flat earther. Because that's how the globies get you. That's how the globies get you. They say
I
flat
don't know what's
earther.
going on anymore.
I'm a flat truther. I believe in the truth, the reality.
You,
Okay.
so you make fun of yourself?
I don't understand who am I making fun of?
It's just boring to have people lie about what they believe.
Tell me why you think I. Can you tell me why you think I'm lying?
Yeah,
Please.
your tone of voice and the
Because
way
you
that you're
keep
presenting.
stuttering.
How I
Because
speak.
You sound really disingenuous, dude. Like you're
And long
accusing him of not
experience.
believing it. Like, so why don't you go ahead and prove that he doesn't actually believe what he's saying?
Thank you.
So,
what a character, man.
I guess
What a character.
like this
You know
is
what?
a flat Earth channel. You really think there aren't people on the internet who believe X, Y, or Z? Like this
Right.
is the internet.
Again. This is like going to that vegan chat room, and they're like, "Oh, by the way, eating meat is wrong," and you're like, "What?" Like, yeah, people believe it. I don't understand why that's ridiculous to you.
Oh, your tone of voice.
Whatever.
You guys are just feeding the troll, like all of
And
you.
long experience dealing with.
So, like, I really don't
By
see any
explaining
reason
to
to
him why
suspect-
he's a troll, you're feeding him. You guys
He's a
know that, right?
professional time waster.
Well, y'all are the ones in this chat.
Yeah, you
so
guys are wasting your own time, honestly.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Instead
You
of
just wanna
complaining
talk.
about him time wasting, why don't you go to a different chat room?
Yeah.
Wow. You got me.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a good idea. Goodbye.
Have a good one. Okay. Everybody knows. This is what happens when you mention the big slam. By the way, they know it's coming. They know the big slam's coming.
You're a terrible troll.
Who is they?
He's somebody who's
Great.
muted now, so you don't have to worry about that anymore.
You just got rebutted, dude. He rebutted your argument by calling you a troll.
You're gonna bother rebutting that? Seriously? Well, you're the fool then. Hem wins if you're gonna do that.
That's a nice argument. Like, I'm not even a flat earther, dude. And like, you guys are
You don't
making.
need an argument. It's a fucking troll. Figure it out, dude.
Well, why don't you explain what you're doing here?
What?
Owning this place. So shut up.
Okay. Well, what do you believe? Round, flat, hollow.
I believe I'm going on deaf, and then the other guys will fill you in. I got something to do.
That's good.
That was a good one. I ain't gonna lie.
I believe I'm going on deafen. Oh.
That's funny.
Wow.
So you done? You got anything?
Peter's showing Ultimate Globe Proof, by the way, if anyone wants to tune in.
No, I'm not showing it tonight. I'm just working on it, and this is just to scare them of what's coming up like tomorrow.
No.
Think of it as a teaser for like a horror movie.
I see.
Gotcha. Be honest though, I think a lot of flat earthers just want to believe that the Earth is flat. So this is
One
the same
rotation.
for me.
Well, look,
But actually,
everyone knows that you're not going to convince a globe earther that that's flat or vice versa. What's fun about this is that you can make a good argument trying, right? And see if you can just catch them off guard. That's fun.
Exactly.
fun. This is the thing I like. It's just fun. And everyone, I think most flat earthers in here also
It's not
know
about
the
being
Earth is
ignorant, though. I don't really get that.
I think you guys
Especially
are
with
aware
something
about
that, you know, What's fun about sitting here every single day and having arguments about the same points over
So
and
like,
over?
yeah, Bullman. It's. I mean, you might think, right? You might think that we're under the impression, right, that that well, actually, for people who stay here for a while, they don't use the same arguments. What people who are here for a while, what they try to do is they try to think about and argue the holy grail of arguments, right? How to silence someone on the other side, right? And that's takes brain, right? And maybe you don't have that, so maybe it wouldn't be fun for you, right?
I don't know. It usually just takes mod powers. That's what it takes. It takes mod perms.
Well,
No,
I
it's
mean,
like philosophical wrestling.
I don't know what you're
yeah,
talking
exactly.
about. I've seen so many people make arguments and they get muted. So
It's philosophical wrestling, but only one side is allowed to use oil.
exactly.
So, like, I mean, like, if you've like argued with a few flat earthers, you're like, they don't study their arguments because like there's nothing there. They don't have like actual evidence to support any of their claims. Would try to prove that the Earth is flat. They don't ever try to really prove that the Earth is flat. They'll just like
Defamation. The defamation in this chat is feeding my strength.
There's actually no flat earthers in here right now. We've taken over, except for Quetzalcoatl.
There's one
huge balls.
This big Dr. Kindergarten, bro, he
Geogebra.
lives in this flat Earth channel. But I don't think there's flat earthers in here. We're free. We have been freed.
Yeah, it's a globe.
It's a globe. It's a globe channel now, dude.
Yes, sir. Fuck all these flat earthers. They're stupid as hell.
What if y'all just compromise and say it's like a 3D octagon, you know?
Yeah.
There we go.
The Earth is a pizza. There we go.
Oh, so I looked it up and it's called
The Earth is a pizza. It must taste good.
dodecahedron.
Yeah, all right. So stop trying. Stop trying, Max.
We know.
There's Venom, right?
Doda. Dodecahedron.
You do what?
So one in here is called Effie. That means Flat Earth Victory Lap, and I'm curious as to why he thinks they've won, because I know almost every baby that's going to be born for the next millennia will all believe in the globe. Sounds like a loss.
I mean, dude, flat earthers in here don't believe it. That's the way I view it. I don't think that they don't believe in the globe. I think they know that the Earth is a globe, but they want to just, ask more questions about it and try to, I don't know, just question it.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised.
No, there are some people that actually believe the Earth is flat. I do know that, but like for the most part,
people that actually believe it.
Wow.
Yeah, they are.
Like, who
how many
actually?
Globers
Yeah, no. Like,
do we have here right now?
The whole chat.
How
There
many
are
Globers?
grown adult men who
Okay, should we
genuinely
take
believe. Like,
this
I
case
understand if
over?
you're like coming in here and you want to argue
Let's
and
do
you
it.
just want to like
We own it
question
now.
people and shit.
yeah,
Yeah,
If you
Scott, can
genuinely
you
believe
talk?
that the
Scott,
Earth is
we
flat,
need you.
that shit.
Let's make a crushing argument for the globe. So it measures. It
Those
measures.
people, they need to get a job. Honestly,
Measures curved.
They don't have jobs. That's why they sit on here all day.
There are star trails. We have photos from space. Help me. Let's rattle off all the pro-globe arguments before it's too late.
Gravity.
It definitely rotates. Gravity. Yeah, gravity crushes everything into a sphere at large scales.
Don't forget refraction. That's a big one.
Refraction. Yes, refraction is absolutely necessary for the globe. Lunar eclipses. Let's say eclipside. It's going to sound more like we're more intelligent. Lunar eclipsi.
wait. So you have to sound intelligent instead of actually being intelligent.
That always helps. That always helps.
Okay, why does it help? Instead of just knowing, instead of
me
just
sounding intelligent gets me more bitches. So there is some truth to that.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Yui, what else do we have? Things disappearing bottom up. That was your proof, right? The pre-ultimate.
Penultimate.
Does it get you more children?
Yes, thank you. What? I think that's it. I think that's enough. I think that's enough. We did it, guys.
We did it.
Another
I
win
think,
for the globe.
I think right. The thing with the atmospheric refraction thing is that, yeah, okay, like you couldn't do an experiment with the atmosphere because it's the atmosphere. Like, how could you? But but we have proof in concept. We could replicate it, right? In like a laboratory or like with lasers and gas and water, different mediums, right? So we know the concept exists, and we're transposing that into the atmosphere. But so we have the concept experimentally tested, transposing it onto the phenomena of seeing objects further than what you're supposed to see. And then you have the obstruction, which obviously is just Earth curve. Now, if you give it to a flat earther, they have the natural situation is looking too far, but they don't have any method or like idea which they could transpose onto the curve to explain that, right? And that's where I think, I mean, it's just obvious which one's right at that point, you know? They couldn't even prove it in concept, or whatever they think it is. I've heard them try, trust me.
Flat
You know,
Earthers
optics is the one they go to, but that's debunked. So they said water hills. There was water
I
hills
think the
suddenly.
Earth is actually shaped like a donut.
Yeah, everyone's heard that joke before.
It's a donut, nigga. Have you not seen the pictures?
It is a donut.
It's like there's no way it can be a sphere. Like it's scientifically improbable.
I'm showing you right now on my
He
screen.
got kicked
Who said
mid-sentence.
scientifically it says the Earth can't be a sphere?
Scientifically improbable. Gotta be a donut.
Scientifically. I like how like some flat earthers will like bring in science to help their arguments. It's like, dude, science doesn't agree with you. Why are you bringing up science? Fuck are you doing here? Which one is it?
You just wouldn't get it.
So, are we allowed to take over this channel and talk about something that has nothing to do with flat Earth or no?
No, that'd be a violation.
Who cares?
It's live, that's why.
I had an idea for an experiment.
Let's talk about the conspiracy of flat Earth, guys. How about that? Seems more interesting. Let's talk about the conspiracy. Who do you guys think
It's a
is all in
psyop.
on it?
Wait, who's conspiring?
We don't know. That's
So let's
what we're
talk about
trying
the
to figure out.
conspiracy. Yeah. Who are the conspirators of this?
I think it's a Chinese Communist Party is trying to mess with the West.
Look, guys, it's not even the Chinese, it's bigger than that. We are all living on a gigantic Truman Show inside of the Truman Show.
Love that movie. That's such a good movie. Jim Carrey's best work, in my opinion. Better than The Mask.
Oh, yeah. Definitely better than a mask.
Imagine if somebody did that to you, though, and they really gaslighted you that the Earth was flat. I'd be pissed.
Nobody cared until I put on the mask.
You mean to tell me I couldn't go past the Bermuda Triangle, and then now I can? Fuck you.
You gotta admit, though, the flat Earth lore is amazing. I appreciate the lore.
It is.
No, like I'm not a flat earther. I'll just be real. Like I can't justify my round Earth worldview other than saying like I just have to outsource some of my beliefs. You know, I can't fucking question everything. I can't spend fucking hours and hours. You know, I work in the aviation industry. So I work on planes and I see aircraft come and go, and I have to use the flight radar map every day and see these airplanes coming from China. And it's like, if I were to believe flat Earth, I would have a lot of fucking gaps in my worldview that just didn't make sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Like, so how the fuck, you know, like, so are the pilots, do they know, or are they dumb also?
Yep, they do.
My father doesn't.
All the pilots are in on it, man.
My father isn't.
Yeah.
It's
I don't
like
think you would
if you
be a
actually
person he would
speaking of
tell.
like pilots and
I know a lot of
destinations, let me
pilots
just
that. I mean, I know a lot of pilots that talk about like they've seen aliens or they know a guy and they believe him that he's seen some
there you go. I just posted in
UFO
chat.
stuff.
A lot of flights would be possible on a flat Earth. They don't make any sense if you
Not
just look what I just posted.
not aliens, like UFOs and like the whole 90-degree turns and stuff, crazy stuff like that.
So if space is real, the aliens are out there.
No, why? Why would you assume that?
To be honest, if I was an alien, I would not want to come to Earth. Like, I'd be like, yo, you guys are still racist to each other? Y'all still have issues figuring out what shape your planet is?
What if the aliens are even more racist?
I doubt it.
What if they eat the other
Wait, you
races?
so weak you can't deal with racism? Deal with that on a daily basis.
I think I'm going to switch positions. I'm going to say the Earth is a saucer.
Would that even work?
No, I have an idea for an experiment that I could possibly do. I don't really have the money for the radio I want, but so pretty much like there's in the ham community, a lot of people will tell you about what is it called, like skip frequencies, where you use shortwave radio, HF radio, and you can bounce your radio signal off the ionosphere, and you can go to the other side of the world. Theoretically, like you can send a message to yourself around the world, and you can use a directional antenna to sense which direction you send it. Well, you know what direction you sent it, but then you can sense which direction it came from. So you can do the math of how long it took the message to go around the world. You have to calculate it skipping in between the two layers of the ionosphere and whatever is below that. I forgot the name, but that's the theory. Is it bounces within this one little chamber of the atmosphere, right? So you could do the math. You could calculate how long it would take to come back to you, and you could sense which direction it comes back to you, and you could do that with multiple directions, right? And so, wouldn't that prove that the Earth is flat?
No.
Because how else, if the Earth was flat, it would just go out into nothingness, or there wouldn't be any kind of it wouldn't be it wouldn't be constant. You know, if it's reflecting off of something, you could aim different directions and it would bounce off, but it wouldn't be about the same time for the radio signal to go all the way around the Earth and hit you, or in the flat Earth model, it'd be bouncing off of something and coming back to you.
You know what else the ham radio people tell you? That you can use your rig to bounce the signal off the moon, and it takes 2.5 seconds. That's how we know how far the moon is, and it is not very local.
Yeah, I just farted and I could still smell my after farts. That's gross.
Do you get a lot of bitches that way?
No, that has nothing to do with getting bitches, but yes, I do get bitches.
But not that way.
Wait, so do you have children or do you just get bitches?
Maybe I have children, I don't know. I just get bitches for all I know.
Alright, for all you know.
No one who thinks the Earth is flat gets bitches. Come on, guys.
How could they? Probably
They're
thinking
flat
flat
earthers
or
tell their
something.
family and friends about their beliefs. Like, by the way, mom and dad, I think the Earth is flat. Like, is there just like a private thing they go on Discord to talk about, or what?
Well, this is their safe space.
Get their stupid
Yes.
takes off, you know? Because life sucks for them, because they get no bitches. Their family hates them. They get bullied at school.
The
or
odd
at
ones
work.
out. Everyone's out to get them. I mean, to be honest, though, everyone is out to get them already, so.
I'm gonna call Neil deGrasse Tyson to come into space one day. Just watch.
I've talked to a few flat earthers that say they believe it because they go on.
Oh. Everyone's muted. What happened, Quetzalcoatl?
It's a shame. I was psychoanalyzing them.
You should get some Glober. You should become a Glober mod, Yui. I think you're like the only trusted Globy here that could be.
I don't want to become a mod because I don't want my waist to expand by 200 pounds. So.
But aren't you like politics, whatever leader, like founding father?
No.
No?
It's a user role. It's not an admin role.
Aren't you like a legendary? Yeah, but I mean, if there's one Glober that should have mod rights, permissions in this VC, it should be you.
See, I was thinking...
Cannot be me, because I would mute everybody and just tell them about the real world. But you're more open-minded, so,
You're a fascist?
Yes, yeah, I'm a fascist.
Wait, is that the wrong term? Hold on, let me look it up. Oh, yeah. So you're a fascist. Okay.
Did you just Google fascist?
Just to make sure that you're actually a fascist.
Yeah.
It means you're really into fashion.
That's what I thought. But Yui studied this sort of thing, so he could tell us what a fascist is.
Oh, it's very complicated.
No, you have to think a lot. Think so much. Don't know what it means.
I think a fascist, here be my guess, Yui, you tell me what you
You're
think.
guessing because you
Is an Italian man who
Define
likes to collect sticks, bundle them
Ah.
together, and tie them with a piece of string, and show to their kids that it's harder to break them when they're in a bundle than when they're on their own.
Yeah.
Close enough?
I'd say that's as good as any definition. Bundle of sticks, also known as a fat.
You cut off at the end.
Yeah, I did that on purpose because you can't say that word in the server.
Oh, really? Can't speak Italian?
I don't know if you knew what I was trying to say now.
No, I don't think I did.
Rhymes with maggot.
Oh.
In English,
I
a
am
bundle of
familiar.
sticks is also a maggot, but with the F.
No way. What a messed up language you have over there.
What's messed up about it? That makes
Wise.
They use words the wrong way.
Why?
Yo, this is coming from the Polish person. You know,
Yes, who
look how
speaks
they
proper
look how they put
English.
letters together, and that is a nonsense.
At least we don't have words like Czech people who have words that have 0 vowels.
I've been told I'm on thin ice. Well, old dude, unmute your mic. We're waiting for some flat Earth proof today. You know, the Globe Earth has controlled the chat, so. Can you explain what your next ultimate proof is going to be, Peter?
It's the same, it's just kind of in reverse. Because you see, what I have to do, Yui, I have to first pick a measurement, like a demo, that is the least controversial, like a real world, measurement. And then I have to adjust my proof to that.
I see.
Do you know what I mean? Because I cannot do this leap from like, here's the geometry of triangles, and now here's a real world measurement, but you have to translate in your head what the triangles look like. So I have to the YouTube video has to match this example like 1-to-1.
Okay.
And the YouTube, because I'm working with an audience that, has never done any sort of geometry. And including Bev, the advanced simplicity people. So so then, the visual measurement that I present has to be not controversial, not involve horizons and stuff like that. But it has,
what? You mean like
we're just
outside,
talking
like a
shop. We're
horizon?
just talking shop here with you.
What?
Sorry, we should have done this over DM.
Yeah, he's talking about the ultimate Globe Earth proof. You heard about it before? 2.0.
It's famous now.
Yeah, tell me
They
about
couldn't
it.
handle
What did you
1.0. 2.0 will, destroy them.
You know, when I argued with Bev, right, a while ago about an argument that he said was affirming the consequent, and today I downloaded ChatGPT and I asked that question. I was like, oh, it just hurts to be right sometimes. It really does hurt me to be right sometimes.
I know that feeling, yeah. What did you find out?
Well, I posted it. I sent it to you. I had 2 arguments consecutively. Right, one was with
I saw it.
Elijah. The one was with Bev, but yeah. Yeah. So since then, for the last couple of hours, since I downloaded it, I've been asking ChatGPT for some globe proof. Not been happy with the answers so far. I won't lie to you.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's like when you ask ChatGPT to give you a good globe argument or good globe proof, you always think like, okay, but this is what a flat earther would say, and then they'd give you corrections. Like there was one where it was like, oh, looking at boats appearing over the horizon and so on. And I said, but the flat earther would say refraction, right? You can see further sometimes. And then they made an amendment saying, oh, well, obviously refraction will be an inserted premise or whatever. And then I was thinking, yeah, but then they don't even agree that refraction does that. So, it's just like it's a long.
Well, ChatGPT is pretty naive,
Yeah.
It's pre-programmed to think in a certain way and to get you to believe a certain.
Well, I'm smarter than
set
AI.
of
Right?
beliefs.
I'm just happy that I'm smarter than an AI. Right? That's all I need to know.
Yeah, but ChatGPT does not know how to do philosophical wrestling, so it has to, it only tells you, that's just the way it is.
It was taught how
It doesn't know all the
to,
tricks. It doesn't know,
Yeah.
but refraction
it
can
was
go
taught what
3
philosophy
different
was. It
ways at
didn't
the
learn.
same time.
You got to be creative, and AI hasn't got that ability yet.
That's right.
I was trying to find out if anyone had circumnavigated Antarctica with ChatGPT as well, and I was saying who done it first, and it said Thomas Cook, and then I said how do you prove that Thomas Cook circumnavigated the Antarctica? And then it said actually correction, I was wrong. It was actually the Swedish guy, and then I was like, how do you prove that? And they were like, actually I was wrong. It was this English guy later on, after the Swedish expedition. And I said, how do you prove that? And they went, actually, I was wrong. I was like, so did anyone circumnavigate Antarctica?
And then what did it say? Did it say, no, we can't go there, the penguins will shoot you if you try?
No, it just reset on the Swedish guy again. It really could make up his mind.
Norwegian, I think, no? Amundsen?
No. He was the first one to get to the South Pole.
Oh.
That's not circumnavigation. We can't really use that as proof because getting to the South Pole doesn't help the globe. You kind of need to show that Antarctica is this island, right, in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah. Meaning, take a picture of it, for example, yeah?
Yeah, you'd have to go around it. You have to circumnavigate.
Yeah, or you could just go really high and just snap a photo.
Of the entire
continent. Be too
continent?
easy. Yeah, but that'd be too easy, wouldn't it?
That would be fake, wouldn't it?
Obviously, just by definition.
Then if you would a flat earther accept someone could get high enough to take a picture of the entirety of Antarctica? I wonder.
We don't know. The answer is literally, we don't know.
Someone said in chat, you got to be able to spread misinformation. And AI isn't really capable of lying about the Earth's shape.
That's crazy.
It's funny.
Yo, Crit, are you there, little bro?
Little bro?
This Crit guy has a speech impediment. It's funny.
You call him little bro?
Yeah.
That's very cute.
How about you debate me, big bro?
Me or him? Him.
Yeah, you.
Oh, okay. About what?
Do you affirm the proposition that the Earth is not a globe?
No. Quite
Do you affirm the negation proposition?
Why are you talking like that? Why couldn't you just speak in plain English?
He's trying to. I think it's a trap.
You're already
I will walk into this trap. Okay, I will walk into this trap.
negation of the proposition.
Yes.
Walk into it, sir.
The negation of the proposition.
The negation. Yes, I'm the negation of the proposition guy.
Okay, so you think the Earth is curved? That's fine.
Very curved. Yeah.
I agree with you. There's nothing to debate. We're both not retarded, at least.
I didn't think it was.
Even though you didn't know what
easy.
negation meant, I'll just look past that. Right?
What has this VC become?
Well, you're talking to a bunch of people who think we live on an infinite horizontal plane, right? And they think when we shoot rockets,
that's what you think. We think
we shoot rockets. It's like cracking the firmament.
Why aren't you and I banned yet? Is what I'm asking.
Let me tell you something. When we shoot rockets, it's cracking the fucking dome that's over Earth. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we're trying to crack the dome.
Can you tell me of a record of when that happened?
Dome. Crack that dome.
Can you tell me of a record of when that happened?
Every time we've launched a rocket, dude. The guy who invented rockets literally referenced the Bible verse talks about the firmament and shit. That means that we live on a flat surface and there's a dome. They're trying to crack the dome so they can let the giants out. Because the angels got horny and they fucked humans.
Nephilim.
Yeah.
I wouldn't talk about this more if I were you, because people get banned for this.
Why? That's flat Earth shit.
It's not okay though. It's not okay.
Are you a moral realist?
What? I don't even know what not okay about what he said.
Hold on, I'm asking Lil Bro if he's a moral realist. Peter, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, are you a moral realist?
A moral realist?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Yui, help me out.
You don't know what that means?
No.
Do you think, like, moral statements are propositional?
Moral statements are Yui, what does that mean?
You don't know what a proposition is? Why do you gotta have your butt buddy help you?
Here's my support, Yui.
Oh.
Yui, where did you go when I need you? See, you can't
Support.
comment on that, man. I propose. No, explain. I don't use these terms in day-to-day life, so.
Do you think it can be false that it's good to rape people? Do you think that can be false?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you are cognitive about the good then.
No,
What do you
well, the particular example you
if you're
gave.
saying
No,
it's
Peter,
false,
don't
You
disengage.
say too many
No, I
words.
won't engage. It's just
disengage.
when you're saying
it
it's
wasn't.
false that it's good to rape people, that means that like it's not good to rape people is true, right?
This guy is what we call in the business a philosopher, where
can you please
he can't speak like a
mute
normal
this
human being.
fucking moron.
What
He's
the
he's
fuck
not
is wrong with him? Can he just say a sentence?
Can you just mute him already?
Yourself. Shut up, you sir.
negation
of the
proposition.
You
That's
racially
just
impure
terrible.
mongrel.
Yeah, this goddamn animal, man. I'm done.
Yo, Andrew, you little boy, are you there? Fucking conehead.
I'm asking out of respect. Can you please fucking mute him, please?
Shut up, Serb. Muzzle yourself. You fucking racially impure mongrel.
Is your mom safe? She heard you talking like that.
You're
She's in
overweight.
the other
Shut
room.
up. You're obese. I'll fuck your daughter.
Come on,
Yeah,
fuck.
you'd be in big
because his
trouble.
mom's
sleeping.
I know, he'd be in big trouble.
What are you gonna do, buddy? What are you gonna do?
Oh, just
Big
speaking
trouble.
facts.
Big.
Yep, server muted.
The funny thing is, he was making fun of the other guy, but you can hear him mouth breathing.
I'm like in the middle
That's
of typing
funny.
a sentence, and I keep hearing this fucking.
He's a mouth
asshole.
breather.
God damn.
Look, there are people in this world on Discord, and they're called Philosophetes, and what they do is that they meet an autist online and they try to imitate them, but they don't realize that no philosopher actually talks like that in speech. It's weird.
No, he's just
They're
annoying.
LARPing, huh?
It's not even
Yeah.
funny. It's just like very.
Like something you'd write down, you wouldn't say out loud, you know?
Yeah.
Can I ask you guys a?
It's kind of like saying that gas needs pressure needs a container.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
where
go
do you
ahead.
guys get? I have a question for flat earthers. Where do you guys get that from? Gas on a container. Where'd that come from?
I can tell you on their behalf because I don't think they know.
No, you can't. And you're gonna shut the fuck up right now.
God
We're
damn, man.
all practical demonstration ever. We just can't seem to find a way to create air pressure without a container. And since Peter says we're wrong, he can tell you how to do it without one. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you. So pressure is a made-up statistical parameter made up by humans. That is one way of measuring the kinetic energy and behavior movement of gas.
Replace that with gravity.
No. We don't need no gravity either. So as long as you have particles and they have kinetic energy, you're gonna be able to measure things like temperature or pressure. Now, where they take this idea of container from is that pressure is defined as force applied to a imaginary wall of a container surrounding an arbitrary volume that contains some particles. So every single physics book says, imagine a container or a frictionless piston, and imagine particles of gas pressing on that wall We
You're saying
measure
a
the
lot of
force applied, the normal force
I'm just
applied
gonna
to the
cut in here.
wall, and that's pressure.
I'm
Okay,
just
and they
gonna
take that literally, and they think it
I'm
means that you
gonna
need
cut
a
in here. Hello, Peter. Yeah, I'm just
plan.
gonna cut in. Yeah. So, can you demonstrate gas pressure without the container?
Of course I can.
Go ahead.
Grab a piece of gas and measure the pressure.
Grab it.
Grab a piece of gas.
Yes.
Grab a piece of gas.
Yeah.
Yes, grab yourself a handful of gas and you're going to have pressure. You're going to have temperature and pressure of that gas.
So when I grab it, will I be like containing the gas? I don't know. I
No,
don't
you
think
can just chase it. No, you can just chase it. Imagine you're chasing it out into open space and you're like, hey, gas, what's your temperature?
Well, I
What's
mean,
your
this guy
pressure?
said grab a piece of gas, so you guys just decide for yourself what you think of all this.
Chase it.
You have to chase it. So okay, but if you want to measure the temperature of it consistently, then you have to have it in a container so you can locate it and then measure it.
Well, let's say you want to contain some helium, right? You want to contain some helium. You're going to put it in a balloon. You're going to put it in a tire. You're going to put it in. Well, it'd be stupid to put it in a tire, but whatever. You're going to need some sort of a physical barrier to separate it from the environment, right? That it would otherwise equalize into, right?
It's a statistical property.
Okay, whatever. That's the case.
Not
though,
whatever, just
kind
it's
of a
what it
physical
is.
barrier, though, to stop it from equalizing with the air, right?
Yeah, but who says it cannot be equalizing? Its pressure is going to change over time.
So if I want to contain some helium, I'm going to have to put it in a container of some sort, right?
If you want to contain it, yes, but that's not necessary to have pressure.
Okay.
So then,
well,
if I
okay.
can't
Yeah.
contain it, how do I keep track?
If the gas isn't contained, where are you going to get the pressure from?
The gas itself has pressure.
Where?
Yeah, not if it's confined to a volume.
No, you arbitrarily choose the volume where you want to measure pressure.
How does the gas exert any force at all without a container to confine it or contain it to begin with?
It does not. This force is just a statistical way of describing the energy of the gas. You don't need
It
that
does
force.
not. Without the container to contain the gas, it would not be exerting any force.
The link that I shared shows a container containing gas with a piston. You do not need an this is imaginary. Every physics student knows this picture from Feynman is imaginary. It's a thought experiment. If you had a frictionless piston, it'd be experiencing a certain normal force coming from the movement of the gas particles. Every student knows this is a thought experiment. You guys take it literally. It's hilarious.
Okay, so you're talking about, all right. So I'm talking about a system, a consistent gas. I'm talking about consistent gas pressure. You're talking about like dynamic gas pressure, something that's just going to be happening temporarily.
Yes, everything is dynamic, yes.
Talking about taking gas and keeping it in a space. How are you going to do that without a physical enclosure?
Let me help you, okay?
Gravity.
Can I measure? No, we don't need no gravity. Can I help you?
Then how are you going to keep gas from dispersing into, let's say, I don't know, an adjacent vacuum? What are you going to do to stop it from moving into that vacuum?
You don't.
Hey, I'm happy to explain this to you, but you need to bear with me at least for 2 minutes, okay?
No.
So first of all, if I have some gas, do I need to contain it to measure its temperature?
No.
Yes. Yeah, it'll have to be contained to begin with to even have the gas to speak of, yeah. Or else it would just fuck
Why?
off. Because it would fuck off, because gas fills the limitations of its volume, right?
What is temperature?
Because kinetic energy, basically.
Mean kinetic energy in a given volume, arbitrarily chosen.
Yeah.
I can have one particle of gas in that cubic meter, and I can say there is temperature in that cubic meter, and it's whatever the kinetic energy of that particle is.
Excellent. So how did you get
that? If I
that
have
gas?
a million, wait. What?
So how do you get that gas?
Container. I need a container to measure its kinetic energy.
Yes, because you wouldn't have the gas available to measure any kinetic energy of in the first place were it not contained.
Okay, well, yes.
Because
So I need a box.
because
I
it would
need a
fuck
physical
off.
box.
Well, I mean, you might have a very, very low amount of gas pressure, but it'd be so low that you wouldn't be here breathing, measuring
Well, there
shit.
you go. So those are two different statements. See, now you got it. Pressure needs a container is a statement. If I said that at school when I studied physics, my professor would spit out his coffee on the desk. So don't say that because you sound
Okay,
silly
well,
to
can your
people who
professor
know what
demonstrate?
pressure is.
Okay, would your professor be able to demonstrate any instance of gas pressure being achieved without the containment of the gas?
Of course, he would tell me, Peter, stop smoking whatever you're smoking, and you.
Yeah, that didn't work out. Yeah, right. So that ad hom attempt, that's not how you're going to contain gas. Try again, Peter.
Well, that was at home at myself. So my professor.
No, but it's not because you're talking about me really asking. You're talking about yourself asking the question that I would ask, right? So it was more aimed at me.
I don't think you would ever.
Yeah, okay. So what would your professor tell you can be done practically in order to contain gas short of using a physical enclosure?
To contain the gas, he would tell me you need to create a containment mechanism.
Yeah, so what would the containment mechanism be short of a physical enclosure?
Something that prevents the gas from expanding into the available space.
So what specifically would you suggest?
Anything that prevents the gas from leaving the particular area.
So that's, again, not specific. So what specifically would you
If the
suggest?
gas is ionized, it could be electrostatic force.
So if it's plasma, it could be electrostatic force. Okay, so what specifically would you use to keep non-ionized gas limited to a volume?
I would use a container.
Right. Well, there you go. But your
Are you
professor
going to
said
ask
you'd
me
be.
if that's the only option?
Your professor said you'd be a numpty dipshit for suggesting that that would be the only way you could really do it. But here you are, basically telling me that's
I
the only
didn't
way you're
say
going to
it's
be
the
able to.
only option. No, I didn't.
Yeah, well, you said that in as many words, basically.
No, I didn't
Because I asked for an alternate containment mechanism, and we just wound up back with the same one that I said you're going to need every single time. So you can
No,
still
you
hope.
asked for an alternate to electrostatics.
Anyway, that's cool. You can still hope and dream that there's another way to do it, but as you've just demonstrated in this conversation, there is no other way that you will ever be able to demonstrate doing it.
You just accepted that one method of containing the gas would be a fundamental interaction, such as electromagnetism. Did you agree with that?
That's to create plasma. It's a different state of matter. It's ionized gas, and it's a different thing. I'm talking about.
I can have gas with electric charge, right? And I can contain it using electromagnetism.
Peter, called plasma. So I'm just talking about non-ionized gas. How are you going to confine that to a volume? And
using
you told
gravity.
Me how. Okay, can you demonstrate that?
Yes.
Okay, how?
Are you breathing right now?
Yes.
If there was no gravity, the gas would fuck off and you would suffocate.
Okay, that's an assertion. To demonstrate it.
We demonstrate it all the time. Gas falls.
Gas falls? Can you show that?
Yes.
How?
1 second. Do you want a citation?
Whatever you got.
Well, I have a citation. Do you want it?
Can we? Can
whatever
we
you got.
Can we all admit to the fact that things fall towards the ground?
Not gas.
Not gas?
No, gas doesn't fall. You release gas into a volume, it's going to fill the volume. It's going to go in all directions. It's not going to fall down like this idiot Peter just said.
That is not true.
Okay, show it then, Peter. You keep saying no. Nuh-uh, so show it.
Does gas not contain mass?
No, gas doesn't contain mass. No.
What?
I don't know what to say.
Does gas contain mass? Okay, do you mean does gas constitute mass? That depends what you define mass as.
Stuff? That
Stuff.
the object's ass?
What?
Anyway,
what's your definition of mass?
Yeah, that's what we have to get into, but I really want to see Peter's demonstration. No, Peter, you're not going to get away from what you said a minute ago, which is that you can show gas falling down. I know you're desperate
looking into it.
Okay, well, while you look into it, shut the fuck up, and you can speak again once you put up, or else you're going to shut up. Is that cool?
Thank you. Yes, that's fantastic.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the other mods will take you off mute when you ping and say that you have the demonstration ready, because We get this
I
sort of
don't.
big talk all the time from you
I don't
guys.
have the link, but
that
have you
you
guys seen
got
that
it.
video
You got the
of the?
demonstration. Shut up, Twanga. You got the demonstration of gas falling down, and
Have
then when
you?
it comes time to put up or shut up, you just keep not putting up, and then you want to stall, and then you want to escape the conversation and talk about something else and red herring away. So you're gonna stay on mute until you put up. Thank you.
And this is what they do. Look at the chat, in the side chat. He says, sounds good. They feign this superiority, this intellectual superiority. He seems confident. How much you want to bet he doesn't cite anything? Okay? Why? It's because
Not
under the
going.
flat
Cam, I know
earth.
you're clowning around, dude, but he's not going to cite anything. They've done this time and time again where they say, I got it, and it's just a bluff.
Exactly. And why, right? It's because under the flat earth reality, notice I don't say model, because that's what they use. They use models. I use reality. Under flat earth reality,
over to you, Jedi. I'm tuning out. I'm going on deafened.
Gas doesn't fall. Okay? And if it did fall, that would prove the globe. But we know they can't do that. We know they can't do that. Okay? It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that.
You've never seen the video of them putting out a candle with CO2 gas? There's your gas falling right there.
Oh. Very convenient, right? That you choose invisible substances. Okay.
Oh my god, dude.
That's
Give
not
me a fucking break, dude.
This is what they do. This is what they do.
Right. I want you to say that again. What did you say about the candle? No, I'm not going to repeat yourself. Fair enough.
And this is what the Globers do, right? They say something, do pot shots, right? You want to do a substantive conversation? No. I'm going to walk away. That's what they do. That's what they do. That's what the Globers do.
I'm a Glober and I actually want to have a conversation just for a little bit. Mostly I just listen. I want to expand on the gas not being mass or something.
What's your definition of mass?
Stuff.
The amount of substance in a space.
Yeah.
Okay, so within the ideal gas law formula, PV equals N RT. The N stands for the amount of substance in a space. That's defined as a mole. So when we're talking about gas, you're going to say that mass is the amount of substance. No, when we're talking about gas, that's a mole.
Okay, so how do you define mass?
This guy's never done chemistry, apparently.
No, that's true. I haven't.
No, I was talking about Jedi.
Okay. So N equals the amount of substance in a space.
You don't need the word in a space there.
Mm-hmm. The definition of mass being the amount of substance in a space is at best an incorrect definition. Doesn't matter what counting tool that we use, we're never going to be able to count the amount of atoms in a space and contribute that to mass. Do you mean mass is resistance?
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Do you mean resistance?
Are you sure about that, Jedi?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think so.
I'm going to try and be respectful as possible here. I just want to throw in an observation. So let's say you have a tube and you contain the gas inside the tube. You close the tube off. The tube has gas inside of it. You weigh it.
Okay.
It gives you a value. You take the top off. The gas is released. You weigh it again. It has a smaller value.
Okay.
So you clearly see that there's a difference between the weight, or the value that it gives you on the scale. The thing that pushes down.
Yeah. What's actually pushing down though?
Well, the gas inside the freaking tube.
The gas is pushing in all directions, isn't it? In the tube.
Yeah, that's what we call pressure.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So pressure, the vector of pressure is in all directions when we attribute it to gas. Now, when you put the
but it has a weight.
When you put the pipe on the scale, obviously the scale's got a pressure vector downwards, hasn't it? It's a solid piece of matter, the pipe. Then when you put more matter in the pipe, let's call it gas, even though the gas is pressing in all directions, you can still register more weight if you want. because some of the gas is pressing down. Also, some of the gas is pressing up.
Okay, I'm a bit confused, but at least we can agree that the weight, there's a difference in the weights, and we'll just leave it at that. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not much for a conversation, really.
Oh, okay. I'm surprised you were confused. I'm just talking about gas. It's not a hard subject to understand.
Well, you took something very simple and tried to make it complex.
Just gas pressing in all directions in the container, which is pressing down on the weight. Okay. The claim is that the gas can contain itself, or it's been contained not by a physical container. So why people bring up physical containers when asking how can you have gas pressure without a physical container? Don't know.
What happened?
PV equals nRT happened.
Oh. Okay. No more. Just gotta love that V.
Always going to need that V. Unless somebody can replace it for me. And I'm asking this question for a very specific reason. I've been asking it for the last 2 weeks. Replace that V for me. We'll get there eventually when you try to.
Oh, Jedi, Jedi, how was I supposed to know the Earth wasn't a sphere?
Yeah, Brittany was trying to tell us all along, right? Why didn't we listen sooner?
What's going on, Jedi? Jedi, you there? He's calling. Why is Dr. Kindergarten calling for Jedi when. Okay.
I don't know what's going on. I rarely come here, so I don't know. You guys have questions? I'm down. I'm gonna chill just for a few minutes, anyways.
And maybe Jedi doesn't want to speak to you, losers.
Hi.
You have questions?
Normally I do, but
Hi, I have a question. Have any of you ever made love to a man?
The Earth does not measure flat.
How do you measure something to be flat?
here we go again.
Oh, easy. Just look at the definition of flat. If you can measure
Okay.
it to be even without bumps or lumps or anything like that.
Would you say you could do that with the Earth?
You can't, because the Earth's not flat, like Jedi claimed.
Ah. Welcome to Bevtalia.
Can we just like, for all the Globers out there, me being myself, can we just pretend just for a second that the Earth is flat and just entertain it, or just come up with a model? Like,
look, if they can't, we can't, right? Because they actually believe it, and they still can't.
Because I get tired with the nah, that's not true. It's like
Hey, Goog, you're a flat. You're a globe right there, though, aren't you?
I am. But I'm not gonna like say you're wrong and you're wrong and wrong. I just want to understand the model. That's all.
Oh, what for the?
Model? What model?
For the flat
What
Earth?
model would that be? What model would
Whatever
that
model, whatever model that exists.
Oh, flat earthers don't have a model. Main reason because the Earth isn't flat. Can't explain it.
Jesus.
There you go.
Whatever.
Funny, you guys are funny today.
Can't really have a flat Earth model if the Earth actually isn't flat. It doesn't work because, like, if they were to bring up a flat Earth model, people would just debunk a lot of stuff on it.
But-
They just criticize almost everything, and they'd just be trying to defend it all day long. So it doesn't really work.
So you confirm the Earth to be a sphere and then formed a model?
I formed a model? No, I never claimed to form a model.
But is that what they did?
You guys have a model you guys even agree on? You guys don't even agree on a lot of things. I mean,
But does the model come first, or does the information come first?
Information comes first. Well, how does it work for you guys?
So you concluded the Earth was a sphere and then made a model.
I just asked you. Hold
about
on. I just asked you a question. How does it work for you guys? The same way or what? Which one comes first? Observation.
I'm not claiming a model.
No, I didn't say you claimed the model, but what comes first though? Like, do you observate things before you?
You're gonna observe or experience something in reality, right?
Yeah. So, how would you explain telescopes then? They're in reality.
Explain telescopes? What the heck?
Explain them.
How would you explain being able to see other planets?
What do you mean by other planets?
Exactly what I said. Other planets.
Yeah. So other would say that apart from us, so the Earth being a planet. So we look up into the sky and we see things. Go from there. Tell me about.
What are we in fourth grade? We look up in the sky and we see things.
Yeah, if you want. Let's do it like this.
Wait,
Look
Jedi.
for a telescope.
I heard you make a few assertions in the past before.
My goodness me, dude, listen.
What?
I'm going to take you on the point that you just brought up.
Go ahead and say what you're going to say. I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay. No, you don't. So look through a telescope at something. Let's say Jupiter. Now tell me all about it.
Yeah. Jupiter is a spherical planet in our solar system.
What's a planet?
Yeah. Now let me ask you a question.
What's a planet, dude?
Did you make the assertion that the Earth measures flat, Jedi?
Yep.
Huh?
Yes.
Did you ever make that assertion?
Yes.
The Earth measures flat.
The Earth is measured flat, yeah.
How did you conclude that the Earth measures flat?
Because it's practically used as a flat horizontal plane of reference. When talking about any elevation above that horizontal plane, that means sea level. That can be a short
amount for me. Give me the definition of flat.
So to define flat in this aspect of the Earth, we mean horizontal.
No. I just want the definition of flat, Jedi.
Definition of flat, even.
Oh, that's not. I want the actual definition, not just. I want y'all not just you spouting out one word.
Do you want me to go and
Google
get
the definition of flat for me? Yeah, go ahead. That's what I want.
For you, I will Google the definition.
Tell me what the definition of flat means.
Do you want me to read it to you as well?
Hey, go ahead, read it. Read it.
Right, just give me 2 seconds. So having a level surface without raised areas or indentations. Lacking motion, dull, lifeless.
Or indentations, yeah.
There's lots of them.
So the Earth doesn't actually measure flat, does it?
So in or to a horizontal position.
Where are you getting that
the
from
flat
now?
part of something.
Where did that come from?
At the moment, you just asked me to fucking Google it. I'm reading it off the dictionary. Oxford Languages. This is where this is referenced from.
It says smooth and even without marked lumps or indentation. So the Earth doesn't actually measure flat then, does it?
Well, yeah, it does.
It doesn't. Oh.
It's horizontal, isn't it? Under the other definition of flat.
So like we just defined flat, and it doesn't actually measure flat.
In or to be in a
there's mountains. If the Earth was flat, then there would be mountains.
So to be in a horizontal position, to use another definition of the word flat, in a horizontal position.
If you want to use a different term, then you can go ahead. But the Earth doesn't measure flat. So I would love for you to concede to that statement, Jedi.
Excuse me. I've done what you've asked me to do. I've Googled flat. I've brought up Oxford Languages. I've just got past the adjectives.
Go ahead.
Now into fucking adverbs.
You concede to the statement that you made then.
No, because I'm still reading through the definition. And in this definition, with regards to
Continue reading, brother. Go ahead and continue reading.
In or to be in a horizontal position. So that one, the flat
definitions.
part.
Are you getting that from the definition as well?
Exactly the same citation. Again, 4th time you've asked me to do this.
Okay.
So I have.
I just asked you for the definition of flat. I don't know where you're talking about horizontal.
Well, I'm with that. You've asked me. That's the adverb. Flat. in
Yeah,
or to a
flat.
horizontal position. So the Earth is horizontal.
Yes.
It's not completely flat. It's topographical. Elevation angles taken
Oh,
from
so
the
the Earth doesn't
horizontal
measure flat
means
then.
elevation angles taken from the mean sea level, horizontal plane
Oh,
of
sea
reference.
level.
Yes, this is the
Sea
third time
isn't
I've said
flat
it.
either, though. Sea isn't flat either.
Means sea level. Water isn't flat. Used as a horizontal baseline for elevation angles
Yeah.
above
Water has
that
indentations.
measured to be flat. Do you know what an elevation
It's
angle
not
is?
measured flat. So I would love
Do
for
you know
you to
what an
concede to the
elevation?
statement the
Do you
Earth
know what an
measures
elevation?
flat. The Earth does not measure flat.
Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Doesn't matter. The Earth does
It
not measure flat.
does. Do you know what an
You can go
elevation
on
angle
about saying whatever you want to say. The Earth does not measure
is? Okay.
flat. So just concede to that statement, brother.
No.
It doesn't measure flat.
No. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
How would it matter? The Earth doesn't measure flat.
Because you have to use the
Does that
horizontal
prove that the
plane
Earth
of
measures flat, Jedi? Does that prove
Yes.
that the Earth measures flat?
Yes, because it's used as a
Okay.
horizontal plane of reference. You're dealing with
But that
3D.
we looked
Hold
up
on,
the
my
definition
friend.
of
Why
flat.
do you have? No, let me finish. You do understand 3D
Go ahead.
Euclidean geometry, right?
Go ahead, finish it.
No, I'm asking us a question.
Also, you say you want to finish something, then you want to ask me questions. I don't see
Yeah, I
how
wanted to
that
finish asking you a question.
that doesn't change the definition of flat. Definition of flat, right?
Horizontal.
As we looked it up, is smooth and even.
Is to be in a horizontal position. There's
It
more
doesn't
than one
matter if it's
definition.
horizontal or not.
Sorry, you understand
It's
the English
still
language,
the
right?
definition
Dude,
of flat is
you're
still
actually
flat.
stupid. You understand
If
there's more
something's
than one
flat, it can't
definition
have
of
bumps
English
and stuff.
words. You understand that there can
Like, for
be, and it
example,
is most definitely. No, don't give me an
Xbox
example.
controller wouldn't be flat, even on the surface of it. It wouldn't be flat.
Dude,
There's indentations
what are you
everywhere.
talking about?
There's lumps
You
everywhere.
understand? You understand that we measure
So
horizontal
just
and level.
concede to that statement. The Earth doesn't
You
measure flat.
understand? You understand that we measure horizontal baselines, planes of reference for engineering.
Dude, you're just going on about. Do you
we
understand
measure.
the horizontal plane of reference? So I just asked you a simple question: does the
Yeah,
Earth
and
measure flat?
Yeah, and
And
within
it doesn't
engineering,
measure
most
flat.
definitely.
We literally
Yes.
proved it to you that it does not measure flat. That's
No,
all
it
I want
does
to know,
within.
brother.
Well, I'm not conceding to the
Doesn't
point.
though.
You're just talking a
The
lot.
Earth has lumps and indentations, which would mean
No
it doesn't
one's
actually
denying that.
measure flat.
It's a horizontal
Doesn't
plane of
though.
reference.
No,
Do you
it
think?
doesn't. The Earth
Sorry,
is
do you
not
think that the
flat,
claim flat Earth is
according to the
denying the
definition.
Excuse me, dickhead. Do you think the
Now, if
flat
you were to
Earth
say
is
that the
denying
Earth is a
ground?
flat surface with a bunch of
Yeah, it is. Clearly an idiot. You feel like you have to talk a lot. Matt, you're an idiot, dude. And I don't know who muted you.
I didn't. He just kept on talking through you.
No, he fucked off. Oh no, he's still here. Yeah, I don't know.
I'll unmute him if you want, but he just kept
Well,
on
no.
talking through you. So I was giving you a chance to finish your fucking sentence. You know.
Well, yeah, there's no problem. The Earth is measured horizontal, flat, if you will. It's not like everybody's saying the Earth is flat, as in smooth, and denying mountains, hills, and valleys. But those mountains, hills, and valleys will be derived as elevation angles from the horizontal plane of the Earth. That horizontal plane being referenced as mean sea level. So the Earth has to be measured flat to get these altitudes above that mean sea level. You know what a triangle is, right? You know what a triangle is, don't you?
Have I been unmuted now?
Yeah,
Perfect,
you know what a
perfect.
triangle is.
So when
You know
you said that the Earth measures flat according to the definition of flat, you were wrong.
What lies horizontal? Yes, the Earth lies horizontal.
Yeah, but is the Earth flat though?
You asked me.
What's the
you
flat
asked me
surface look like?
Yeah,
Hold
it's
on.
horizontal.
Let's look.
It's horizontal. No one's denying hills and
Flat
valleys, dickhead.
surface.
No one's denying hills and valleys, dickhead.
Yeah, of course, no one's denying
Definition of
that.
horizontal. Do you know the definition of horizontal in the dictionary? first.
Let's do this. Ready? Look at my screen. Look at my screen for a second.
No, just put it down.
First thing it'll say is
This
flat
is
and level.
Hold on. This is flat, right? Would you say this is horizontal as well, Jedi?
Do all flat things have to be horizontal, or can they be vertical? Can my walls, for example, be flat? I'm not going to bother looking at it, dude. You're not going to twist my
It's flat,
words.
right?
And
Now,
some
does the Earth measure this? Does the Earth measure flat?
horizontal? Does the Earth lie horizontal? Yes.
So now you're talking. So the Earth lies horizontal. So you could have just said that before, then. So you can see to the flat statement, then.
So within the definition that you asked me to go and get, with the one that says lies horizontal, flat, lying horizontal, yes. Yes.
No, because the first things you say whenever someone asks you why you're flat Earth, or like why do you think the Earth's flat, you say because the Earth measures flat. The Earth doesn't actually measure flat, then, does it?
Yes, it does. It measures horizontal. Doesn't measure to have curve.
According to the definition, it doesn't.
Which means
You have
lies
definitions for
horizontal.
words, so that you
Lies
know what
horizontal.
those words mean.
Lies
And
horizontal.
the word doesn't mean what you try to make it seem like it means. That's the
What
problem.
lies horizontal?
Yeah. Well, the Earth doesn't measure flat. I mean, you can see what a flat
Yeah.
surface looks like here.
Yeah, it measures horizontal.
Right.
Horizontal.
This is what flat
Zero.
is. The Earth isn't this.
Yeah, flat, horizontal, level.
Horizontal now. Horizontal.
Yes, always has been horizontal. Were you not
Okay.
listening to the definition
So,
that you asked me to
don't
go and read
say
out?
that the Earth
Was you
measures flat,
talking
then.
through that as well, Matt?
You can see
Just
to
can't
your
hold it.
original statement. The
No.
Earth measures flat.
It does.
It
Elevation
doesn't
angle.
measure flat.
It does elevation angles.
So, it does that at elevation angle. So you're changing your statement now?
No, you said measures flat. Yes, measures flat elevation angles derived from a
Doesn't
horizontal.
measure flat. Okay.
Yes, it does.
The only reason I'm saying it doesn't measure flat because it doesn't measure the definition
Yes, it does.
of flat.
Right. Yep. Straight
It
line
does
between
not.
0
The
altitudes
reason
of
we
peak.
have definitions for words is so you know what it means, Jedi.
Yes, and in this reference
Indentations
means
and lines
horizontal.
can't be on a flat surface. That wouldn't make it a flat surface.
Is it the only
So the
definition?
Earth doesn't actually measure flat, buddy.
Is that the only definition?
I'm gonna go to sleep now, but I just need to clap you on that.
Yeah, fuck off then.
Bye.
I wonder how long it took him to come up with that one. You know he's feeling real good about himself.
Funny how the definition of horizontal in Collins Dictionary, I think it is, says flat and level with the ground, with a line considered as a base. Holy shit!
Can I ask you guys something?
Real quick, I have to interrupt. Peter claims that he's got like 6 citations of gravity-containing gas now, if you guys want to humor that.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, I was just trying to ask everybody if you were to take every person that has ever affirmed that the Earth is flat or something other than the globe, right? And I would say, when I say ever, I mean in the last 60, 70 years, right? If you were to take all of them, what percentage of them would you say believe that there is a God, or any kind of supernatural, realm?
I think close to none.
I'd guess 50-50. Just a guess, though.
Yeah, so are there atheists in here that believe that the Earth is flat or that the globe model is false?
Oh no! You got to go back. The people that say they believe in the flat Earth, right, don't believe it. They're lying. they don't actually believe that. They just say it as part of a group lie, and then they say
Why
they
do you
believe.
why do you say that? Does this have to do with the word belief? Because we already had this discussion. This is a huge misunderstanding of what belief means, at least in philosophical.
Maybe. I'll unmute and we'll see if that's what he means. Is that what he
So if
means?
someone says, I think the Earth's flat, probably they don't. They're lying.
Why? Why are you saying? Okay, well then I think you are a troll. I don't think every person is lying. I don't assume ill intent like that.
Yeah.
I think there are people that are trolls, but I don't think that's. I think you're trolling, right? When you say that every person.
Well, let's just hear if Peter has any proof of gravity-containing gas. Then how about we'll just see who the troll is. You can listen to him waffle, and you can go with that if it suits your bias, or accept whatever else happens. Let's go. Oh, he wants 2 minutes now. I don't know why. I'm just gonna take him off mute. He's had enough time. All right, Peter. Can you
Well,
describe your proof of
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
You asked me to copy and paste the text for you, so I need 2 minutes to do that.
Well, would you be able to just quickly detail the proof of gravity-containing gas here in the VC?
Yes, I would be happy to.
Can you do it now?
Yes. It's very hard to do this. I need some introduction first. It's very hard to provide a citation that gravity affects gas.
Well, what's the hypothesis? What did they do?
I will tell you. Just give me a minute, okay? It's my spiel, right?
Is this a scientific experiment?
Yes, I will actually. Could I share my screen?
Just
I'll
give
do
us
that.
the hypothesis. Then we'll start there.
The hypothesis is. It's a question, really. Does gravity affect individual particles of gas?
Okay, so what's the if-then statement?
If particles fall harder towards the ground, then gravity affects them. If not, then it doesn't.
So what's the dependent variable?
How much they have a tendency to choose a direction towards the ground versus other directions that are available to them.
Independent variable?
Independent variable is proximity to the Earth center.
So you're presupposing a ball with a radius and a core.
No, we're just checking if it happens or if it doesn't happen.
What's the Earth center? Define that.
The surface of the Earth. Sorry, I misspoke. I was too scientific. The surface of the Earth.
Okay, so proximity to the surface of the Earth. That's your independent variable. That's what you're going to manipulate, and you're going to watch gas fall towards it.
Exactly, yes. Can I do a short introduction now?
Sure.
Okay, so I want to explain why this experiment is so complicated, okay? So nobody in the world is trying to prove that gas particles are affected by gravity. Literally nobody is working on that because it is so obvious. No, wait.
So then that's not what this is actually going to prove.
Well,
then.
give me a chance.
Nobody.
Give me a chance. Nobody.
Why would you even say that? It's a complete. It absolutely destroys everything that's supposed to follow.
No. It gets better. The world is more complex than you think. So nobody does show me gas falling, okay? Because that's show me the sun.
Hey, nobody needs to hear that part. We just need the demonstration.
Okay. What is not obvious is certain more exotic gases are affected by gravity. That's why this very expensive and complex.
Only certain gases are affected by it?
No, but we need to check if some of the stranger gases are, because we weren't sure. So people invested a lot of time into very precise experiments to study individual particles of gas, which you will love, if they are affected by the gravitational field.
1 second, real quick. I just realized you're actually just begging the question of gravity and all this because the independent variable is proximity to the surface. So even if what you say is true about gas being tending towards it or whatever, you wouldn't know the mechanism of that anyway, and you just have to
No, but
assume.
actually, fantastic. So the paper does use the word gravity because it's biased, but it literally quantifies as acceleration of 9.8 meters per second square, which you agree with exists.
You show gas falling at 9.8 meters per second.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
All right.
Individual
Well,
particles.
go ahead. I mean, you're still claiming it. What's the actual demonstration bit?
A very complex apparatus that offers the gas. You would have to read it. I can't summarize it in
You
one
don't
word.
understand your source, Peter?
No, I do. That's why it took
Then
some
just
time
give
to
us
read it.
just give us the TLDR since you understand.
Okay. So a number of gas particles are collected in a container. Then they are released, and they have 4 directions to go, 4 exit points through which they can exit. You can imagine up, down, left, right. There are very precise measurement devices on each of those paths that can count how many particles got out in a given direction.
So basically, you're going to be measuring gas pressure inside the container, and you're going to find a gradient.
No, I'm going to measure individual particles hitting the measuring apparatus in each direction. Yes. Very, very complicated experiment, very expensive.
So basically, you're going to be showing more pressure inside of a container towards the bottom than anywhere
We'll be
else.
showing more particles hitting harder towards the bottom, which matches
So what I
perfectly
just
the
said.
prediction.
So what I just said.
Okay, welcome to the globe.
Well, you still just have a claim. So can you show that actually being the case?
Yes.
And can you show the actual cause of it being proximity to Earth's surface?
No.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, because you wanted me to show you the gas falls, right? With 9.8.
Well, you're still just claiming that that's the case.
Yeah, so here's the conclusion.
I understand your claim. I'm just waiting on it to be backed up now.
Here's the conclusion from the people who performed the experiment.
They present a hypothesis.
They did. I explained the hypothesis. Here's the conclusion
Well, you
from the
did. So,
experiment.
why don't you post their hypothesis for us so we can cross-check it with what you said it was? Because you're kind of a known liar around here. So please, yeah, thank you.
It should be titled hypothesis.
No scientific paper has a section called hypothesis.
Oh wow.
You guys just made it up because you never looked at one.
Yeah, we made up hypothesis. What you're doing is reading papers that are called scientific papers, but not that if they don't show a hypothesis.
Oh, this paper from a scientist in CERN and
Anyway,
all over
Peter, yeah, I know
It's
you
not a
really like the
scientific paper.
derailment that I just handed you there, but just post the hypothesis from the paper.
Yeah. I'll find it for you. I gave you a link to it, but okay.
Should identify the dependent and independent and control variables, right?
Yes, but nobody does it the way you said it. Like, what's your independent variable?
Well, if they don't specify what those are, they don't specify what
They
those
talk a
things
lot
are,
about
then
controls.
it's not a
They
hypothesis.
talk a lot about controls.
Yeah,
You're
just
welcome to
because
read the
you're
whole thing.
idiots who don't know what science is, Peter.
It's not that easy. This is not a simple
It
experiment.
is that easy. It's a really simple method, and you guys can't figure out how to follow it.
Okay, let me focus because I need to find the right section.
Yes. Yeah, focus, because I just want the hypothesis.
Don't make me laugh.
Yeah, I know you're taking every escape route you possibly can right now, so I might have to just mute you so you can focus on finding the hypothesis, because that's all we want from you right now.
There you go. Here you go. Read the highlighted text.
Is it uploading?
It's on the screen. What do you want? Like, I'm actually showing you I'm reading it on your behalf.
I don't see a hypothesis from Peter here. The latest posts are from Shadow, Matt Nuclear.
The stream, I'm showing you the actual paper. I'm walking you through
okay,
it. You've not been looking, huh?
So
I'm
where's the
spoon
hypothesis?
feeding this to you.
And so where's the hypothesis, Peter?
that if gravity works on these particles, then
No, where does it say that? Can you quote what it's saying?
it's highlighted.
If
The
gravity, go to the
experimental
part. Go to the part that
strategy
you're reading. Go to the
The
part that you're reading.
experimental strategy is conceptually simple. Trap and accumulate atoms of antihydrogen, slowly release them by opening the top and bottom barrier potentials of the vertical trap, and try to discern any influence of gravity on their motion when they escape and annihilate on the material walls of the apparatus. The trapped anti-atoms are not created at rest, but have a distribution of kinetic energies consistent with the trap depth of yada yada. Gravity is expected to be manifested as a difference in the number of annihilation events from anti-atoms escaping via the top or the bottom of the trap.
So what's the dependent independent variable from the
The
paper?
dependent variable is the number of atoms annihilating through the top or bottom trap.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no. That's not a dependent variable.
The yes, it is. The independent
No, it wasn't
variable.
observed. It was someone was out in nature
Independent
and they
variable.
observed that, and they observed that out in in the woods or something. There was this container, and they
Antihydrogen
observed.
in the woods. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. They observed those molecules doing different things. Yeah. In nature.
Yes, you observe them accelerating towards the ground in nature, but that's not good enough for you. So I'm giving you a laboratory experiment
Where did they do that? Where did they observe that?
in your room right now.
Oh, okay.
I started with that. That wasn't good enough for Mr. Kindergarten. So now we're to real science at the
I
lowest
think you're
level
full of
of
shit.
nature's
I don't
of
think
nature.
anybody observed that in nature.
Well, these people have.
Well, where does it say that
People.
they observed it in nature? Where does it say they observed it out in nature?
They are in nature.
Well, they are in nature.
Yes,
So
they are in nature. Yes.
They constructed something in a lab and then said, "We're in
Yes.
nature and we
Yes.
observed this happening."
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, it doesn't
Yes.
qualify. So it's not a dependent variable.
How would you observe individual atoms moving around in nature? What, with a spyglass, spying glass,
Yeah.
with binoculars,
This is
with a
something that
Nikon
has to be.
P1000?
This is something that has to be naturally occurring
This is
phenomenon
naturally occurring
in nature.
in nature. Yes.
Yeah.
Here we go with the in nature bullshit. The last line of defense.
Yeah. So it means that there was nothing man-made involved when it was observed occurring.
Oh, is that what it means? So science is only
Yes.
there's nothing men involved.
Yes.
How about the
Nothing
Nikon
synthetic.
P1000? The Nikon P1000, is that a man-made instrument?
You can introduce synthetic materials and instruments during your experimentation, but first you must have observed a phenomenon in nature occurring.
Like anti-hydrogen atoms, for example.
Right.
Okay, well, we're good then. Instrument and anti-hydrogen is all we need here. So, everything checks out. Any other questions?
No, you're done. It's not a viable dependent variable.
Oh,
Have
who
no
says who?
observed natural phenomenon.
Says T-Dub?
Yeah. Me.
The natural observed phenomenon is shit's accelerating towards the ground, surprisingly.
It's just stuff.
Stuff, yes. Anti-hydrogen, stuff.
Like solids?
No, gas, in this case. The question, I was asked to present specifically gas accelerating towards the ground, 9.8.
Where did someone see that occurring in nature?
Right here, in front of your face.
I don't see it.
Obviously, it's not happening in front of your face. It's a description of people observing it in nature. Very detailed one.
Right. So they observed it occurring without the intervention or anything synthetic and man-made?
Like you said, they only built an instrument.
That's for your experimentation. You can introduce synthetic and man-made devices during the experimentation. But first, you need to have observed something occurring in nature that doesn't involve anything
We observe
man-made.
gases falling all the time. You people don't believe it.
Where do we
So
observe
here,
that?
I'm showing
Where do we
you a
observe that?
scientific...
Where
In
do we
your
observe
room,
it?
in your garage.
I don't observe it in my room. I don't observe it in my
Yes, you do. You'd be dead without it.
Why not?
You'd suffocate to
That's
death.
just your assertion. It's your assertion.
Well, you're the curious one. You want to see individual pieces of gas accelerate while not being affected by other things. These people in Europe went to extreme lengths to show you exactly that, and you're like shitting all over their work. You are so curious.
It's not
You
an
want to
experiment.
see
So if you want to
individual
claim this
pieces
is
of gas
something
falling.
other than a scientific experiment, then you can go for it. Go for
It's
it.
a scientific experiment.
No, you can describe it as something other than that, but it's not that.
How are you equipped to decide what a scientific experiment is and what it's
Because
not?
it doesn't have a viable dependent variable.
Of course it does.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Haven't given one.
The acceleration, measured acceleration of the particles is what's dependent.
It has to be observed, a phenomenon observed occurring in nature.
Yes.
Without the intervention of man.
There's no intervention.
Man-made devices.
The whole measurement is to let the gas go. The whole experiment. In nature.
So they observe that occurring in nature?
Yes, of course, they're in nature, yes.
They observe this occurring out in nature without their intervention, without any synthetic devices.
Yes. They take the particles, they let them go, they only measure where they went. They have various controls you could read about where they show you that they can counter the acceleration.
So first you observe something occurring in nature that didn't involve any of your man-made devices.
Absolutely. You know what these people observed in nature?
Then you form your hypothesis.
Absolutely.
And then you do your experimentation.
Absolutely. I love it. Yes.
Okay. So you're not starting with the experiment. You're not observing something within the experiment, are you?
Absolutely not.
Trying to use that as that as your dependent variable.
Oh, we wouldn't want that.
I think you're full
Did you read this section that I curated for you so you could read it, or did you just ignore it and you're just yakking away into your microphone? All the links that I shared with all the pertinent sections of the document, nobody clicked them. I know you did in kindergarten, because you told me to fucking feed it to you on a platter. Had you clicked those, you would have at least gotten a little bit, but you're not curious. You just want to smoke me here. That's your deal. Just want to get a little woody from smoking me here over gas doesn't fall. I know this. I don't even care if I win this here. I just want to expose you for who you are. You didn't click any of those links. And you think you can use, I'm talking to kindergarten who's on fucking deafen, but I don't give a shit. You think you can use your little tricks on everybody here. Well, you set the bar really high. Show me gas falling. Nobody does those experiments, but I found one for you. And now it's too detailed for you, and it's not in nature. Well, do it.
Yeah, it doesn't qualify.
Please. You are not
if you want to describe it as something,
find out
if you want to
what
describe
reality
it,
is. If
you want to describe it as something else other than a scientific experiment, go for it.
How are you equipped to decide what a scientific experiment is?
Do not detail a dependent
He knows
variable.
what an independent and dependent variable
It
is.
says specifically here what it is. Nobody writes, no scientist writes it like this. Everybody knows what is not by reading the text. This is a complex problem. Read it.
So they
and tell
detailed.
Me, invalidate this paper. Invalidate this paper.
Where does it detail that they observed this occurring in nature?
Invalidate it. read it, point out contradictions, problems with methodology, pseudo-scientific methods. Do it.
Claim.
And
You're
I
here
am
to support it.
presenting it to you as such. You cannot just be saying in nature.
Yes, I fucking can.
Or where's my variable? Because one of my friends taught me that there need to be variables. So if I don't see the words independent variable, then there are no independent variables. Who equipped you to make any statements regarding a scientific paper like this using this simplified language that you picked? I don't know from where, from Reader's Digest or a pop show you
Or
saw
from
on
high
TV.
school, in science fucking
From
class.
high school.
When they
They
tell
even showed you
you,
a
first
paper.
you need to observe something occurring in nature.
I am highlighting to you what that is right now. You're ignoring it. You're just spitting into your microphone.
Where do we see these fucking traps in nature?
Everybody sees everything fall down in nature, but you people. People ask the question, everything falls down with 9.8. We wonder if
So we saw
anti-hydrogen
fucking
atoms also
what is it?
fall.
Anti-hydrogen atoms? We saw these fucking atoms falling in nature, did we? These gas atoms? We
Not
saw them
these.
falling
These are hard
out
to
in
view
the
in
woods,
nature.
did we?
Yes, of course. We see them
Right,
falling all
right.
the time. You are the only group of people who disagree that gas falls. Everybody else recognizes that
Hey,
everything
because
falls.
nobody fucking observes it.
Of course you observe it. You just live in a different... You chose an interpretation of nature that instead of saying gas falls, you just wave your hands and say, we don't know, there's some container and that's why they fall, which is absurd. They'd be going which each and every way. Second law of thermodynamics, by the way, all of you, tells you that the gas would spread
So
evenly
they're
in the
all
container.
falling down. So what happens when something falls?
It hits the ground.
Yeah. And then what happens after that?
Depends how much energy it has. Bounces off. How about that?
It depends how much fucking energy it has,
Yes,
does it?
it does depend. It bounces off, especially if it's light and has a lot of energy.
And eventually it comes to rest?
Depends. Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah. You people quote the second law of thermodynamics. You
So
forget
what?
that in
Is
a
gas
container, the gas
continuously falling and bouncing and then going back up and then falling back down again and bouncing back?
Welcome to the globe. That's why you have a gradient. Yes.
Oh my
Welcome to the
fucking
globe.
god!
Now,
You
back
think
to the
gas is
paper.
like a fucking solid? You literally think gas is like fucking tiny little bouncy
Who told you
balls,
this? Of
solid
course,
little
that's how
bouncy
gas
balls.
is actually defined. Gas.
They're solid, are they? So
in gas
gases are
mechanics,
solid, are they? Are they solid? Are
yes.
gases solids? Are
Yes.
gases solids?
Yes.
Are gases described as solids?
It's in some sense, yes. In gas
So they're not a different state of fucking matter.
In physics,
What?
gas is
No.
described as a bunch of tiny little balls bouncing around. It's modeled like that. Yes,
Are they
exactly.
described
like
as gases or are they described as
Yeah.
solids in physics?
Gas is a collection of molecules that are detached from one another.
So there's
and
not
they
there's not
behave-
different states of matter.
They behave like little bouncy balls, exactly like you said, and they have a kinetic energy,
So
they have
they
momentum.
fucking don't act like
Yes, they do.
solid bouncy balls.
That's exactly how they behave.
No,
That's why they're a
because
gas.
solid bouncy balls actually eventually come to rest on the fucking ground.
They could.
No, they
They
do.
don't. No, in our environment, they don't.
Yes,
They
I've
could.
never seen a solid fucking bouncy ball not stop bouncing.
They're very
They always
angry bouncy
eventually
balls.
come to fucking rest.
They're very energized.
Are there different states in? Does physics describe matter as being in different states or not?
Yes.
And is one of those states solid?
Yes.
Is one of those states gas?
Yes.
Right. So gas is not a fucking solid and won't act like a fucking solid.
Of course, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, but it does behave like a collection of tiny little balls running around like maniacs. More balls for you. Are you done healing yourself? Your self-therapy is done. So can I resume my conversation with kindergarten? He ran away. because he couldn't handle the
So
paper.
if he wants to continue this
So you
conversation
took
with
over.
you
You took
or
over.
anybody else, go ahead. But you are done. This is not a scientific experiment. I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
So your emotional outburst. Thank you for that. Can I resume? Why did that guy? Why did no wait? Why did Kindergarten ask me to produce evidence, and then first he asked Jedi to support him emotionally, and then he ran away? So win for the globe? Yes.
Peter, I have a question for you. Okay.
Yes. Ask me a question.
Do you even know what an independent variable is? Okay. I bet you don't even know that. Because
I think I do know that, but you're a troll. I'm not talking to you. I talked to you earlier. You're a Glober troll. You're just bored. Go away. I'm trying to teach these guys something. Don't ruin my moment, okay? They're not going to agree with anything I say, but I want them to not to be able to forget what they saw, okay? I want the cognitive dissonance to be there. That's their lesson. So don't ruin it for me. Please go away. It's the third time you're trolling me today. I'm begging you, okay? Just go away. Just go
Here's
away.
the sad part. Okay.
Go
Is this
away,
guy-
man.
He rambles on and on.
Go away. What I'm asking is, where is Mr. Kindergarten? Who knows him? Who can DM him?
He's deaf, and so he can't hear you.
I know. Who can ping him?
This
Is he
Peter
okay?
guy. He's fine. This Peter guy.
Is he okay?
He rambles on and on. He doesn't even know what an independent variable is. Okay. He doesn't. Okay. And that's another flat win
He can
right
keep
there.
saying he doesn't, but I know he kind of proves it sometimes, you know.
No, he just dodged the question. Okay, by calling me a troll.
Well, you claim that by saying he doesn't know something, so. And you discredit his evidence, so how's he going to prove it?
I'm not discrediting his evidence. His evidence is perfectly fine. I'm just asking whether he knows what an independent variable is. Okay. That's all I'm asking. And you know what, Peter? Okay. That's why we in the flat earth community, that's why we're so tired of people like you. Okay? Who come in here, citing papers, talking about science. Listen, in my high school biology class, they talked to me about dependent and independent variables. Okay? That's what they did. Okay? Back in middle school, okay? Even kids understand this. Okay? This isn't science. Okay, this is schmience. Okay? So if you want to learn some real science, go out there, look at the earth, you'll know it's flat. Okay, you want to do some real science? Go to high school. Okay.
So yeah, Peter, go make a coffee, a tea, have a drink, take a break. Stretch your legs.
Well, I'm gonna go to bed. It's late here. So, win for the globe. Gas is affected by gravity. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who said it wasn't, but
Well,
not my side
this
anyway.
is one of the. What is your side, Flat Earth?
Says, I asked a question about mass. Somebody said that gas does not contain mass.
They say it all the time. This is like one of the kind of
like
one
they're
of the
saying that's-
dogmas here.
yeah.
Yes, one of the big dogmas, because we need a container that is physical, like has boundaries. But then when you ask, is it physical? Then they say we don't know. But they know it cannot be a force or an interaction. But they won't admit, they're smart enough to not admit that it's an actual like physical boundary, because then you could say, why don't we hit it with a ping pong ball or a fucking laser, right? So they're smart enough not to commit to saying it's a physical box or a dome, but they will deny you the right to say it's an interaction that's holding the gas together, because that's not physical. So they want to eat the cookie and have it too, and they come have it. And here's a paper that shows it. Particles falling down because of downward acceleration. Call it gravity, call it your mom, call it ether schmeether. Shit falls with 9.8 meters per second squared on the surface of the Earth. There's nothing you can do about it, and then it applies to gas, water, light, anything you want.
Oh, that's a cool story, bro. When does it
It's a very cool
realize
story.
to? That's a cool story. When does it actually make the decision to rise and then fall? At what point
Never.
is that determined?
Never. It always
Oh,
falls.
never.
But,
Oh, that's
yeah.
interesting. So
Yeah.
how do you have these very very high layers of atmosphere within your paradigm?
Because when something has enough energy, it can overcome the downward acceleration vector, like you do
Oh,
when you jump up.
interesting.
Do you ever jump
So
up?
the weakest layer is the one on the very outside next to your vacuum, and the strongest layer is the one that is literally right.
There is no
to the surface
vacuum. You're
area.
misusing the word vacuum.
Okay, then let's call it
Vacuum means
space in the absence of
emptiness.
matter.
Not your vacuum cleaner is not emptiness.
Golly, man, your
It's a
paradigm
suction.
says
It's a Hoover.
vacuum, dude. Your
Use the
paradigm
British
says
word. It's a
vacuum.
Hoover. It's a Hoover.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It says it's a vacuum. It's the
It's a
absence of
Hoover.
matter. It's the absence of air.
It's a Hoover.
Okay, I call
You
it.
don't know what
then
you're talking about.
Oh man, this is really you only escape out.
Did you read the
challenge?
paper? Did you read my citation?
No, I didn't. I don't.
I
even
brought
need
a
to because-
citation.
because it's already illogical.
So no need for citation because some dude on the internet says it's illogical that gas would fall.
Yeah, I'm already challenging you, and you have no answer. That's why you.
Mans on
already
internet
tried
says
about the
don't
the
bother
thing
showing
vacuum.
a scientific paper because I already know gas doesn't fall.
How did you determine
Yeah,
it's
see now you
logical
got.
without reading it?
Be happy, man. Be happy. Now already you have.
He
an
just
escape,
knows.
right?
He just knows. All right. Did you presuppose
I'm
this by
already
any chance?
challenging you, and you're avoiding the question.
Are you
Weakest
presupposing?
layer.
Fabian, are you presupposing? V-gates, Fabian.
Is this your only way to not engage in the question I'm challenging you with? Really?
It's too
Are you
good.
so weak? Are
My
you really
God.
that weak?
Well, he's making a hypothesis, but he's not testing that hypothesis. You have to actually read it in order to test it, really.
Are you really that weak? That
Did
you're
you
not
read?
able to
Did you read the paper, Fabian?
It
that's
is a
on the
non
screen?
sequitur. I'm asking you a question. In your paradigm, the weakest and thinnest layer of that gas is right next to the absence of matter or the
No.
absence of air or the
In my
so-called
paradigm,
vacuum of
that's not the
space.
case. Yeah,
Oh,
I
it's not the
understand.
case.
No,
Oh, the weakest
no.
layer is not right next to the vacuum of space. Interesting.
Not the way you describe it. No,
Not the way I describe it. Okay, how is
Yes.
it the real way?
there is no vacuum of space.
Oh,
In my
golly.
paradigm, would you? You accused me of not responding, so I'm about to respond. In my paradigm, gas moves up when it has enough energy to counter the downward accelerating vector, and it loses that energy, so it kind of like maxes out at some point, and that's why there's fewer particles higher up because only the angriest particles made it to the top. Most of them kind of stay in the middle and they fall down in the end. And it's kind of like it's like, when you wash your clothes, you probably do that like once every 3 months. When you watch your washing machine, you know how most of the clothes stay at the bottom, but some kind of like come up and jump up a little bit, like your socks. Yeah, that's how it works.
That's absolutely the stupidest.
The ones
thing
that have
I've
enough
heard in my life.
momentum to go
Again,
up, go up.
conflating two different states of matter.
You don't know what
that's
you're talking
literally
about.
the stupidest thing
You
I've
wouldn't
heard
know
in a
states
long
of
time.
matter if they hit you in the face.
Bro, this is clownish, man. You don't even realize
No,
it.
clownish is what you said about my model, trying to make fun of it, and you didn't even
listen.
understand it.
Listen, if your downward vector, right, being equal force, and you talk about there's the crazy
What does that mean?
particles, the very
Equal
strong
force?
ones
What
that,
equal force?
that are overcoming your downward vector and they create these thinner layers, right? It's absolutely ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous. They jump up.
It is. They jump,
jump
up.
up.
Okay, there's like this weird phenomena where you have stronger gas particles and you have the weaker ones, which are creating the thickest
Some have
layer.
more energy
and the
than
weak-
others.
And the strongest ones make a very, very thin layer of atmosphere. This is ridiculous.
No, they're the same particles. Some have more energy, some get lucky and hit in a direction that points up. It's gas, it's random, right? Some go sideways, some go diagonally, some go straight up. It all depends. It's a statistical.
Yeah.
Gases behave like that, right? That's why you have a
Mhm.
gradient.
So what happens? So what happens if one's going up and there's nothing to impede it? There's nothing to prevent it.
That's why we've discovered oxygen, nitrogen, individual atoms next to the moon. Some of them make it all the way to the moon.
Oh wow!
So nothing's stopping them. So nothing is stopping them.
No, there is. The gravitational field is stopping them. It's slowing them down. It's decelerating them.
Does it slow them down to the point that they stop and turn
And fall
around and
down.
come back?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, what a load of shit!
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
It is, man.
You're a fucking madman, man.
Hold on. In your nervous laughter, are you thinking in your head that the layers in the atmosphere are like
It's not
static
fucking
layers, like
nervous
in a
laughter.
cheesecake?
It's fucking.
So you imagine
just
the atmosphere.
complete disdain. For
You imagine the gradient of pressure that you agree
It's like
exists
Santa Claus
as layers
discussion.
of cheesecake. That like there's
Golly.
higher pressure at the bottom and lower pressure higher up, and they don't exchange. The
Are
particles
we talking
don't
about
circulate.
liquid? Are we talking about liquids now? So we're going to talk
No,
about liquids, not gases.
In your model. In
Oh, so
your model.
We're
in
not
your
going to
model.
talk. Are we talking about gases or liquids?
Gases. In your model, in the Atmos, do particles go up and down, or do they kind of just hover in the middle?
And moving in all directions. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you just laughed on my when I gave you exactly the same
Free
description
to
that they move
within
in all
a confined
directions.
space. Yes.
Yes.
So
Same
what
for
is
me.
your what are you you're saying that something defines their confined space, right?
Absolutely.
But then say that some make it out, some make it away,
No, they don't. They're always confined in a way.
or some
Yes.
don't make it away.
No, they make it higher than the others.
They make it higher than it, but they eventually they can get out past the moon and they turn around and come back.
Well, so far we've measured them up there. We don't think there's many more further out. So at one point there will be almost zero of them.
Turn around and come back.
Yeah,
from the moon.
Of course. Why not?
From the moon.
Why not? Well, what's so strange? What's so
Fall down.
strange
They
about that?
start falling back to the Earth from the distance of the fucking moon.
Your incredulity is not evidence of this being ridiculous. You just don't know what you're talking about.
No, it is fucking hilarious.
I come here for these moments where your delusion is so hard that it's actually short-circuiting your brain.
So some are limited, right? Some of these particles are limited in the distance they can travel, and some aren't.
Okay.
This man lives in a fantasy world.
So let's just say you throw a ball straight up in the air. It comes back down, right? What factor has it to be so that it escapes on the Earth?
Are we going to talk about a ball, a solid ball, a solid
Yes.
gas? Are we going? Oh, we're talking about solids now. So we're going away from gases. We're not talking about gases anymore.
Just for a moment. Yeah. Well, I mean, I believe that gas contains mass. This guy does. A lot of globe earthers does. Most people do.
That's what it
but
takes
you don't
belief.
But you don't believe that gas contains
Is that what
mass.
it requires? Is it requires belief?
Well, we know that it contains weight. We know that there's different densities for a reason.
Huh?
Do you know that density? You know that when you put gas on a tube and you weigh it, it gets a higher value. If you have other explanation,
Does it?
Yeah.
It won't be in a liquid state when you're measuring it.
No, you can just put a gas inside a tube, weigh it. Oh, it's a higher value that it gives. You take the gas out and you weigh the tube, and it's smaller. So
All the gas
clearly
inside the
has
tube has
weight.
just come to rest at the bottom of the tube. It's not bouncing around everywhere inside the tube.
The point is that it has weight.
It's a single body of gas. It's a one entity. They're not individual particles bouncing around inside the tube.
I'm not gonna entertain this further.
It's like talking about Santa Claus, man.
I just came back. What did he do? What did Peter do? Claire?
No clue, man. I think he started talking about his vain fantasies and delusions. Like, I've heard something about washing machines and cheesecake.
Oh.
And talks about how there's some crazy gas particles who are so strong that they make it to the moon, and when they're at the moon, they get too weak, and then they seem to go back to the Earth, which is very logical.
So they get like escape velocity and just come back after.
Yeah. They get escape velocity from, like, they get to the weakest point of that downward vector, and then they decide to say, okay, I'm just gonna turn around now, you know. Maybe it's kind of like with a runner, right? They run, and then at some point they get exhausted and they just want to come back.
Maybe he was only doing like
All
a
the
half
while-
marathon.
All the while keeping up with the alleged 66.6 thousand miles per hour orbit, while the sun's spinning around the center of the galaxy at 500,000 miles an hour, while the whole galaxy's hurtling through the universe at 1.3 million miles an hour. Yeah,
you
that
wouldn't be
gas
going-
can really goes that high and falls back down to Earth. Yeah, like a little
If you wanna
bouncy
get
ball.
technical, they wouldn't be like leaving the surface at a direct like zenith angle, like straight up, would they? Because there's Coriolis, so they almost like if you look at it on a greater scale, it'd be like a solar system, a galaxy, or whatever, and it'd be like a spiral. You know, that's how kind of it affects it, right? So yeah, it'd be traveling quite a distance. How do they know that? Because
how
they
do they
turned on a
know
machine
that?
on the moon and was like, "Oh, we found some oxygen, so therefore there must be oxygen up here."
How do they know that? Oh, Peter will tell you because it's this experiment that's not an experiment. They didn't observe that occurring in nature. Wonder why that happens. Try and figure out a cause.
So it was proved when they discovered that they had these particles close to the moon. They're like, "Oh, they must have escaped from Earth." Huh. I mean, he's right, right? He has to be.
First, you're going to need a container first. Right. Nice one, Peter. Thanks for that.
No, I think the description of a vacuum is what's confusing people. That's Peter's argument. A vacuum being not zero, but something is the argument. Therefore, it can contain whatever the fuck it wants, you know, particle of this, particle of that. And it all adheres by physics and gravity. I'm trying to steal Manny's argument a little bit. I mean, it makes sense if you follow the book.
Yeah. First,
It's a
you're
bit
going to need to
far-fetched,
trap
as well.
the gas, right? Physical containment. You need to trap it. So, why? Why do you need to trap it?
I don't know, bitch. I don't know.
Why do you need to limit a certain amount of volume of gas? Why do you need to limit its volume, its ability to move around?
Like, do you know, like dry
freely in
ice?
all directions.
Like, dry ice is a gas, right? And it kind of...
No, it's not fully gas, no. You're
It's
talking about that
sublimated.
stuff that, like, comes out of the freezer and looks like it's, heading down towards the ground.
No, just solid carbon dioxide, like the solid form, and it sublimates into a gas, right? That's dry ice, right?
Yeah.
And it all depends on the environment, its surrounding medium that it's in. So if you took dry ice and it was in like a warm climate, it'd react differently to if it was a cold climate. It'd like fall. It'd reach equilibrium
Right.
basically.
You would need to. Yeah, you'd have different variables.
But I don't think it needs a container personally, because I'm telling you, the dry ice, or like what you visibly see, will be a different pressure than the surrounding gas, and it's not contained. Or like mustard gas, or any kind of like chemical warfare, or any kind of like, it's like a cloud or fog or anything like in the morning or something. It's just density separation and gravity's playing a part of that apparently. And I don't think it needs a container. I don't think there's a definite vacuum with 0, 0, everything, nothing. But that's the idea of the ever expanding universe, right? It's the fact that there is a less negative pressure, like a yeah, I'll call it a negative pressure. It doesn't mean there's negative pressure, but that's how thermodynamics works, right? And how fluid dynamics, or whatever you want to talk about, because you're talking about gas and solids, and they all work like fluids eventually. It's kind of the same theory.
It's a magic place, man. Full of magic. The most important thing is to be a glober is to avoid talking about the ground. That's the most important step. Avoid talking about the fact that the Earth is not a ball.
Yeah, they like to put the sphere around the Earth, don't they?
Hmm. They also like to waste time by having endless discussions about the vain fantasies.
I don't know. People's understanding of physics, man. It's like everyone's on a different level. Like things fall because things rise because of this, because of that. It's just pressure and it's equilibrium. And dense gases go up because it's the triangle, man. It's the thermodynamic triangle. The heat, like adiabatic process of like clouds forming on the top of a mountain or something, and then like just seems to be like a little cap on the top of it. As soon as the cloud is pushed above a certain altitude, then it condenses. It's like it's a cycle, right? It's the whole water cycle. It's kind of what we're explaining with gases going up and down, essentially.
You guys, I have an argument for round Earth. Is anyone
away.
interested in hearing it? Okay, so the argument goes like this, right? I have spoken to 30 flat earthers, and whenever I spoke to them, I realized something, right? I would invite them over to my apartment, and I would do a X-ray scan. And every time I did, I found out that their brains are actually flat. So my theory goes like this: every flat earther actually has a flat brain, and if we give them actual treatments, it can be, we can round it out, and help them get
Wait, sorry. Could it be flat and round? Maybe you've got the wrong. Maybe you're looking at the wrong side. Maybe you could turn the X-ray to the other side and.
Oh, that's
It'll
so true. You're right. So I did exactly that, by the way, and no, it's still flat. There was no difference. It was crazy. It's like a 2D image. Crazy stuff.
That's amazing. That's
Yeah, the
amazing.
globe proofs are getting
Thank you.
better and better day by day.
Yeah.
Thanks. I know.
You really
I mean, you
contributed
guys
to
don't
the
believe
globe
me
proofs.
because of the flat brain stuff. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
You
Tito.
really contributed with that globe proof right there. Like, so far, I think the best globe proofs are why is Mount Everest? If Mount Everest isn't flat, the Earth must be round, and flat Earthers' brains are flat, therefore the Earth is round. And what is the other one? Oh, I just had recently cheesecake and washing machines. So
Oh yeah.
These are very, very weird arguments for flat Earth, but you
and that-
guys do your thing.
and we don't-
No,
These
that
proofs
was
I
for round Earth, man, for your globe Earth.
Yeah, for flat
Like-
Earth.
we don't
man,
we don't
yeah.
observe and experience the same things as you, do we?
Yeah,
Out in reality, we don't look around and see the same things. We don't
No, you
experience the
don't.
same
You
things.
have a flat- you have a
No,
brain,
no,
you
we
obviously
don't. No.
Yeah. Yeah, Dub, we do. You kind of do.
You just don't have
You
an
don't-
X-ray
you-
machine, Tito. That's it.
You don't see a
I-
horizontal horizon, do you? You don't see a flat horizon. No.
Wait. I have a new argument, though. I have a new argument, right? If you're flat Earth, science is so good. Why is no scientist in the Earth using it?
Oh, amazing.
Like
Who said
actual
it? Who said this
scientists
is a matter for science? Who said we were claiming any science?
I mean, you're right, man. But I'm just saying, I'm just pointing it out, Why don't they use your flat earth logic for science? It's crazy. Maybe because it's
Well, like-
backwards, maybe?
Like, I don't know. There's a lot of things that coincide with that, really. Like, you assume the Earth's flat and
Barely
stationary when
anything,
you're
yeah.
learning to fly a plane, fly a helicopter, all
Yeah.
these engineering, building a building. You don't really, if you're building a house, you don't need to be like, oh, where am I on Earth and how much is it curving and
Bro, they don't
where's the
work,
sun going to
man.
rise?
Plain
Like,
plain sailing.
How about
Your
you?
logic collapses in each other. If you go
Yeah,
ahead.
Mr. Flatbrain, how about you provide some evidence where the globe is being
Go ahead,
used in a
T-Dub.
daily life?
Go ahead, T-Dub. He's calling you out, flat brain. Go ahead, T-Dub.
Hey, Saudi man, listen very carefully. How about you present some evidence where
Okay.
they use the globe, the heliocentric model, in a application in daily life? Post it right in the chat.
Amazing.
I'm excited to see it.
Uh,
Do you think like a
mean,
pilot has a globe model on his cockpit pedestal? Or any
if
other
you think
human
about
being
it-
uses the globe as a model for daily life interactions? So
I mean-
where is science using your globe? I really want to see that.
Okay, so if we use
There you
Google,
go.
right? We can. Guys,
Thank you.
I'm getting somewhere.
You're going to use
I'm getting
Google.
somewhere.
Not going to use your own brain. You're not going to use your own round brain. So much more,
I mean,
superior to our flat ones. Don't you use your own round brain? Prove our flat brains wrong. You need Google, do you?
Bro, look at.
You need Google
You're
to think
admitting
for you.
You're admitting you have flat brain.
I can't
Need-
wait
you
to,
need Google
see
to
that
think.
evidence.
Yeah, he dipped.
Oh, he
As
already
soon as he got
dipped.
muted, he dipped.
That brain.
Man, all that
Because he's using an X-ray machine and he's looking at a flat screen. That's why,
Yeah, what a great globe proof.
What the
And
fuck?
I was actually kind of interested to see what practicalities he would pose in everyday life by using.
So, yeah, I
the
thought he
globe
was
model.
going somewhere. I thought, he brings flat earthers back to his place and he he lures them back to his place and then like X-rays the brain. Oh, what the fuck?
Just another.
They don't wake up missing kidneys. They wake up in an MIR machine. Wake up getting CAT scans tied to the fucking bench.
Is there any other Glober who can show me your heliocentric model being used practically in some daily life in order to make life work? I haven't seen that yet.
Just tell us what you observe in reality. What you go out in, when you go out into reality, into nature, and you look around, what are you observing and experiencing that tells you that you're obviously on a spinning ball?
Yeah, people running around with globe models in their hand, trying to figure out where to go.
Any other globers out there? They go out into nature and they see hydrogen atoms falling to the ground at 9.8 meters per second.
100%, man.
I mean, I could get technical and say like a waterfall or something, but that's
No, they make that discernment by looking at the washing machine or a cheesecake. That's where they get it from. Right, Mr. Peter? Oh, he's muted. I mean, maybe cheesecake with whipped cream on it is even better, because the whipped cream is way lighter, and that would be like the reference to your atmosphere around the moon, which is also simultaneously the atmosphere of the Earth. So yeah, cheesecake with whipped cream, Peter. Next time you gotta use that as an explanation.
I'm not sure the process he was saying, but he was saying something about like small rocks or something coming to the surface. It's like, oh, it was a washing machine, wasn't it? And your socks would have come to the surface. That was it. Something like that. But when you shake like a bucket of sand with like pebbles in it, I don't know what that's what it's called. It's like sleuthing when you're gold panning. There's like some kind of physics that's associated with it, where the size of the particles change, the gradient appears when you vibrate it. I'll figure it out.
Washing machines. Today they predicted there's gonna be extreme snowfall in Germany, and who would have thought there's literally nothing falling. And if I look at the weather radar, there's literally no clouds to get any snowfall. I don't even know when the last time that the weather was anywhere but correct. I really do. Like, even in the summer, they say it's gonna be raining, and then you go out and there's literally nothing happening the whole day.
I don't know. Our weather people are okay. They're pretty accurate.
Really? Not here, man.
Yeah. They like the dogma of like, oh, winter's coming and like cold's coming, and then cold does come and snow does come. It's accurate, man. You must have some lazy weatherman.
Not here, man. Here's it's always just pure. What is it called? randomness.
Oh, I found that. It was called segregation, particle segregation. I'm guessing there's something similar in, well, it's particle physics, right? And molecules and gases and it all kind of adheres to that rule. Oh, Brazil nut effect. That's the one. Segregation. There you go. I'll slap it in chat. Wall of text if anyone wants to learn stuff. Granular convection. So I would have thought, in theory, that the larger molecules or whatever should be higher up in the atmosphere, not lower down.
Oh, well, they do worry about these carbon gases, don't they? Anyway, I gotta go. Take care.
Please, man. I wonder how the sun's doing anyway, because I knew about all this months before because of the solar activity, and I knew something was coming like this, some kind of change in weather and such. There's a giant ass coronal hole facing Earth, kind of almost, kind of dangerously. There you go, Claire, something for you to watch. Shows the Earth's magnetic field. And it's pretty interesting how there's like a vortex, how the the toroids kind of being shown. You might find that interesting.
I think the best part is where they show real images.
Dude, I swear, dude, all these flat earthers just go to bed with them sitting in the channel.
Okay, Patton. Hey, do you have any globe proof with you?
What? No. Why the fuck would I
Any
do that?
globe proof on you?
Why would I do that?
Okay, well then why would you join this chat? Because you know
Because
that's what
it's
we
full
do.
of people, faggot.
Okay, well now you're muted, you piece of shit.
Bye.
You're also gonna lose your mod and probably the rest of the roles that you have because I'm gonna clip you and send that to the admin. They don't like TOS breaks, and you're a piece of shit. So fuck you. Oh, you already lost your mod because you're a piece of shit. Well, see you later.
Well, that was worth it, wasn't it?
Fucking piece of shit that guy is. Comes in here every time just to be a pile of trash. What's that doing for your worldview, Patton? Just coming in here, exposing to everybody what a pile of human garbage you are? Does that prove to the rest of us that we're on the ball? Because you think so. The lowest sludge of the barrel, basically. You think that we're on the ball. Therefore, we must be. Is that the representation that you want for your worldview and your religious conditionings? Fucking pile of garbage is what you are. Yeah. You're a lowlife scumbag, dude. Degenerate creep.
Something refraction.
Yeah, he's a degenerate. Loser. Hangs out on Discord just to vomit all over the place, virtually speaking. Try getting a girlfriend. Maybe one day it'll turn into a wife, but I mean, baby steps. Oh, you're not married. Nice cope though. Great fantasy you have there. Just keep focusing on it and you'll turn yourself around properly, but man, you're just scum, dude. Yeah, something to focus on, something to strive towards. Try to become something more than just bottom of the barrel sludge. If a woman is the focus that helps you achieve that, then great. Yeah, I'm well aware of General Patton, you idiot, but you're a degenerate. The Nazis would have put you to work. Forcibly. So keep shilling for them. Wouldn't have had any use for you in civilized society, trust me. Oh my goodness, can somebody please give us at least an attempt at a coherent globe proof? I had this thing called a life when Peter was getting his shit together. Something he didn't seem to be familiar with, but I'm back now. Yeah, my life went by the wayside for the moment, so I'm ready to do this again. So all the rest of us no lifers, if any of you have globe proof, let's go.
Now let's look at Peter's paper, I guess. Since nobody wants to rise to the occasion. Okay. Einstein's theory of relativity remains the most successful description of gravitation. So we're going with the bending and warping of space-time, not mass attracting mass. Okay. Evolving concepts of dark matter illustrate that there is much to be learned about the gravitating content of the universe. Okay. So they don't really fucking know if Einstein's postulation of gravity is correct. Picture is incomplete. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Controlling stray fields to this level to unmask gravity is daunting. Confounding variables look like they're a big issue here. For the would-be bending and warping of space-time to be detected, if that even exists. Okay. Experiments, so-called, have shown that confined oscillating charged antimatter particles behave as expected when considered as clocks. All right. So affirming the consequent, if you carry that to your conclusion. An okay inference if you don't do that. I'll give you that. Well, I mean, surely there's a glober in the chat that heard Peter's gravity, gas containment proof that want to talk about it. Just going through his paper here. Weird. I'm sure there were like several cheerleaders at the time, none of which who can actually remember what was said. Okay. So there should be more annihilation events of anti-atoms escaping from one side of the container than the other. Anti-atoms. Well, I wish Peter was here to answer questions about his proof. Guess I'll just keep reading. So 80% of the anti-atoms should exit through the bottom of the container. Of course, he's going to be affirming the consequent again if he ties it back to bending and warping of space-time, but it's the best he's got, so let's just play it through. Okay. So they've demonstrated something that they feel to be consistent with Einstein's stance on gravity. Peter didn't know how to answer this question when I put it to him, and he bullshitted and failed. So basically what I asked him is if he'd be demonstrating a gradient, and he said no, and then he said that there would be more pressure towards the bottom than the top, which means a gradient. We already know that that happens in this environment. I don't think it happens because of bending and warping of space-time, and this paper that he posted doesn't argue necessarily that it does. This paper just says that it's consistent with Einsteinian gravity, well, the Einsteinian, idea of what gravity is. It is consistent with. It's not manipulated as a variable, obviously. We do know that gradients form. I have to read more of this before I critique it further, though. Did they control properly for temperature? Have to check. All right, Mishu, go ahead. Give your contentions. We got nobody else.
Brother, it's been told. Like, I'm gonna do a mess of it because of my language. And I don't
Fine.
have the.
I already
But
understand
it's been
this.
told by you guys 1,000 times now.
Oh,
So,
yeah, I know. We all already knew before anybody told us once that there is topography.
you think this logic and geometry is like a bar where I'll get some of that. Now I don't want that. I'll have that, but I'm not gonna ignore that. So.
Do you think we can refer to the Earth as a horizontal plane of reference? Is that a fair enough thing to say, or no? Just treat it as generally horizontal. Like, I mean, if you're flying over it, you're going to treat it as a horizontal plane of reference, right?
I'm not trying to give it a name or gather anyone under one umbrella.
I'm not trying to give it a name either. I'm just asking if you're going to treat it that way for practical purposes. Say you're flying over it, you're going to treat it as a horizontal plane of reference, right? Based on sea level. It's not a gotcha, man. Doesn't matter what you say. All right, be that way. Anyway, I don't know anybody anywhere that ever disputed the existence of topography. So it's been going on for months in this chat where Bev has been here saying it's not flat. And he means that there are elevation changes. And yeah, we already knew that. But I let him carry on with his rhetoric for a long, long time until it was like, oh my goodness, are we going to have another 3-hour session tonight arguing over the word flat? Arguing over whether there's elevation change when nobody said there wasn't, literally nobody to begin with, when we could just be talking to kids who think they live on a space ball. Because that's what I came here to do, is that. Not be hung up with elevation changes, you know? We understand that those exist. We've never argued otherwise. It's just a colloquial use of the word flat. Flat is also synonymous with horizontal, level. The Earth is treated as a horizontal plane of reference. So this is what we're talking about. If we could just get to the actual substance of the conversation, that'd be excellent.
So
And Bev is welcome to join on that. I like his input when he is taking part in the substance of the conversation. Just when he's wasting our time talking about a sidebar thing that really fundamentally nobody has any argument with anybody about anyway, it's like, why?
Okay, we get flat Earth is a colloquial term, but when you say it's measured flat, now you're bringing something more into the whole thing. You're bringing some scientific angle. Measured flat. Measurement is something precise. And now you're asking everybody to say it's measured flat.
Well,
And
I
it's
personally don't. I get you. I don't argue that way. I don't say that myself because I don't even think it's necessary to measure, the flatness of water when it's still. It's axiomatic. It doesn't require evidence or justification. It's already self-evident that it is that way. That's my position. But anybody else who uses that phrase, maybe they can respond to you. I don't say that. I don't think it's necessary at all.
You cannot say colloquially measured. So
No, I don't say that. I don't even talk about it being measured. I don't feel that I owe them measurements because, like I said, it's self-evident already that water's horizontal, right? If it's self-evident and axiomatic, it doesn't require proof. It's already self-evident.
Yeah, but if you're saying water is flat, I guess, what's that got to do with the Earth? Measured flat or being flat. That's the whole thing. You're equating one thing with another.
Well, you mean the Earth as in the dirt, the land? Because we're just talking about the overall place when we say that the Earth measures that way. We're not just specifically talking about the dirt and the land. Because the Globers, they call this whole place the Earth, a spinning ball in the vacuum of space with water all over its surface. They call that the Earth. I guess we're responding to that. Just calling the overall place flat, colloquially. But I would also call it a horizontal plane of reference, because it is, and it is used that way. And horizontal is synonymous with flat. And see, here we go, debating terms and semantics when we all know what each other mean. I'm fine to do that for a time, but not day in and day out, because it's just not what this channel's really for. What I started it for was to talk to Globe kids and let them know that the globe doesn't actually exist. That's why I started it. So we can have these sidebar discussions about semantics and whatever, but I'm here to talk to the people who think they live on a spinning ball and see if they have any proof, or just basically to get them to hopefully expose that there is none. Thing is I don't even care. I mean, like, Jerry's a mod here, and he often says, "No, I don't think the Earth is flat. I think there are elevation changes." That's fine if that's like the way that he sees it, and that's the way he wants to argue it. It doesn't bother me. The thing that's a nuisance is when somebody wants to make it a constant contention and drag you down over it over and over and over again. You're just sandbag talking about that. That's annoying.
I have a question.
What?
So, if the Earth is flat, we have mountains. So,
It's like you weren't listening.
if the Earth is flat,
what do you guys
You
say?
weren't listening, were you?
never mind. Actually,
Alright. It's okay. You know what elevation change is, right? Probably one of the last few words out of Heretic's mouth when talking about what somebody else says when they talk about the Earth. Elevation change. Mountains. No, Clay? Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I don't disagree, but it's not convincing.
What?
That's too bad.
Mountains exist. Therefore, the Earth must be a ball?
No,
Okay.
the
So
the
mountains
flat
exist
thing.
and that flat.
No.
Okay.
The flat thing.
Okay.
Like just
So
the Earth is flat. Well, yeah.
okay. Would you like us, me and Herrick, to say, okay, apart from the Earth, the rocks and stuff which have elevation change like mountains and valleys, the water is flat? Apart from tides and waves? Water?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty flat water on the surface, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So flat water? Is that a better descriptor for you?
But if water's poured into a flat area, it's gonna be flat. But I didn't say like the whole area. I mean, it's
Okay.
like if you have like a giant thumb and you're living on that giant thumb, you're not gonna see the end of that thumb, but you know you're on the thumb and it ends. So like it can't be flat.
I was
See
with
what I'm
you
saying?
right. He started. No, yeah, I was with you.
Did that make sense?
No, I was with you until you started mentioning thumbs, and I just started giggling and laughing. Didn't know what you were talking about. I was with you when you were talking about water.
Yeah. So like you're saying water is
Horizontal on the
questionably flat, right?
horizontal on the surface, yeah.
Or like horizontal.
Yeah. Now when you got a glass of water,
It would.
water's
I was like, I would have to bring in like other things, like
no? So far we just seem to be talking about water.
Yeah.
The surface of the earth. The surface of the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we observe that water, like Heretic was pointing out, quite obvious that water's level, flat, horizontal, right? Apart from ripples and waves and tides. It sounds hilarious, doesn't it? Water's flat. Not now. How big do you think a container of water has to be before it starts curving?
Well, like it's all perspective.
No, it doesn't fuck all to do with perspective. It's got to do with the radius of the Earth and how much that circumference should curve. If the surface of the Earth is water, then a container of a certain distance would curve. Wouldn't it?
Circumference of a certain
circle.
Yeah, of a circle.
Yeah. Yeah. Eventually, after some distance, which we're yet to get to, that water would curve, wouldn't it? If it
Yeah,
was
of
the
course.
surface of the ball. Yeah, of course. If it was the surface of the ball, we're trying to figure out if it's curving or not. So even though we observe water to be flat on the surface, where do we observe water curving?
Interesting.
Yeah, fucking deep, mate.
Yeah, water's flat when it's still. Everybody knows that, right? You know that, right, Clay?
I mean, I'm getting to know now. I don't deny anything, you know, it's really interesting.
Awesome.
By that logic, you could say the earth is wet because you just
Well, it is.
chose a random attribute.
Watch
of
out,
water.
Mishu. He knows that the Earth is not a ball, but he likes to throw a wrench in the gears and derail us with these points.
Yeah, I know it's not a ball. Obviously. It's obviously provable not a ball, but that's all I know about the
okay.
Earth. Yes.
Okay.
So, by your logic, the Earth is wet. Can I say that colloquially? And
But can you say that colloquially? I guess if you want to, unless you want to talk about a desert that hasn't had any rainfall for a few years. The rock gets wet from time to time. In some places, that's all that the rock is. It's wet, right? That'll be a
doesn't matter
sea.
because the desert is not flat. So it's not
The
wet.
desert
It's
isn't.
not flat.
The desert
there's
isn't
dunes
flat.
and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely right. There are dunes.
Okay. So
Elevation changes. Yep.
So I could say it's wet and it has the same, what do you call that in English? The same validity as saying it's flat.
Yeah, knock yourself out, mate.
It's your logic, mate. By your logic, I can say that. I can say a lot
that's
of
not my-
bad things.
No, just no. By my logic, you can say bad things. No, that would be you applying your logic to what I've said and then just saying stupid shit. That's all on you.
How is saying what I said more stupid or less stupid or more intelligent, less intelligent than what you said? Is the same logic. It's equivalence.
How is it the same? Tell me how it's the same logic.
I just told you before.
Yeah, specifically.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get dragged into this. I said it clearly, and
No, you didn't.
I said it. Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Or if you did, I didn't hear you clearly. So maybe you can say it again.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree. Could you be a little more concise, please?
I'll say it again. Flat, even though it's just you're invoking the earth is flat because water at rest is flat. But water is also wet, so I could say the earth is wet. I could say a desert is wet. The same way as you guys ignoring dunes say it's flat. So it's
Dude, you're doing it again. I already fucking told you. I already told you. We're not going to waste our time on this.
In the desert, I didn't. So
For my God, we've already told you we're not going to waste our time on this. We know there's fucking elevation. We know that there's disturbances in the surface of water and that there are waves and tides and shit. Nobody ever said otherwise. We were arguing with the fucking globe.
Oh yeah, I was just about to say that. Okay, never mind.
Why do you do this?
I don't want to argue with him. I just want him to clarify himself. But I also don't believe what he's saying either.
He's saying there's no globe, but it's not flat because there's elevation. We fucking know.
No, I didn't say that.
Well,
I
basically.
said you chose a random attribute of water at rest being flat.
It's not
Then
random. That's not
Yes,
random
yes,
because
yes.
at rest it would have to be convex and curved, not flat. That's why we say that. Because if it is
but
flat, then that
also-
rules out the sphere, and you already know it's not a sphere, so it's just like what you want to do is just derail the combo.
What I'm doing is critiquing how you guys choose and pick whatever.
Who gives a shit, dude? It's flat when it's still. Who fucking cares? Man, I pour
I
a
know
glass
you
of
don't
water.
care,
I'm going to call the
obviously.
surface flat. Anybody who says, no, you can't say that, there's something wrong with them.
Yeah, actually, you do need to rebuttal the whole fact that it would have to be convex or concave. No offense to you.
You guys are peddling all day scientific facts, scientific this, but when it comes to being strict with your language and using scientifically, you say, I don't care about that.
I'm not saying I don't care. I'm actually trying to hear you out, man.
I'm not even talking to you.
I
don't
get
know
that, but I
what
am
you're
talking to you. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is not a one-sided conversation. I would like you to just, express yourself a little more. Like, try to convince me, dude. Like, I'm just not hearing where you're coming from.
Dude, he just derails us. It's what he does. He just comes here to fucking derail us. He does this all the time. It's like, I know it's not a globe, and then he starts talking about elevation, and we're like, yeah, we know that exists, and he doesn't like the words we use, and he nitpicks this and that. It's what he does.
Hey, guy, good tactic. Can I respond to the guy since he's
Go ahead. Yes,
asking me
yes, you
again?
can. Yes.
I said, flat is a random attribute of water. They chose to describe the
It's not
whole Earth
random.
flat.
It's not random, dude.
Flat is not even an orientation.
Just let him express himself, and then we can easily disprove him afterwards. I just want him to get it out so we can disprove him.
All right.
I just said it. How is that hard to understand? Flat is not even an orientation. You just chose a random attribute of water. By that logic, I could say the Earth is wet. That's my
guy,
that's
but
where
you're also in a random attribute of water by saying that it's always flat or it's always I'm just trying to hear you out, man. I'm trying to be honest with you.
I don't know where you're bringing the convex into this.
Oh my god. Seriously?
Seriously.
The surface of a ball would be where we're bringing that in from. The fuck, dude? This is why I get annoyed, because you guys just derail the goddamn conversation. And you know you do.
Well, I hope I'm derailing because you're using faulty terms. You are.
Oh, who gives a shit, man? Nobody cares. Like I said, you pour a glass of water, that surface is horizontal. You're just gonna call it flat. Nobody's gonna jump up and down and be like, you're misusing that term. You guys are weirdos, man.
So you're gonna bring this flat nonsense, I guess, into a scientific community somewhere, and somebody's gonna look at it and say, "Yeah, these guys are top notch. They know stuff." That's my thing.
Gives a fuck, man.
I'm trying to help you. I would love it.
Well,
for
thanks
you guys.
thanks for the thought. Appreciate the thought.
I like your conjecture or whatever, but I'm really just trying to understand where you're coming from.
Coming from a
Yeah,
place
well,
of
I don't care
belligerence.
about you. I told you 3 times,
Okay, then fuck off.
I feel like I was being pretty reasonable. I'm not saying that he's wrong, but like
yeah,
he just
you're not
wasn't
reasonable
expressing
when you ask
himself.
me to repeat the same thing
Well,
10 times.
look, I mean, I'm playing into it by even talking to him. I mean, he's obviously just trying to derail us, but I let him do it by even engaging with him. So I guess I'm the sucker.
Of course, you need to be derailed when you go in a wrong direction.
But it's not.
Not. We're not, dude. You're going the wrong direction. You're not addressing the things we're actually talking about, dude.
I agree with that. Yes.
Like, he wants to make us argue over flat, like a word. Literally, a word is what he's arguing with. Who cares, dude?
I see what he's saying.
What's he saying?
He's saying that we're applying flat to water. So he's basically saying he can apply wet to water because an attribute.
Awesome. By that logic,
if that makes sense.
Beach is 100 degrees.
It's not that it doesn't make sense, but I don't know. Again, I feel like that you're conflating. Like we're asking questions, and you're just arbitrary. Like, how do you say it? You're actively avoiding the answers. It's very weird.
All I want to know is if water bends convexly when it's at rest. That's it. I gotta talk about how, hey, you can't call it flat. That glass of water, it's not flat, and no scientist will back you up on that. And there's topography and elevation change that can prove it's not flat. It's like, dude, I wasn't talking about any of that.
Is he muted? Because I can't hear him right now.
No, he just stopped talking.
No, I'm here, but there's nothing to respond to.
We're literally giving you the stage to respond, and you're just not saying anything.
You guys get mad, so why would I?
I'm actually not mad, man.
Get you more mad? Like,
I'm not
that's
mad,
not my
man.
point.
I quite literally am trying to hear you out to conclusion. Like, if you could just express yourself better, that would be nice.
Oh, okay.
Not well.
Understand, I'm a fence sitter, so like I don't necessarily believe in the globe or the flat
I'm just a
Earth,
dude
but
on the internet. Imagine
I
taking that to
understand
someone
that,
serious and expecting some respect from them.
but the issue is that
Somebody who
I
knows
am giving you that respect, and
That's
you're
all I'm
just
saying.
I'm
You
quite
can tell
literally
them,
giving
oh,
you
it's
that
colloquial.
respect.
Okay, buddy.
Now I have to agree with them. You're just talking to talk. You're not actually addressing our issues.
And the thing is, too, is if you don't like the use of the word flat that we have, then okay, don't do that. Don't call it that. Avoid that word. I don't care. Doesn't fucking matter. Let's get past the semantics and to the point.
Yeah, that's actually kind of what I'm saying too.
Yes, but this arena is moving forward behind their king, Nathan Oakley, who tells everyone and a few people here that it's
Nathan
meant
Oakley
for-
has never been here. His sidekick QE was banned from this venue. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about, King.
This is literally
maybe you're
not
not
a
watching
this is
what's
not a
happening in the
cacophony. This is not a cacophony. This is not an echo chamber. A lot of us
People are
don't
saying the Earth
necessarily
is measured
agree,
flat. You
but
have
we're asking
people
you.
going around telling their parents it's measured flat. Like,
I've never said that.
I know. Yeah, nobody said that. Dude, you're
maybe not you. Maybe
superimposing
you're
words on
deafened every
people
time
now.
some
Look, I mean, okay, you want to talk about who the king is or whatever. I mean, this is. I started this channel. I've never said those words. It measures flat. I don't use that argument. Other people do, and I'll let them speak for themselves and justify their own claim. But I don't say that. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, you just go against people who say those people are incorrect. You don't correct those people.
This is crazy.
No,
I'm
they have their own position and their own way of arguing it, and I let that be that.
we're asking you for clarification. It's like you're refusing to do that. It's so weird.
I personally say that the flatness of water when it's still is self-evident and doesn't require argument, doesn't require measurement, doesn't require justification because it's axiomatic. So I don't go into any of that. It measures this or that, because what I see is that the people who say we're living on a spinning ball are arguing with their own axioms. So I just let them bring the proof. Somebody else wants to make the claim it's measured flat and then parse that out, power to them. It's not my approach, but you're saying that the king of this place says that. Well, I'm not going to call myself a king, but I run the VC and I don't say that, so.
I don't even run the VC. I'm just a person in here, and even I'm only asking you for clarification.
Yes, but you have problem and call people bastards or worse.
I quite literally
Whatever you
never
call that
called you.
person
I
and other
never
people
called you that, man.
that have a strong argument against this measure flat nonsense.
No, they don't, because it's a straw man. We never said there's no elevation change. It's a fucking straw man waste of time, dude.
I haven't
Flat is not
called
an
you a
orientation,
single.
it's a random attribute from water. You can say by that logic everything that is not an orientation, like flat, like wet.
Here we go again. This is why I kicked Bev out the other night, because I knew if I let him start, it's going to be another 3 hours of it doesn't measure flat. It's not flat. It's provably not flat. And he's going to tell us that there's elevation change, and we're going to be like, yeah, we already fucking know that. And it's going to be this whole derailment. As soon as I got rid of him, there was like glober after glober that came in, and we actually got to the point of the conversation. So I mean, I don't want to have to get rid of him because he adds good stuff when we're actually on point. But if it's going to be this whole derailment into this side thing, this irrelevant thing that nobody's talking about, it's a waste of my time.
You cannot train Bev or anyone who knows what they're speaking like a dog with
we're
positive reinforcement.
Well, whatever. He's coming to my place, not the other way around. So whatever you say, buddy.
I'm just trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. So like I want to hear what he has to say, and right now he's just being a very toxic person. Like if you would like to repeat it, if you could possibly, clarify a little bit. Like I'm not disagreeing with you, bro. I just want to hear you out. And then you just go completely quiet. That's awesome.
I know. This is what happens. To be honest, the tactics are working. I'm the fool. You win. Because I'm giving into it and even engaging you at this moment. Saying I don't want another 3 hours of arguing this derailment, and then I continue to do just that. So here's the W.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to admit to the same. I'm giving you more stage time than what's necessary if you're not going to actually use it. Okay, well, I guess if he's not
be
going
honest.
to talk anymore, I'll just say good
If I
morning.
had
How is
nothing to
everybody
rebut
doing?
someone, I would mute them, kick them out. It's my place.
We'll start your own place then. Well, instead of fantasizing and jerking off about it, why don't you just start your own channel? There's a button down there that says press here to create room or some shit like that.
It's not even just that. It's the fact that you realize that you haven't been muted here at all at any point in time. People are literally giving you the floor.
Because I never did that. So obviously I was talking about someone else who did it, who said it earlier. They did that.
It says join to create below. Just press that and you can do whatever the hell you want. I wish you success.
It's not going to be any more conducive if you're not able to express yourself. Like, I don't understand. We gave you the entire floor and you went quiet. Again, I'm not even saying that I'm necessarily a flat earther or a globe earther. I just wanted to hear you out to completion, and you won't even do that. And I got quiet again. This is crazy. I only asked him to converse with me, and he won't do that.
He's an expert time waster. I mean, he's so good at it that I know that that's what he's doing, and yet I still let him waste my time.
So are we just like a giant piece of paper revolving
No.
around the sun?
Yeah, it's just a piece of paper. Be careful we don't get too close to the sun, we'll all burn up. Yeah, that's what's going on.
Again, I am a fence sitter. I am not on either side, so if you would like to express yourself, please do.
Well, okay, I'll express.
somebody has to pick a side.
No, we're not a piece of paper orbiting the sun. No, we're not.
Why would you even say that? Why would you say the Earth's a piece of paper, dude? What the fuck?
Because if the Earth is flat, that's like the only comparison. I was gonna say Petri dish, but like that has a boundary. So
This place probably has a boundary. It's got gas pressure, so it must have a boundary to contain the gas. A boundary of some sort.
Yeah, I mean, arguably it's called an atmosphere, but again, that you're like giving us little pieces of information. Like, can you please expound upon that?
An atmosphere, so that would be the gas, right?
Yes, accordingly, that's what's understood. But again, could you please expound upon your reasoning?
Well, you would have to have a container for that gas. Wouldn't be confined to that area if there was no containment for it. Something has to contain it.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, I want to say an atmosphere. Yes.
That's just the gas, though. So what's contained?
What's the atmosphere made of?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
What is the atmosphere made of?
I want to say
ozone.
Yeah, well, I mean, not just ozone. It's more. I mean, yeah, that is true also. But I guess it's more of like a pressured chamber. It's made out of a lot of different gases, some of which are stronger or weaker than others, and that's why they contain those gases inside of that atmosphere. Or at least that's my understanding. But if I'm wrong, then please, I would like to hear you to completion.
Okay, so the atmosphere is made of primarily nitrogen, about 72%, oxygen, about 26%, and maybe 2% other gases. Included in other gases would be ozone.
I'm not trying to be that guy, but how do we know he's saying the truth?
Oh, fucking Google it, mate.
Okay.
I'm not even trying to say that you're wrong. I just want to hear you out. Because I understand that there's a difference in density of gases, so I can't argue that. You know, that's why I said I'm a fence sitter, but I want to hear you out.
Okay, so we understand that the atmosphere is just gas, oxygen, nitrogen, and other gases. The word atmosphere doesn't now start attributing magical properties to the gas. It's just talking about gas. So when we understand how gas behaves, we understand quite a few things. One of them is by consequence of containment, the gas would be under pressure within a fixed volume. By consequence of containment, the gas can't expand into the next available space, which is a problem for the heliocentric model.
I agreed with that by saying that gases have different densities, so I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so if it is a flat and there's a boundary with because we have to have the atmosphere, wouldn't the atmosphere have to be? It would be like an oval shape.
Why would it have to be an oval shape? Is my question to you.
I'm just thinking this right now. If it's in my head, if I have a giant flat, is it a circle? A giant flat circle? Like 2D.
My understanding is that, and again, I'm a fence sitter, so correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that like it's not a giant oval. You're applying, I guess, a form to it that, from what I understand, isn't necessarily the case. So you're saying it's a giant circle or a giant oval, but that's not my understanding of the situation.
Okay, so could somebody who's not who has the flat Earth side explain to me, like I'm a 5-year-old or something? I don't know.
Gas is going to take the shape of its container, and you can put gas into a teapot, and it will become the shape of the teapot. To invoke some kind of structure to the sky, like a dome, then you're already invoking a shape. No one here is going to be able to invoke a shape of the sky. To say
I agree with that.
Yeah, but to contain something, it has to have an end, right?
To contain something, it has to have an end.
Yeah, what does
Yeah.
that? I'm sorry. What does that mean? Like, what do
I'm
you mean
saying
it
so,
has
like
to have an end?
for an example, like infinity has an end. It's infinity, but
No.
it still ends.
But you already.
Infinity excuse me. By
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
By definition, infinity does not end. Infinite, eternal, forever, without
Yeah.
beginning, without end.
By
Finite has
definition,
an
yeah.
end. Yeah, but
But
finite hasn't.
Theoretical, it does end.
Two choices. So either infinite or finite.
Again,
So
you
you're
just went.
on you're infinite then. You're saying it's infinite or finite?
In terms of plane, it's an infinite plane. Well, you're. How do I say it? Are you saying that it's a finite plane?
I would suggest it's finite, yes, with beginning and end.
For my since I'm applying a structure to it now, it would have to have a finite. I thought it would have had to have a finite structure.
Yeah.
So is it like infinitely two-dimensional or something? I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand exactly
That's what I'm
what it is you're saying.
But he said we can't say that to the app. Basically, he's saying we can't apply that to the sky. We can't say a sky has a structure because it's the sky. The sky doesn't have a structure. So
the gas will take the shape of its container.
The same way that water takes the shape of its container. That's understandable, but I'm just trying to get you to flush out exactly what you're saying.
Without containment, there's no fixed volume to achieve pressure. Without containment, the gas is free to disperse into the next available volume. If the Earth was an open system without a physical boundary to press upon, 1, we would not be able to achieve gas pressure. 2, being as there's no physical boundary keeping the gas here, the gas is free and able to increase in entropy and disperse into the next available space.
Like a fart.
Well, actually, no, because the fart itself would be. I'm not even gonna go into what your farts are because that's stupid. That's derailing.
Smell it, you don't it.
Again, you have the floor. That's the reason why it's silent. We're waiting for you to flush out what you were saying.
Oh, well, I'm saying, yeah. I mean, if he's saying that it's finite, then I can't say it's infinite.
Infinite would kind of be hard to prove, wouldn't it? Being as we have a finite lifespan.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly why. We have a finite lifespan, but you're saying that by definition, infinity is forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, but by definition, it quite literally is. So,
Yeah.
like, what is your definition of it then?
My definition is, yeah, it's by theoretically, yeah, or definite, yeah, by the definition, yes, it's infinite, but theoretically, it can't be infinite because everything has an end.
Okay, so what does it have? Like 20 million zeros then? Like, because you're saying it's not
Like, yeah,
infinite.
possibly, yeah. I don't know, but I don't think infinite is, by definition, he says it's forever. Infinite can't
Because
be forever because
by
we have
definition,
one goes, zero goes to one. You know what I mean? And between those is an infinite
there's
amount
an
of
infinite
decimals.
amount of I already know you were going to
Exactly.
say that. Yes, I've done power scaling before. I understand what
Yeah,
you're saying.
I'm not undermining you or anything, but that by definition that means infinity
Yes,
has
there's
to
an
go to a
infinite
next.
number of zeros between 0 and 1. I understand that, man. But what are you? But I'm just trying to let you flesh yourself out a little more than that.
Okay, so my infinity has an end. His infinity doesn't have an end. Well,
That's paradoxical, dude. If your infinity has an end, then it's not infinity.
I already expressed
well, I'm
that to
saying
him.
that infinity has an end.
No, it doesn't.
By definition, it doesn't.
On a book, yes, it says infinity forever.
You're mistaken, dude. A book has an end. Infinity doesn't.
That's why I said between 0 and 1 there are an infinite amount of zeros. I understand where you're coming from, man. I've done this before. I am a power scaler, no offense to you. So I have done this math before.
All right.
I just
I'm
want
not
you to flush
disagreeing.
yourself out a little
I'm
more.
not disagreeing with what you guys are saying. I'm fleshing it out as much as I can. But my statement was infinity at the atmosphere. Basically, my original statement was the atmosphere couldn't have just have been sitting here. I was saying like it has to have like a dome or like an oval shape. But like then I was like, it couldn't have that because it was like a structure. That's what he said.
Yeah, but we
So
already went over that by saying that the different gases have different densities, and that's how oxygen is able to be maintained inside of, even if you will call it infinite, that's how oxygen is maintained inside of that. And if you want to call it a sphere, I'm not going to call it a sphere. I don't know what you want to call it. Oh my
so
God, whose
nobody.
mic is doing that? That's
Clay,
terrible.
it's your mic, dude. Get that shit under control.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it was
Yeah,
just. Yeah, you didn't hear it, but from your end, there was a bunch of noise and stuff with your mic.
Okay, so I don't mean to cut you off,
Has anybody,
but
you can cut
from
me
the
off.
flat
'Cause I
from
don't
the
mind.
flat Earth side, this is a different argument. Like, is there? Do you guys know what the structure is, or is it just a
no?
Again, I'm a fence
construct?
sitter. I'm a fence sitter,
Yeah, no.
so I don't believe in
That's why I
either of the
said,
two.
yeah,
I
that's
just
why I
want you to
said
prove me wrong,
the
man. Like
Earth
I want
side,
to hear you out.
flat Earth side.
Okay.
Who
Okay.
said it
Three
again? I'm
people.
sorry.
So no, nobody understands the structure of the sky to give the sky container a shape. No one understands that. Are you guys aware of the ideal gas law?
No.
I've heard it
Okay.
before, but I would like you to expand upon it, please.
And I'm specifically talking to you because you keep mentioning density is the reason why we still have gases here. You
No, I
understand
mean
within
that's what I'm saying. If I'm wrong, I just want to hear you out, man.
Cool. So we understand within all of the ideal gas laws, Brownian motion, and these are just the people who've come up with these different laws. So how gases interact at different temperatures, how gases interact with within different volumes. When we're talking about gases, we always must understand that within the formula V is equal to nRT. We must understand that V in that is regards to the volume, because The volume is the thing that the gases are pressing against to achieve pressure. The walls of the container. Without that fixed volume, if you were to keep increasing the volume of a container, you will understand that if you had the same amount of gas in there, you would have less gas pressure. More volume, less gas pressure. And if you were to put more gas into that fixed volume, you would achieve a higher pressure. Decrease the size of the volume of the same amount of gas in there, high gas pressure. You understand how the relationship is dependent upon the size of the container, the volume that the gas exists in. Now you can have many different types of gases, argon, oxygen, nitrogen, whatever the gases that you want, but the density of the gas isn't going to stop other densities of gases expanding into volumes of space. The volume of the space will always be controlled by the limitation of that volume, that being the container the gases are in.
So there could be different densities in different areas.
Well, yeah, of course. We have a gradiated pressure system here on Earth. That's primarily caused by two mechanical functions or thermodynamic functions. One of those is heat, radiant heat from the surface of the Earth, where the gas is produced.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, you're good. Go ahead.
All I was going to say is where the gas is primarily produced and cycled from, that'll be here at surface level within the surface of the Earth and within the surface of the waters. Chemical and biological cycles take place here on the surface of the Earth. So there's more gas pressure here where the gas is produced, obviously. Pressing against the surface of the Earth, you're going to read a high pressure.
So what is your rebuttal to that? Because what he said makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get clarity.
My comment was mainly for you, Frikachu, just to point out the density of gases and going to keep gases from expanding.
My thing is that I agree with you.
Cool. So, therefore, no vacuum of space?
Yeah, that's hard to say, no vacuum of space, but I don't necessarily agree that space is a vacuum. So it's hard for me to say that I agree or disagree with you, man.
I think I know where you're coming from. You want to hear somebody who disagrees with what they said, with what he said, and see if it makes any sense.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming from. Yes, in fact, that actually is exactly where I'm coming from.
Oh, okay, because you're the fence post, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm coming from that side too. I don't really. Well, I'm not going to say that. I do have a bias.
Two normies who aren't completely insane. Good job, guys.
I mean, I try not to be completely insane. I like to analyze what people are saying and then try to make my own answer.
You should fence it. You should fence it in here for a little while when we get the typical Glober in here and just see what that looks like, man.
I've no offense, but if you've noticed, I've been in here quite a bit. I am a politics icon. I have sat
Yeah, that
here
says a
on
lot.
mute for quite a while.
Have you seen this room before and you've seen what we get?
And flat. Somebody has to decide. Even if you're wrong, you're gonna have to say you're right.
Yeah, because we get some absolute, total, utter insanity in this place. Over nothing.
I mean, it would
I'm telling that water's horizontal. Can you prove that it's curved at rest? And people just say the craziest things. They make the most irrational arguments. They get emotional. They tantrum. It's bizarre.
I've sat in here and I've heard everything from a fisheye lens to the fact that the moon is what did they call it? Like artificial. It was I've heard quite a few things now, but I mean I don't believe one way or the other. I just like to hear people out.
Anyway, I'm just saying I like your attitude. That's all. It's refreshing.
Yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from with the atmosphere. and it's not having a shape.
I mean, logically, I hate to say this, but logically, it couldn't have a shape necessarily. So I do agree with that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm a fence sitter. I like to just hear the topic and then expand upon that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like if you can explain how I guess it should be in the shape of like a sphere or a globe or whatever it is you'd like to call it. Like if you can express that,
Well,
I
it
would like
goes
to
that
hear
goes
it.
back to just infinite and finite. I thought it was finite. He says it's infinite, so infinity. Even though I believe that
No,
finite even has it has to have a structure. It has to end somewhere, but infinity.
dude.
So
You might have misunderstood. You might have misunderstood what I was saying. I don't think it's finite. I think the Earth is a limited environment, but that's just my own speculation.
yeah, that's what I said. I said
However,
you believe in an infinite structure.
finite structure.
Okay.
Finite. Infinite means limitless, without bounds, continuous, never ending, without beginning, without end.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
saying that there is a beginning and there is an end. It's just not in. Oh, okay, and please tell me if I'm wrong. It's not a beginning. It's not necessarily that. It's just the shape is what we're having an issue over.
So that goes back. So just for clarity and clarification, you're saying that right?
I'm sorry. It was like a whole lot of, I guess, ignoranio lanky, and I didn't really actually hear what you. It was. There was a lot
I'm
of.
talking about the flat Earth, not the control group, but not you. The one I was talking about thermodynamics. I don't know his name. I don't know if he's still here.
What's
but
up, man?
I'm just saying that if you're saying that the structure is finite, then right?
Yes.
Then it's revolving. The finite structure is revolving around the sun.
No, nothing. No, the Earth is not moving. The Earth is not in orbit or in motion around the sun. The sun is moving above the plane of the Earth.
He's trying to
That's a new
say that.
that's a different that's another variable for me.
Yeah, he's trying to tell you that the Earth itself is not moving. It's like that elliptical orbit that they told you about. He's saying that that's not the case.
So if it would have to move and the sun would have to move, that means okay, the sun and the moon would be moving around the Earth. Okay. Okay. That would.
What do you observe the sun to do?
Revolve. Or stationary. I'm tripping.
Come on.
Would you agree if I said I observed the sun to move across the sky throughout the period of the day? Would that be a fair assessment?
I would say,
yeah. But that's subjective.
Okay. So could you describe to me what the sun does?
The sun, we revolve around the sun, and the sun moves because we revolve around it. So the sun moves, and from our perspective, it moves.
Okay. So from the vantage point of me and you standing on the Earth, and we observe the sun move across the sky, How have you extrapolated that which you just told me from our observation of the
Because
sun moving across the sky?
you said that from your perspective that you say the sun moves. Basically, what I said, but I'm saying that's subjective because I have a different explanation. Basically,
Yeah,
Okay.
you might not be understanding when I say perspective. When we stand on the Earth and we watch the sun, doesn't matter if we think the Earth is flat or whether it's a globe. We make the observation of the sun moving across the sky. Now that's my observation. I don't have to explain anything else. I just observe the sun moving across the sky. You will take that story of the sun appearing to move across the sky and say, no, that's not the sun moving across the sky. That's the Earth being a ball spinning on its axis and orbiting the sun every year. Right?
okay. So if that's true,
So,
hypothetically,
yeah, but from just the observation of random interactions with the sun, kind of hard to extrapolate what you said from just the observation of the sun moving across the sky.
yeah. I'm gonna come with reasons why.
Look, I'm not trying to cut you off, but you have to fix your microphone, man.
I'm gonna come with the reason why I feel we revolve around the sun, and that's a fact.
It's not just me, right? Like I'm hearing a lot of static, man.
When I talk,
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know if your microphone
now was it
breaking on the
like?
speaker or something.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
basically, I hear what you guys are saying, but this is really like a long, drawn out conversation that can go on for hours, and my mic isn't working, so I'll let somebody else have the floor.
Nah, actually, your mic is working perfectly now. Just you had static before.
Okay. Well, I'll just let somebody else have the floor. Who's
Okay, again, I'm a fence sitter, so I guess if we're going to be quiet, do you guys want to bring up a different topic or something?
It's just I'm really just stuck on the fact that from his perspective, the sun is revolving around the earth, but from my perspective, it's like I could say that the sun I could say that XYZ is the reason why we're revolving around the sun. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, again, I'm not saying either of you is wrong. Your positioning both makes sense, especially with the way that you pause it. Like he expresses himself very well the same way that you do, so it's hard to say that either of you is necessarily wrong.
I suppose to say that, for example, I was incorrect, then we would have to prove the notion that the Earth was a ball tilted upon its axis and rotating once every 24 hours. So the sun would appear to move across the sky at 15 degrees an hour. So we need proof of the Earth being a ball then, I guess, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of the crescendo to the point. Is there any evidence direct that I can prove to myself through independent verification, a method that I can do myself that demonstrates that the surface of the Earth displays convexity over distance?
I just got here today, so you know.
I was gonna say
they're gonna
they're gonna do that thing where they like had a laser and they measured it over like the surface and blah blah blah. Like I've heard all that before.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like a bunch of research and talking about what you just said, but you want your own experiment that you can do on hand to prove it for your sake of
I mean, that would be nice, yes. But at the
Yeah,
same
of course, yeah.
At the same time, I'm still willing to hear you out.
I feel like we revolve around the sun because it's been proven a fact.
Okay,
Easily.
so then where's the proof, though? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Where's the proof, though?
I mean, the proof is in the pudding.
That's what people say when they don't have proof.
No, I mean, I'm not the scientist, but there's proof out there.
Do you know what that proof is? Or do you just believe it's out there even though you don't know what it is?
I believe that it's out there. Yes, I do believe it.
Okay.
And I'm standing on that.
So even though you don't know what it is, would it be safe to suggest that you've got a piece of blind faith in something that may or may not exist?
Yeah, I mean, you're having blind faith also.
I don't want to bring religion into it, but it's kind of like you're believing in God without having any finite proof that God actually exists. That's pretty much kind of what you're saying.
That's apples and oranges.
It's not a rebuttal, dude.
But you're believing in something that you don't necessarily have proof upon.
I mean, for the sake of the argument, that's why I'm saying that, because I don't want it just to be silent for like 5 minutes. I'm saying that for the sake of the argument of if we revolve around the sun or the sun revolves around us.
I mean, in conjecture, if you do have proof and that's just what you're saying, like if you have the proof, then just present it.
I mean, we could just look up NASA and look up live videos of them in space. I mean, and we can just see this. We can just see.
We quite literally can look up the amount of times that NASA has lied and put out fake images and fake information. So,
Yeah, of course. I definitely. Yeah, it's definitely. You will have to believe 50% of what you see, and half of that what you hear. But the same could be said for what he said also. That's what I'm saying. It's like subjective.
When dealing with laws of nature, do you think laws of nature are subjective or objective?
Laws of nature are
doesn't care about how I feel about them, right? They are what they are, whether I like it or not.
Facts. Yeah.
Cool. So when you say, hey, look, we can go on YouTube and we can search for NASA live stream of the Earth from the International Space Station, we understand that that claim is coming from a place that can't exist. The space vacuum or low Earth orbit in an uncontained Earth system adjacent to the vacuum without a physical boundary to separate the gas pressure and stopping it from dispersing into the vacuum of space. When we're talking about this, isn't subjective. This is laws of nature that apply to the Earth.
I could say applying that laws of nature, I could say if you set up a telescope outside looking at the stars and put it in a 24 hour and then time lapse it, you see what I'm saying? If we were stationary,
yeah,
and everything, you see,
it would still appear the way that it appears now. That's the issue.
Well, it appears stationary. You don't see the Earth moving, you see other things moving, and then you infer from those movements that it's actually the Earth that moved, but you never see the Earth move. Ever.
Don't get me wrong, man. I don't think you're gonna have like all the answers. I'm just trying. Your microphone.
You're right. I won't.
I don't think you have all the answers. I don't think anybody does. But I mean, like, I'm just trying to make sense of the information that we do have on hand.
Well, all the information points to the Earth being a horizontal plane of reference. Well, the Earth, as in this place that we're in, that we live in. There's pedantic people in the chat, so I don't know what the fuck we're supposed to say anymore.
Oh God, no, not safe. Have I been banned from the same flag?
Sorry, was that?
Have I been banned from the same flat again? Does that upset some people?
It does. Okay, they're gone, I think. Well, no, Mishu's still here. I don't really care if it upsets him, but he'll derail us. I mean, I can mute him, but it's still a pain in the ass.
I'm not upset with any of the above. I just like to hear people out personally.
I don't care about the term flat or not flat or horizontal or whatever the fuck you want to say. All I'm saying is that water doesn't bend convexly around the ball. It just doesn't do that. Never does. Never has been observed or measured to do that.
Applying, right, all day fact, right? The golden ratio is a fact, which is a direct comparison to the law of nature, which is a fact. And the golden ratio is a circle. So if Earth is a impossible structure or a structure we don't know, then it has to apply to the law of nature, which is the golden ratio,
Clay,
which has to be a circle.
listen, dude, what we understand is that the physics of water debunk the globe, right? Because water seeks a horizontal surface when it's still, right? Every time. So if that's what it's doing, then all these oceans and these lakes and everything that they say cover 71% of their ball debunk the ball. Can't have a 71% flat ball.
Yeah, he is right about that. Technically, if it was that case, it's kind of like pouring water into a glass. You know what I mean? Like it's going to seek levity.
It doesn't matter what scale you size it up to. It's always going to seek level. It's going to do the same thing at any scale. It's never going to be shown to be curved. And believe me, I mean, we've asked them because they have said, oh, no, it's just because it's such a big ball, the curve is so slight, you don't notice it. But we've measured it. No, they haven't. We can't show it. We see way further than that curve would allow us to, and they have excuses for that too. They have no evidence for this claim that it's a ball whatsoever, covered in 71% water, which is always seeking a flat surface.
I agree. I've heard. Okay, I agree to disagree. I've heard arguments about the curvature and the horizon and blah blah blah. So I just like if you have anything to disprove that, I would like to hear it. I don't necessarily agree or disagree. I just would like to hear it.
It's okay, man. You've said many times that you're a fence sitter. Like, I get a neutral vibe from you.
Fresh water.
It's cool. You don't have to disclaim it. You don't have to continue to disclaim it. I think that you're a friend here, and it's all good. So don't worry about it.
Thank you.
I'll let somebody else have the floor.
And if you have any pushback on us, feel free with that too.
No, I'm not. I don't. No.
Well, Freakachu.
I mean, but I do have to choose a side, though. At the end of the day,
it's just
that we're welcome to pushback. Any sort of argument they have with anything we've said, it's all good. Just try not to be a retard about it.
Yeah, like I've seen the measurements. I've seen people that do like that whole laser thing, and they try to measure the horizon and whatever, and like it doesn't necessarily work out. Like, so I'm just trying to hear you guys.
Why don't you think it works out?
Because when they actually did the experiment, measuring the laser off of the horizon, it kind of proved that it wasn't a ball. No offense to you. I'm not sure what shape it is, but it's most definitely not a globe, if that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, you got it. Exactly. Like, we're not
so
making
I have a question.
Because real quick, Clay. Real quick.
Was it flat from the beginning of time?
I don't know, dude. It was already made when I got here. So,
because humans are, we would resemble that structure if it was finite.
What?
So you know how we resemble, so you guys know the golden ratio. So circle, everything resembles the golden ratio. Flowers, anything, everything
Rock.
resembles the golden
Yeah,
ratio.
it's a cosmic ratio.
It's a law of
It-
nature. It's a
yeah.
law of nature. It's a law of
The
nature's
rocks
fact.
follow this. The rocks follow this golden ratio.
They made a
The
movie about it, so I mean, I even watched the movie.
The sands follow this golden
That's
ratio.
fact. So if we're
The sands follow the
humans,
golden ratio.
we are structured in having circled, eyeballs and having equal parts. But if what you're saying about the flat Earth is in some sort of way finite and has a unknown structure, we would have disproportionate.
See, the issue is that you're using the word flat, and nobody is necessarily saying flat. From my understanding, I'm sorry. Please critique me if I'm wrong, but nobody's using the word flat. They're just not using the
Man, I
word
thought flat was
elliptical.
the brand name.
Nah, from my understanding, nobody's saying that it's necessarily flat, but nobody's saying that it's a globe either. Is my understanding of the situation.
That's exactly right. This is okay. I wanted to follow up on what you said a minute ago, which was exactly right, which is that we're not offering a replacement shape or anything like that. We're just saying the surface don't measure the way that it must if it's what these people have said it is to be a globe, right?
Yeah, but
That's
you're
it.
the
So
living.
you're
living proof.
falsifying that claim, but it doesn't mean that
You're
we
yourself
have
is living proof.
It doesn't
Because if
mean
it wasn't, your whole body would be a whole different structure.
Well, what do you mean?
And that's just a fact.
What do you
What I
mean?
mean by that is that if the Earth wasn't round like the golden ratio, your body wouldn't be the way it was because since the dawn of time.
Where are you getting that
Because
from?
look,
What does that mean?
because since the beginning of time, right, the Earth has been round, and we have evolved ourselves to adapt to a round area around everything. So our bodies, equilibrium, all that. So
Can I?
if it,
I don't want to cut you off. So I'm sorry to do so, but what exactly do you mean that
Hey
we
guys,
evolved?
I'm happy to.
So what I mean by that is that we've evolved to everything has evolved to have like a golden ratio or a kind of like if you apply the golden ratio to like anything like a tree or anything, it would
What's
be
the golden ratio?
and the
Parse this
golden
out. What the hell are you
ratio.
talking
Okay.
about? We
Oh,
would
If you don't
actually,
know,
I
then
do.
look it up. If you know, you know.
I actually do know what the golden ratio is. Again, I watched an entire movie called The Tiger that revolved around the golden ratio. But I'm asking
So
you,
you should know you should agree what I'm talking about then.
I don't agree. That's why I'm asking you for clarification.
What part do you not agree about?
You're saying that our bodies evolved to basically, how do you say it, to
have 2 feet, walk.
Yeah, but that's
equilibrium.
But how can you say that based off of a flat plane that wouldn't arbitrarily be the same? Like,
Because
why would we still not?
that's what I'm saying. If it was a flat plane, then that our bodies would not have evolved in such a way that we look like this, according to the golden ratio.
I don't agree with that. So I mean,
okay.
If you could expand again, it's a thing that if you expand upon it, it's cool. But I just don't agree with that.
Okay,
I'm trying to
life
figure out how
itself
to
originates from the
From-
Earth being round.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about?
Bacteria.
It quite literally doesn't. Like, there would still be bacteria, there would still be mitochondria. Like, no matter whether the Earth was round or flat, this like existence would still
adapted.
What are you talking about, Dave? It's like he's smoking too much weed. I'm trying to follow you, mate, but woo! Off the
It's
rest
not
of
making
it.
any sense.
Man, like imagine.
Listen,
How
I smoke DMT from time to time too, but I don't bring it to this form.
No offense, I am quite literally smoking weed right now, and I still don't understand where he's coming from, so I don't think that's a caveat.
I don't understand what he means by his point of view, if that makes sense, because it doesn't make any sense.
It's pretty fucking simple.
If he's saying that the Earth is flat. I have to stand on what I have to. I'm not about to switch up on Earth being.
No, it's more. It's not that. It's more that you're basing the evolution of humans slash species in general based off of the globe Earth, and then you're saying that
Yeah,
even
that's
if it
a
was a
fact,
flat,
though.
yeah, but you're saying that even if it was a flat Earth, like you're saying, basically it would be a different evolutionary process, and we wouldn't be the same species or humans that we are
I
now.
entirely
Like it doesn't.
believe that. I entirely believe that. Yes. Yes, I stand on that. Yes.
Again, I'm smoking weed right now at the moment, and I still don't understand necessarily what you're saying.
So, if you lived on a different planet that had different,
You're begging the question.
We live here, dude. We live here.
yes, we
So
do live here, but just to,
so on the Earth, where
if we
we
live
are,
on a different planet that has a different structure, our bodies would be. That's like common sense.
Dude, you're.
dude, no one's living on a
That's
different planet.
That's
common.
literally it's literally not common sense. That's why you're being questioned. No offense.
If you lived in space, there's literally a book called The Quill.
Dude, you're all up in your imagination, though. Every time you say
Okay.
what follows is
I'm
just a
crazy
product of
now.
your
I'm the crazy
imagination.
guy.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying
the
you're crazy.
guy. I'm the crazy guy now.
Every time you say if, what follows is just a product of your imagination. Like every time. You said different planet. You're just imagining, even in the first place, that the Earth is a planet. Would you even be able to define planet if somebody asked you to?
I wasn't even going to go that far. I was going to say that, like, whether it's as a globe or whether it's flat, you already agreed to the pressure gradient based off of the gases in the air. Damn. But anyway, you already
We can
agreed
go
on
on
the
for
pressure gradient. Arbitrarily, you did anyway, based on the gases in the air and everything. So, what matters the difference, like between whether it's flat or whether it's circular? You're not adapting to the size or the shape. You're adapting to the environment itself. Like you're not
Yes,
making
the
sense.
environment itself is the size and shape. If I say the ape lives in its environment is its environment. It's the size and shape.
Okay, so then you
structure
think
of
that
it.
monkeys would look different if they were still under the same pressure gradient as we are now, with the same, I guess, density of gases? Are you saying that we would look different between living on a globe and living on a flat surface? I really
Well,
don't
I'm
want to use
saying
the word flat.
hypothetically, what he's saying is that his point of view from his structure, he doesn't even know what it would be. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, but he's also expressing that it's not circular. Either way, why do you think that we adapt to the, I guess, what do you call it, the measurement, the
golden
curvature
ratio
of the planet?
What? The curvature of the planet, because that's what adaptation is. If you adapt to the curve of a planet, you're gonna be in more of a position where you would be able to walk in a curve of a planet. And if it was flat, you will be in a position where you would be able to walk on a flat planet. And
In
you
a
will
nice
evolve in that
way possible.
way.
Can you prove that we would be walking differently on a different surface? Like, I don't quite understand what you mean.
No, I can't prove that.
Wonderful.
Again, I'm a fence sitter, so I mean, I don't believe in either of the above. I'm not really sure where to lie on.
What
but
do you believe in?
Your logic just doesn't make sense to me personally.
You'll believe anything.
Actually, I won't. That's why I'm constantly questioning you. If I would believe anything, then I would sit here silently.
You'll believe anything. He said that we would live the same as we would if we were a flat
I didn't
flat
say that.
surface.
I questioned that actually. It came with a question mark.
I'm saying that you yourself are the living proof of example of round. I don't even know why we even get into a branch
What the
line.
fuck are you talking about, dude?
This
That
is
guy's living proof of round.
okay.
Come
Okay,
on.
you see how I came in and said something that's a fact, and he got really.
Well, dude, how's it
You
a
see what I'm
fact?
saying?
I just thought it was ridiculous.
Okay,
Is all.
okay, I'll
It's
explain it.
nice.
If it's okay, you know what?
You said it was a fact, so you also questioned it just a minute ago, and you said that you couldn't prove it. So how can you demonstrate a fact that you can't prove?
No, that's not what I meant. What he was
Okay,
saying
so
is that
demonstrate the
But
fact
that's
then.
no
no,
offense.
he was
That's
saying
literally what you
I
said.
couldn't. I couldn't demonstrate if the flat Earth and how we would look if we were organisms for a flat Earth. But I can give you an example because we're literally the example.
So you think that we are most definitely, unequivocally, on a ball that spins in the vacuum of space?
I don't. You know what? I do know what I know, and that what you're saying is wrong. But what I'm saying is right.
Really? So
Yes.
so you disagree with entropy, like I was speaking about how gas disperses in all directions. You disagree with natural law, or do you just disagree because the flat Earth pointed out the natural law? What's your problem?
I disagree about what you're saying about how the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but the issue is that you don't have
That's the
any
base
proof
sub. That's
of the opposite, man. Like, if you just had some proof, I'd at least hear you out. But it's kind of like you
Bro,
saying, I'm right and you're
go
wrong.
to the mirror and take a picture of yourself smiling, and then look at yourself, and that's the example right there.
Okay, so what about tigers? Does tigers also equal ball that
Yes,
spins?
they encompass the golden ratio. Yes, they do. Everything, life itself, is the golden ratio. But
Excuse me. Can you draw the golden ratio in two dimensions?
even your cock and balls is the golden ratio.
Can you draw the golden ratio in 2 dimensions?
Yes,
Oh, thank you.
you can draw it in the 2 dimensions. Yes, you can. That's why you have a circle that can
There you go.
a 3D object.
There you go. So the Earth is obviously 3-dimensional, isn't it?
I was actually going to say the
Guys, come
golden
on.
ratio actually does not mathematically make sense unless it's a 3-dimensional object.
Okay,
So the Earth's 3-dimensional, yes.
what do you mean by that?
The Earth's 3-dimensional.
Can you please expand on that?
Can you dig into the floor and go up into the sky? Do you know what 3-dimensional is?
That's in your world. You think that would happen?
No, in 3 dimensions, that's what would happen.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
3 dimensions.
Can you expand on that? Because I'm
height,
not getting.
Width, length.
Yes, height. Yes, yeah.
Height, width, length. So 3-dimensional. So I can walk across the surface of the Earth, climb a ladder, up or down. So 3-dimensional.
Mm-hmm.
3-dimensional.
Uh-huh.
Good. Why have you gone all high pitched all of a sudden? It's weird.
Because I'm trying to see where you're.
And so I'm just trying
to prove me wrong.
I'm just trying to point out that the Earth is 3-dimensional.
Yeah.
Obviously. Good.
Yeah, but you said that your math works on a 2-dimensional plane, and he's proving
I'm saying
you
you
wrong.
saying that the golden ratio. If you drew
you can draw.
We live in a 3D. We live in a 3-dimensional space, and we can view 2-dimensional objects, right?
That's awesome. Yes.
Okay, so that proves my point right there.
What that you
if
need
I
for
draw
any-
the if I draw
that
the
you need
golden ratio on a
3 dimensions for
2D
the golden
object,
ratio? That you need 3 dimensions for the golden ratio. You don't need the Earth to be a ball. It can be flat and still display the golden ratio. If that's what your prime driver for the mechanics of the Earth is, i.e. its creation.
Yeah,
I
you're
want you to
quite
please,
literally
if you
saying
truly
that the
believe
golden.
that, I truly want you to draw what you think the world looks like, because I'm living in
Okay, do you know
another.
what?
But the
Do you know
issue
what?
is that nobody except for you has been positing that it's necessarily a shape like that. You're the one positing that it's a globe, and so we're asking you, why do you know for a fact that that's that shape?
And I've told you countless times. I'm so like confused on what.
Yeah, but even when you say that, you use the golden ratio as an example, and he just got done proving to you that that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, but I'm saying the golden ratio is a 2D object, and we can view 2D objects, but we're in a 3D we're in a 3-dimensional environment. Like, what do you mean?
So, are you then accepting the fact that the Earth, in fact, may not be a globe?
No, because we live in we're 3D. We're
Sorry.
3-dimensional beings.
Does the
What
golden
does
ratio
Length, width,
Excuse
and
me.
height.
Excuse me. Yeah. Got width, left, height. Does the golden ratio affect just biological life forms, or does it affect things that are not biological, like I brought up earlier, sand and
What do
rock,
you mean? Like what?
things that aren't biological? Is the
No.
golden ratio displayed in things that are not biological?
No.
Right then, thanks. So the Earth, rocks and shit, water, that's not biological, so doesn't display the golden ratio. The golden
Yeah,
ratio
because that's
is
fucking
only displayed
erosion,
by
nigga.
biological
Let him
life forms.
finish.
Golden ratio is only displayed by biological life forms. That sounds like it's been coded to do so by me. So it's got fuck all to do with the Earth, which is not biological.
So, what's your rebuttal to that, bro? I mean, the laughing is okay, but I mean, we need you to articulate yourself.
Okay.
Show me a rock with the golden ratio.
A rock is lifeless. It's
So,
it's a rock. It's been here before even life was there.
Yes, so the Earth, which is not biological,
It's not even.
does not display the golden ratio. Only biological things display the golden ratio. So the golden ratio has got fuck all to do with the Earth.
Okay. But I'm saying that if the Earth was flat, my whole main idea was that if the Earth was flat, we wouldn't be the same entity what we are right
That's just
now.
your fucking imagination.
Because
I don't know how to deal with your imagination. You can have your imagination.
Because
That's
no. See, that's what he's
that
trying to do.
quite literally is your
No.
imagination, dude.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be negative. Again, I am the arbitrary fence sitter, but I agree that that would not necessarily be the case. No, I'm not saying again. I don't agree with flat Earth or globe Earth, but the shit you're saying right now is just really doesn't make sense.
Hold up. I need some water.
Yawn.
Again, please don't use the accusation of him smoking weed or whatever it is, because I am
I
also
never
doing the same.
accused anything of that.
I'm also doing the same, and I'm still questioning him because his logic is not making sense to me either.
Well, I mean, just the mention of it convinced me to go smoke some myself. Thank you. It's either that or go to bed, so the answer is obvious.
Okay. Well, we'll agree to disagree. There you go.
Okay, well, like I said, I'm okay with that. Yeah. I just wanted to hear you out to completion. So, like, if, that's your ending is to we disagree to agree, then okay.
Yeah, let's disagree to agree.
No, let's
You know what
agree
we
to
can't disagree
disagree.
on? You know what we can't disagree on? We can't disagree on the thing that'll save us. The steel columns to stop the big slam. Okay, it's not a, oh, maybe, it's not a, oh, let's agree to disagree. No. What we need to do is we need to prepare for the big slam. Okay, everybody know what's coming. Everybody knows the earth is flat. We can't disagree with it. Okay? Everybody knows.
I won't say that, but I do want to hear about the Great Slant. I've never heard that before. Can you
I'm
please
glad
explain that to me?
I'm glad you asked, Christopher. I'm glad you asked about the big slam.
Ham is a fucking joker, dude.
I'm sorry. I thought he was being for real. That's why I was like, wait, I've never heard that before.
No, he's clowning you. He's saying that the Earth is moving up, it's rising upwards, it's eventually going to slam into the ceiling of the universe. He's just clowning.
Okay.
Okay, now that I've prefaced that, go ahead, Ham. Give him your spiel.
Thank you. That's a lie, by the way. I'm not joking. 100%
Hey,
serious. Anyway,
bro, I'm willing to hear you out to completion. Please go.
so here's what we know. Okay, a lot of these globies they'll ask, "What about gravity? Why do things fall?" Well, the reason why things fall is that's a misconception. Okay, the Earth goes upwards at 32 feet per second squared. Okay, that's what we know. We know the Earth is flat, and we know it's going upwards. Okay, what else?
If I have to listen to this fucking idiot one more time about the earth going upwards, I'm going to go mad.
on, man.
Why are
I
we letting
would-
this guy poison the well? Ham is a ashamed globe believer, right?
I
Ham
understand
believes in
that,
the
but I
globe.
was trying to give him the
I
benefit of
was
the
just
doubt.
no,
man.
dude. I wasn't even letting him speak so you could give him the benefit of the doubt. I was just showing you like what they'll resort to.
Yeah, Ham's like the most pathetic form of glober, right? The glober that's realized he can't make an argument for the globe, so he then pretends to be flat Earth and tries to make shit arguments to try and make the flat Earth look dumb by saying shit that no one actually says. That's how pathetic and sad Ham is.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I honestly would have invested like 2 hours of my time into like listening to what he had to say.
Yeah, this is they poison the well, so he's just getting banned because he's a little pussy.
I guess I made the wrong move because I thought that after I prefaced it like that you would hear it for like 30 seconds and be like, "Oh yeah, this guy's just a joker." But you're telling me you would have spent 2 hours on that? That's a bad.
I mean, yeah, because I'd like to hear people out to completion. So even if I think that your
It's not
ideal,
sincere, dude. He's a blatant fucking LARP, man.
I get that, but in the nicest way possible. And I guess I'm not supposed to use this word. Even if I think that your ideals are retarded, I'd still want to hear it into completion. You know what I mean?
Why? It's a LARP, man. He's clowning. It's a waste of your time. It's a piss take.
I don't know. I guess that's maybe just the kind of person that I am. But I mean, now that you're saying that, like, he's LARPing and I would be completely wasting my time, then yeah, I get it.
Oh my god. If we could get this Joker Daza in the chat, that'd be good. This guy is such an idiot. The horizon doesn't play into it. It has no part. The observer's horizon is associated with no longer seeing the sun. So I guess it does play into it. It is involved. Which one is it? Every post this guy makes contradicts the other one.
And what about the Big Bang? I'm just curious. Like, this is not just. I'm just curious about your viewpoint.
It's cosmological fiction by a Jesuit priest.
Yeah, that's a tough one for me to tackle, so I don't know how to respond to that.
Hey, you know, on our side, you know, we can explain that. By the way, you know, that's actually
Explanations are worthless, though. It's like somebody's hand is caught in the cookie jar, and they say, "But wait, I can explain." Yeah, we don't need you to. We need you to
But yeah,
demonstrate.
your
What's the
explanation is more of like just creating a cookie jar instead of
Well,
just
yeah, we just
explaining
need
it.
you to demonstrate your hand wasn't in the cookie jar, which they can never do after it's been caught. That's what they
but
do. They
yours
say, "I can
is-
explain. I have an explanation." All they're doing is telling you, "Wait, I can explain."
Yeah, yours
Honestly,
as well. That's not what you saw.
Yeah, but
I can-
that's
I
not
can explain to you.
necessarily.
I
I'm
can
sorry. Go
explain to
ahead.
you. Sorry, I do apologise.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I can explain to you and everybody else the storyline behind The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. That's good. So I can explain that then. Doesn't prove it though, does it? Anybody can explain anything, my friend. Doesn't mean that the thing that they explain is proven. You can explain the proven thing, of course you can. You can also explain non-proven things.
I feel like that's subjective because if I see a bottle of green water and I explain to you that's green water, then what I said was a fact.
What's your fact?
The bottle has green water.
Darling. Deep and profound, my friend. You've reached new levels there.
Is this an attempt to prove the Big Bang? What's going on?
It's an attempt to prove that the Big Bang was theoretically a thing or even possible. Yeah.
Oh, we know it was theoretically a thing. Some guy theorized it. That doesn't mean it's real.
In actual fact, the guy who actually theorized the universe as it was, didn't come up with the concept of Big Bangs. This was just some other guy reversing the mathematical equations and going, shit, if we reverse time and decrease entropy to a certain point, then obviously everything exploded, time included, from the singular point. It's just a reversal of the mathematics. Backwards in time we go.
Yeah, needless to say, you cannot know or prove what happened, quote unquote, 14 billion years ago. You don't even know that's a real time frame.
I'm glad you say that because I was going to say that time frame is even questionable because people arguably question how long it's been. So,
How deep is the flat Earth? How deep does it go?
again, you're using the word flat, so that's where the issue is arguably going to start. Nobody said flat. Just it's not. It's not
It's
a
a
globe.
surface.
No, it's a
Yeah.
dome. It's a dome.
But nobody. It is a surface.
Yeah, a
but
dome
nobody,
with a surface.
No, I'm not even going to go into it if you're not going to listen. It's okay. Can somebody else please explain it to him?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The furthest that anybody's ever dug down is about 8 miles. What's beyond 8 miles? How would I be able to tell you? How thick is the flat Earth? I don't know.
Just remember, I'm not on your side. I am literally a habitual fence sitter. It's just the logic that you're using is not making sense to me.
All I said was a question. How deep is the Earth if it is a structurally
answered
different
you.
from a round? And
Jedi
you're saying
already
that
answered you.
nobody has went any further than 8 foot.
Yeah,
8
no,
miles.
8 miles.
8 foot. Are you
8
serious?
foot. I love that. That's hilarious.
8 miles.
8
If the
miles.
furthest that anybody is done is 8
Is anyone
how
from
would I
Poland
be able
here?
to tell you? Lovely.
Anyone?
How would oh, God. Go on then, get it out if you have to interrupt. Go on, get it out. All the
Little
time.
Hanya, whatever the hell your name is, go ahead. You wanted to speak so badly. Now there's an opening.
The
Good
Earth.
enough.
No, it's too late. It's too late. It's too late. I'm talking. I'm talking. It's too late.
If
Right.
you guys are coming in here to do like this Trump thing and all that, we were in the middle of a conversation. No offense to you.
Is anyone from Poland here?
Not that I'm aware of.
What?
Why? Not that I know. Why?
Because I am from Poland.
Okay.
Great.
I don't. I know
Can
lots
you,
of people, but
in
not
the
on the same.
nicest way possible, can you express how you being from Poland has anything to do with the Earth being flat or an arbitrary structure?
I'm just gonna say that in a not so nice way.
Are you from the North Poland or the South Poland?
I'm from the north, like Voivodeship. I'm from Vermia, Missourian.
Very nice. Welcome to the chat. No, I don't think there's anyone from Poland in here, but you're welcome to listen and ask questions.
Did I ask? I didn't.
No,
ask.
but you did interrupt the conversation that we were having. No offense to you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so continue, Chef.
So the deepest hole dug, 8 miles. Very good. Cool with that,
Okay.
Clay?
I would have to do my research, but if you're going off of that and
You do that.
you explained it, even though you said that anybody can explain anything, so
Right.
I mean, you're
I'm not gonna
saying
say there's not there. I'm not
anybody.
gonna go and say that there's not a little tiny fallacy in each of our arguments. I'm not gonna say that is the case.
That's not an
you
argument.
think-
That's just what they report.
You think an action's got fallacious reason in it?
I mean, I wouldn't know if it would or not.
Do you know what an axiom is?
You said it again?
Do you know what an axiom
An
is?
axiom, yeah.
Yeah, what about it?
Just chill.
Okay. So, does an axiom have fallacious reasoning?
No.
So, if I was to use an axiom as an argument, I wouldn't be using fallacious reasoning in my argument, would I? It'd be an axiom.
Yeah.
Cool. So, not everything everybody says has got a little bit of fallacious reasoning in it.
If I'm saying that if I use
Okay, it's going to take longer than I thought.
It's a yes or no question. I'm sorry, dude. I'm not trying to be negative.
if I use a descriptive term or a characteristic that uses like I said earlier, it's gonna be have an undertone to it.
And so, a base axiom has got an undertone of fallacious reasoning. What about the law of identity? Has that got an undertone of fallacious reasoning in it as well?
What is the law of reasoning?
Law
we
of
want to get into that.
law of identity. Would that have fallacious reasoning in it as an undertone, like you said?
I don't know. Would it?
No offense to you, but if we're on a political discord, and if you don't know what the law of reasoning is, then that's an issue.
We're in a flat Earth.
No, look, I'm not going to argue with you, man. I don't like arguing, but yeah, if you don't understand what he's saying, then it's going to be an issue. Yeah.
All right, bet. Give me 5 minutes, then, bet. Mr. I'm a ladder.
Yes. I'm sorry. What would you like?
I'm sorry. Give me just 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
I have no problem with you educating yourself, so take as much time as you need. By the way, I guess if we're using the silence, my name is Freakachu. I am a politics icon, and I am not trolling. I am 100% trying to just understand where you guys are coming from.
We're coming from the Earth,
No,
which is observable but motionless.
I haven't disagreed with you, bro. Like that's why I'm trying to give him the chance to explain himself, even if it takes him 5 minutes of research. Yeah,
I
I'm
thought you
okay with
were
that.
asking the flat Earthers where they were coming.
Oh no, I was just introducing myself, bro.
Okay.
I've been on here for quite a while, so I mean, I'm not trying to be negative in any way, shape, or form. I like to just hear people out to their completion.
Fair enough.
On that note, I am, and I guess this may be negative to some of you. I'm going to smoke a bowl. Just let me know if I'm being too loud, and I'll mute myself.
Yeah, just mute yourself and kill. Yeah, then you don't have to worry about that. Would any globe defenders like to take the stage? Oh my god.
That sounds like a pretty positive no, but I would like to hear somebody at least try to argue it.
I just went to the bathroom. I didn't hear what he said, but if it's from the flat Earth side, I mean, come on, guys.
What's an axiom?
Okay, you're gonna come at me, and you're gonna do that.
No,
Okay.
well, basically what you're doing is you're displaying the bigotous attitude by saying that it can't be right because flat earthers say it. That's basically what you're doing. I'm in a flat earth server, guy. Like, nothing can be taken seriously. We all have an undertone of fallacious reasoning. I just bring up what an axiom is, a self-evident established truth. Now, if I was to bring up evident established truth, you'd pour scorn on that because I suggest the earth is not what you think it is. Because
So, do you think history has a fallacious undertone? History itself?
History's biased, dude. Whoever writes history has got a biased point of view. There you go. So bias. That's got fuck all to do.
I'm glad you said that because I was like, I'm in the middle of taking a hit, and even I'm like, wait, what did you just say? Like, of course, history is fallacious. It's literally written by the winner. So, arbitrarily, most of the time, you don't know what the true history was unless you actually look it up.
Exactly, goes for an explanation too.
But anybody, flat earth or globe earther, can have an idea of history, right? It doesn't necessarily depend on your idea of what the cosmos is. Just don't.
If you feel like my understanding of the cosmos is directly not any sort of sane or anything, then okay. That's
Might
fine with me.
expand on that point a little bit, mate.
If you feel like I'm not if I'm not in a position where I'm in the right, then I have nothing to talk about.
No, I mean that doesn't even that doesn't make sense because you're asking us to give you the benefit of the doubt and saying that you're in the right.
Hey, you're saying you got a
Yes.
belief, dude.
Yeah, I do have a belief that I am in the
Yeah,
right.
but you're asking us to apply your belief to other people. Like that doesn't necessarily make sense. That's why you're being questioned.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, I apologize. What I meant was that the explanation of just flat Earth itself is just hypocrisy at this point.
It's not an explanation though. It's just observation, right?
Yeah,
Like when you go
observation
outside,
that's flawed.
like when you
Yeah,
go
but
outside.
you're
Hold on,
And
hold on.
subjective
Please,
also.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like when you go outside, you don't
Yeah.
experience the ground spinning, right?
Why? Yes, I wouldn't. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But they tell you it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, right?
Plus.
Okay, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, so
I'm listening.
we're not talking about beliefs or whatever. We're just talking about reality, observation. We don't experience any motion, so we don't claim it. The belief
Yeah.
would be I don't experience any motion of the ground, but it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. So that's the globe belief. We don't have that belief.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
it is
completely
kind
understand
of
that.
You
it's
understand
kind of
that?
weird to try to believe that the Earth is spinning at like thousands of miles an hour, and somehow we're not experiencing like that. That does actually resonate with me because it was weird when people told me that as a kid. Even I was like,
Have you
"How
ever
the
rode
fuck
in a
are we
car?
spinning?"
Oh,
I'm
here
sorry.
we go.
That's
Oh,
exactly
here
what they
we go.
wanted you.
Here
That's
comes a
exactly
sound, rational argument. Here we go. No,
Have you ever
to
opened the
to
window
the
in a
guy.
car?
Hold on.
Yeah,
To the
again,
guy who's saying
I'm
what he was
willing
saying.
to listen. I'm willing
To
to
the guy who's
listen
saying
to
that.
out.
Spiraling so quick.
The
It's spiraling.
idea that just because you can't immediately experience movement doesn't mean that it is not occurring. If you're in a vehicle, if you're in a vehicle, you within the vehicle are stationary,
But
but the vehicle is moving.
Equally,
and
your
you,
non-experience of motion doesn't mean that it is in motion.
yeah, that's correct. But I'm not
So
making
you
that
would have to-
argument.
so you would
I'm
have
just
to
pointing.
prove the
I'm
motion
not
then.
saying that it is or it isn't. I'm saying that the argument that I don't feel like I'm going 1,000 miles
Yeah,
an
well,
hour,
we're not
therefore
making that
I'm not.
argument. We're not
That
making
is
that
literally
argument.
the argument that was just being
No,
made.
that's literally not what was just said.
That
So
was
don't
not.
start being
Yes, it is.
retarded.
That was.
Yes,
That
it
Guys,
was
is.
stop
not what was
spiraling.
just said,
Stop
man.
spiraling. I will clear it up. I will clear it up. What we're talking about is what we experience firstly. So we don't experience any motion. So it's
Irrelevant.
not fallacious or hypocritical to point out that we don't experience any motion of the earth.
So just to be clear,
Now,
you're not
I'm not
using that.
finished. I'm not finished. I'm
You're
not
not
finished.
using
So
that
we
as
don't
an
Can we do it
argument.
one at a time?
Finish
Bro,
his
bro,
Make this
sentence,
a
bro.
conversation.
I'm not
Stop.
finished.
You're being dishonest.
Spiraling.
You're being
Let him finish,
dishonest.
man.
Spiraling out. Shut the fuck
E-
up.
Even
So we
if
don't
he's being
experience
dishonest,
any
sorry. Go
motion.
ahead.
Freakachu. Jesus fucking
I'm
Christ.
sorry. I said I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to disrupt you.
Yeah, no, he's just gonna monologue
So
for
we
3
don't
minutes.
experience any motion of the earth. So it's not fallacious to point out that we don't experience any motion of the earth. Now, aside claims that there is a motion of the earth, it's 1,000 miles an hour for the axial rotation. Now, that is a positive claim which requires proving. And to say,
It has
oh,
been.
well, get in a car, get in a plane, that is not evidence of the claim that the
I don't
ground
think
is
you
moving at
listened to
1,000
what
miles an
I
hour.
said.
Coming up with an excuse as to why you don't feel
See,
any motion of
this
the
is what it
ground
sounds like when you're too
is
busy
not
thinking about what you're going to say
evidence,
instead of listening to what
is
someone says.
not evidence
Yeah,
of
just
that
keep
motion.
monologuing, blah 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 blah. Talk forever.
Jesus
Don't let
Christ.
anyone else respond.
All right, guy. You tell us what your proof is that the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, and don't just say get in a car. 'Cause that's not
No,
proof.
I'm going to address what you just said, and then I'll go to that.
Go on then.
Yeah,
please
so
do.
what was happening in the conversation is the argument that we don't experience the movement was being presented as an argument.
No, I just cleared that up.
I
That's
don't
not
care
what was
what
being
you
presented.
believe. That's what.
Stop, bro. But he just
No.
clarified that
I just told you
situation.
that that's
like
not
that
what it
doesn't.
was.
Yeah,
See, this
like,
is what they have to do.
stop.
They have to desperately straw man the argument, even after it's been clarified what's being discussed. They can only go to some weak bitch straw man. All right, you want to try again since that's not
I
the
don't
argument?
mean to. Okay, guys, can we just please get the conversation under control? And also, from the global point of view, Flat Earth has a very undertone of being gaslighting. Also, by the way, but keep going.
It was the way he was presenting himself. I was willing to listen to what he had to say. It's just the fact that he was
Yeah, we're going to give him
presenting
another
himself in a
chance. We're going to
certain
give
way.
him another chance to prove the 1,000 mile an hour motion of the ground. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want about me being fallacious, but you're the
He's
one.
got nothing.
Okay, so you went straight to talking about him. Can you address the actual subject, please? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too.
1,000 mile an hour motion of the ground. What's your evidence? Let's go.
I'm not going to do your talking points.
You're quite
Cool. So he
literally
can't.
not
So he
muted.
can't.
Go ahead, please.
No, he can't. He just gave up. See, this is it.
Okay.
He wants to jump in and complain about an argument that no one's making, but when someone's actually making a point to him, he can't address it. So that's it.
I mean, and he had friends in here, so if any of you would like to express it, please do. Like, it's not that big of a deal.
Aren't you the
yeah, we
latter?
can carry on.
That's kind of like
I-
a biased point of view.
It's not really. Again, I like to hear everybody out to completion. That's kind of where I live.
Well, Clay, why do you think he wasn't presenting any evidence that the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour?
I wasn't here. I was in the
That's Freakachu. That's Freakachu's the guy we're talking to.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, it wasn't. It was the little... I'm not even saying his name because he's just such a little degenerate. It's that little cat.
No, I mean the other guy who's been chiming in is Freakachu, not little. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can hear you saying my name. What would you like?
Never mind. The moment's lost. Forget it. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
So, Clay, you understand we're talking about what's observed and experienced in reality about the Earth?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, right. So, is that
Experienced and observed? No, that's
Yeah.
not fallacious, and that wasn't even my
Right.
argument about what I said earlier.
Okay, well, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about what's observed, experienced, measured, repeated.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about. When you get this idea of flat Earth, if you're imagining like a disc in space or something, that's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about reality.
You don't even know what you're standing on. Okay, let's start
I'm
there.
standing
You don't
on
even know
it.
what you're on.
Yeah, I'm
You
standing
can't
on
even
it.
describe it. Oh, I do.
Yeah, but
Oh,
the
I do
simple
know.
fact is that you keep claiming that what we're standing on is a literal globe, and I guess
Hold
the
on.
arbitration is
You're
people
gonna tell us we
telling
don't
you
know what we're
that
standing on? You're gonna tell us we don't know what we're
I
standing on?
don't know what kind of shape you guys
Do you
think
know
that
what you're standing on?
the winds can have this certain type of winds and not
Dude,
have
you
any
don't have a
stale
clue
air.
either, man. Fuck, you're the
I
same
don't.
as us.
I don't have a clue.
You've been
I know
told.
you don't have
You've
a
been
clue at
told. I
all.
get it, man.
I know you're just somebody who doesn't even know a clue about what the Earth looks like, and you're just somebody who believes a flat Earth. And you're just going on and on. Going on and on and on.
Stop it. Just clear the floor. Yeah, go ahead.
Guys, listen. We're trying to figure out, okay, fair question. You want to know what it is we're standing on. You say we don't know what it is we're standing on. I would disagree. You just agreed that you don't experience what you're standing on to be moving at 1,000 miles an hour. But you don't believe that, right?
Not me. I never said I wasn't even here for that. So I don't know.
Yeah, I did. I said you go outside, do you experience the ground moving? And you said no.
For that subjective from your experience, yeah. You don't experience the
not
ground
subjective.
moving, but
That's
at the same
objective.
time, that doesn't mean the ground is not moving.
Right. So how do you know if it is moving?
you can see during what I said earlier, way back with the stars and the telescopes. You can set up a telescope for 24 hours, do a time lapse, and you can see the stars moving. That
The
means that the
telescope
Earth
has
is
nothing
moving.
with you
Right.
feeling
It's
it.
not
The Earth,
jumping
the
in.
said it right.
environment, the
Stars are
environment
moving.
doesn't lie.
Yeah, so the stars are moving, but you're claiming the ground is moving.
No, I'm claiming that the Earth is moving. That's what I'm
Yeah, so the
claiming.
ground.
If you want to say the ground, I mean, like, if
Well,
we're gonna
that
be
is
exact,
literally
Is
the Earth.
ground
if we're gonna be
You're
is
exact,
claiming
ground
that the physical structure
wow.
that you are literally standing on is moving.
Sorry, Freakachu.
I'm sorry. That's like a
So the
crazy.
ground is what you're claiming is
Yeah,
moving, yeah.
It's weird.
I'm sorry.
He
Sorry.
said the
So you
stars
see the
were moving
stars.
first.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Jedi.
No, that's fine. It's interesting that the guy says, I told you earlier, when you look at the stars with a telescope, we just have to refer back to people on your side within the heliocentric model. Let's say Professor Einstein. You know who Albert Einstein is? He tells us, with regards to demonstrating the Earth is in motion, there is no observational experiment you can do from the face of the Earth that can determine whether the Earth is moving or the stars are moving or everything is in motion. This is why he brought up general relativity and special relativity. Because there's nothing that we can do from the surface of the Earth with regards to observation to prove one way or the other. But you can, right?
I mean, your perception is your reality, man.
No, I'm pointing out that there's nothing that you can do with regards to observation from the surface of the Earth to determine either way. It's not my perspective, I'm just laying out the choices for you.
Well, I would also add that it's a positive claim that the Earth is in motion. So if you can't prove that, then we don't have motion of the Earth.
Okay, you guys can't even prove what I said earlier about the golden ratio, but okay.
Wait, what?
The golden ratio and about even if we were in a flat Earth,
yeah, I remember.
We would look we would be structurally different. Okay.
The golden ratio is only expressed through biological organisms.
Yeah. Okay. That's enough. Enough. What do you mean?
No, is the Earth a biological organism?
Yeah, but I'm saying that if we're, you can reverse engineer it and say that if humans and if we are in the shape of a golden ratio, you can say the Earth is round because it represents that.
Biological organism.
Okay.
Is the Earth a biological organism? Are you not going to answer this question because you understand what answering this question does to your whole presentation?
Doesn't do anything at all. I don't know what you're trying to. I don't know what you're trying to say or trying to imply. I don't know what you're trying to imply.
You're saying, if I'm to understand you correctly, that the Earth is a ball because of the golden ratio.
There you go.
Okay, so like I pointed out, the golden ratio is only expressed through biological organisms, things that have code to express this golden ratio. So my question to you is the Earth a biological organism?
No, it's not a biological organism.
It's got fuck all to do with the shape of the Earth, which is exactly what I told you earlier. But you went past this point like it never fucking happened and respawned saying the same shit again.
Okay. What do you think the golden ratio? What do you think the golden ratio is even an example of? You think it just created it out of nothing? You think we just made the golden ratio just out of poof out of thin air? You're trying to say that my golden ratio is only applies to inorganic objects, and it's not. It wasn't there before even. It was here before we was even here.
That's an interesting claim you're making now. Golden ratio
it's a fact.
Expressed through biological. Do you know why the golden ratio is only expressed through biological organisms? Do you know why?
I don't know why.
Because of the code within the biological organism that tells the biological organism to express itself in this particular way.
Yeah, and I wonder why it expresses it in that particular way.
Because it was coded to do so. Now,
by
to have code,
what environment? Because adaptation. See, okay. See what I mean?
To have code, what do you need? What do you need to have code?
You need RNA. What do you mean?
What do you need to have code? The 3 constituent steps to code. What are they? 1, 2, 3. What are they?
Are you talking about DNA? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about code. Yeah, DNA, RNA, those things that you find in biological structures that tell the
Okay.
biological structure to express themselves in this particular pattern.
Yeah,
Okay, so rocks don't have that.
it's inorganic.
Rocks, yes, exactly. So the shape of the Earth, the rocks and shit, has got fuck all to do with the golden ratio because the golden ratio is expressed through code.
Okay, but I'm saying that the golden ratio is a direct correlation from the inorganic life. I'm saying that if it wasn't round, we wouldn't be this structure. That's what I'm trying to say. And that's my point. What you're saying is it doesn't make any sense at all. If we were flat Earth, and then the inorganic, if it was inorganic, and if it was flat, the golden ratio and everything around us will look different. The golden ratio will look different. Everything would look different. Everything would look different.
Excuse me. What do you need
Excuse
to
you.
have? Yeah, good. What do you need to have code? What's the first step? The first bit.
You need the original DNA. What do you mean?
No. What do you need right at the beginning? I'm going to shock you when I tell you.
What do you need?
Come on. Intelligence to create. Intelligence has to come up with the code, right? It has to come up with the concept for what the code's going to do and carry out, right? Intelligence creates the code, doesn't it? So it doesn't matter.
No, what?
It doesn't matter what the shape.
Intelligent creates the code. No,
Yeah.
what do you mean?
Do you know what computer
What
code
creates
is?
the code? Yeah, but that's directly. That's way off. Way off course. That's way off
Here's a good
course.
analogy for you. Does computer code spring into existence all by itself?
Of course, no.
No, of course not. Because code doesn't spring into existence all by itself, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It needs intelligence to create the code, doesn't it? Intelligence.
What do you
creates
mean
code.
intelligence? No, life creates code.
Information.
Yes, information that comes from life. That comes from generation of life.
No, wrong way around. Life comes from information.
Exactly. Life comes from
Exactly, even though that's not what you said. So it doesn't matter what. So listen, this is a crescendo to the point. Maybe you'll get it. Doesn't matter what the floor is, whether it's a ball, whether it's flat, whether it's in motion or not. The intelligence creates the code for the biological life forms to express the golden ratio. Doesn't matter about the shape of the Earth. It depends on what the intelligence decides that he wants the biological forms to do. You brought it up.
There you go. You have it. You says intelligent makes life.
Yes, life, not rocks and shit. Rocks don't have code.
You
do they?
You bitch. Thank you.
Oh, another globe copium troll is here to grace us. AI supremacist.
Yes.
Any proof you live on a ball?
I live on a ball.
Yeah.
No, I live in a dome, bro.
Okay. Never mind.
I'm enlightened like you guys, okay? Don't offend me. Don't insult my intelligence, okay?
Wouldn't dare.
Right, we all know the moon landing was fake. You all know that shit was created by Stanley Kubrick, like...
No, bro, it was totally real. It was on TV.
Like, come on, man.
There are pictures. It would be harder to fake going to the moon than it would be to actually go to the moon.
You think you get your internet, like, from some satellite out in the outer space? Come on, bro.
Yes, we get the internet from the satellites in space. How do you think your phone works if the Earth isn't a globe?
GPS, bro.
You guys are lost.
Explain gravity.
Wake up, guys. Big globe.
How do you explain gravity
Big
then?
globe is behind all this.
Can you please explain gravity so they can stop saying that and stop just
Bro, we
undermining
live on
every
a
little
fucking
detail?
dome, bro. We don't need gravity.
Yeah, because
why
we
do
have
you
a
have-
downward vector, then we live on a spinning ball, correct?
What?
Thank you.
We don't live
Because
in a
we
spinning.
because
We
we
don't
have a
live on a
downward
spinning ball.
bias that we call gravity, we can now say that proves the spinning globe.
Like a spinning globe is not even like intuitive. Like you ask any child, like how is the Earth created? What does the Earth look like? Like they're all indoctrinated to believe it's a globe. It just doesn't make any sense.
If
So why do
gravity's
you
any
believe it?
reason, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Why do I believe in what?
The globe.
I don't. I told you I
You
believe we're
don't.
under a
You
dome.
do believe in the globe. All right. What's the claimed radius of the globe?
What is this? Like a fucking math test? Come on,
Yeah.
bro.
What's the claimed radius of the globe?
Or I'm getting an F. I have no clue.
You-
I don't know. I don't know what
Okay,
radius.
that means you're a glober, because every flat earther knows the basics of the globe religion.
I don't need to
But
know.
the globers don't know it. You're a glober.
I don't need
What do
to
you
know.
mean? You don't even know what the radius of your
guy-
own structure is. What are you talking about?
This guy's doing a fucking purity test on me? Really?
You don't even know the radius
No,
or the
you're
diameter, because
saying you're a globe
if it's
header.
finite,
So you don't even know the radius of the globe that you believe in.
Does a
AI.
globe
That's
head
pretty
know the
sad.
radius of his own ball?
No, they don't. Like you.
They don't,
Meaning You're a
exactly.
globe head.
What's the
Yeah,
fuck-
so you're a globe head because you didn't know.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, because you globe heads don't understand your own religion. That's why.
It's called blind faith.
Yes. I live on ball. How big? I don't know.
No, I live on dome.
No, you live on ball.
I live on dome.
On dome.
this is so
Very
stupid.
good. So AI, can gas pressure exist without a container?
No.
No. Okay, Clay, can gas pressure exist without a container?
No, it can't.
Okay, so Clay, you understand that the air is a pressurized gas that we breathe?
Yes.
Yes. So then that air must have a container, yes?
Yes.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, but flat Earth isn't a structure.
Yeah, because what container do you have on the globe?
I'm saying that it's not a structure, so it can't be a container.
No, you're saying that the air needs a container, right? Because it's gas pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what container do you have on the globe?
What do you mean the ozone? What do you?
What?
The ozone,
The ozone?
atmosphere itself.
No, the atmosphere is the gas that's pressurized.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what needs the container.
Okay, but let's not get from the fact that even flat
Okay,
Earth, it
let's
doesn't
not
have
go
a
here.
structure.
Let's not go here, right? Let's
Well,
not
we
go
can't.
to gas
We
pressure,
can't go
gas
to
law.
we can't go to flat Earth because it's not real.
Wait, hold on
you
a
agree,
second.
AI? So you agree, AI, that
Hold
we
on
need
a
a
second.
container for the gas pressure?
But I just answered the same question he answered, and you welcome
Yeah,
him
yeah,
to
yeah.
Flat
We're just
Earth?
checking back on you. Make sure you're still okay. You still agree that gas pressure requires a container, yeah?
Yes.
So the air we breathe is contained.
Yes.
So no globe then.
Yes.
Cool. Clay, do you
Ozone layer
understand?
ozone layer doesn't contain gas. Fuck, in the 1980s, we had a hole in the ozone layer because of CFC gases. Are you saying that the atmospheric pressure decreased because your container, another layer of gas, had a fucking hole in it? You idiots.
Coming from
Ozone
flat
layer.
Earth is crazy.
Ozone layer is just another gas. Gas
this
doesn't
guy's-
contain gases from
Clay, you already agreed.
Cyclone's a CIA agent. I could just tell with this dude.
That's all you guys got left?
Triggered.
Like this guy works for MI6 or
This
some shit.
guy must be doctor everything. He must know about
Sounds
weather.
like a tap out.
It's crazy.
Sounds like tap outs all around.
Does, doesn't it?
Yep.
Right, this
Clay,
guy's
you
trying to,
already
he's trying to-
agreed. Clay,
he's trying to
Clay,
split
you
up.
already agreed.
I
Flat
never
Earth.
agreed. I never agreed that you're saying that just because the ozone layer is a gas, that
No,
doesn't
I
mean it
didn't
can't
mention the
contain other
ozone
gases,
layer.
even though it has
No,
enough
I didn't
density to
mention the
contain
ozone layer.
other gases.
What's contained in the ozone?
mention.
What's contained in the ozone layer then?
What do you mean it's density and the
What's
gravity
contained in
of
the
the
ozone
Earth?
layer? That's gas. Ozone layer is gas.
Of
So
course,
what's
it's gas.
contained in
Yeah.
the ozone? So what's contained in that layer of gas then?
the density and the gravity itself is containing it, but
Density in the gravity.
what
No,
did we say?
gas
Oh
expands.
boy.
Sorry, gas expands.
You couldn't even
to
explain
fill.
why your own gas, it's your own structure could.
Dumb fuck.
It was not even. It's not even sustainable in
Clay,
your own
chill.
superficial, super flat world. But okay.
Chill. Chill, Clay.
There. Your ozone layer is made of gas. So what's containing the ozone layer? As we understand that gases require physical containment, not a gas. So what's containing the ozone layer?
Gas requires a physical containment, but if it's dense enough, if it's dense enough, it can contain other gases.
So but that dense gas is still going to disperse. So what's containing the dense gas? Is the vacuum containing the dense gas?
The gravity, it's containing the dense gas. That's why we have oxygen on the planet. But
gravity, what's gravity?
Weight.
What's gravity? Weight. Sorry, what's the pressure vector of a gas?
Weight.
What's the pressure vector of a gas?
You truly believe that
Let me ask you.
if you're truly believe.
This bro doesn't know what.
Not being able to contain.
You don't know what a vacuum is. Just try to.
Wouldn't be able to be contain life.
Damn, bro.
Watch this.
Bro,
Hey, can I
this
just
guy's
quickly
on
ask? Can I just
Xbox.
quickly ask? Hey, Clay, if we ask you to show us an example of a container, what would you show us?
It depends. I mean, a regular container.
Yeah. Like a box or a canister or something?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so containers are physical by definition. So
Not gas.
You see the problem?
Not gas.
If somebody asked you to show a container, would you ever point to a giant ball?
Of gas?
Yeah.
Hey, bro, can you bring a container over? We need to carry all these things to the car. Sure, let me just pour some helium out into my hands.
That's okay. That's straight helium itself. It's gonna disperse. Yeah.
So what gas
so
is
gas
a container?
disperses in the
What,
direction.
if I want to contain, let's say, I don't know, let's say I've got a crate of beers and I want a container to keep them cool. Are you going to provide me a gas?
A
Or are you gonna
container to
bring me
keep
a
beers cool.
physical container?
A beer cooler, but that's apples
Right.
and oranges.
Okay, so if I want to contain, let's say, air, let's say I want to transport some oxygen somewhere. Maybe someone's needing some additional oxygen. What are you going to bring me? A canister or more air?
He's going to
That's
wrap it in
entirely
ozone.
different. It's entirely different from what we were talking about.
No, we're
Can you
talking
wrap it in
about air.
ozone?
Yes,
it in
air
ozone.
that's contained in ozone. Yes.
Yeah, so how do we contain
So-
air?
How do
We
contain
contain
ozone?
air in the ozone.
In the ozone?
If Cyclone wants some ozone, how are you going to get it to him?
If he wants some ozone, how are we gonna get it? We go to the layer of the ozone. What do you mean?
Okay, and after you've been to that layer of the ozone, how are you going to transport that ozone back down to Cyclone? How are you going to do that?
By getting the gas into a tank. What do you mean? It's like, what are you talking
So you're
about?
going to need a container. So you're going to need a container for the ozone then.
No, you don't need a container to have the
don't need a
ozone
container for the
support
ozone?
other gases. It's not that hard
So
to
what's-
know, guys. Why do you guys feel like you need a container for
Clay,
gases?
Clay, don't tell me you're a globetard.
Why do we feel like we need a container for gases? Because that's every single law of gas.
Okay, so why don't we
just
float off the earth then? Why don't we just float?
Dude.
Why don't we just fly?
Yeah, but we don't.
Do you know what PV is?
So what
Do you know what
holds
PV is?
everything? What holds
Oh,
everything
no, he's
together?
got lots more questions now.
Since it's a container.
Lots more questions.
Dear. Spiral. Sorry, Jed, I don't know if you're finished, but Clay, so if I go into if I want to go scuba diving, and I'm like, hey, we're going scuba diving, and the guy's like, yeah, let me just get your oxygen, what's he gonna come out with? Canisters of air, or is he gonna give me air wrapped in ozone?
He's gonna come. That's directly unsupported from what we just said, but okay. I don't know what you're talking about now. You're talking about canisters of air. We're talking about what's holding under
what's
the
holding
ozone
air?
layer.
What's holding
all the
pressurized
layers?
air?
Just like how
Yeah.
if you put oil in water, you know that oil is going to be denser. But okay.
Yeah, but gas is going to spread in all available directions unless it's physically contained.
Exactly, by a denser gas.
Exactly. No, by a
Okay,
physical
so
container.
if it's getting sandwiched together, okay,
What's
By a physical
containing that dense
container.
gas?
with gravity supported, it's
What?
going to stay there. If the
But the
ozone
air
layer
goes
is
air goes
denser
up though,
than
doesn't
all
it?
the other layers
Does
under
air go
it,
up?
then all the other layers are going to stay in place while the ozone layer stays
But
there also
doesn't
with the
air go
gravity.
up though? But doesn't air go up?
If it's too dense to go up, it won't go up.
No, but it does go up.
Okay, whatever you say.
Gravity.
Okay, so air goes up. How does that mean it's going down?
What are you talking about? I never said it would go down. It's going to be stationary.
Isn't
If you're
that what
saying
gravity
air goes up apparently now.
No, it
Apparently
does.
not.
Do you know what the evaporation cycle is?
Yeah, evaporation. Yes, I know.
Yeah. So after the sun comes out and it heats the ocean, what happens to the water of the ocean?
The less dense air goes up.
It goes. So the air goes up. Thank you.
No, I said the less dense
Yes.
air goes up.
Apparently, bro.
No, the water that's lost its hydrogen bonds has turned into gas, changed its state, and the gas has gone up away from
Yes,
the
it's
surface
because
of the
it's
earth.
less dense than the water, but it's not gonna go. It's
So the
still
gas goes
stationary.
up.
It's still in the same
Does the
area it's
gas-
gonna be.
does the gas
The
go up?
air's not gonna
Does the
leave
gas
its
go up?
layer.
Does the gas go up?
It's not gonna
Does
leave
the
its
gas go
layer.
up?
It's still gonna be in the same
Does the
area.
gas go up? Does the gas go up?
No, the gas does not go up.
No, the
It
gas
goes and
doesn't.
stays in
No,
the same
the
layer.
evaporation cycle doesn't exist.
The
according to-
evaporation cycle does exist. It's just that the
So the gas
evaporation
goes up.
it's a
So the gas goes up.
little
So the
dense.
gas
It's not
goes
a
up.
mass. It's a
I reckon
mass. It's not.
gas goes
You know,
up. Hey, dude, I reckon the gas goes
if
up. Me too.
evaporation happened at one time, you know how much water would fall?
All the time. All the time. Yeah, that comes back as rain.
If evaporation happened at one time, you know how much water will fall at one time? That's why it happens at single little tiny bits. It's
You're
like
weird.
I'm arguing with like a
Bro,
wall or
who's
something.
teaching you this shit, man?
I have no idea.
Like, this guy's on Xbox. He's playing Call of Duty every day. This is why he thinks this. Like, the hell, bro?
Well, he already agreed right at the beginning. Before he knew what he was agreeing to, that gas pressure requires a container.
I agree.
He's only trying to
I apologize if I'm saying something that's not that I have not realized. Then let me stop being arrogant. I'm sorry.
Look, you want me to tell you why what you're saying makes no sense?
Go ahead.
No, we don't need you to LARP about AI. You can just sit and listen.
No,
Yeah, instead of you LARPing, how about we get? There's another troll in the chat who's melting down. Let's get Alakine's Cannon to speak on the mic.
Okay, if he doesn't speak, I have to go.
Yeah, I'd like to hear him speak.
Yeah, you can go AI. Just go.
Okay. Well, first, I'm gonna say I think you're an MI6 agent. I think you're trying
Well,
to
he
set
didn't
us up.
speak, so you might as well go.
Like, yeah, I'm going right now. Like, I think
You might as well go because he never spoke. He never spoke.
Bye.
See you later, AI. You can be a fragile little pussy in another room. At least Clay isn't too ashamed to admit he believes in the globe.
If I'm being arrogant, then hey, I'm arrogant.
Okay.
And I have something I have to do and go do research on.
Yes.
And I'm fine with that.
Find how you can have gas
And
pressure
I'm
without a container.
not being nobody's. You see.
We have some triggered, whiny little bitch in the text chat named Alakine's Cannon. Get on your mic, boy.
What's this idiot saying?
I don't know. He asked me something about the extremities of the Earth. Could you fall right off of it? I said, no, it's a contained, enclosed environment. And then he went straight into meltdown mode. No physicist on Earth agrees with you. You have low education. Did you graduate? Questions like these. Do you have an argument, Alekines, or just mad now?
That's not even true. Actually, was it Bill Nye, the science guy? He's a physicist. He wants everybody to know if it's the only thing that he can leave us with is the Earth is a contained system. No one is leaving the Earth. There is nowhere to go. It's a physicist who says that. So there wasn't one. There's one.
You said there's nowhere to go. I'm not trying to disagree with what you're saying, but how? Okay, yeah.
You're not going anywhere, dude. What do you mean? You're not trying to disagree, but you're going to put up a fight.
I'm saying,
anywhere.
how ago
You've
was
never
that?
been anywhere.
We were able to go to Mars and live there. I'm saying.
What?
We're able to support life on Mars, so we could go somewhere else than Earth.
Oh, that's interesting. In Narnia, you can speak to a lion. He talks back to you.
Haha.
Well,
His name
you're
is
talking about
Aslan,
going-
right?
Yeah, you're talking about Mars, which is an uncontained ball of atmospheric gas above rock in a vacuum. Interesting. Few problems there, but we'll forego them for your Mars stories. Find them in
because
the
you never
section.
heard of domes, that could support life. You never heard of a greenhouse or
So
anything
there's,
like
so
that, right?
there's a dome around Mars. There's a dome around Mars now, is there?
I never
Keeping
said
the
it was
gas
right
in.
now. I never said it was
Wait,
now.
Well, why would you? Why would the gas in?
Why would
What
you
would
need a
keep the
dome?
gas in is the dome? What do you mean?
Oh, right. So you need a dome to keep gas in.
No, I'm saying that if it's no gravity on Mars to support gas like it does on Earth, then how could you
Is there no
support it?
gravity? So there's no atmosphere at all.
Yeah,
Gonna
I
need to
mean,
contain
it's
around
like
Mars.
it's like I'm arguing with like insane person at that point. Everybody knows that Mars can inhabit life, but I agree to
everyone knows
what you guys say. I respect your answer. And I'm not getting any. It's fine. I'm not.
What life exists on Mars?
Well, right now, none.
So how do you know life can exist on Mars?
Because there's been tests on Earth that can.
Oh, but not Mars.
Support that.
So that's just a belief you have.
Like what?
Okay, if that's a belief I have, then that's a belief that many people have.
Yes, it's a belief that many people have. Does that make it true?
Yes, if it does, if it's a majority, then yes, it does make it true. Yeah.
Wow.
If a bunch of people say,
have you ever heard an appeal to majority fallacy?
the Earth is round, and the Earth is gonna most likely be round, that's kind of common sense. If somebody says
majority
a
fallacy
whole,
is.
what is it? Because please
Well, see if you can.
acknowledge
Well,
me.
it's called the appeal to majority fallacy. What do you think that would be?
Well, to appeal to the majority, yeah.
Yeah, fallacy.
Cool.
So you're on a dying hill.
What?
No, by your logic, we must understand that all Chinese people are always truthful because there's a billion Chinese people. The majority can't be wrong according to you.
I mean, guys, you're kind of harsh on him because the appeal to
This isn't
majority only holds true when it's
No.
in fact.
Let him. If it's fact, it's fact.
Yeah, the appeal to majority or appeal to consensus fallacy occurs when you say, well, the majority of people believe this thing, therefore it must be true.
So all Chinese people are right.
Yeah, of course, but there is also an explanation that comes after, which makes it not a fallacy, right? You could say, well, most people believe that if you don't breathe air, you will die, right? Now, they will also be correct, right? But you would have to explain why they're correct. Otherwise, it's a fallacy. I think that's what they're trying to say. So most people can be correct, But if you only say that most people think this way, therefore it's correct, then you can't use it.
Well, that's what we were dealing with. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to explain it to the guy. I'm just saying he's not wrong. Also, like you can simulate the conditions of
So
life. You can,
keyword think, right?
huh?
If most people think that way, then it's kind of just excluded from that, then, right?
No, it just means just because a lot of people might think it doesn't mean it's true.
Okay.
You need
I